One nap changed everything. He woke up in a savage world where strength is law, and his new body, the weakest trash in the class. Crushed by bullying, the original owner took his own life, right before the most critical exam of his destiny. But fate had a twist. He triggered a system Manhwa miracle. The beast soul he awakened, the legendary tyrant lizard emperor. With this power, he would rise from zero to hero. Welcome to the ultimate Manhwa recap of A Legend's Rise. The story begins in a crumbling classroom. Suddenly, a young man's eyes snapped open in sheer terror. Did he travel back in time? In City High School, Class 12, A7. The scene was hauntingly familiar. The decaying walls, the faces of the past. He clutched his head, panic rising. What kind of nightmare was this? If this is Rebirth, why right before the exams, suddenly a sharp pain pierced his skull. Memories flooded in. Ages ago, the dimensions cracked. Secret realms invaded Earth, unleashing hellish beasts upon humanity. Monsters poured through the rifts, slaughtering millions. A single beast could wipe out an entire nation. To survive, humanity engineered the monster gene system. Inject the serum. Awaken the beast within. Only the awakened could stand against the tide. They became the new nobility, revered as gods among men. Earth entered the era of the strong. Grades didn't matter. Only raw power commanded respect. A robotic voice echoed in his mind. Host Yi He. Identity Reserve Warrior. Commencing memory synchronization. Reality snapped back. Yi. He was just a high schooler again. His classmates saw his confusion and sneered. Look at that loser, Yi. He daydreaming again. You think a piece of trash like you can pass the exam? A girl with the face of an angel and the mouth of a viper turned around. Get lost, idiot. You're destined to rot at the bottom of the food chain. Yi. He sighed internally. So the original owner was the class punching bag. After his mother's tragic death, he had given up on life. His grades plummeted, and he became the class burden. So that was the tragic backstory. The girl glared at him, eyes flashing with disdain. What are you staring at? This is a martial arts class, you creep, Yi, he panicked. He wasn't staring, just thinking. Now he had to clean up this mess. The original owner literally died of fear. Suddenly, the heavy footsteps of the teacher silenced the room. Are you ready? His voice boomed. It is time for the gene modification injection. 3 years of blood and sweat come down to this moment. He adjusted his glasses, eyeing the slackers. Yi. He just smirked. I didn't slack off, that was the old Yi He. But since I'm here, I'll teach these trash talkers a lesson they'll never forget. The scene shifted to the An City High injection chamber. The air was thick with tension. What beast will I get? A rank 3 mountain tiger? A rank 4 sea dragon? You probably a rank 1 stink snake. Laughter erupted. Under the eerie blue light, the teacher revealed the destiny serum. This is the essence of power, the teacher declared. It contains the genetic code of countless beasts hunted by our ancestors. Your body will absorb a gene at random. It was the classic rule of any awakening manhwa. The stronger the body, the stronger the beast. Do not rush. Embrace the power. Let it flow through your veins. Chen Peng Miao Yun. One by one, the needles pierced skin. Agonizing screams filled the room. Some collapsed in agony. Others convulsed as their DNA rewrote itself. Yi. He watched, swallowing hard. Does it have to be this violent? Looks like pain is the price of power. Screw it. Let's do this. He plunged the needle into his neck, bracing for hell. The blue serum vanished into his veins. But silence. No pain. No tremors. Why do I feel nothing? He checked his hands in disbelief. The teacher approached, frowning. Yi. He. There is no reaction. Cold sweat trickled down Yi. He's back. Teach, did you give me a dud? Is this fake? The toxic girl sashayed over her voice, dripping with venom. Ha, look everyone, Yi, he is such a loser. Even the serum rejected him. A warrior who can't awaken? You're a bird without wings. You're finished, Yi. Just a walking corpse. Why bother living? Go home and rot, Yi. He clenched his fists. Was this girl the ringleader of his misery? Suddenly, a gauny pain exploded in every cell of his body. Ding, infinite monster template system online. Host, Yi, He. Physique, B rank. Standard leveling manhwa mechanics initiated. Extracting monster soul. The girl watched her smirk, fading into confusion. Hey, what are you twitching for? Stop faking it. Yi. His eyes snapped open, glowing with a terrifying predatory light. Get back. Unless you want to die. Roa R. A primal roar shook the building to its foundations. Behind him, a colossal shadow rose from hell, burning with ancient fire. The shockwave hit them like a freight train. Who the hell just awakened? The pressure was absolutely suffocating. Even the elite students were forced to turn their heads. A fire attribute girl stared wide-eyed at the epicenter, completely mesmerized. An ice attribute student clenched his fists, jealousy boiling over. Was there someone stronger than him? Suddenly, a translucent blue system interface materialized. Legendary grade template Gojira. Ability Atomic Breath. Evolution Burning Form. Wait. Compatibility is only 3% Yi. He clutched his arm, his body screaming in agony. Grade A. Godzilla. The infinite monster template. He stared at his trembling hand. Is this the golden finger the system gifted me? The crowd buzzed with terror. Yi. He did that. He blew everyone away in a heartbeat. Even Wang Dongdong, who awakened a grade 2 fire lizard, was tossed like a rag doll. Just what kind of monster did he awaken? Meanwhile, a female student lay motionless on the ground, her posture. Well, let's just say it was inadvertently distracting. Yi powered down, returning to his normal state. He scratched his head, putting on a harmless smile. Ahem. My bad, guys. The awakening was a bit enthusiastic. I told you to step back, didn't I? Suddenly, the speakers crackled to life. All 12th grade students, gene injection complete. Proceed to the stadium for bloodline verification immediately. The scene shifts to the gene testing chamber, the judgment hall, where destinies are decided by martial talent and beast souls. One by one, they entered. The crowd outside gasped at the results. Li Qingxue from our class awakened a grade 3 Gale insect gene. Lucky bastard. He was average before, but now he's skyrocketed to the top tier. Strong bloodlines really defy all logic. And look at Chuzhou, perennial top student, martial apprentice rank 9, and now a grade 3 ice dragon. The title of InCity's top scholar is practically his. Hey, check the screen, Miss Liao is also rank 9. Wait, holy crap, a grade 4 nether sparrow, that's ultra rare. A grade 4 beast in its true form can wipe out half a city. Ordinary martial artists are just ants to them. You'd need to be a grandmaster just to stand a chance. Yi. He rubbed his chin deep in thought. Their monsters are ranked numerically grade 3 and 4. So why is my system classifying mine as grade A? The loudspeaker boomed again. Next class 12 to 7. Yi-hei. Enter for testing. Yi-hei froze. Already. Do they have to be so dramatic? Every eye locked onto him. A cocktail of admiration, jealousy, and awe filled the air. After that shockwave, everyone knew Yi. He was the main character of this awakening manhwa arc. He's definitely going to be a big shot. I need to get on his good side now, gotta hug that golden thigh while I can. Wow, total husbando material, Yi. He sighed internally. This world really worships power above all else. He stepped forward, while the boys cheered him on like a gladiator. It's Yi's turn. With that aura, his bloodline must be god tier. And City High is about to witness the birth of a legend. Far away, a mysterious youth watched in silence, eyes sharp as daggers. So that's Yi. Let's see if he lives up to the hype. Moments later, the results flashed on the screen. The silence was deafening. Yi-hei. Martial apprentice rank 3. Bloodline unknown. The crowd erupted not in cheers but in disbelief. Rank 3. Even my little brother in middle school could beat him. Oh man, that's embarrassing. Talk about a letdown. Unknown bloodline. You mean no bloodline. A rank 3 apprentice. That shockwave earlier was probably just a cheap trick. Haha Yi. He is trash after all. Once a loser, always a loser. But amidst the venomous mockery, Yi walked out, his expression unshakable. Just as I thought, he mused. Their primitive machines can't detect a god-level entity like Godzilla. The system interface flickered back into view. Infinite monster template. Upgrade guide. Complete missions or increase fame to extract new templates. Current extractions available 0. A smirk played on his lips. My leveling system is in a league of its own. This is going to be fun. Suddenly, his expression darkened into a predator's grin. If I meet the conditions, I can summon infinite monsters. Doesn't that make me the king of monsters? The next morning, the sky over An City was a canvas of perfect blue. But inside An City High, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The teacher, a thin man with a permanent scowl, glared over his glasses. Excuse me, you want to go home for self-study before the university entrance exam? Do you think I was born yesterday, Yi? He stood tall, his eyes burning with determination. Sir, I want to improve. I've fallen behind. I need special training. If I stick to the standard curriculum, I'll never catch up to the elites. The teacher crossed his arms, his voice dripping with disdain. Let's be real. The only path to becoming a martial artist is the exam. I don't care what weird bloodline you think you have. Your foundation is trash. You won't pass. Just prepare to repeat the year and stop dreaming. Yi. He didn't flinch. He tilted his head, widening his eyes into the ultimate weapon, the puppy dog stare. Teacher, only those who know desperation can truly evolve. I've awakened something powerful. I just need time. Look into my eyes, sir. Have you ever seen such sincerity? The teacher faltered. He sighed, defeated by the act. Fine. You look serious enough. But when you fail, come back and register for next year's classes quietly. The scene shifts to the bustling streets of An City, sunlight bathing the rooftops in gold. Yi. He strolled casually, hands in his pockets. Mortgaging the parents' house got me 600,000. Add the accident insurance. I'm sitting on over 1 million credits. To get stronger, I have 2 paths. Cultivate like a normal martial artist, or increase my compatibility with the Monster Emperor template. The system text scrolled through his mind. Infinite Monster Template. Initial compatibility 1 point. Current compatibility 3 points. He frowned. Where did those extra 2 points come from? It has to be the gene serum from the school. His eyes lit up like he'd just cracked the code. So gene potions in this world increase template compatibility. Instead of breaking my bones training, I just need to spend money. Now that fits my get-rich-get-strong philosophy perfectly. Yi. He could barely contain his excitement, nearly laughing out loud, as he rushed toward the An City Warrior Center. He slapped his student ID against the scanner. The gate chimed, pleasantly welcoming him like a VIP guest. But the moment he stepped inside, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The scene before him was less like a lobby and more like a gathering of monsters wearing human skin. Each warrior radiated a bloodline aura, so thick it felt like a ghostly fog rolling across the room in suffocating waves. Holy crap, he thought. This place is crawling with awakened warriors. But suddenly, a strange instinct spiked in his gut, the kind of sixth sense you'd see in a high-stakes awakening manhwa, signaling that the tyrant lizard emperor within him was stirring. This apex predator wasn't just about raw power. It granted its host the terrifying ability to sense the biomagnetic fields of every living thing. I can hear it, Yi, he realized. The blood boiling in their veins sounds like roaring fire. The beast within them is screaming loud and clear. A devilish grin crept onto Yi, his face as he muttered to himself, rehearsing his future villain arc. To the tyrant lizard emperor, every single warrior here is nothing but prey. I'm still too weak right now. I have to suppress this bloodline and bide my time. But once I've gathered enough power, I'll show you all who the real king of beasts is. Just then, a velvet-smooth voice drifted from behind him. Yi. He spun around to find a drop-dead gorgeous woman standing there, curves in all the right places and an outfit designed to kill. She offered him a playful wink, striking his heart with the precision of a sniper. It's rude to stare at people's secrets, little brother. That's a bad habit. Yi. He froze for a second, then 2, before his face exploded into a shade of tomato red. He scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Ah, sorry, beautiful sister. I didn't mean to pry, I swear. The woman raised a brow, her lips curling into a teasing smirk. Relax. I assume you just awakened your beast gene and can't control the sensory overload yet. It happens all the time. So what brings a rookie like you to the Warrior Center, Yi? He seized the chance to change the subject. Oh right, I'm here to buy some gene potions. But this place is massive. I feel like a minnow in the ocean. Big sister, could you point me in the right direction? She tilted her head, assessing him like an interesting new toy. Gene potions. You need them this early. Yi. He blinked, confused. Huh. Is there a reason I shouldn't? It's not dangerous exactly, she said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. But those potions are expensive, and your body builds resistance quickly. If you spam them now, they won't work when you really need them. Smart warriors wait until they hit a cultivation bottleneck when they can't improve naturally to get the most bang for their buck. Yi. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. So, how much is 1 vial? She held up 4 fingers and shook them gently. For your current level, you'd use the low-grade foundation type. That'll run you about 400,000 credits a pop. Yi. His face instantly turned the color of a dead ghost. He muttered under his breath, sounding like he'd just heard the price of a ticket to Mars. That expensive. If I liquidated my entire life savings, I'd barely scrape together enough for 4 or 5 vials. He hesitated, then looked up at her with the desperate eyes of a gambler playing his last chip. Sister, do you know anyone? Is there any way to get a discount? She chuckled, pulling a glittering business card from her pocket and handing it to him. My name is Huang Liang Li. Take this to the counter. They'll know I sent you, and you might get a little price break. Yi. He accepted the card with both hands like it was a sacred relic, bowing deeply. Thank you so much. She waved him off with a gentle smile. If fate allows, we'll meet again, little one. The scene shifts to the warrior hospital, where Yi stood at the counter, his heart pounding like a war drum. 1 million credits vanished in a single transaction. Then came the weapon shop, claiming another 250,000. He was burning through cash, like a reluctant young master, spending his last blood money. In the blink of an eye, darkness had fallen over the city. Back in his rundown apartment, within a room barely 20 square meters, He sat cross-legged in deep cultivation. Sweat poured down his face, but the aura around him grew denser, as if primal energy was being injected directly into his marrow. Pain racked his body like he was being shredded apart, but his eyes burned with fierce determination in the dark. Suddenly, the mechanic every fan of a system Manhwa waits for appeared. A notification screen. Tyrant Lizard Emperor Gene Assimilation increased from 3% to 7%. Host Constitution raised from level 10 to 15. Equivalent rank Beginner Warrior Stage 7. He gasped for air drenched in sweat, but a satisfied grin stretched across his face. So this is what power leveling feels like. It's addictive. Each vial gave me 2 points of Constitution except the last one, which only gave 1. The diminishing returns are real. But still, he wiped his brow, smiling like a hacker who just bypassed the game's security. 10 minutes of pain for results that take others 3 years of hard labor. This is just my base form. If I activate the Emperor's bloodline. He laughed, dreaming of total domination. With this cheat, I actually have a shot at the top scholar title in the exams. If I don't crush the so-called geniuses with this system, I'd be disgracing the name of the Demon Emperor. He sprang up, punching the empty air with a shout. Let's go. Time to hit the dungeon. Dungeons were ranked from S down to E. The higher the letter, the nastier the monsters. An S-rank dungeon contained beasts so catastrophic that if they escaped, humanity would face an extinction-level event. Scene change. E-rank dungeon and city number 3. Geared up and radiating confidence, he approached the entrance, narrating his own tactical log. Less crowded than I expected. This dungeon has been farmed to death for years. The good loot was probably stripped ages ago. All that's left now are trash mobs for rookies to practice on. He stopped at the reception desk and slapped his hand down. Hello. I booked a slot for dungeon number 3. The receptionist didn't even bother looking up, tossing a waiver and a keycard onto the counter. Death liability form. Sign it, take the ticket. He frowned slightly, but signed his name with a flourish. For his first time signing a life or death contract, he felt surprisingly chill. Formalities done, he walked toward the spatial rift, the gateway to the dungeon. He stared at the swirling, gloomy light that looked like an eye-opening in the fabric of reality. He whispered, a mix of solemnity and thrill rising in his chest. The dungeon rift. This is where it starts. This is where I claim the throne of the Beast King. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward. Gravity vanished as he was sucked into the vortex, feeling like he was punching through the glass ceiling of the universe, hurtling toward another dimension. Boom! He stuck the landing. Even though he was mentally prepared, the view hit him like a physical blow. Above him, countless celestial bodies glittered in the void. Planet Blue Wave, the dark star, Venus. It was a cosmic masterpiece painted by the hands of a god. He looked up, awestruck like a kid walking into Disney World for the first time. I read the textbooks, sure, but seeing it with my own eyes. The books are trash compared to this. This dimension. It's absolutely magnificent. The starry sky above hummed an ancient melody, while the ground below was a crucible of life and death, a perfect stage for a monster's successor. A red shadow flickered from the darkness behind him. A level 1 blade-tooth rabbit, with fangs sharp enough to butcher a grown man. It twitched its ears and launched like a missile. Too slow. Did you think you could hide from me, He sidestepped effortlessly, grabbing the beast by its ears like a naughty child. Guided by the Demola beast template, he had activated his life field perception, sensing every ripple of energy in the air. Snap. A sickening crunch echoed as the rabbit's head exploded into mist, dropping a standard white magic core from its corpse. He inspected the loot under the light. Standard quality, worth about 1,000 credits. Not bad for a few minutes of work. He smirked. Average people slave away for a month to make 3,000, and I just made a week's salary in a heartbeat. But his ambition burned brighter. A level 1 beast is nothing to brag about. I need level 2 prey to truly test these claws. Suddenly, the earth trembled. A massive fissure tore open behind him, and a colossal nightmare rose from the depths like a mythological serpent. A corpse demon worm. A level 2 beast. 100 times He sighs, its maw opening wide enough to swallow the world whole. He didn't flinch. Instead, a savage grin spread across his face. Haha, speak of the devil, my high-quality EXP pack has arrived. He drew his blade, eyes cold as steel, but blood boiling with heat. The Demila beast within roared in resonance. The real leveling Manhwa game had begun. Inside the E-rank secret realm of Ancheng, number 3E, he landed a devastating slash, sending green blood, spraying like a toxic rain over the wasteland. He sheathed his sword with a flourish, eyes scanning the twitching carcass. The database said its back is steel, but its belly is soft as tofu. Critical hit confirmed. Enraged by the pain, the corpse demon worm curled into a massive wheel, rolling toward him with impossible speed for a counterattack. He dropped into a stance, immediately channeling his aura and executing the Lanshan fist technique perfectly. A shockwave of pure energy blasted from his palms, slamming into the giant beast and knocking it back like a kicked soccer ball. The worm shrieked, opening its mouth to fire a barrage of razor-sharp teeth like a machine gun. He panicked. It has a ranged attack. Since when do worms shoot bullets? He twisted his body to dodge, but a sharp edge grazed him, tearing a long gash in his favorite branded jacket. You son of a... Do you know how much this cost? He retreated to a safe distance, his gaze turning serious. My human physique can't win a head-on collision. Without support skills, my deep cultivation is capped at 50% efficiency. A realization struck him like lightning. Maybe my base form is the problem. Time to unleash the beast. His eyes flashed with a deep oceanic blue light. He roared. Demila Berserk mode activate. His bloodline ignited, and his stats skyrocketed from 15 to 21. His right arm morphed into a monstrous claw, while a phantom of the Demila beast manifested behind him, howling at the heavens. In a blink, he became a streak of lightning slicing through the air. Green blood erupted in a fountain against the setting sun. He looked back coldly. With my stats at 21, I completely dominated a level 2 beast, but deactivating the form leaves me steaming like a pressure cooker. He looked at his corroded dagger and grimaced. I just bought this for 2.5 million, and one fight wrecked it. What a scam. Suddenly, his stomach let out a ferocious growl. Starving. He paused. Must be the energy consumption. I forgot to pack rations for my first hunt. While searching his pockets, a mesmerizing scent hit his nose. What smells so good? It was coming from the corpse worm's magic core. The faint green light pulsed with a gentle glow, emitting an irresistible aroma. Without thinking, he swallowed it in one gulp. The system interface popped up. Demola template compatibility increased from 7% to 7.3%. He grit his teeth in excitement. Holy crap, I spent thousands on gene potions for a 1% boost, and this snack gave me 0.3 instantly. A few more of these equals a fortune in meds. Tears streamed down his face, mixing with the beast blood. Damn it, all that money I wasted on potions. Why was I so stupid? He wiped his eyes, determination burning like a star. I'll turn this grief into gains. Tonight I hunt until I drop. His life magnetic field expanded, scanning the forest like a living radar. By noon the next day, he exited the secret realm, still buzzing with adrenaline. The system showed his compatibility at 9%. Total constitution is 15. The white cores stopped working, keeping them as a waste time to cash out. At the exchange counter, he dumped 20 white cores and 1 green core on the table. The clerk's eyes went wide. You're just a high school student. You hunted all this. Is this real? He smirked, calculating in his head. Government tax takes 10%, with the green core covering the quota. I keep the profits. That's 200,000 credits in the bag. He walked away humming. Money can't buy happiness, but it definitely makes hunting a lot more fun. At the D-rank secret realm on Cheng number B, the ruins of a former skyscraper lay in dust, broken concrete standing as a monument to past wars. Next to the debris sat a silver convertible, an older model, but polished to a mirror shine. A man sat on the hood, arms crossed with a smirk. Captain Lin, if we secure the blood jade this time, the reward is ours, right? The man standing below carrying a greatsword replied calmly. We tracked the blood jade flower's location on the last run. It's a shame Chen got mauled by a beast. He can't join the raid this time. A girl nearby frowned. That leaves only 5 of us. Doesn't the system Manhwa rule require a 6-man party to enter a D-rank gate? The warrior with the buzz cut gave a sharp, confirming nod. Just as the tension in the air threatened to suffocate them, Lin Heng the swordsman broke the silence with a confident smile. Relax. I've already sorted things out with the broker. The agency just assigned a new martial artist to fill our ranks. All eyes turned to the newcomer. It was none other than Yi He. The entire squad swiveled around, eyeing him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. One member scoffed. You're just a 9th stage martial apprentice? Yi. He casually picked his nose, completely unfazed. Bingo. That's me. The genuine article, no refunds. But internally, his thoughts were a chaotic mess of anxiety. Damn it. I wasn't actually qualified for a D-rank secret realm. I had to drop 10,000 credits at the black market just to forge these papers. Those scammers really bled me dry. Captain Lin narrowed his eyes at the ID, a flicker of unease crossing his face. This name, it feels off. Yi. He shrugged his grin lazy. It means to seize power, doesn't it? Sounds arrogant, Lin muttered. Fits my style perfectly. Don't you think? Lin Hang offered a faint, dismissive chuckle. Fair enough. Whatever. Listen, kid. A 9th stage apprentice has no business in this dungeon. But since you're here, we'll let you tag along for the experience. His voice dropped an octave. Just don't become dead weight. He snapped a mock salute. Loud and clear. Boss, I'll stay in the back and take notes. At least this team seems responsible, he thought. Better than those idiots who get wiped out and blame the healer. Engines roared to life as the transport carrier plunged into the portal. Target locked. The blood jade flower. Space warped around them. The lush world vanished, replaced by a choking storm of sand and grit. An endless, desolate desert stretched to the horizon. The captain's voice cut through the comms. According to the radar, the target is in the oasis ahead. Warning, it's guarded by a Tier 2 beast general with an awakened bloodline. Yi. He glanced back at the golden dunes. Last time it was a rainforest, now a scorching desert. This dimension is like playing Russian roulette. Before he could finish his complaint, a terrifying roar shattered the silence. A pack of wolf-like horrors burst from the sand dunes. Earth demon rats, a squad member screamed. They're flanking us. Incoming. Huda. Clean them up, the captain barked. From the back, Huda's expression remained stone cold. His hand blurred. Daggers flew like spinning discs of death, glowing with lethal spiritual energy. They sought the monster's skulls with terrifying precision. Boom boom, heads popped like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Clear Hudi announced bored. Yi. He watched, nearly impressed. Damn. Those weren't just knives. They were mini-bombs. The silent type, but definitely sadistic. As the vehicle pushed forward, the scenery shifted again. The arid desert gave way to a dense, suffocating jungle. Yi. He raised an eyebrow. Why are we stopping? The oasis is still miles away, the captain answered instantly. Beasts in the oasis have hypersensitive hearing. The engine noise would draw them like sharks to blood. We go on foot. Stealth mode. He began barking orders. Xiaosha flashbangs. Flush it out. Xiao Yuhu Day, set up the perimeter traps. Lu close quarter support. I'll take the vanguard. He glanced at Yi with a smirk. And you sit tight and enjoy the show. Yi, he pouted. Aye, Captain. I'll be the cheerleader. A grenade soared into the sky, detonating in a cloud of purple mist. It wasn't just smoke. It was high-grade pheromones, the scent of a rival apex predator. The earth trembled. Provoked by the invasion of its territory, the beast emerged. A Tier 2 earth dragon. Its body was built like a tank, its roar shaking the very heavens. Heads up, it's enraged, the captain shouted. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a nearby dune, among the scattered corpses of mutant rats, a silhouette emerged. A bald, wrinkled old man with an aura that screamed, bad news. He stooped, picking up a blood-stained dagger. Slowly, deliberately, he licked the blade. Madness danced in his eyes. Killing intent radiated from him in suffocating waves. Ha 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 ha. Boom! Another deafening roar tore through the clearing. The massive earth dragon wasted no time charging like a living natural disaster. Captain Lin didn't hesitate. He launched himself into the air, gravity forgotten. His sword flashed a streak of silver moonlight. With one clean, devastating slash, the beast's head was severed from its shoulders. Blood sprayed like a geyser. Captain Lin, the girl cried out in relief. Target eliminated, a voice confirmed. Captain Lin landed, sheathing his blade. Good work. Now let's secure the blood jade fruit. But the moment the words left his lips, crash. A tail armored in steel-hard scales whipped out of the dust. It was aiming straight for the captain's blind spot. Lookout. Time seemed to freeze. Then a blur moved faster than human perception. It was Yi appeared instantly, above the captain's fist, cocked back, channeling the weight of a mountain. He punched down onto the beast. K-boom. The impact triggered a shockwave that flattened the surrounding trees. Dust spiraled up like a tornado. The ground groaned and cracked under the sheer force of the blow. The squad stood paralyzed. Even the captain went pale, staring at the crater. He's just a 9th stage apprentice. He hit the Tier 2 beast's fatal weak point perfectly. And that shockwave, that's pure, raw power. Xiao Sha's jaw hit the floor. That move, It was insane. The team swarmed around Yi, he eyes wide with newfound respect. That mountain-crushing fist. Terrifying power, kid. To think you one-shot a tier 2 beast. Yi he shrugged, feigning innocence. Just lucky. Barely broke a sweat. Captain Lin nodded gratitude, heavy in his voice. You saved my life. From now on, you're truly one of us. Yi, he muttered under his breath. Guess that fake ID money wasn't wasted after all. Just like a leveling Manhwa scenario. Moments later, a shout of triumph broke the silence. Found it, the Holy Grail. Captain Lin held up the prize, the blood jade fruit. The bald man jumped in, pointing to a glowing red crystal. And look at this, we got the Earth Dragon's core too. This haul is legendary. Xiaoxia tilted her head. Is that red fruit really that expensive, Yi? He stared at the blood, jade eyes sparkling like anime stars. Drool practically pooled at his mouth. Are you kidding? That's the Saintus fruit. Captain Lin nodded. Exactly. This fruit skyrockets a user's compatibility with genetic mutations. It's priceless for any awakener. We risked our lives, but taking down the dragon and getting the fruit, total victory. But the celebration was cut short. Cold steel buried itself in flesh. Hu Dai had driven his dagger straight into the captain's back. Haha. Don't take it personally, Captain. A sinister grin spread across Hu Dai's face. The team froze in horror. Captain, what the hell? Lin Hang clutched his wound, swinging a desperate fist backward, but Hu Dai had already danced away. Hu Dai, have you lost your mind? Lin roared through gritted teeth. From the shadows, the bald man stepped out, cackling like a hyena. Isn't it obvious? The bald man sneered. We're just cashing out. Lin's eyes widened in recognition. Huo Peng Yi. He stood by confused. Wait, you guys know this egghead? Xiao Yu hissed, trembling. Huo Peng, the hunter-killer. He specializes in ambushing parties inside dungeons to steal their loot. I never thought he'd target us. Captain Lin coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Poison, he rasped. Hu Dai, you traitor. How did you know where the fruit was? Only the team enters the secret realm. Yi, his eyes narrowed sharp as razors. It was the knives. He tagged the monsters with tracking signatures during the fight. Hu Dai twirled his dagger, laughing. Sharp kid. A bit too smart for your own good. Aren't you just a student? Shouldn't you be studying for exams instead of playing hero with the big boys? Yi, his expression went cold. You're right. Exams are coming up. I'm aiming for the top rank in the national entrance exam. Huo Peng's face turned purple with rage. Arrogant brat Yi, he smiled, and the air temperature dropped to 0. Arrogant, no. Just better than you. A person who flips faces faster than a politician has the nerve to lecture me. That is what I call arrogance. You are getting noisy. I suppose it is time to take out the trash. This brat is actually entertaining. Huo Peng ground his teeth, his eyes cold and burning like a kiln. He turned to Hu Dai, his voice a low growl. Hu Dai, bring me that little punk's head. Command received. Hu Dai instantly flashed into motion. Dozens of spiritual daggers shot forward, forming a net of razor-sharp death, aimed straight at Yi. He, threatening to slice the very air apart. But then clang clang clang, a shimmering blue barrier materialized around Yi Ha. Every dagger that struck it shattered instantly as if hitting a wall of impenetrable diamond. While the dust settled, Hu Dai suddenly vanished into thin air. Watch out, Hu Dai's gone. A team member screamed in panic. He must be using a concealment art. Before anyone could analyze the situation, another scream cut through the tension. Look out, above you. Hu Dai descended from the sky like a hawk, unleashing a devastating kick aimed at Yi. His spine, intending to end this in a single breath. But Yi, he didn't flinch. Instead, he calmly raised 2 fingers to his forehead, whispering perfect timing to test my newly awakened skill. Blue spiritual energy surged, condensing at his fingertips, before firing a beam of pure light, like a laser cutting through the void. Origin 10-point heart piercer. Boom. The azure beam slammed squarely into Hu Dai's chest. His eyes bulged, the scream dying in his throat, as his body hit the ground with a dull thud. Motionless. The entire squad froze in horror. Captain Lin stumbled back, stuttering. Isn't he just a tier 1 martial artist? One move. That was all it took to silence Hu Dai. Yi, he casually blew smoke from his finger like a pistol barrel. Bang bang. Huo Peng roared in fury, questioning him loudly. That technique. Which great clan do you hail from, Yi? He stood amidst the carnage, looking completely unbothered. Clan, I am from the Imperial Mala family. He raised a brow. Why planning to kneel and beg for mercy? Huo Peng's face turned purple as he bellowed, You little devil. Even with your fancy arts, you cannot bridge the gap in raw cultivation. Blood rage. Berserk bear transformation. A massive phantom of a black bear materialized behind him, its red eyes glowing with murderous intent. Huo Peng's muscles swelled as if entering a frenzied state. He shouted, "Mountain-shaking charge." He rushed forward like a wild beast, throwing his entire massive frame at Yi. Yet he didn't retreat an inch. He just smirked. First rule of street fighting, go for the lower body. Thwack, a beam of energy shot straight into the groin. Arghhhh, my leg. Huo Peng clutched his crotch face, twisted in agony, tears welling up. Yet fueled by adrenaline, he swung his giant fists at Yi. But the protagonist had already leaped into the air, moving like a ghost. Huo Peng leaped after him, determined to kill. He sighed. As expected of a Tier 2 martial artist. His energy is so dense, even atomic manipulation cannot dissolve his ankles. Gravity took hold. Huo Peng's massive palm slammed down with earth-shattering force crash. But he only crushed air. He had already flashed behind him, his voice calm but terrifying. Done yet, my turn. He channeled spiritual power into his fist, air currents spiraling wildly. Core Breaker Mountain Orchid Fist. Bam, bam, bam. A chain of punches rained down like thunder upon Huo Peng. His body shook like a sandbag, the sound of impacts echoing like war drums. Finally, Huo Peng's body gave out, reverting to his normal form. Bruised, battered, and trembling uncontrollably. The onlookers stood, with their jaws on the floor. How can he be this strong? Huo Peng struggled to lift his head, eyes full of venom. Your technique. It has poison. Despicable. People like you will face heaven's punishment. I curse you, Yi. He laughed, but his eyes were sharp as cold steel. Curse me, huh? The line of people cursing me wraps around the block. Who do you think you are? Just a tattered clown who doesn't know when to shut up. Central and Cheng. The main stadium beneath a clear blue sky. Special transport jets roared overhead, dropping banners of prestigious martial academies. The atmosphere was electric, a grand festival for humanity's future champions. The loudspeakers crackled to life, broadcasting to every corner of the plaza. Welcome, students. The Yancheng Martial Arts University entrance exam is officially beginning. On behalf of the committee, I wish you all prosperous martial fortune. On the center stage, a commentator in a flashy yellow suit, hair slicked back like a greased leaf, was live streaming to the world. As you all know, this year's exam continues the brutal tradition of the arena. It is like a live-action leveling manhwa come to life. It is head-to-head combat. Winners advance. Losers go home to study philosophy. The exam lasts 3 days. The first 2 are the preliminaries. The finalists will step into the arena on day 3 to crown this year's king. He threw his hands up, shouting with infectious excitement. You carry the future of humanity. For yourselves, for the people, unleash your power. I declare the Yancheng University exam started. The crowd erupted into a deafening roar. On the substages, combat exploded instantly. Arena 1, 2 students traded blows like starving tigers trapped in a cage. Arena 4 sparks flew between a boy and a girl before the bell even rang. But Arena 6, there was a problem. Only Huang Dongdong stood there. Her opponent Yi, he was nowhere to be seen. The commentator frowned. According to the rules, if student Yi does not appear immediately, it will be considered a forfeit. On Arena 6, Huang Dongdong narrowed her eyes at the stands, muttering with pure spite. That coward. He humiliated me during the technique assembly. It was the shame of a lifetime. I plan to use my blazing lizard strike to crush him in front of the whole school, but he doesn't even dare to show up. How boring. The audience began to whisper and jeer. An entrance exam, and he is a no-show. Probably shivering under his blanket right now. Someone like that isn't even fit to sweep the streets. Just then, the referee blew the whistle. Time was up. Yi of Ancheng High is absent. But wait, boom. Something is coming. The pressure is immense. From the sky, a terrifying aura descended, wind howling around it. The entire stadium felt the invisible shockwave. Is that a person? Is someone flying? What kind of power allows a student to dominate the sky like that? A figure crashed down from the heavens. The impact was so violent, Huang Dongdong had to shield her eyes as a dust cloud mushroomed up like an explosion. What the hell? As the smoke cleared, whoosh! Before she could even process reality, the soul of Yi-Hee's shoe was already in her face. While she was launched into the sky like a kite, with a cut string, under the glaring sun, He shielded his eyes and casually shrugged. Oh boy. Cut that a little close. Almost had to wait for next year's exam. As she crashed to the ground, eyes wide and limbs twitching, the arena speakers blared the verdict. Winner Yi Hua. Even he muttered in disbelief at the sheer speed of it. Wait, I won already. Seriously, the audience below erupted into chaos. What on earth just happened? He sent his opponent flying with a single kick. That was absolute savagery. What kind of move was that? It looked like divine punishment. Just then a mechanical voice chimed in his mind, signaling the start of this system. Manhwa. System activating. Host Yihua. Physical synthesis complete. 226 demonic lizard samples absorbed. Compatibility 20%. Hearing the notification, a sly grin spread across his face as he whispered, "Captain Lin, I owe you one. The blood jade really works wonders. Now let's sit back and enjoy the show." A few matches later, the leaderboards updated. Long Tao from An City High versus Yihua from First High. Winner, Yihua. Long Tao from Third High versus Yihua from First High. Winner, Yihua. The stadium practically exploded. Every match ended in a single kick. No stalling, no mercy. He was shattering every prejudice like a true monster. The announcer's voice boomed again. Contestant Yihua from An City First High. 3 consecutive victories, advancing to the 3rd qualifier round. Immediately, university recruiters swarmed him like bees to honey. Student Yihua. Please consider Dongshan University. Yihua. Join Xin-E Academy. We offer super class benefits. Yihua. Our private institute offers full scholarships and living allowances. Yihua. Our university is desperate for a powerful martial artist like you. Student Yihua. Is there a dream university you're aiming for? Yihua smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. My dream university. He adjusted his collar, his expression shifting to one of absolute determination. Sorry everyone, but my sights are set on Huadu University. The moment those words left his lips, the air around them seemed to freeze instantly. The recruiters, who had just been beaming with warm smiles, turned their backs as if they were strangers. One of them sneered coldly. Reaching the finals has clearly made you arrogant. Just wait until reality slaps you in the face. Don't come crawling back to beg us then? Another chimed in, half mocking, half warning. Student Yihua. When you fail, remember to give me a call. Yihua shrugged, laughing bitterly. No way. Do you guys really have zero faith in me? But thinking about it, he couldn't blame them. Huadu University was the holy land for martial artists, top 5 globally. It was the burning ambition of every awakener in the Sha Kingdom. For someone from a second-tier city like An City, those qualified to step through those gates could be counted on one hand. He looked up at the sky, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Well, martial artists speak with strength, not words. Wait until I take the championship title. Let's see if you can still run your mouths then. Before he could fully enjoy his moment of fiery confidence, 2 men in black suits approached. Their aura was grave, as if they were inviting him to a war interrogation. One flashed an ID badge, his voice robotic. Student Yihua, please cooperate. We need to re-verify your martial artist level. Yihua extended his hand, letting the bald agent run the scan. After the scan, the man shouted as if he'd caught a fugitive. Martial disciple 9th rank. Just half a month ago, you were merely a 3rd rank. Yihua crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow nonchalantly. 3 months is too short for such progress. Are you implying I cheated? The bald agent frowned, pressing harder. After leaving school, you frequently entered E-rank secret realms. Why go to such dangerous places right before the exam? Yihua sighed, a touch of melancholy gracing his features. He answered slowly. To find myself. Before my father passed, he left me with one saying. To surpass humanity, one must forsake their humanity. Since then, I've been throwing myself into life or death battles in the secret realms. In every fight, I forced myself to break through, to unlock my genetic code. The 2 agents stared wide-eyed, as if listening to a myth. You said, unlocked your genetic code. This is huge. We need to report this immediately. The agents scrambled away in a panic, leaving Yihua standing there feeling a bit strange. It felt like he had accidentally become a subject of special surveillance in this leveling Manhwa world. During the break, he scrolled through his phone to kill time. Videos of encouragement flooded the screen. A father said, "Do your best, son." A beautiful mother whispered gently, "Just trying your hardest is enough, daughter." A middle-aged man laughed heartily on screen. "Old Wang is waiting for you to hit number 1 so we can throw a feast." Yihua leaned back in his chair, his eyes dimming as he let out a soft sigh. There's no one cheering for me. He remembered the live interviews with parents, and a hollow feeling expanded in his chest. No one standing behind him. Does no one truly care about an orphan like him? He didn't know that far away his old homeroom teacher was glued to the screen, whispering, "Yihua, fight on. I'm always watching over you." The loudspeaker blared, snapping Yihua out of his thoughts. First qualifier round. In City First High Yihua versus in City Third High Luo Xuan. The moment the name Luo Xuan was announced, the crowd went wild. It's Luo Xuan, the top ranker of 3rd high 8th rank martial disciple with a stage 2 beast bloodline. His parents are both elites. Yihua is toast. On the stage, Yihua remained calm, stretching like he just woke up. You make the first move. Luo Xuan sneered, his spiritual energy exploding outward. Don't you know who I am? Doesn't matter. Knowing won't change your tragic ending. You're right. Yihua nodded. The result is already decided. I win. Luo Xuan roared in anger. Thunder beast arts. His arm transformed into a monstrous limb as he charged. Inches from Yihua's face, Snap Yihua caught the beast arm with one hand. Energy clashed with a deafening boom. Not bad, I guess. Yihua tilted his head. But compared to that bald guy I fought the other day, you're weak. Luo Xuan screamed in agony, collapsing as if his soul had been drained. Yihua raised his hand, spiritual energy glowing like a sun. Boom! A single palm strike slammed down, blasting Luo Xuan into the ground and cracking the arena floor like a spiderweb. The speakers announced, and City First High Yihua wins. Yihua dusted off his hands, chuckling softly. Look at me. Do I look like a regular contestant to you? As the announcement echoed, the entire stadium erupted. Another one-shot victory, and this time, the victim was the number 1 seed Luo Xuan. The audience's jaws hit the floor. Are you kidding me? Luo Xuan's aura was terrifying just now. How did he kiss the dirt in the blink of an eye? A student clutched his head, screaming as if his worldview had collapsed. So what if he has a stage 2 beast bloodline? So what if he's an 8th rank 1 slap and he's out cold? Yihua stood on the stage, not even bothering to wipe the dust off his clothes. The cheers below were deafening. He was light as a cloud, bearing the demeanor of a true grandmaster. His power was in a completely different dimension from the other contestants. A girl clutched her chest, shrieking, "He's too handsome, I want to bear his children." Another fan roared like thunder. He actually used his hands this time, but it was still just one move. Too overpowered. One kick Superman Yihua. I love you. If he doesn't make the finals, I'll eat my own shoes. Tucked away in the shadows of the stands, a lone student watched the arena in silence, muttering under his breath, "It really is you." Yee-hee. A fire burned within his eyes, an unshakable determination. He truly is the one I've had my eye on. But make no mistake, in the finals I will be the one to crush you. Meanwhile, at the Huadu University Online Recruitment Center, a suit-clad official pointed sharply at the screen, displaying Yee-hee. I want a full dossier on him. You have 30 minutes. Understood. Back at the arena, the qualifiers for the second promotion bracket were reaching a fever pitch. The referee hadn't even signaled the start yet. The crowd was already losing their minds. Holy crap, it's a showdown between the two genius beauties. I'm not hiding behind a username today. I, Lu Yilu, stake my honor on watching this match. A voice cut through the noise. Look, it's the Lu family's eldest daughter, Lin Qingxue. Ugh, I can't stand that emotionless robotic expression of hers. Another retorted. But look at her opponent. Sa Xiaoling, the queen of second high. It's the ice flower versus the fire queen. A duel between goddesses. Grab a seat before they're gone. Wipe that drool off your face, you perverts. The whistle screamed. Sa Xiaoling launched herself like a human hurricane, unleashing a devastating opening kick. Let's see if you can keep that icy mask when I slam you into the dirt. Lin Qingxue remained silent as the grave. She calmly activated the Liu family's secret art, the mysterious knee technique. Spiritual energy materialized into a ring locking around Xiaoling's legs and blasting her backward. Xiaoling scoffed, her eyes burning with rage. Stop playing games and fight me for real. She closed the distance instantly, aiming a lethal punch at Qingxue's chest. Bam! Her fist froze, trapped in a vortex of spiritual power. Damn it, it's a trap. She struggled, but the air pressure held her fast like quicksand. Lin Qingxue didn't waste a breath. She unleashed the chaotic finisher, Mystic Yellow Origin Strike. A palm force like a tsunami crashed down. The commentator shrieked. Impossible, that's a Mystic Yellow tier skill. A mere high school student mastering such a high-level technique. With talent like that, who needs the entrance exams? Huadu University should be begging her to join right now. But the battle wasn't over. Sa Xiaoling grit her teeth. Her bloodline erupted, awakening the Golden Shadow Tiger King. In a flash, her aura transformed. A massive tiger phantom manifested behind her, its roar shaking the very heavens. The crowd went wild. My god, it's the Tier 3 King class bloodline, the Shadow Tiger. That bloodline is infamous for its brutality, yet she tamed it. Her potential is terrifying. Sa Xiaoling smirked, her gaze sharp as a blade. Lin Qingxue, you think mere martial arts are enough? Stop hiding. Unleash your Nether Sparrow bloodline. The response was a glance so indifferent it was suffocating. For you, this is plenty. She brushed off Xiaoling's taunts as if they were nothing but a breeze. Fury exploded within Xiaoling. You arrogant. You think a pure martial artist can stand against my awakened power? Xiaoling stopped talking. Spiritual energy coated her claws as she lunged. They collided like two bolts of opposing lightning. Xiaoling aimed a vicious strike at that icy face, but Qingxue dodged with effortless grace. Curse you, Xiaoling spun midair, launching a dual kick at Qingxue's legs. Suddenly, Qingxue began to chant. She pressed a finger to her forehead, her voice ringing out. Primordial Chaos Jade Pool. Her hand traced a mystic seal striking straight at Xiaoling's leg. A vortex of energy detonated, swallowing Xiaoling's momentum in an instant. The commentator nearly choked on his microphone. The Liu family's secret art floating flower shadow, and the primordial king's finger. Boom! The energies collided in a deafening blast. Dust billowed up like a sandstorm, obscuring the stage. The crowd held its breath. Who won? Who's left standing? As the dust cleared, one figure stood immovable as a mountain. Lin Qingxue. But the commentator's voice dropped to a hush. Wait, look at Xiaoling. Xiaoling's eyes rolled back. Her face turned a sickly shade of purple, before she collapsed like a puppet, with its strings cut. The stadium erupted. No way. She crushed an awakened king bloodline using only martial arts. She's a once-in-a-century prodigy, the invincible goddess Liu. This was a legendary moment for a Manhwa recap. I told you. Who dares look down on the top scholar of an city? A fan screamed from the upper deck. She is the undisputed number one. Do you guys even realize? Her dormant bloodline is the tier 4 nether sparrow. If a normal fighter hit her, she'd probably just yawn. The giant screen flashed. The quarterfinals lottery, the clash of the 8 kings, had begun. Yihi from An City High stepped up to draw. He pulled a sphere marked A and raised it high. Block A. Immediately a towering student approached with a friendly grin. I pulled A too. Looks like it's you and me. Shen Guang formed Qingfeng Private Academy. Yihi An City High. Shen Guang chuckled. We're up second. Let's watch the first match to get the blood pumping. The loudspeakers boomed match 1. Luo Shi of Qingfeng Academy versus Chu Zhou of An City High. On screen, a student wielding a terrifying sword aura blitzed his opponent with lightning speed. The poor guy only had time to scream mommy before getting beaten to a pulp. Shen Guang nodded gravely. Luo Shi is strong. He held back a year just to get into Huadu University. But against Chu Zhou, he's helpless. He blinked. Chu Zhou, he's from my school. You didn't know, he's your classmate, and, well, he already won. In the VIP box, the Qingfeng principal slammed the table in frustration. Damn it! Out in the first round? He tilted his head asking Shen Guang, that Luo Shi guy, how does he compare to you? Shen Guang laughed. To me? Hey, I'm the head martial artist of Qingfeng Academy. Even if my 2 teammates attacked me together, they wouldn't stand a chance. Shen Guang's gaze suddenly turned razor sharp. But my gut tells me, you are my true rival here. My instincts have never been wrong. You feel like a dormant volcano. There is a monster inside you waiting to awaken. He smirked. Let's go. It's showtime. The announcement echoed, calling the top 8 for the second match. Qingfeng Academy versus An City High, He. The 2 warriors stepped onto the stage, staring each other down. Blinding spotlights flooded the arena, like a miniature sun, illuminating a battlefield. The host grabbed the mic, his voice shaking with excitement. The quarterfinals at Ancheng University have erupted into absolute chaos. On one side stands He, the legendary one-kick Superman, and on the other, Shen Guang, a monster wielding the ancient blood of a noble house. Before the audience could even settle in, a cataclysmic force blasted from the arena, sending shockwaves of spirit energy crashing into the stands like a horror movie come to life. In the center of the ring, blood trickled from Shen Guang's nose, but his grin was pure arrogance. A nosebleed. Is this really the extent of your bloodline's power? In stark contrast to his injury, his body began to radiate a blinding golden light, glowing so intensely, it looked like he had chugged a bottle of liquid sunshine. He analyzed the situation instantly. His destructive force targets the cells directly, but he's coated his skin in a protective layer of aura. It's like molecular armor. He smiled, a profound look in his eyes. Martial arts are truly fascinating. This guy is a monster worth crushing. Shen Guang scoffed. Then let me show you the true essence of my family's arts. He roared, launching the shape-wheel fist, his hands tracing the phantom of a golden serpent striking with the speed of lightning. He transitioned instantly into the deer spire technique. Light twisted around him as the phantom of a colossal ox bellowed, sweeping away all spiritual energy in the vicinity. "Yi," he hissed under his breath. "Too fast." Bam! A blow heavy as a mountain slammed into his gut. The announcer's scream tore through the stadium speakers. "Unbelievable power. The one-kick Superman has been hit." The entire crowd held its breath as Yi, he coughed up a mouthful of blood red as blooming spring flowers. He dropped to one knee, but the force skidded him back several yards. Shen Guang didn't let up, unleashing the bear stance. A roaring grizzly phantom materialized, tearing at the very fabric of the arena. Yi, he gritted his teeth, bracing for impact, but his internal world was in turmoil. This isn't just physical force. He's injecting his own aura into my body to cause internal damage. He's nothing like the weaklings I've fought before. Even more shocking, Shen Guang's limbs seemed to turn to rubber, striking from impossible angles like he was abusing a glitch in a video game. In the blink of an eye, Shen Guang flashed behind Yi, locking his movements. "You are only half right," his voice whispered right into Yi. His ear dripping with mockery. "I didn't just inject aura. I sealed yours. You can't use a single skill now." With a shout, he used the monkey throw, tossing Yi into the sky like a sack of feathers. Relentless Shen Guang leaped into the air, unleashing the tiger crash. A ferocious tiger avatar manifested, its jaws ripping through the atmosphere. Suspended in midair, Shen Guang looked like a giant bird of prey spreading its wings. "Yi, you will never defeat me," boom. The axe kick slammed down like divine punishment, causing an explosion that shook the foundations of the stadium. Dust swallowed the ring, as Shen Guang landed laughing maniacally in the haze. "Ha ha ha, my shape will fist combo is inescapable. No one survives that." The announcer began his solemn conclusion. "It seems he has been completely overwhelmed. Any normal martial artist taking that combo would be half dead by now." But before he could finish, something stirred in the debris. "Wait. What is that?" Shen Guang frowned, peering into the smoke, as a column of black spiritual energy rose up like a primal beast. Through the gray haze, his eyes glowed sharp and cold as executioner's blades. "You are strong, Shen Guang." But the black aura erupted like a volcano. He had changed. This was the peak of an awakening Manhwa transformation. The Demo La bloodline had surfaced. Pitch black armor enveloped him, majestic, yet terrifying. Beneath a cold, emotionless mask, only his jaw was visible, looking like a god of judgment, stepping out of the abyss. He spoke slowly, his voice resonating from the depths of hell. "You are the first person to force me into this form." The announcer nearly blew out his vocal cords. If a high schooler can manifest a true demon body, the exam is over. This is history in the making. He qualifies directly for Huadu University. The crowd is losing their minds. We thought Oncheng was a backwater, but first, Lin Qingxue, and now this bloodline genius. Shen Guang stood frozen, his brain short-circuiting. A true demon body. Yi. He walked forward like the Grim Reaper. The sheer pressure radiating from him made Shen Guang tremble like a sapling in a hurricane. How can his awakened bloodline be this high tier? In the control room, the judges sat up straight, eyes wide with horror. The system is screaming a warning. Radiation levels at 9 million. This is exactly like the overpowered scenarios in a system Manhwa. The host turned serious. The judges have activated the energy barriers to seal the broadcast area. We have to prevent nuclear-level energy leaks. It appears Yi's true demon body belongs to an unrecorded system. The audience buzzed with confusion and awe. What kind of awakening is that? It's too cool. I went to first high, and I've never heard of that creature. Yi, he thought to himself. It seems the Demola creature isn't recorded on the Blue Star. No wonder they are panicking. Shen Guang, meanwhile, was too terrified to think as his nosebleed returned like a broken faucet. His protective aura flickered on the verge of shattering. Sweat poured down his face. I can't drag this out. This is too dangerous. Desperate Shen Guang fully awakened his golden ape demon bloodline. The announcer roared. Another king class, tier 3 bloodline. This exam is a gathering of monsters. Shen Guang poured every ounce of his soul into a final assault, combining the shape-will fist with a barrage of snake strikes, attacking like a storm of fury. Yi, he shouted, swinging his arm. Mountain crash fist. His punch blazed like a miniature sun, the light obliterating the dust and shadows. When the light faded, Shen Guang looked down at his arm. Blood streamed freely, and terror filled his eyes. If I hadn't neutralized that force, my arm would be pulverized right now. The arrogance was gone, replaced by the stinging slap of reality. Opposite him, Yi. He stood like an immovable mountain, his eyes calm as if victory was never in doubt. Yi's voice was soft but carried the weight of thunder. You were excellent, Shen Guang. But sadly, that changes nothing. Shen Guang shuddered, his voice trembling. The true demon body. Is it really this invincible? The announcer screamed into the microphone, threatening to shatter the glass. The second match of the quarterfinals has given us a clash of legends. A king-class bloodline versus an unknown entity so powerful the system can't even identify it. Shen Guang stood motionless in the center of the ring, his eyes wide, calculating a path to victory that no longer existed. After Yi, he awakened his bloodline. His power surged like a bottomless ocean. His opponent's weapon was rendered completely useless under the pressure. Qing Guan knew the truth instantly. A head-on clash meant a one-way ticket to the hospital. He had to retreat to survive. He gritted his teeth as He charged forward like a living hurricane. "Hey, big guy, eyes on the prize," Qing Guan shouted. His playful warning masked a venomous strike. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, combining Shape Will Fist with Snake Strike. His hands coiled like vipers seeking a weak point. But he stood immovable as a mountain. A bitter smile crossed Qing Guan's face. "Too bad, my real target is your blind spot." He launched himself into the air and unleashed the elephant stomp. A giant spectral foot crashed down like the sky itself was collapsing. The arena floor shattered, sending dust billowing into the air. Qing Guan didn't dare get greedy. He retreated instantly to create distance. But as the dust settled, he stood there, without a single scratch. The protagonist casually pulled his foot from the crater, crossing his arms with terrifying calm. He looked at his opponent like a grandmaster watching a toddler stumble through their first lesson. "My turn." Qing Guan gathered blue spiritual energy, his aura skyrocketing for a final strike. But then, "Brother Yi, I surrender." He suddenly dropped to his knees. He nearly tripped over his own feet in shock. "Bro, come on, I prepared a whole combo for this." He sighed, the disappointment real. He released his pent-up energy. Whatever. The terrifying aura vanished as he returned to his human form, exhaling like he just finished a heavy workout. By tournament rules, once a fighter taps out, the battle is over. The announcer didn't waste a second. Match concluded. The winner is Ancheng High School No. 1's very own Yi. The stadium erupted. Students, teachers, and parents roared in unison. "Brother Yi is invincible. Brother Yi is the GOAT." Social media instantly flooded with memes of the fight. Qing Guan, before the match, "I will win." Qing Guan, after, "Sorry for breathing the same air as Brother Yi." This Manhwa recap moment went viral, and Yi's fan club instantly filled its fourth group chat to capacity. The first three groups were already full. Netizens buzzed with excitement. The top scorer of this year's exam? It has to be Brother Yi. Liu Qingxue Chuzhou. Please, they're just NPCs to heighten the drama. While the internet celebrated in a dark corner, the fat principal of Qingfeng High was losing his absolute mind. "I bet my entire fortune on you." He pointed a trembling finger at his star student Rage, nearly knocking his glasses off. "You dare surrender? Do you know how much we invested in you? If you don't pay it back, kiss your university dreams goodbye." Qing Guan didn't shout. He simply placed a hand on the principal's shoulder, a touch that sent a shiver of primal fear through the older man. "I surrendered to preserve my foundation. If you want to tank a punch from Yi, be my guest. I remember the school's kindness, don't worry. I will repay you. But remember this, never threaten a martial artist stronger than yourself." The principal poured sweat, terrified. Right, you make a good point." Meanwhile, the updated rankings flashed on the big screen. After a series of heart-stopping battles, the semifinalists were revealed, and Shanghai occupied 3 out of 4 spots, proving they were the undisputed kings of this year's exam. Over in the Ancheng VIP section, the tension was thick, but it was the tension of pure, unadulterated joy. Teacher Liu waved his fan, grinning like he'd just won the lottery. "Looks like all my hard work is finally paying off. Hello, promotion." He raised his hands to the heavens, like he was offering a sacrifice. He is a genius, the peak of humanity. On the main stage, the announcer's voice boomed again. Time to draw lots for the semifinals. Each contestant stepped forward to grab a glowing orb containing their destiny. He stared at the orb in his palm, his brows furrowed. Group A. Suddenly, a familiar melodic voice drifted from beside him. "I am also Group A." Liu Qingxue, the goddess of An. Cheng, her eyes were fierce as she held the matching orb. Boom. The stadium and the internet went nuclear. The first semi-final, Yi versus Liu Qingxue. 2 geniuses from the same school, clashing on the grandest stage. The comment sections were scrolling so fast, they were a blur. Damn, it's finally happening, the civil war we've been waiting for. The Battle of Destiny. I've been waiting all arc for this. Let's go, Goddess Lu. No way. Brother Yi never loses. The fandom war had officially begun. Real talk though, Goddess Lu looks stronger on paper. She crushed Tai Xiaoling at Tier 3 King class Bloodline with just 2 moves, and she hasn't even unleashed her Tier 4 Phantom Sparrow Bloodline yet. But don't forget Qing Guan was also Tier 3, and he forced Brother Yi to trigger his transformation. That means He's Bloodline must be at least Tier 4. But Goddess Lu has deep martial arts roots, plus, well, she's beautiful and deadly. Can he really compare? Valid point. Too valid. Down in the arena, the atmosphere was hotter than a pressure cooker ready to explode. Both fighters took the stage. The referee threw his arms wide. Begin instantly. He erupted. Terrifying demonic energy exploded from his body, swallowing the ring in a pitch-black storm. Lin Qingxue didn't flinch. She shielded her face as Yi's silhouette twisted and warped within the black smoke. The pressure was heavy as a mountain, but instead of fear, the goddess smiled, a look of arrogance mixed with pure anticipation. Hey, I hope you're strong enough to entertain me. Before her words even landed he unleashed a tsunami of miasma. It blanketed the entire arena in seconds. The audience gasped. What the hell? We can't see anything. Is this a fight or a game of hide and seek? The spectators craned their necks like swans, desperately trying to peer through the impenetrable fog. At the commentary desk, the host slammed the table so hard it nearly cracked. He shouted into the mic to ensure the world felt the hype. How will the genius Lin Qingxue handle the dark horse of the tournament? Is he about to trigger another evolution right before our eyes? Inside the swirling mist, he silently observed the silhouette of Lin Qingxue. He calculated rapidly. Her defensive techniques are impregnable. Even with my brute strength, breaking through her guard is near impossible. She's not just strong, she's a tactician. If this drags on, I lose. There's only one path to victory. All-out aggression from the very first second. No hesitation, He launched himself into the air, channeling every ounce of spiritual power into his fist. He roared, collapsing mountain fist. Lin Qingxue reacted instantly, raising her hand to conjure a barrier. She thought, you're attacking head-on. Perfect. I'll block this and crush you. But just as the impact was about to hit he vanished from her trajectory. The punch was a feint. From the blind side, his massive gorilla tail whipped out like a siege weapon. This wasn't just a brawl. It was 4D chess in a leveling Manhwa world. Damn it. A faint fury burned in Lin Qingxue's eyes as she desperately backstepped to evade the trap. She cursed inwardly. He set fists but attacked with his tail. He have you, no shame. But he gave her zero breathing room. He roared, channeling the terrifying might of a primeval gorilla. Violent aura wrapped around his fist like a storm. He launched himself into the air, aiming a devastating blow straight at Lin Qingxue's defense. The clash was catastrophic. Every strike was live-streamed to millions, sending the internet into a frenzy of screams and shouts. Goddess, watch out. That guy's fighting dirty. He even brought weapons. The chat exploded. It's over. Goddess Lu has lost her rhythm. He hunted her down like a rabid beast. Even the renowned genius Lin Qingxue couldn't react in time. He seized the opening, slamming a brutal fist into her gut. Boom! Lin Qingxue was sent flying like a rag doll. The crowd went wild. Brother Yi actually hit the goddess. Does she even have a chance to counterattack? This scene perfectly captures the thrill of a leveling manhwa. But before she could even steady herself, his hand morphed into a razor-sharp claw. His eyes gleamed with cold indifference. You think it's over? He spun, unleashing a crescent moon slash sharp enough to be the Reaper's scythe. Lin Qingxue's expression crumbled. That strike is coated in martial energy. I have to dodge. Without hesitation, she launched herself into the sky to evade the fatal blow. He clenched his fist, looking at her like a wolf eyeing a lamb. Don't run, classmate Lu. He blitzed her while she was still midair, unleashing a barrage of punches. Lin Qingxue's mind was in chaos. Is this guy a monster? What kind of infinite stamina is this? She grit her teeth, her mind racing. I have 2 mystic tier techniques left, the Phantom Flower Defense and the Chaos Jade Finger Attack. If I can cast them, I can turn the tide. But he was relentless. Every punch, every claw strike, suffocated her, crushing her attempts to cast before she could even start. Blood trickled from Lin Qingxue's lip. She couldn't hold on. At this rate, I'll be knocked out of the ring. She was desperately enduring He stormed like a salt push to the absolute brink of defeat. Suddenly, just as he threw a fatal punch, a single feather sprouted on his fist. He paused, looking down at his hand in confusion. Life is full of unexplainable phenomena. Across the arena, Lin Qingxue's aura had completely shifted. Her eyes lost their humanity, replaced by the dark feral gaze of a wild beast. She whispered to the wind, "I have no choice but to play my final trump card." As the words fell, feathers materialized around her. One, then two, until countless glowing plumes filled the air with a mysterious mist. Boom! In a flash of light, Lin Qingxue transformed. She spread massive wings and soared high into the heavens. It was the perfect beast form, a sleek, powerful silhouette with magnificent purple wings. The energy radiating from her was suffocating. She awakened her bloodline. The stadium erupted. Everyone gazed up in awe. This was the first time the goddess had revealed her legendary bloodline, a classic trope of an awakening manhwa. The Nether Sparrow. From the sky, Lin Qingxue looked down like a deity, her voice ringing clear and majestic. "Classmate, Yi Hei. Be careful. In this form, I cannot guarantee I can control my strength." Yet facing this terrifying pressure, he just threw his head back and laughed. "Excellent. That's what I wanted to hear, because I've only been using 50% of my power." His voice boomed like a bronze bell. "Now let me get serious too." Before he finished, Lin Qingxue descended like a bolt of purple lightning. Her wings enveloped Yi, trapping him instantly. He froze as he was engulfed. Lin Qingxue seized the moment, flashing behind him. She clasped her hands, channeling all her energy into her ultimate technique, the Chaos Jade Finger. But that maniac didn't even dodge. He spun around, spiritual power surging through his veins. He roared, unleashing his own ultimate atomic blast fist. Boom! Two apocalyptic forces collided head-on. The ring shattered the ground, cracked open, and a shockwave blasted out in all directions. The audience screamed in terror. "My eyes, it's too bright. Are you telling me this is just a high school competition?" On the stage, Lin Qingxue barely withstood the impact, shielding herself with trembling arms. Only when the dust settled did she slowly open her eyes. Before her, he had transformed. Dense nuclear energy rolled off him like smoke, and his body was encased in heavy metallic armor. Azure light blazed from his eyes, and a terrifying ball of energy gathered in his mouth, ready to detonate. The air was thick with tension. The real battle was just beginning. He stood immovable as a mountain. Energy crackled around him like thunder, tearing through a darkened sky. Lin Qingxue narrowed her eyes, her face paling. This energy fluctuation. Something is wrong. What is he doing? She saw the dorsal spines on his back, glowing, pulsing as they channeled a massive amount of energy straight toward his gaping maw. Damn it, his demonic beast form is charging a breath attack. Instantly, a spiraling beam of destruction erupted from his throat. Atomic breath. The colossal beam tore through the wind, threatening to pierce the heavens, leaving the crowd trembling in fear. Lin Qingxue had nowhere to run. She snapped her massive wings forward, using them as a shield against the annihilating beam. The violent pressure forced her eyes shut, as purple feathers were stripped from her wings, raining down like tragic snow. Amidst the chaos, she roared, unlocking a new potential feather reflection. Channeling her bloodline, she turned every falling feather into a reflective mirror of power. He's terrifying. Atomic breath was reflected right back at him. The arena announcers panicked. This is bad. The attack has been deflected. The audience turned pale, ready to flee the stadium for their lives. In the sky, the chaotic energies collided with the barrier, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks, like fireworks, in broad daylight. In the VIP box, Mayor Huang Jing, dressed impeccably, watched with a knowing smile. "Watch closely," he murmured. "The strongest champion in the history of An City is being born today." Down below, the commentator screamed into his mic, like a man possessed. "Thank you, Mayor Huang. If not for that barrier, I would have been incinerated into nothing but ash." Returning to the arena, blood dripped onto the cracked earth, drop by heavy drop. It was the lifeblood of Lin Qingxue. Her condition was catastrophic. Her magnificent purple wings hung in tatters, her armor shattered. Lin Qingxue was at her limit, vision blurring, yet a spark of determination still flickered for one final strike. He had already shattered her nether defense. Could she possibly defeat such a monster? In that fleeting moment, memories from her childhood flooded back. For years, she had borne the crushing weight of the Liu family's revival on her shoulders. A familiar, deep voice echoed in her mind. "Lin Qingxue, you are the last hope of our clan. Defeat is not an option. The spirits of our ancestors are watching you. Do not let us down." The image of her mother surfaced, a frail woman, with red tear-stained eyes, gently stroking her hair. "Qingxue, I sacrificed everything to raise you solely for the day you would restore the Liu family's glory. You are not allowed to be selfish." In her memory, a young Qingxue knelt and wept. "Mother, please." The voice haunted her. "You must win this battle and the next and the next. In reality, Qingxue's lips trembled. But mother, I am so tired. Her gaze grew heavy as she looked forward. Opposite her Yi, he stood like an unmovable mountain, his aura blazing like an unquenchable inferno. His eyes burned with battle intent like a wild beast starving for blood. Qingxue whispered internally, her will wavering. Yi, he is truly powerful. Against a monster like him, surely losing would be forgiven, right? As she charged, a bitter smile formed in her heart. I will intentionally reveal an opening. Yi, he will surely see it and end this misery for me. With that thought, Qingxue threw a palm strike so gentle, even the wind would ignore it. But shockingly, Yi, he did not dodge. Qingxue looked up with wide, confused eyes. Why did you not avoid that? Yi, he stared straight into her soul, his gaze piercing through her facade. Classmate, Qingxue, where did your fighting spirit go? The question struck her like lightning, leaving her frozen in shock. Before she could react, rage erupted from Yi Blue. Light exploded from his body as atomic energy surged. Are you even taking this fight seriously? With a roar, Yi, he charged like a hurricane, his glowing fist aiming straight for her face. I fought with everything I had to become the top scholar. Caught off guard, she hastily crossed her arms to block her slender frame, shuddering under the impact. Yi, he did not stop unleashing a barrage of punches, each one accompanied by a shout. Are you serious yet? Are you? Qingxue was knocked around like a rag doll, her small body taking hit after hit, until she finally screamed in grievance. You brute! No one has ever beaten me like this. I was handing you the victory, so why are you still attacking me like a maniac? Amidst the storm of blows, she screamed and fought back, her voice filled with indignation. Stop hitting a woman in the face, you scoundrel! Fueled by a mix of pain and humiliation, Qingxue let out a low growl. A torrent of power exploded from her, shaking the very foundations of the arena. Yi. He finally ceased his assault, wearing a terrifyingly gentle smile. That is more like it. If you do not want your face ruined, then fight for real. Under his relentless pressure, Qingxue's form had completely evolved, a classic turn of events for a leveling manhwa. The purple wings that were once tattered now shone with blinding brilliance, spanning wider than when she first awakened her bloodline. Her aura was now suffocating like a true demon beast descending. Qingxue cast a cold glare at her opponent. Yi, as you wish. I will use my strongest form to crush you into dust. Bathed in radiant light, Liu Qingxue hovered in the sky. Her colossal wings emitted a mystical purple glow, her presence so overwhelming that the heavens themselves seemed to tremble. He narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. So you have finally revealed your true demon beast body. Now, this gets interesting. This is the peak excitement of an awakening manhwa battle. Without hesitation, he also activated his beast transformation. Hard scales instantly covered his skin as his body erupted in blue flames. Since you are serious, I can no longer hold back. He roared, and the ground beneath him shattered. This was the ultimate fusion of hard qigong and his family's demon empress technique, the nuclear light battle tactic. He launched into the sky like a human artillery shell, charging toward Qingxue with earth-shattering momentum. Let us have a glorious battle. Facing that sky-high power, Liu Qingxue narrowed her purple eyes, danger flashing within them. She would not sit still and wait for death. Instantly, a terrifying vortex of energy gathered around her, forming a purple tornado that pierced the clouds. He plunged straight into the eye of the storm. Boom! He unleashed an explosive fist, his sheer power blasting the tornado into scattered wisps. Qingxue inhaled deeply and unleashed a devastating purple shockwave. Meanwhile, He channeled the nuclear energy in his core, becoming a living missile locked onto his target. The two energies collided, shaking the arena as if the world were ending. He was forced back, crossing his arms to withstand the impact. His eyes glowed a radiant neon blue, overflowing with killing intent. You think you are the only one who can roar. The scales on his back began to shine with blinding intensity. Qingxue gritted her teeth, staring him down. That same old move. This time I will not retreat a single step. Abandoning all defense, she activated the Liu family's forbidden art. Suspended in the air, the purple energy around her surged like a tsunami. Her voice echoed like thunder across the stadium. I will face you head-on. As she gathered her qi, he unleashed his atomic breath, a colossal beam of energy falling like a meteor. Qingxue condensed a purple sphere in her hands and screamed bloodline power. The sphere detonated into countless nether blood thorns rumble. Two apocalyptic forces were about to annihilate each other. The commentator shrieked into the mic. He's atomic breath against Liu Qingxue's nether blood thorns. It is a clash of titans. Disaster was imminent. These two apprentices could not control such catastrophic power. To save the audience, Mayor Huangqing of An City was forced to intervene. Muttering gene art, he summoned 3 massive fortress walls from the earth. But the moment those energies made contact, boom, the 3 layers of the earth-veined divine wall shattered like fragile glass, a scene worthy of a top-tier manhwa recap finale. The stadium erupted into absolute chaos. Screams tore through the air as faces went pale with terror. The shockwaves were cataclysmic. Wasn't that barrier erected by the mayor himself? If he hadn't intervened, the audience would have been reduced to mere dust. Down below, Huangqing stood drenched in cold sweat, muttering. That triple-layer earth defense was prepared too hastily. It wasn't stable enough. Who could have predicted 2 absolute monsters would emerge in this year's exam? Through the dim light and choking dust, Lin Qingxue swayed, barely keeping her footing in the center of the arena. Her elegant hands were stained crimson. Fresh blood streamed down like a river, dripping with a hollow tap-tap onto the cold, unforgiving ground. She had reverted to her human form. Her magnificent purple wings had dissolved into nothingness, and one arm hung limp, bruised, twisted, and completely crippled. Her true beast essence was utterly drained. Yet she held her head high, her eyes burning with unyielding resolve. I can't give up yet. I can still fight. Yi. He strolled toward her with terrifying calm. Not a single scratch on his body. He frowned slightly, confusion clouding his mind. That attack definitely landed. So why am I completely unharmed? If that nuclear radiation lingers in my system, won't I end up crippled in the future? Lin Qingxue bit her lip until it bled, tears streaming down her face. With red, swollen eyes, she screamed, I never wanted to take it this far. Why? Why did you drag me into this war of yours? Yi. He didn't answer immediately. He gently crouched before her, his gaze quietly analyzing the battered girl. When he spoke, his tone danced between seriousness and playful mockery. You really didn't want to fight. Are you denying your own competitive nature? In that desperate moment, I felt your thirst for victory radiating off you like heat. His words pierced straight through her defenses. She stared at him blankly, a storm of chaotic emotions churning within her heart. It's true. I wanted to crush him. I wanted to end it. I hate fighting, and yet, in that clash, I felt something miraculous. Not for anyone else, not for any goal, but purely for myself. Suddenly Yi, his warm hand, rested gently on her shoulder. Lin Qingxue flinched, her face, flushing as red as a ripe tomato. Yi, he smiled, channeling energy into his palm. You carry too many distracting thoughts when you battle. A warm current surged into her arm, knitting flesh and bone back together at supernatural speed. In a blink, her shattered limb was fully restored, and even the radiation was purged. Yi, he stood up and turned to leave, dropping a cold yet profound truth over his shoulder. And that is exactly why you lost. Lin Qingxue stared at her hand in disbelief. The wounds, the radiation, everything is gone. Suddenly, Yi glanced back with a gentle smile. But make no mistake, you are the strongest opponent I have ever faced. Next time, I'd love to have a pure duel with you, Lin Qingxue. Those words crashed into the young maiden's heart like a devastating tsunami. Her face burned crimson. Her eyes sparkled as she watched him, her inner voice screaming, Classmate Yi, you really shine too brightly. As the dust finally settled, Yi stood tall and proud in the center of the arena, the sunlight crowning him like a god of victory. The announcer's voice boomed with adrenaline. The first semifinal has concluded. The winner is Yi from Shanghai Yi. He looked to the sky, raising his fist as a triumphant smirk curled his lips. Below the stands, the roar of the crowd threatened to tear the sky apart. Under the scorching sun of the Anshang Arena, the speakers crackled to life once more. After Yi's victory over Lin Qingxue, it was no surprise when Chuzhou also secured his win. Now, the absolute climax of the Anshang entrance exam, the battle for the title of top scholar begins. In one corner, the dark horse, Yi. In the other, the orthodox genius of Anshang Hai Chuzhou, the live stream viewer count, strapped on a rocket engine and blasted off. Numbers climbed insanely, plus 69,000, 1,525,486, adding another 6,258. A staggering total of over 496 million people were glued to their screens, waiting with bated breath. The final match of the Anshang Grand Exam officially begins. On the stage, Chuzhou drew a silver-blue blade, energy surging as he bowed respectfully. Please instruct me. In response, he flashed a dangerous grin. His voice was lazy, but his eyes were sharp as daggers. Bring it on. No need to stand on ceremony. Qingxue struck first. He swung his blade, unleashing waves of sword intent that rained down like a meteor shower, blotting out the entire sky. Facing that terrifying curtain of sword aura Yi, he stood unmoved, calm as if waiting for dessert to be served. Just as the attacks were about to pierce him, he channeled atomic energy into his fist. Volatile energy erupted like a volcano. His hand ablaze, he roared. Explosive fist. A single punch launched, shattering the sword aura into nothingness. Qingxue was blown back, struggling to stand. But Yi, he didn't give chase. Instead, he simply brutally obliterated every clone in his path. With that level of defense, there was no stopping Yi's destructive force. In this manhwa recap, you have to ask, is there any martial artist his age who can survive close combat with him? He's a true monster. Realizing he couldn't get close, Qingxue lowered his voice. If I can't fight you up close, then I'll destroy you from a distance. He ignited his bloodline. Bloodline awakening. Qingzhue's body transformed violently, hands morphing into razor-sharp claws, and a third eye ripping open on his forehead, pulsing with eerie blue light. His true bloodline avatar was the dragon god. Qingxue waved his hand and roared, "Bloodline power absolute zero." The livestream chat went nuclear. Mother of God, Qingxue just summoned an entire iceberg. It's like a real-life demon dragon has descended. Qingxue is insane. Hurry up and defeat the demon king Yi. Freezing energy flooded the arena, sealing the entire stage in ice. Yi was trapped deep within a glacier thick enough to be a mountain. Qingxue gasped for air, sensing his limits. Damn it, unleashing that level of frost. My body can't handle the backlash. Suddenly, the chat shifted. Hey, everyone. Is the iceberg melting? What? How is it dissolving so fast? Inside the glacier, a terrifying power detonated Yi. He shattered the ice prison as easily as snapping a piece of candy. Qingzhue's eyes widened in horror. How is this even possible? Before he could even catch his breath, that horrific energy came rushing back in a counterattack. Qingzhou frantically waved his hands, erecting a second wall of ice for defense. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens, sending dust rolling out like a tsunami. As the chaos subsided, a jet-black leg stomped onto the ground with crushing weight. Yi. He stood there, fully transformed into his awakened state, sleek black armor encasing his body like a reaper. He laughed coldly, his voice vibrating with power. Your demon dragon's ice has absolutely no effect on me. It seems fate birthed me solely to be your stepping stone. Qingzhou sighed, a bitter taste rising in his throat, as he realized the abyss of power separating them was simply too wide to cross. Gritting his teeth, Qingzhou raised his blade for one last desperate gambit. Yi witness, my final strike. This is the absolute peak of my martial arts, a secret technique I had intended to save for Lin Qingxue. In that split second, Qingzhou channeled every ounce of his spirit, gripping the greatsword until his knuckles turned white. He successfully unleashed his most devastating technique, the sword intent of the wounded soul. Below the stage, Huang Qing couldn't suppress a shout of disbelief. Sword intent. That is genuine sword intent. How can he possess such profound insight at his age? Back in the arena, fully charged with energy, Qingzhou launched himself like a lightning bolt, bringing down a sky-rending slash of sword energy. Boom. The explosion roared like the heavens, collapsing and the earth shattering. Moments later, silence fell as drops of crimson blood pattered onto the arena floor. The crowd watched in shock as he extended a bleeding hand, smiling faintly. Wait until you upgrade to a better sword, then you might actually stand a chance. Qingzhou's expression crumbled as he looked down. The greatsword, which had carried all his conviction and hope, had shattered into worthless fragments. A wave of shock crashed through Qingzhou's heart. How? How could my blade be destroyed so easily? Glancing at Yi, he who stood there with infuriating calmness, he couldn't help but ask coldly, how big was my chance, Yi? He smirked, chuckling softly. Compared to a simp's success rate, maybe a tiny bit higher. Hearing this, Qingzhou nearly coughed up blood from sheer anger. He took a deep breath, raising his hand high toward the sky. I forfeit. The announcement blared through the stadium speakers. The winner of the Ansheng College entrance exam finals is Yi across. Every live stream corner, the audience erupted like a dormant volcano waking up. I told you, my eyes never lie about brother Yi. He's fatally cool. Qingzhou is strong, but in front of Yi, he's still just a greenhorn. Yi, the dark horse of this year's exam, had crushed every prejudice beneath his feet. From the dead last student last year to the pinnacle of power, defeating the top genius and crowned the grand champion. Chants echoed throughout the stands. Yi. The commentator choked back tears as he made the declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 24th year of the Ansheng exam, After days of brutal combat, the martial arts grand champion has finally emerged. It is none other than Yi He from Ancheng First High. On the podium, amidst the thunderous cheers, he scratched his head, muttering awkwardly, "Goal completed, I guess." Suddenly, a commentator lunged forward, shoving a microphone into his face. "Student Yi He, rumor has it, your strength comes from slow and steady accumulation. Now that you've seized the title of Grand Champion, do you have any words of wisdom to share?" Yi. He laughed bitterly inside. These cultured people really knew how to make grinding like a buffalo sound so poetic. He straightened his face, cleared his throat, and spoke loudly. "First, I must thank my teacher. He never abandoned me when I was at rock bottom. He always encouraged me, giving me the will to keep fighting." In a corner of the school, the homeroom teacher hugged the television snot, and tears streaming down his face. "Boo-hoo. Teacher, I truly don't deserve your praise, Yi He. I was just a teacher afraid of losing his job. I didn't even see your potential." Suddenly, the principal appeared in front of the MC, subtly waving his hand. "Include me too, Yi." He looked confused. "Principal." The principal waved again, making a very clear 200 sign with his fingers. The message was clear. "Yi, he promote the school for me and you get an extra 2 million in scholarship money." Seeing that hand sign, his eyes instantly lit up, the symbol for currency flashing in his pupils. He flashed a radiant winning smile and added loudly, "Additionally, I must thank my school. Thank you, principal, for your wise leadership. Without such a magnificent environment, how could I achieve what I have today?" Finally, he threw his fist into the air and shouted, "And lastly, I want to thank myself. If not for my hard work, my effort, and my supreme intelligence, Yi would absolutely never have reached this glory today." At that exact moment, a system notification flashed before his eyes. "Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of Grand Champion. Reward 1 random ability draw." Yi. His eyes widened with glee. A title reward. I didn't know this system. Manhwa life came with hidden achievements. This is huge. In the stadium corridor, immediately after winning Yi, he didn't bask in the glory. Instead, he was running for his life, as if a pack of rabid hellhounds was snapping at his heels. And indeed, the hellhounds were a swarm of reporters screaming as they gave chase. "Student Yi, how does it feel to be the champion? Do you feel any pressure? How did you improve so drastically in just half a year? Will you choose the Imperial Capital University? Are you aiming for the Comprehensive Tactics Department?" Yi. He grimaced as he sprinted. "Stop chasing me. I really need to pee." A man as persistent as a starving leech finally caught up, shoving a mic right against his lips. "Student Yi, he answer honestly, who is prettier, Lin Qingxue or Kai Shaoling? Or perhaps, do you have feelings for Shen Guan or Chu Zhou instead?" Hearing this, Yi He's face went dark, veins popping on his forehead. He doubled his speed, shooting off like an arrow. "I don't have time to waste with you gossip vultures." The reporters refused to give up. "Student Yi He, wait. Just one last question." The scene shifts to an empty basketball gymnasium. Having finally shaken off the reporters, he exhaled a long breath of relief, looking pleased with himself. Finally escaped those predators. Excitement bubbled within him. He hadn't expected that besides the monster templates, the champion reward would include a random skill draw. It turned out the templates weren't the only path. He could stack rewards through the system too. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows behind the bleachers. "Student Yi, congratulations on becoming the grand champion." Yi, he startled, spinning around with his guard raised. Again, are the reporters not done yet? But this time, it wasn't a journalist. Standing before him was a stranger carrying a sleek black briefcase, wearing an inscrutable smile. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not a reporter. I come from Huadu. Now, let's discuss the matter of your genetic lock." Yi, his mind instantly descended into chaos. Genetic lock. He hadn't unlocked anything like that. All his power came from absorbing monster templates via the system. What does he know? Who is this guy? The man remained calm, speaking softly. "You heard the term genetic lock from your father, didn't you?" Yi, he blinked, then nodded slowly. "That's correct." In his memory of the original host, that was indeed true. The man didn't miss a beat, pulling a thick file from his briefcase and placing it in Yi's hands. "Student Yi, aren't you curious? Why would your father, a simple taxi driver, know a term that has absolutely nothing to do with his profession?" Thunder exploded in Yi's mind. Could it be his father wasn't just a driver? Was this the classic trope of a legendary expert, hiding in plain sight? The man slid the dossier across the table, his voice heavy with implication. "Your situation is unique, to say the least. That is why the higher-ups in Huadu have authorized the declassification of these files exclusively for your eyes. He took the folder, his gaze sharpening instantly. As he flipped the cover, 3 words hit him like a physical blow: Project Prometheus. It was a legendary name, a titan in genetic research that once held the world in its palm. But after a catastrophic incident, the organization was hunted by major nations, their research sealed in ice. Their core members vanished, dissolving into the shadows of ordinary cities. And the genetic lock technology was their crown jewel. Reading the file, he felt his internal world shaking like a tsunami had just made landfall. So my absentee father was actually a top-tier researcher for Prometheus, and I am the living, breathing result of their forbidden experiments. The irony was so thick, he didn't know whether to laugh or scream. The official watched him closely, his tone steadying. Rest assured, the nation has no intention of making things difficult for you. I am merely here to ensure you understand the board. You are a player in this game and you have the right to know the rules. Without missing a beat, he replied, his face as calm as a stagnant lake. Brother, I think I'm handling this news better than you are. Believe me. The man paused momentarily, thrown off by his selective apathy before continuing. Furthermore, you are a priority asset for the state. We will ensure your absolute safety. He mentally rolled his eyes. Ah, what a drag. The more famous you get, the larger the target on your back. This society is just a mosh pit where power and drama dance together. The official sighed, realizing he wouldn't get a dramatic reaction, and whispered, "Then I shall take my leave." The moment the man left the room, his respectful demeanor evaporated. His stoic mask cracked into a grin of pure, unadulterated greed as he rubbed his hands together. Finally, he's gone. He hadn't just secured admission to Huadu University. He had pocketed a 2 million credit scholarship from the principal plus over 100,000 in bonuses. But the real prize wasn't the money. It was the opportunity to draw a new ability sample. Just the thought sent tremors of excitement through his veins. This was the defining dopamine hit of any system Manhwa protagonist. He opened the interface immediately. A vortex of light spiraled before him, tearing open a gateway to the unknown. He stared, his eyes blazing like high beams glued to the holographic screen. A violet card materialized, floating in the void, pulsating with an aura that seemed to contain an entire dimension. What materialized before him was a monstrous transformation, a colossal skeletal titan, a D-rank ability sample. The system window flashed Ability Supergiant Transformation D-rank, Traits Gigantification Bloodline Max Height, 60 meters High Heat Steam Emission, Elemental Intangibility, Compatibility 1%. He scanned the stats, a wild laugh escaping his throat. A supergiant form. Now that is what I'm talking about. Then, a small footnote caught his eye. Abilities can be stacked. A chaotic idea sparked in his mind. If I combine the supergiant form with the berserk demon ape, what kind of nightmare fuel would that create? A simulation flickered in his mind's eye, a titan of destruction, towering and savage. It possessed the invulnerable frame of a giant, but moved with the primal ferocity of a gorilla, complete with a tail that could level buildings. Ha ha ha, I'm going to become the king of monsters. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room, where shadows clung to a massive figure at a cold wooden table. A hulking man pressed a phone to his ear, listening to the voice on the other end. Boss Huo Long, does this mean you're clearing your schedule for personal matters? You're refusing all new commissions? The man's voice was like grinding stones. Correct. I'll finish my current queue, then I'm out. Understood. On the table, a fingerprint scanner sat embedded in the wood. The man slammed his massive index finger onto it. Crack. The wood splintered under his touch. His face was a mask of pure fury, his eyes burning with the fires of hell itself. An urgent report played from the device. Regrettably, we could not recover your younger brother's body from the dungeon. However, radiation traces were found at his last known coordinates. To his side, a large screen replayed the footage of the City Academy finals, the exact moment He claimed victory. Huolong stared at the screen, his killing intent suffocating the room. Brother, I told you, never step into this society. Once you enter this world, there is no turning back. Mother told me to protect you before she passed, yet you chose this path of death. His eyes narrowed into slits as his name flashed on the screen, and city champion Huolong grabbed the monitor, his grip tightening until the plastic groaned and shattered. You truly are a generational genius. Huadu University will likely fight tooth and nail to recruit you. A cruel sneer curled his lips. But unfortunately for them, you won't live long enough to attend orientation. Back at his apartment complex Yi, he had just arrived when a courier handed him a massive package. "Mr. Yi, this is for you." Yi. He signed for it, puzzled. Strange. I was just about to enter a dungeon to test my new form. Who would send me a care package right now? Inside was a handwritten letter. The envelope read, "To Yi He. According to the latest intel from the Hua-Du Central Research Institute at 3 o'clock today, a new dungeon rift will open at Gongshu Mountain in the outskirts of An City. Predicted difficulty C rank. I plan to raid it. Do you want to form a party? Chuzo." Yi. He blinked. Seriously, who writes handwritten letters in this digital age? Did this guy time travel here, from the Joseon dynasty? The scene shifts to Gongshu Mountain, where the setting sun painted the sky in blood-red hues. The area was packed. Hunters swarmed like ants, prepping weapons, maps, mana readers, and instant noodles. Yi. He arrived and immediately felt a headache coming on. What is this? There have to be over 1,000 people here. A new rift really brings out the gossip mongers. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Oh Yi he." Yi. He turned to see Chuzo approaching and gave a polite nod. "Chuzo." The other boy flashed a smile, as bright as the summer sun. "You look stronger." He forced a smile, but internally, he was on high alert. This guy's perception is terrifying. One glance, and he knows I've leveled up. In reality, he had reinvested his prize money into high-grade gene potions, boosting his supergiant compatibility to 35%, the kind of rapid growth typical of a leveling manhwa protagonist. Low-level monsters have their perks. Instant results, cheap prices. Truly the working man's choice. He quickly changed the subject. "So which university are you aiming for?" Chuzo replied with military precision, "Hua-Du University." Yi. He chuckled softly. "Looks like we'll be classmates then." However, his sharp eyes caught a flicker of hesitation in Chuzo's expression. He wanted to say something but swallowed the words. Suddenly, the fabric of reality tore apart. A pitch-black void ripped open the sky like the maw of a colossal beast. The secret realm is opening. As the rift stabilized, a nightmare emerged. A monster with a head the size of a bus and teeth capable of crushing tanks. It was a three-headed crimson bird. Its blood-red wings blotted out the sun, casting a massive shadow of despair over Red Tree Mountain. The thunderous beat of its wings sent shockwaves through the ground below. A martial artist roared, pointing skyward, "The realm is open. Brothers, slaughter that demon beast and charge in." Boom. Hundreds of warriors surged forward, like a tidal wave, weapons gleaming with killing intent. The poor bird didn't even get a chance to flap before the barrage hit. Its three heads spun in panic. Squawk. Too strong. Why are there so many humans? Retreat. Run away. I'm stuck. Help me. It seems the early bird gets beaten to a pulp. In mere minutes, the boss-level entrance monster was annihilated. Roars of victory shook the forest. Inside the Red Tree realm, the scenery shifted into a dark manhwa recap, setting a desolate forest bathed in suffocating purple mist. The crowd swarmed inside, terrified of missing out on the loot. He blended into the stream of warriors' eyes, sharp with caution. Instantly, the metallic stench of blood assaulted his senses. "Ugh, smells like a slaughterhouse, he muttered. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the canopy. "Beast tide," someone screamed. The monsters had set an ambush, but in this world, martial artists are duty-bound to purge these threats, a perfect chance to grind XP like in a leveling manhwa. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Blood sprayed like fountains as steel met flesh. One warrior decapitated a giant beast in a single, brutal stroke. The humans began to synchronize, taking down the larger threats with tactical precision. It was a symphony of violence, worthy of a blockbuster. Chuzo shouted, "Bloodline power frost sword burst." A blizzard exploded from him, freezing the immediate area. The monsters turned to ice statues before shattering into a million crystal shards. But a shadow lurked behind him. A beast lunged jaws wide to snap Chuzo in half. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Atomic burst punch. Whoosh, a beam of blinding light pierced the air, drilling a hole the size of a rice cooker straight through the monster's chest. With a pathetic gurgle, the beast collapsed. The savior was none other than Yi. Tunnel vision kills buddy. "Watch your six, Yi," he quipped. Chuzo turned embarrassed but grateful. "Thanks. I owe you one." "No sweat. Just let me copy your homework in college." Moments later, the area was cleared, leaving a post-apocalyptic landscape of charred bones. He dusted off his hands and looked around. "Are these secret realm monsters made of glass? They're too weak." Chuzo froze. He stared at the corpses behind Yihe. They weren't just dead, they were melting. His eyes widened in horror. Yi, did you exterminate this many on your own? The beasts killed by Yi. He didn't die normally. Their molecular structure had been completely disintegrated from the inside out. No external wounds, just cellular decay. What kind of terrifying skill was he using? Invisible, odorless, unstoppable radiation. It was a silent killer that destroyed the enemy at the atomic level. Where Yi walked, life ceased to exist. He was a walking plague wielding a power that defied human logic. Whispers spread through the crowd. How did we clear this so fast? Is there a high ranker helping us? No way, one guy gasped. That's the top scorer of this year's city exam? What a student. But he's just a martial apprentice. An apprentice killing like that? A buzzed-cut guy scoffed. Did you idiots miss the broadcast? You think high schoolers are weak? That kid could take 10 of you, with one hand tied behind his back. Excited students began herding monsters toward Yi like pigs to the slaughter. Cheering erupted from the distance. The Beast Lord is dead. We won. The remaining monsters began to flee. Qingxue exhaled. The first wave was finally over. Out of 1,000 warriors, only 800 remained standing. The cost of victory was high. Before the sentiment could settle Yi, he dragged a mountain of monster parts toward Qingxue. Dude, how do I carry all this loot? Qingxue choked. Are those all monster cores? Qingxue sighed and flashed a ring. This is my spatial ring. Stash them in here for now. Yi hide the ring. Millions in value. Qingxue, you're secretly a tycoon, aren't you? Suddenly news broke. Boss Wu Sen is here. The crowd cheered for the hero who took down the Lord-class monster, saving them from certain death. A hulking man with muscles like steel cables stepped forward. Strange tattoos covered his body, and his aura was heavy as a mountain. He walked straight to Yi. And extended a hand. Greetings. You must be the top scorer of city. I am Wu Sen, captain of the Limitless Squad. I've heard stories of your legendary performance. Hey kid, interested in joining our martial arts guild? It won't interfere with your university studies at all. In fact, we'll throw in some massive preferential subsidies. I am ready to sign you immediately on an S-class member contract. Yi froze for a second. He never expected a titan like the Infinite Waves Guild to personally invite him, let alone offer the legendary S-class status. A bystander's jaw practically hit the floor. Oh my god. Boss Wu Shen is personally inviting Yi. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Without guild support, the path of an independent martial artist is brutal. The cost of gene potions, monster cores, and training gear, it's all expensive enough to bankrupt a king. And this is the Infinite Waves Guild we're talking about. An S-class contract is something even the elite seniors at Huadu University can only dream of. Just as the crowd buzzed with envy over Wu Shen's offer, a fierce pressure descended. A woman riding a majestic black tiger appeared like a deity from a legend. Her long cloak snapped in the wind, her gaze sharp as a blade. She narrowed her eyes at Wu Shen and scoffed. Wu Shen, look at you. Moving fast like a desperate thief, aren't you? Running all the way here just to snatch talent. Student E. He forget them. Join our Grand Success Guild instead. We might be slightly smaller than Infinite Waves, but I promise you this. If you nod your head, you get 15% of the entire guild's cultivation resources. The crowd exploded. What? 15%? That's practically making him a shareholder. Two major guilds are fighting over a high schooler like he's the holy grail of this leveling Manhwa world. Under the weight of countless expectant stares, he simply scratched his ear. His voice was casually indifferent. Sorry, but I have no intention of joining any guild right now. The rejection hit like a bucket of ice water. Yet he politely extended his hand. Wu Shen didn't rage. Instead, he laughed and patted Yi's shoulder like a big brother. No worries, Yihe. Let's consider this a friendship forged. If you ever need help, contact me. My guild will always be on standby for you. The atmosphere finally relaxed until Wu Shen frowned, staring at his own hand. Wait, which hand did you just shake? With? Was that the ear-picking hand? Yi. He looked away, whistling innocently. Details. While Wu Shen furiously wiped his hand in the background, Qingxue stepped up. The beast tide is pushed back. Now we can freely explore this secret realm. It's like an inescapable ancient jungle. He pointed upward. Let's take the high ground. We'll scout from the treetops before making a move. Yi. He nodded. Solid plan. Boom. They launched into the air, like living arrows piercing through the crimson canopy. Qingxue glanced at Yi. He thinking, he's so fast. In a blink, they landed on the towering branches, red leaves drifting around them like bloody snow. But the moment they stabilized, Chuzo's eyes bulged. He stumbled back in pure terror. What in the hell is that? Before them stood a titan, a creature so colossal, it seemed to swallow the sky. Its scales looked like mountain rocks, and its mere breath made the forest tremble. Chuzo swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping. That thing must be over 1,000 meters tall. It's a monster beyond comprehension. Unlike his terrified friend Yi, his eyes sparkled like a kid in a candy store. I don't know, seems beatable. We're young, give it a few years, and we'll be hunting kaiju like that for breakfast. We might even uncover the true origin of this awakening manhwa universe. Looking at Yi, his fearless grin, Chuzo felt a wave of admiration. As expected of Yiha, faced with an unknown god-level entity, I'm shaking in my boots, but he's excited. Not just in martial arts, but in sheer willpower. I'm miles behind him. Yi-he, he is a true warrior. While Chuzo was having a philosophical moment, Yi-he was actually drooling internally. Hey, your monster core. Sooner or later, it belongs to Daddy. Suddenly Yi-he's gaze sharpened. He activated his sonar skill, invisible waves rippling out to scan the area. Strange. My biomagnetic field detection shows life everywhere but to the southeast. It's completely empty. A total vacuum of life. He muttered, anomalies usually mean treasure. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. He pointed forward like a general commanding his army. Chuzo to the lake. Chuzo followed his finger. Far in the distance, a vast lake shimmered amidst the dense forest. You're right. There's water. Let's check it out. The forest fell into an eerie silence. No birds sang, no wind blew. Only the soft crunch of their footsteps echoed beneath the blood-red leaves. As they approached the water, his eyes flashed. Standing by the path to the lake was a familiar silhouette. It was Sister Wu Li, the woman who helped him buy his first gene potion, the first to ever say he had a future. She spotted him first, eyes widening before breaking into a warm smile. Well, if it isn't our champion Yi-he, I never expected the little rookie from back then to become such a monster. Beside her, a female teammate gasped. Whoa, Wu Li, you know the champion of Anchang. The girl looked up at Yi, he practically vibrating with excitement. Seriously, introduce us. I saw him during the beast-tide defense. Champion Yi. He was absolutely majestic. Yi, he felt a bit shy from the praise, but approached respectfully. Sister Wu Li, have you guys been here long? Wu Li nodded, her voice gentle. We just arrived. 2 of our underwater specialists are scouting the lake now. If there's anything down there. Splash, a head suddenly burst from the water surface. A soaking wet young man clung to the grassy bank, screaming like he just won the lottery. We're rich. We are filthy rich, Wu Li frowned. Calm down. Rich from what? The guy looked like he was about to ascend to heaven. There's a ruin under the lake, I'm certain of it. It's a real ancient relic. We hit the jackpot. Wu Li lost her composure. Are you serious? Fantastic. Finally, a stroke of legendary luck. Meanwhile, he raised an eyebrow and whispered to Chuzo. What's a ruin? Why is everyone acting like they just found a pile of distinct S-rank weapons? Chuzo exhaled, switching to lecture mode. In this world, we sometimes find mysterious ancient structures. They are remnants of lost civilizations. We call them relics. Rumor has it that modern martial arts theory and our gene technology, it all came from digging up stuff in places like this. His eyes lit up like high beams. So you're saying it's not just about fighting, it's about looting treasure. Just then, a guy named Wu Yang on Wu Li's team glared at them, hand gripping his sword hilt. Wait, there are others. Who are you two? And why are you eavesdropping on our discovery? As he prepared to draw his blade, Wu Li grabbed his arm. Stop it, Wu Yang, this is Yi-he and Chuzo, the champion and runner-up of the Ancheng exams. Their strength is far above average. Having them join us is an asset, not a threat. He narrowed his eyes, radiating that classic main character energy. Relax, senior. Don't get triggered. We aren't here to spy. We're the backup you need to clear this dungeon. Wu Yang's gaze sharpened dangerously. And the loot distribution, he shrugged, treating this life or death deal like a casual business contract. We're external support. We eat what we kill. Performance-based payout. Wu Yang calculated the odds, then gave a slow, deliberate nod. Fine, you're in for now. But try any schemes, and you're done. Internally, he was sweating. These were the top rankers, future legends of this awakening manhwa world. Better not make enemies. Moments later, the squad plunged into the abyss. The glacial water bit like needles, visibility reduced to the ghostly glow of their shoulder lamps. Wu Yang took point, cutting through the currents, with the raw power of a shark that mastered martial arts. They surfaced in a subterranean cavern. Wu Yang signaled a halt urgency, tainting his voice. Through here lies the ancient ruin. Wait, where is Li Wei? Wasn't he our lookout? The bald teammate wiped sludge from his face, sensing a bad omen like a fortune teller. Did that rat find a treasure? And Bolt Wu Yang grabbed his communicator, screaming like a desperate father losing his child in a supermarket. Hey, Li Wei, respond. Do you copy? But the darkness answered with only the dripping of water and a suffocating silence. Wu Lei approached the entrance, her senses on high alert. Did you sweep this area? Any mana signatures? Wu Yang's expression twitched with hidden guilt. We set the bait. Zero monster activity. It's like the cave was scrubbed clean. A female teammate whispered fear, trembling in her voice. This is too dangerous. Li Wei is gone. Should we abort? But greed had already consumed Wu Yang, his eyes burning like a stock market gambler. We push forward. Infinite riches are within reach. Only a coward stays a low-tier trash forever. Leave if you fear death. Follow if you crave power. The others remained silent, their eyes burning with the gambler's fallacy, greed outweighing fear. Seeing no deserters, Wu Yang nodded grimly. Then, let's move. Wu Lei's squad stepped into the mouth of the beast. The temperature plummeted. Water droplets echoed like a countdown to doom. Suddenly, Wu Yang's light revealed fresh footprints in the muck. Yi. His eyes narrowed to slits. He shot a glance at Chu Zhou, a silent conversation passing between them instantly. The lip movements don't match. Chu Zhou gave a micro nod. Right words, wrong timeline. Yi. He analyzed Wu Lei up ahead. Her breathing, her pace. Her team only reached the lake 10 minutes ago. Yet, they supposedly found the secret passage instantly. Yi. He smirked internally. Reading situations like this was basic logic in a leveling manhwa. Chu Zhou's gaze turned razor sharp. It's a setup. Should he warn his acquaintance to bail out now? But Yi, he just grinned, a dark, predacious smile that made him look more like the villain than the hero. Relax. I have an ace up my sleeve. Passing the tunnel, the squad entered a nightmare zone. The ceiling was choked with hanging moss, swaying like the hair of drowned ghosts. Beneath it lay a carpet of bleached bones and gray, lifeless monster cores. Wu Yang frowned, his voice grave. These cores, they're husks. Something drained every ounce of energy from them. A chill ran down his spine. No wonder the water was empty. The local wildlife hadn't left. They had been harvested. Wu Yang, where's the ruin? We're here. Before he could answer, a teammate pointed a shaking finger into the gloom. Her scream died in her throat. There, suspended in the moss, was the undeniable corpse of Li Wei. Vines constricted him like a python. His body was a desiccated husk face twisted in eternal agony. The air in the cave instantly froze. He's dead. Wu Yang collapsed, clutching his head. Where is the ruin? This was supposed to be a treasure run. Why is there only death? As he wailed in despair, reality warped. Disgusting lumps began to ripple beneath the skin of his scalp, as if something was slithering inside his skull. He convulsed violently. The vines. They're inside me. Run, RUN. It was his final warning before biology failed. Squelch. His head erupted in a grotesque shower of crimson and gray matter. From the ruin of his neck, writhing green tentacles burst forth like a horror show bouquet. Wu Lei shrieked. Wu Yang. Oh God, he's turned. Zap, a blinding beam of energy, incinerated the parasite before it could fully emerge. Yi. He lowered his hand, eyes colder than the deep sea. Clever beast. It infects the brain, using the host to lure fresh meat. Classic system manhwa trap. He scanned the darkness, his voice dropping to a funeral tone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are standing on its dinner plate. Above them, a colossal shadow materialized. The monster revealed itself, lashing out with vines thick enough to crush steel. The vines slammed down, sealing the exit with a massive boulder. Boom, no way out. Panic erupted. We're trapped. Chu Zhou's eyes widened, recalling a bestiary entry from his studies. I know this thing. It's the Devil Ghost Vine. A King-tier beast. Second stage. Wu Lei's face went ashen white. King-tier. We are barely tier 1 fighters. We're not fighting a boss. We're fighting a natural disaster. Yet, he smiled, killing intent, rolling off him in waves. King-tier, I'll crush it into tofu regardless. Suddenly, boom. The rear wall exploded inward. Dust billowed, and from the debris, a towering figure stepped into the fray. With a tattered cloak fluttering like a comic book hero, a voice roared out, trembling with dominance. Yi, he. I am here to claim your life. It was an elite, Level 8 warrior, his blood aura rising like wolf smoke. He turned his eyes ice cold. Oh, someone actually remembers a nobody like me. The hulking figure stood amidst the settling dust, cackling like a madman. Rumor has it within the Red Tree Mountain dungeon, a lunatic used nuclear radiation to crush the beast tide, a feat straight out of a leveling manhwa. I knew immediately it had to be you. I tracked the residual radiation all the way down to this hellish underground cavern. I stopped my very heartbeat to mask my presence playing dead. Yet, you sensed me, as expected of the man who drove my Huo family to the brink of extinction. He frowned with genuine confusion, squinting his eyes. Hold on a second, old man. Who are you exactly? You just barge in here screaming for blood. Do I even know you? The question was so innocent, the giant nearly coughed up blood from rage. Stop playing the fool. I am here for vengeance. Die. He charged like a human hurricane, unleashing a flurry of lethal strikes. But then wait, is this the Devil Vine's lair? Did they lure me into a monster's nest? Damn it. Was this your plan all along? These vines drain energy and release neurotoxins. If this drags on, I'm a dead man. Curse you, you set me up. He stood with arms crossed. His calmness, absolutely infuriating. Uncle, your imagination is running wild. We literally just met 5 seconds ago. Meanwhile, the demonic vines coiled tighter around the giant. He roared, his aura exploding outward. Bastards, I came for that scumbag. He not a bunch of overgrown weeds. The clash between man and beast shook the cavern to its foundations, sending massive boulders raining down from the ceiling. Wu Li screamed in panic. Not good. The cave is collapsing. Suddenly He's voice cut through the chaos like thunder. Everyone stand back. They turned to see He, triggering his gorilla form. His muscles bulged and ripped mouth, gaping towards the sky as he gathered pure nuclear energy. A condensed sphere of blinding radiance blasted the ceiling, carving a path of light like the gates of hell opening up. He pointed the way. Sister Wu Li, get everyone out of here, now. But the giant had already shredded the vines. His bloodshot eyes locked onto He. You aren't going anywhere. He charged a punch that shone like a falling meteor, aiming straight for He. In the nick of time, a frost-cold sword aura slashed across Chu. Zhou stepped in his blade, drawing a line of defense. As long as I stand, you won't touch a single hair on his head. The giant laughed, as if watching a toddler play with a toy axe. I am an 8th stage warrior. Do you think your amateur sword aura can scratch me? At that precise moment, his voice rang out like a funeral bell. Hey, chatterbox uncle, where exactly are you looking? Boom. A devastating nuclear core smash slammed directly into his face. The blow carried the weight of a miniature reactor, driving him into the bedrock. It left a human-shaped crater, as if someone had just stomped an elephant into wet concrete. He turned to Chuzhou, his voice low and commanding. Go. Get out of here. This guy is a high-tier warrior. He's too much for you right now. Leave him to me. Without another word, everyone obeyed, swimming frantically towards the exit. Meanwhile, the devil vine went berserk. Its tentacles thrashed violently, churning up mud and algae until the water was as thick as smoke. The monster had fully manifested, hungry for total destruction. On the surface, Wu Li dragged herself ashore and shouted, "Where is He?" Chuzhou didn't answer. He just stared back at the flooded cave. Deep below his nuclear energy was detonating, sending shockwaves that made the very river scream in agony. Amidst the chaos, He unleashed a new transformation, the colossal progenitor titan form. A titanic arm shimmering with metallic light burst from the water and snatched the bewildered warrior. Before he could even gasp, he was crushed like a ripe grape. His body turned purple, paralyzed instantly, and he crumpled like a discarded rag. The impact unleashed a shockwave that violently rocked the riverbank. Trees snapped, birds scattered, and the team stumbled as if hit by an earthquake. Through the mist, Chuzhou caught a fleeting glimpse of a towering titan standing supreme in the cavern. But in a blink, the form vanished, leaving only crackling lightning and swirling dust in its wake. Moments later, he swam to shore back in his human form. His hair was soaked, his face weary, yet he still looked effortlessly heroic. Chuzhou rushed over. Are you all right, he sighed, pointing to his naked state. Just toss me some clothes first. Once dressed, the two sat down to catch their breath. Chuzhou frowned. What on earth was that explosion, He replied, his expression half serious, half teasing. It was that mysterious warrior. He was carrying a plasma bomb. He tried to take the devil vine down with him. Chuzhou's eyes went wide. What plasma bombs are military-grade forbidden weapons? How did he even get one? Besides that, blast felt way stronger than a standard plasma bomb. And, I swear I saw a giant figure in the mist. Yi. He quickly turned away, sweat beading on his forehead. Nah, it's nothing. Just a trick of the light from the explosion. You're imagining things. Internally, he was screaming close call. If they find out about my monster template ability, I'm in deep trouble. I might have gone a bit overboard. I pulverized that warrior into dust, so there's no body left to investigate. But hey, at least I secured the Devilvine's core. Not a total loss. Wu Li stood up and waved from a distance. We'll head out first. I'm truly sorry. Not only was this trip a bust for you, but you also had to save our skins. Once you recover, we'll make it up to you properly. Yi. He waved back, wearing a polite, gentlemanly smile. Don't mention it, Sister Wu Li. Consider this repayment for your help last time. If you compensate me now, I'd just end up owing you another favor, wouldn't I? They exchanged knowing, polite smiles. Once everyone was gone, Yi, he, and Chu Zhou stood side by side. Their faces were beaming, but their eyes held a dangerous glint. Now, it's time for some real monster hunting fun. 3 days later, at the Red Tree Mountain dungeon exit, Swoosh Yi, he, and Chu Zhou had finally conquered the instance. They burst from the dimensional rift like twin bullets fired from a gun. Before they could even dust themselves off, both froze their eyes, widening in shock as they looked up. A bustling supply town had materialized out of nowhere. Buildings packed together, massive transport planes buzzing like worker bees. Wait a minute, it's only been 3 days. Suzhou stood agape, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Just yesterday, this place was a barren wasteland, but now, it had transformed into a full-blown mining operation. Yi Hua gazed up at the swarming workers, his brow furrowing at the sheer scale of the anthill-like activity. The infrastructure speed of the Xia Nation was nothing short of monstrous. Without wasting a second, the duo cut through the crowd and headed straight for the exchange counter. The moment they arrived, Yi Hua slammed a massive sack of spirit stones onto the counter, with a heavy thud making the entire desk shudder. The receptionist jumped out of her skin, nearly dropping her inventory tablet in panic. "Sir, please be gentle," she stammered, clutching her chest. "If the goods are damaged during inspection, it will only hurt your valuation." Yi Hua scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. "My bad. I just have way too much loot. If I don't unload it fast, you guys won't finish tallying before your lunch break." The receptionist twitched, but forced a professional smile. "Rest assured, sir. We are experts here." Hearing that, Yi Hua let out a sigh of relief. He raised his hand, sliding the spatial ring off his finger and holding it aloft like he was releasing a forbidden seal. "All right, then let the show begin." One by one, massive sacks of spirit stones materialized, stacking up like a miniature fortress wall. 2 bags, 3, 4, 5 massive sacks appeared in rapid succession. With every heavy sack that hit the surface, the desk groaned and sank lower into the floor. The receptionist's face drained of color, turning paler with every thud. She wasn't even looking at the spirit stones anymore. She stared at Yi Hua with wide eyes, as if he were a legendary black market kingpin. Finally, the last bag slammed down. Yi Hua dusted off his hands. "That's the last of the stones." The receptionist trembled, holding her ledger like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Is that everything, sir?" Yi Hua's lips curled into a devilish grin. It was the smile of a man treating a dragon's hoard like cabbages at a morning market. "That's the stones, but you better speed up the accounting. We still have a mountain of spirit herbs to process." Inside the trading hall, chaos erupted. A crowd swarmed the appraisal table, their eyes glowing like high beams as they locked onto the pile of spirit stones and rare herbs Yi Hua had just unleashed. Heavens, that's a 7-star leaf. It has to be at least 300 years old. That stuff is incredibly rare. Even master alchemists struggle to find it. Another hunter screamed in excitement. "Are you kidding me? A 6-harmony flower too. That's the core ingredient for crafting the legendary Qi C pill. Did this brat raid a secret dungeon or stumble upon a god's treasury?" An elder stroked his beard, his eyes glistening with undisguised greed. "Just these herbs alone, even at low quality, are worth over 30 million. And with the current shortage of spiritual medicine, the price could skyrocket." A young hunter shook his head green with envy. He became a tycoon overnight. But another man clicked his tongue, scoffing at the ignorance. "Old man, you're blind? Luck. You think this is luck? You don't get a pile of rare herbs like that by stumbling around. Provoke a monster like him, and you'll be choking on your own blood before you can spend a dime." In a distant corner, Yi Hua crossed his arms, watching the spectacle with indifferent eyes. White cores, blue cores, they were trash to him now. It was time to cash out. He chuckled softly, reciting his inventory like a poem. 5 blue cores from the Tier 3 beasts during the tide, and the golden core of the ghost vine. That Tier 2 king species is where the real money lies. A moment later, his phone chimed. Ding, account credited 27,570,000 yuan. The magic cores were sold. Now it was time to find a buyer for the elixir batch. Yi Hua was calculating his next move when Screech, a sleek black supercar, drifted up to him, braking with arrogant precision. It was a classic scene you'd expect in a high-stakes manhwa recap. An imposing elder stepped out wearing a smile that was 10% friendly and 90% calculating merchant. His eyes were sharp like an old fox sensing prey. Greetings. You must be Yi Hua. I am Li Yutian, owner of the Pinghuo Pharmacy. I hear you're holding premium stock. Sell to me, and I'll beat the market price by 1%. Yi Hua's internal alarms blared. As expected, his personal data had been leaked instantly. Those old foxes at the identification center surely sold him out, but he quickly shrugged it off. Whatever. He needed to sell, and someone just delivered a bag of cash to his doorstep. It saved him the legwork. The transaction concluded smoothly. Li Yutian nodded with satisfaction, pausing before he entered his car. Next time you have loot, call me first. Yi Hua watched the luxury car vanish as his phone buzzed again. Ding. Account credited 70,500,064 yuan. He raised an eyebrow, a spark of calculation in his eyes. With this fortune, he could probably boost his stats by another 10%. In this leveling manhwa world, personal strength was the only absolute truth. Ordinary genetic potions and low-tier cores were useless to him now. He let out a long, heavy sigh. My system template is pickier than a high-maintenance wife. Items like the blood jade fruit or high-grade genetic serums. He wasn't even qualified to touch them yet. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. He snapped his fingers. That's it. There is another path. Martial arts. Memories of the college entrance exam rewound in his mind. He had held off Lin Qingxue and the other warriors solely thanks to his overpowered system panel and the raw stats from his monster template. But in terms of pure technique, he was miles behind the seniors at the dojo. If I master a dominant combat art, my power will finally be complete. Yi Hua roared to the sky, burning with fighting spirit. Old Deng, I'm coming to ask for a golden favor. He took off like a human rocket, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Moments later, at Ancheng High School. Inside the principal's office, the serene sound of tea being poured filled the silence. As the steaming cup was filled, the principal looked up, his face lighting up with the excitement of seeing a long-lost son returning from war. Yi Hua, I didn't think you'd still remember your old school, the principal exclaimed, emotionally massaging Yi Hua's shoulders as if polishing a national treasure. Yi Hua laughed heartily. Principal, no need for such formalities. I came back because of our deep bond. How could I not be moved by your guidance? You are the top scorer of the grand exam, the shining beacon of Ancheng High and the pride of the entire nation's education system. Yi Hua popped the lid off a small box, revealing a massive jar of spirit ginseng wine. Teacher, this is just a little tonic from the Pinghuo Pharmacy. It's not a bribe, I swear, just a token of respect for a venerable elder. The moment the principal heard Pinghuo Pharmacy, his eyes lit up brighter than high beams on a dark highway. Oh my, such a filial student, excellent grades and even better character. Who wouldn't love a disciple who respects his seniors? Yi Hua smiled, then leaned in conspiratorially. Principal, actually, I have a small favor to ask. I need to learn powerful martial arts techniques, but since I haven't officially started university, I'm locked out of the training resources. I was hoping you could connect me with the Marshall families. Do you have any connections? The principal stroked his chin, puzzled. You've already been admitted to Huadu University. Why not just wait until the semester starts? What's the rush? Yi Hua's eyes shimmered with intense determination, his voice trembling with feigned emotion. Teacher, I want to evolve faster. I'm terrified of being left in the dust. Say no more. I will make the introductions. You are a genius among geniuses. For a student of your caliber, we cannot be bound by ordinary rules. Education requires flexibility. Rigid rules only strangle potential. Yi He whispered the words like he was taking a solemn oath. The principal nodded. You are absolutely right. Rules are dead stone, but humans are living water. Thank the heavens someone in this system actually gets it. The principal laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you really have a way with words. A pragmatist is a rare gem. The next day, while Yi He was in the shower, his phone rang. It is done. You can go now. The principal's voice boomed clearly over the speaker. Thank you, sir. By the way, which warrior clan actually agreed to this? A beat of silence followed. The Liu family of Incity actually agreed to teach me their secret arts. On the outskirts of an city, an engine roared, tearing through the wind. On a heavy-duty motorcycle, a young man carried a girl with hair as golden as the setting sun. Brother G, you are going too fast. I am scared. But you are so cool. G looked up grinning with arrogance. Small stuff. You have not seen my full potential yet. Suddenly, a voice rang out like a divine warning. Hey buddy, do not lose focus on the highway. Drive like that and your family will be writing your eulogy. The couple turned around. He was casually pedaling a bicycle beside them. Good heavens, what is wrong with you? Trying to scare people to death. GA was furious. You think that rusty junk can race me? He slammed the throttle. The motorcycle shot forward like a rocket, leaving a trail of smoke. No one can stand on the same level as me. Brother G is so domineering. The girl praised him endlessly. He smirked. Looking down on me, all right, let's play. Suddenly, nuclear energy exploded. His bicycle shot forward like it had a thruster attached. Too slow, my friend Yi? He shouted back, leaving them in the dust like wind through bamboo. G and his girl froze their faces, distorted by the wind. Since when do bicycles move like that? That speed rivaled an airplane. He skidded to a stop in front of a massive estate. Before him stood a Western-style mansion, its black iron gates carved with luxurious patterns. The garden was manicured to perfection, straight out of a drama. Wow, truly, a prestigious martial arts family. He released a pulsive key, sensing the hidden force field. Several powerful auras made his scalp tingle. Scary. These people are the real deal. The gates opened. Lin Qingxue stepped out and waved gently. You are here, Yi. He smiled, raising an eyebrow. Aren't you happy to see me? Qingxue blushed and stammered. No, it is not that. My mother asked me to welcome you. Let us go meet her. Yi. He followed, passing through the sprawling garden. Servants trimmed trees in a scene of pure aristocracy. Qingxue looked up and called out, Mother Yi, he has arrived. The soft click of high heels echoed on the stone floor. From the staircase, a woman with platinum hair and crimson lips descended. Her elegance demanded respect. Welcome, child. Her voice was warm, but commanded authority. This was Qinlan, the matriarch of the Liu family. The moment he saw her, his blood boiled and steam practically shot out of his nose. Only one thought echoed in his mind, Prime Minister. I have seen the light. Flashback to the end of the exam at the Liu residence. After losing her match, Lin Qingxue faced the mother, who expected so much. Silence hung heavy between them. Qingxue looked down with sorrowful eyes. Mother, She looked ready to burst into tears. But contrary to her fear, her mother waved a hand dismissively. Qingxue, there is no need to worry. On the TV screen, the Manhwa recap of the fight played. I watched the live duel between you and that boy Yi. You performed well. He was the dark horse of the Huadu exam. You do not need to blame yourself. Qingxue was shocked her mother wasn't pressuring her. Qingxue couldn't speak. She stood trembling, blaming herself for being too weak to uphold the family name. The mother stood tall, her voice serious, as she discussed the Liu family's future. Your younger brother has limited talent. He simply cannot inherit the clan. When it comes to your generation, only you can shoulder this heavy responsibility. She approached Qingxue, stroking the beautiful face she had given birth to. But you are a daughter, and far too beautiful for your own good. She laid bare the cruel reality. Your father died young. Now the Liu family lacks a grandmaster to back us. Our influence has declined so much. We are stuck in this small city. If a major clan demands a marriage alliance, we have no power to refuse. That means the Liu family would be swallowed whole, our century-old legacy gifted to another. That is why I want you and he to be together. What do you think? Qingxue was stunned. She hadn't expected this twist. Her cheeks flushed red and her heart pounded. Her mother continued to explain her vision for this leveling manhwa protagonist. He is not bad. His talent is superb, his background simple, and his potential limitless. From my observation, he is not a wicked person. You do not need to answer now. Just live together and see how it goes. Back to the present. He stood before the queen-like beauty. She approached warmly. Welcome to the Liu family, Yi. Yi bowed respectfully, acting shy. Cough, greetings, auntie. I brought a small gift. This guy was thoughtful enough to bring a present. He was definitely trying to score points. No beating around the bush. She looked down and asked, I heard from the principal of First High that you want to learn some advanced martial arts. He was strangely obedient. Yes, ma'am. She immediately turned to her daughter. Qingxue, lead him there. He was surprised by the ease of it all. He peeked up thinking, why did she agree so quickly? It seemed she was intentionally creating space for the two of them. Qingxue will take you to the martial pavilion. The techniques inside are forbidden to leave the premises, so you only have 1 day to study them. Her eyes turned sharp and serious. Deep inside the pavilion are 3 black-yellow rank skills. Whether you can learn them depends entirely on your own capability. Granted permission, Yi, he clasped his hands and bowed sincerely to the matriarch. Thank you, Liu family. She glanced at him, her expression holding a mysterious depth. He thanked the Liu family, not Qinlan personally. It seems he has made a silent promise to the clan. Very good, Yi He. In the future, the Liu family will ensure you keep that promise. The matriarch smiled, looking at Yi He with deep satisfaction. A brilliant child. The more she looked at him, the more pleased she became. Meanwhile, Yi. He was completely clueless. Why was this woman staring at him like that? A shiver ran down his spine from her intense, peculiar gaze. Qingxue noticed her mother's strange attitude, but dared not speak. Moments later, she guided Yi He toward the martial pavilion, entering a dark, ominous tunnel. Qingxue led the way, her petite figure moving gracefully ahead. Yi. He trailed behind until he suddenly stopped, curiosity getting the better of him. Student Qingxue, why do I feel like your eyes are constantly avoiding mine? His words struck a nerve. Qingxue flinched, terrified to even turn her head to face him. I am not, she stammered. But Yi, he acting like a true rogue, leaned in close to Liu Qingxue, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. Is that so? The sudden proximity set her cheeks on fire. Flustered and wordless, she scrambled to put distance between them, shouting, You! What the hell are you doing so close? Yi, he just swayed back and forth, laughing heartily at her reaction. Soon they arrived at a massive secret chamber entrance, a thick imposing stone gate looming over them. Qingxue finally turned to face him, regaining her composure. This is the stone gate, crafted from force-dissolving rock. It's a special mineral mined from secret realms capable of nullifying attacks from a mystic martial master without a scratch. Yi, his eyes lit up with a challenge. Can I test it with a punch? Qingxue still salty scoffed. Go ahead, punch it. Her face darkened as she questioned his sanity. What a strange thought process. Shouldn't he be marveling at the stone's miracle instead of trying to break it? With her permission, granted Yi, he began gathering atomic energy into his palm. That familiar eerie blue light radiated from his fist as he clenched it tight, channeling raw power. Having witnessed the horror of Yi He's attacks in the arena, Qingxue's eyes went wide with terror. It was that same blue light. The nightmare of that awakening Manhwa battle came rushing back. Unable to watch the impending destruction, Qingxue turned away and squeezed her eyes shut. The energy reached its peak. Yi. He unleashed a full-force strike directly onto the impenetrable gate. The shockwave from his punch was terrifying, shaking the entire tunnel. It felt like a heaven-shattering blow that would collapse the very earth around them. But the moment his fist made contact, the energy vanished into thin air. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward and silent. Seizing the chance to mock him, Liu Qingxue covered her mouth and giggled, while Yi He stood there dumbfounded. No reaction. Strange. Hitting the stone wall felt like punching the ocean or sinking into a swamp. Over 90% of his force had been instantly absorbed. Qingxue was laughing so hard she could barely breathe behind him. Let's go. I'll take you to choose your martial arts. Inside, she was cheering. Looks like even Yi. He has finally met his match. The family head personally opened the mechanism. As they stepped inside, a vast secret chamber revealed itself, filled to the brim with ancient scrolls and martial arts data. Qingxue began the tour. We have movement techniques, defense, body tempering, swordsmanship, and more. Her voice softened. Which one do you want? Just use your personal ID card to unlock the permissions. He didn't hesitate for a second. Where are the mystic yellow martial arts? She led him to a high-tech scanning device in the deepest part of the stone chamber. You need to swipe in here too, she said, her expression turning serious as she warned him. But listen, you can't comprehend a mystic yellow skill in a single day. At best, you'll only scratch the surface. Honestly, I don't think Mother unlocking this tier for you is a good idea. I can help you pick some lower tier skills that suit your style better. Here we go again. He hopped closer to Qingxue, teasing her once more. Oh, are you actually worried about me? Her face flushed with annoyance. I don't want to talk to this guy anymore. She pointed upward, trying to suppress her urge to hit him. But he wasn't done. Ahem, no need to worry. I know my limits, but if I'm going to learn, I must learn the strongest. The mystic yellow arts are right in front of me. If I don't have the guts to take them, I might as well go home. Curiosity piqued again, he asked. Is this door made of black force-dissolving stone? Qingxue slowly entered the password, answering him. Of course. We must strictly protect the mystic yellow arts. This quality of black force dissolving stone is incredibly rare. The heavy gate groaned open, allowing Yi to step inside their shadows, stretching long across the floor tiles. Qingxue added, to build this wall, my great-grandfather started collecting the stone generations ago. Inside stood rows of towering safes, gold-plated and heavily reinforced. On one specific vault, the ominous words, Flesh Prison Demon, were engraved. Qingxue spoke up, explaining the gravity of the situation. Learning mystic yellow arts isn't about reading, it's about feeling the creator's intent. If your attributes conflict with the technique, you cannot learn it. A classic rule of any system manhwa. In short, mystic yellow arts are alive. The martial artist doesn't choose the skill chooses the master. Hearing this, he was thrilled. He opened his mouth wide and laughed uproariously. Haha, perfect flesh prison demon. I am the chosen one for this technique. The vault clicked open. His shadow loomed even more terrifying than the demon imprisoned within. He stood with legs apart, hands in pockets, eyes blazing with anticipation. But suddenly, that smug look vanished. His face twisted into a mask of pure anxiety, trembling uncontrollably. The manual isn't a book. It's a statue. Towering before him was a sculpture of a mutated demonic monster, sitting atop a pile of corpses, trampling the heads of its victims. He froze instantly. He was completely caught off guard. The moment the safe opened, his consciousness was dragged forcibly into an illusion. Panic set in as he saw a figure behind him, a statue shaped like the goddess Guanyin, but with the twisted face of a demon and a missing arm. He whipped his head around, eyeing the statue with extreme caution. Is this the martial intent they talked about? Have I entered the mental realm of the technique? So, mystic yellow arts aren't books but sculptures. Hearing his confusion, Qingxue clarified. Not just sculptures. They can be paintings, tools, anything can harbor martial Tao. That is the miracle of a grandmaster. He jolted, snapping out of the illusion. Qingxue looked him dead in the eye and explained seriously. Only a grandmaster can condense their martial Tao and infuse it into an object, passing it down to future generations as a legacy. With those final words, Qingxue turned away, her expression frosty. She left him with a single cryptic instruction. From here on, you must rely solely on yourself. He scrambled, looking over his shoulder in a panic. Rely on myself, senior sister. Wait, you haven't even told me how to cultivate this technique yet. But Qingxue only glanced back with a mysterious gaze. Comprehend the flow of destiny. If you are fated, the understanding will come naturally. Her words only plunged he deeper into confusion. He was completely clueless. Instantly, he switched to lazy mode. He collapsed onto the floor within seconds, sprawling out comfortably. So if it's meant to be, it'll happen right. Guess I'll take a nap then. Watching from the surveillance room, Qingxue nearly choked on her rage at he's attitude. Only a weirdo like you would dare to sleep during a trial? Despite his lazy appearance, he's mind was racing, analyzing his surroundings. Is this martial dimension actually a construct of the spiritual world? I have no weapons, and I can't even activate my nuclear level counters. It feels like I've been reset to the fragile state of an ordinary human. Just then, the familiar blue screen flashed. System alert: host's consciousness detected in a special dimension. Initiating mental defense protocols to prevent insanity. The system will now fortify the host's spirit. Reading the notification, he grinned. Thank God for this broken ability. This really is the ultimate system manhwa cheat code. Suddenly, a figure materialized on the statue's broken arm. A man identical to the stone sculpture. He stood tall, his laughter booming like thunder. Ha. Only a true man is worthy of inheriting my legacy. Otherwise, I'd rather let it rot in the earth, forever. He looked up, stunned. The figure sat arrogantly above his eyes, glowing with a terrifying crimson light as he issued a challenge. Hey brat, show me you have the guts of a real man. He was so taken aback that his jaw nearly hit the floor. The pressure was immense. The man was the living image of the statue. A massive bolt of lightning tore through the space between them as the spirit spoke. When the thunder roars and the rain falls, the 100 ghosts walk the night. When that happens, you must take my place and guard these ruins. Do not let the statue of the suffering face be defiled by those filth. Succeed, and I will grant you the power to rule this domain. Fail, and the 100 ghosts will gnaw on your soul until you descend into madness, never to walk the path of martial arts again. If you are a coward, flee now while you still can. As his voice faded, a single drop of water fell from the ceiling, landing squarely on Yi's nose. He tilted his head back, a faint smile playing on his lips. Is it raining? Suddenly, the entire secret chamber was filled with the patter of falling water. It was clear the trial had officially begun. The sound of the downpour grew deafening. He gripped the sword in his hand, his knuckles turning white as he channeled his spiritual energy into the blade. Before him, countless mysterious shadows emerged from the darkness. Their eyes glowed with malevolent light as they swarmed toward him. Yet, he stood his ground facing the horde without a shred of fear. His expression turned icy cold. He stared down the nightmare before him, forcing his emotions into a state of absolute calm. The viscous ink-black shadows lunged for the kill, the sword in his hand erupted with light as he leveled it at the enemy ready to clash. Shing! With a single fluid motion, he swept his blade through the air. The leading shadow was instantly bisected. His movements were decisive, powerful, and relentless as he swung again. The glowing arc of his sword carried devastating force. He struck with ruthless efficiency, his face devoid of emotion. Amidst the pouring rain, he was the absolute ruler of the battlefield. He planted his feet firmly, standing tall with his trademark confident grin. He had realized something. I knew it. A trial wouldn't force a martial artist to fight 100 ghosts with bare hands. There had to be a hidden weapon provided. The demonic aura was still thick. His attacks hadn't done lasting damage. The shadows reformed into massive tentacle-like arms and lashed out. He leaped into the air, soaring amidst the raging storm and lightning. He moved with the grace of a deadly dancer, the protagonist performing a symphony of violence. Every step was calculated, every swing cleaved a path through the darkness. He wielded the power with practiced ease, his excitement growing with every kill. High above on the roof, the mysterious man watched Yi with a smirk judging his performance. These 100 ghosts are fueled by my own chi. For a measly apprentice to step out of the safe zone, he's practically begging for death. Looks like this challenger is just another piece of trash. The new generation of martial artists gets more pathetic every year. Meanwhile, Yi continued his relentless assault below. The sticky black slime swarmed around Yi trying to drown him. But the harder they pressed, the more explosive his sword strikes became. The man scoffed. Usually I have to go down there personally to collect the corpses. Just then, a demon seized the opportunity, opening its massive maw to devour Yi from his blind spot. But you can't underestimate the top scorer of City Yi. He sidestepped with impossible fluidity, causing the shadow beast to snap at empty air. The creature roared visibly, frustrated by its failure. The man who had just dismissed Yi as weak froze. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. What? The 100 ghosts. They can't even get close to him, down below Yi. He also noticed the anomaly regarding his physical form. Standing in the drenching rain, he examined his hand and muttered, "It seems that in this spiritual world, the system automatically defends my consciousness. I literally cannot be harmed. This is perfect, Yi." He burst into laughter. It's like giving a tiger wings. Isn't this basically an invincible golden body? Muahaha. From the Guardian's perspective, he saw Yi. He tearing through the demon horde with absolute madness. That unhinged fighting style. It was exactly like his own. It seemed the Guardian had spoken too soon. He tilted his head, frowning in deep confusion as he observed the boy. Task. This brat isn't affected by the audio martial arts at all. How is he doing that? As if hearing the man's thoughts, he looked up with a cheeky expression. Nothing special, just pure talent and hard work. The shadow demons, realizing this human was an unkillable monster, began to retreat in terror. This forced the man, the true avatar of the Phoenix, to acknowledge him. Hard work, indeed. I like your arrogance. Since you have successfully dominated the 100 ghosts, I will not go back on my word. The inheritance is yours. However, whether you can actually master it depends on your own capability. Standing in the fading rain, he, the victor of the trial, gazed steadily ahead. The giant statue crumbled into dust, revealing a hidden well beneath the debris. Inside the depths of the pit, a mysterious ancient energy pulsed with blinding light. He stood at the edge, gazing down into the abyss of the ancient well. A voice heavy with the weight of centuries echoed from the stone statue beside him. This well holds the very essence of the malevolent energy I cultivated my entire life. The inner demon body technique lies within, the voice warned. If you can withstand, but before the warning could even finish, he leaped straight into the darkness. No hesitation, no fear, just pure, unadulterated guts. The The spectral master was left speechless, his stone face masking a mix of shock and admiration. Good, very good, the spirit boomed. I've never seen a junior with such backbone. It reminds me of my own golden age back when I was an S-rank powerhouse who commanded the world. I rose to glory through the inner demon body, and it was that same power that doomed me. As my vitality faded with age, the chains holding the darkness broke. The suppressed evil consumed my mind. I became a monster slaughtering those I swore to protect. To end the nightmare, I had no choice but to take my own life. With my dying breath, I fused my vengeful spirit and martial fortune into this very statue, sealing the calamity away. A century has passed. The malevolent energy has faded, yet it remains a lethal poison to any ordinary martial artist who dares approach. But if you can tame this beast, you will surpass even me. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Qingxue and her mother watched with bated breath. Every second felt like an eternity. Suddenly, the reading spiked. Qingxue gasped, her heart hammering against her ribs as panic set in. On the screen, dark energy engulfed He's body. He began to convulse violently on the cold floor. Mother, what's happening to him? Qingxue cried out, terrified. The two women stood frozen, eyes glued to the large monitor. The distress on Qingxue's face was palpable. This wasn't part of the plan. She couldn't look away. Just moments ago, he had been smiling in his sleep, likely dreaming of something pleasant. But now, his body jerked in agony, blood seeping from his pores. Yet, beside the frantic daughter, Matriarch Lu remained calm as still water. Taking a slow drag from her cigarette, she exhaled a plume of smoke. This third Xuan Huang technique, your grandfather found it near the end of his life. Even with his grandmaster cultivation, the backlash nearly killed him. Since that day, not a single soul in the Lu family has dared to attempt mastering it. Qingxue turned to her mother, shock written all over her face. The matriarch's gaze sharpened her voice, dropping an octave. Absolute power demands an absolute price. Her beautiful eyes widened, conveying a cruel lesson. If one wishes to wear the crown, one must first bear its crushing weight. He chose this path. Now he must walk it. The scene shifted back to the secret chamber. Suddenly, he sat up, stretching his arms and letting out a massive, satisfied yawn. The tension in the monitoring room shattered instantly. Seeing his goofy, refreshed demeanor, Qingxue couldn't help but giggle. Mother, it doesn't look quite as life-threatening as you described. The matriarch was left speechless, the cigarette dangling from her lips. Inside the chamber, the trial was over. He stood and bowed respectfully to the statue. The lingering energy dispersed. He bowed low, his voice steady. Thank you, senior, for the inheritance. The spirit within the statue beamed with satisfaction. Brat, you are the greatest genius I have ever witnessed. Perhaps you will finally uncover the ultimate truth of this S-rank secret realm. I leave this legacy to you. He covered a smirk with his hand, thinking to himself, sorry, old man, I'm not a genius. This is just a classic Manhwa recap moment. I'm hacking the system. He cracked his knuckles, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body like a dormant volcano, waking up. Flesh of the prisoner body of the Asura he declared. My stats haven't changed on the interface, but with this technique, my actual combat power has skyrocketed twofold. The chamber doors burst open. Matriarch Liu and Qingxue rushed in, skirts flying. Did you actually succeed? The mother gasped out of breath. Seeing the two beauties panting before him, he flashed a crooked, confident grin. That's right, it's done. The matriarch's chest heaved violently from the sprint, a truly distracting sight. She couldn't believe her eyes. How is this possible? Even with Qingxue's talent, understanding the basics takes a full week of sleepless meditation. You've only been in here for what? An hour. Did you seriously master a legendary art by taking a nap? Qingxue stared at him, exasperated, yet awestruck. Everyone calls me a prodigy, but this guy, he's the real monster. Faced with their disbelief, he decided to put on a little show. He tilted his head, a devilish smirk playing on his lips. I see doubt in your eyes. Fine, let me give you a demonstration. He crouched, muscles tightening. Dark, ominous energy swirled around him, manifesting like a physical storm. This is the killing intent I harvested from the martial void. Think of it like a weapon enchantment in a video game. It buffs my attacks with pure destruction. To prove his point, he threw a punch, the air itself screaming from the pressure. His fist glowed with malevolent light veins bulging like steel cables. Qingxue watched, entranced, her pupils dilating. The power. She could almost hear the wailing of ghosts in the wind. That aura. It's suffocating. That is the true killing intent he spoke of. But the reaction from Matriarch Lu was unexpected. She stared at him with flushed cheeks, clutching her face like a love-struck teenager. Yi he. She whispered, her voice dripping with sweetness. It was as if the raw display of masculinity had reversed her age. Yi. He noticed her gaze and felt a mix of pride and awkwardness. Madam, he thought frantically, your daughter is standing right there. Please control yourself. I'm a hunter, not a host club worker. Recovering her composure, Qingxue stepped closer, eyes sparkling. Yi he. Since you mastered that one so easily, do you want to try the other two Xuanhuang techniques? You still have 24 hours left on the clock. Matriarch Liu face-palmed in the background, shaking her head at her daughter's innocence. Oh, my sweet, naive child. You say you don't have feelings for him, yet you're practically handing him the entire family treasury on a silver platter. Even if they were investing in Yi He as a potential golden son-in-law, surely they wouldn't hand over the entire Liu family legacy just like that. But Yi, he cut through the tension with blunt honesty. No need, Qingxue. That one dark yellow technique is enough for me to cultivate for a long time. I won't be greedy for more. He turned to the matriarch, bowing slightly. Auntie, I'm exhausted, and I have family matters to attend to. She stroked her chin, nodding in approval, before commanding her daughter with a knowing look. Very well. Qingxue, escort him home. The butler mentioned you arrived on a public bicycle. Do you even know how to drive a car? Just pick anything from the garage. The mention of vehicles sparked a memory in Yi He's mind. He recalled the arrogant punks he'd encountered on his way here. A car. Wait, that gave him a better idea. He remembered seeing a sleek, aggressive beast of a machine earlier. His eyes lit up as he asked, Actually, Auntie, do you happen to have a motorcycle? Qingxue's mother laughed warmly. We certainly do. You like motorcycles, Yi He. You sound just like my troublemaking son. Go ahead, take the best one he has stashed away. Meanwhile, strolling through the Liu estate grounds, the very son she spoke of was muttering to himself. He walked with a swagger, grumbling. Butler Hong said, Mother actually recruited a son-in-law. I need to see what kind of trash thinks he's worthy. My sister is a once-in-a-century genius beauty of An City. Not just anyone deserves her, but fate has always had a twisted sense of humor. This arrogant young master was the exact same punk Yi he had raced earlier. He seethed with rage. That public bicycle brat was infuriating. He scared off my new girl. If I ever see him again, he's dead meat. Speak of the devil. At that exact second, he roared past him, tearing up the pavement on a high-end motorcycle. The young master froze, his brain short-circuiting. His face twisted in disbelief as he stared at the fading taillights. Wait, wasn't that the bicycle loser from before? And why is he riding my bike? Later that night, back at his apartment, the expensive machine was parked safely outside. Inside, a monster core sat in a bowl. He had prepared a dipping sauce with wasabi, treating this legendary power source like a midnight snack. Eating it raw last time was disgusting, he muttered. He picked up his chopsticks, grinning mischievously like a gourmet chef. Maybe a little spicy kick is exactly what this spiritual energy needs. Without hesitation, Yi dipped the precious monster core and popped the whole thing into his mouth. It was just like eating sushi in a leveling manhwa. Suddenly, the system interface flashed. Host Yi. Physique 23.8. Berserk Gorilla compatibility 21%. Supergiant compatibility 85%. Energy surged through his veins like molten lava. He clenched his fist. My attribute panel has spiked, but I can push it even further. Back in the Red Tree Mountain dungeon, my supergiant form hit 50 meters. Impressive for a normal beast, but compared to those mountain-sized ancient entities, I was nothing but an ant. His finger hovered over the holographic screen. His expression darkened with ambition. I need to be bigger. Much bigger. He dumped every available point into the giant model. Then he grabbed the golden core of the demon vine and crushed it between his teeth. Instantaneously, his body convulsed. A terrifying aura exploded outward. And he felt his control slipping away as raw power flooded every cell. The system blared a warning. Berserk Gorilla model has absorbed special plant gene sequences. Rare mutation triggering. Do you wish to abort the mutation? Yes or no? His eyes snapped open wide with shock. A mutation. Stripped to the waist, his muscles rippled with chaotic energy, far bulkier than before. He looked down, his mind racing to weigh the risks. A mutation shifts the fundamental attribute. If it's beneficial, I soar to the heavens. If it's a defect, it's basically a de-evolution. After a heartbeat of hesitation, he slammed his hand on the screen. Screw it. High risk, high reward. Let's turn this bicycle into a Ferrari. Congratulations, host. Unlocked S-Class, isotope model. A holographic projection materialized a massive spike-covered gorilla bathed in blinding light. Yi. His jaw hit the floor. He stared blankly, completely losing his composure. Holy. The system continued. When Berserk Gorilla model reaches 100%, there is a 2% probability of awakening the Star Marshal Emperor Gorilla class. That name alone radiated god-tier power. Yi. He grinned like a maniac, clenching his fist. But I need to max out the current model first. Looks like I have some serious grinding to do. Boom. A massive explosion shattered the silence outside. Yi. He jumped, pulled out of his thoughts. He rushed to the window, eyes narrowing. What the hell is happening? A terrorist attack in the middle of the city. The streets were swarming with tactical units and armored convoys. The flashing lights painted the night red and blue as they sealed off every exit in the district. Don't let them escape. Search every corner, voices screamed below. But amidst the chaos, outside a sharp knock echoed from Yi He's own front door. He spun around, muscles tensing. Who would be looking for him at this ungodly hour? The previous owner of this body was a total loner, he muttered. There's no way a friend is dropping by for a visit. I didn't order takeout either. While his attention was fixed on the door, a shadow materialized at the window behind him. It was a woman clad in a skin-tight, glossy nanosuit that hugged every curve of her dangerous figure. She moved with the silent, fluid lethality of a cyborg assassin. Yi. He sensed her presence and whipped around. Can I help you, miss? Her voice was ice-cold yet playful. Oh, you sensed me. Seems like you aren't just some ordinary trash after all. She smirked beneath her visor. I was planning to stash something here and wipe your memory, but since you're so sharp, I guess I'll have to hurt you a little instead. Do be a good boy and don't run. Yi. He didn't even flinch. He looked her up and down with a gaze full of utter boredom and disdain. He turned his back to her, sighing. Whatever. I have plenty of savings now. I guess I'll just have to buy a new house after I wreck this one. The mysterious woman stood frozen, confusion clouding her eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? Yi. He spun around, channeling the swagger of a martial arts legend. He pointed a finger with lethal confidence and declared, Listen well. Your name is already on the death list. Meanwhile, chaos erupted on the streets below Yi He's apartment. A lone warrior was engaging an entire tactical police squad in a brutal clash. Fists flew and aura exploded. This stranger faced the entire unit single-handedly, his eyes burning with fearless intensity. A sharp-eyed officer spotted a gap in his defense. Target's guard is down. Attack now. Secure him. The squad surged forward, forcing the man back. He was exhausted and bleeding, yet a maniacal grin remained plastered on his face. One eye swollen shut, he laughed in the face of authority, speaking into his comms. Yao Yimei, you must secure the golden gene at all costs. Zhu Yi will hold the line, he roared, his muscles swelling as blinding energy erupted from his core. Ha ha ha, come and get some. I'll drag every last one of you to hell with me. Forbidden art bloodburn. Back in the apartment, the air trembled. Suddenly, a beam of pure primal energy blasted from the girl's location, tearing through the wall. Before Zhu Yi could finish his taunt, the sky fell. A terrifying column of power crashed down from above, straight toward him. Zhu Yi scrambled aside, his soul nearly leaving his body. Another enemy. The ground shattered into dust around him. As the smoke cleared, a battered figure emerged. It was Yimei, bruised and broken. Zhu Yi stared in shock. Junior sister, where is your ivory battle armor? You look like roasted chicken. I risked my life for you to escape, and you come back looking like charcoal. Yimei ignored the insults, her eyes wide with urgency. She whispered into her headset. Zhu Yi, I have the package. We need to vanish. Suddenly, an explosion ripped through the police line behind them. The distraction was perfect. While the officers scrambled for cover, the duo slipped into a nearby sewer grate, disappearing into the darkness. The scene shifts to a desolate, abandoned sector. A ghost town where silence reigned. Yimei and Zhu Yi stumbled to a halt, gasping for air. The tension finally broke as Yimei turned to her partner. We finally shook them. Zhu Yi looked up, eyes widening in admiration at her suit. That nano armor is god tier. It regenerated already. I never expected Yi He to track us this far. But then, a familiar chilling footstep echoed from the shadows. Hey beauty, you forgot to apologize for breaking into my house. Yi. He emerged like a vengeful spirit, his eyes locked onto them, that signature terrifying smile playing on his lips. You two made a fatal calculation. You thought you picked a random victim, but you walked straight into the dragon's den. Darkness swirled around him, making his presence suffocating. Consider this your reward for trespassing. I'm going to enjoy playing with you. Sensing the murderous intent, Zhu Yi stepped forward, roaring in defiance. Monster, how did you track us here? Yi. His grin stretched impossibly wide. I can smell the nuclear radiation clinging to her. Finding you was child's play. He didn't waste another word. Enough talk. Power surged into his right arm as he launched himself at Zhu Yi. A devastating strike was incoming. I'll use your body to test the limits of my demon flesh. The pressure was overwhelming. Zhu Yi crossed his arms in a desperate block, his inner voice screaming, impossible. No mercy shown Yi. He delivered an earth-shattering punch straight into Zhu Yi's guard. The impact was absolute. Even with the block, the force tore through him like a raging dragon devouring its prey. The entire building shook. That wasn't a fight. It was an execution. Zhu Yi stood no chance against a mere test punch. Paralyzed by pain, he vomited a torrent of fresh blood. But Yi, he wasn't done. Energy began to swirl around his left fist. His expression was cold as ice, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Boom! The second hit launched Zhu Yi like a ragdoll. His body smashed into the concrete wall with a sickening crunch. Shockwaves rippled out, leaving the villain completely broken. Yi? He stood amidst the debris, fists still clenched. Yimei froze, watching her partner get decimated. Even with her fully restored armor, fear gripped her heart. She looked up, trembling uncontrollably. My God, that skill. Who is your master? With Zhu Yi unconscious in the rubble, Yi turned his attention to the girl. He waved cheerfully, a complete mood shift. Haha, I am the successor of the great gorilla. Yimei's brain short-circuited. Gorilla, what kind of sect is that? I've never heard of it. Oncheng City truly hides tigers and dragons. Suddenly, a defiant roar erupted from the debris. Don't get cocky, brat Yi. He glanced back, surprised. A bestial howl tore through the air. It seems Zhu Yi wasn't just small fry in this awakening Manhwa world. He forced his broken body up, triggering his class awakening. A massive spectral mutant rhinoceros materialized behind him, eyes glowing with madness. Roaring in absolute fury after taking a beating, he screamed, I am a 6th-stage grandmaster. I'm not some weak novice you can bully. With no other choice, Zhu Yi played his trump card. He slammed his massive rhino foot down, shaking the very earth beneath them. His body mutated completely as he charged toward Yi. Rhino horns erupted from his skull down to his spine, his aura blazing as he rushed in for the kill. Yet, he didn't move an inch. He just stood there waiting. Seeing his enemy reveal his ultimate form Yi, he felt a surge of excitement. This was getting interesting. A wicked grin spread across his face as he cracked his knuckles. Now that's what I'm talking about. But suddenly, from the shadows behind him, Yimei launched her ambush. She shifted her body into stealth mode, snickering to herself as she closed in for the fatal strike. Hey kid, bet you didn't expect my nano battlesuit could turn invisible. The real assassin here is me. Silence reigned, but Yi, he sensed everything. No fear, no panic. He simply tilted his head and raised a single hand. Zap, a beam of nuclear energy blasted from his palm. Get lost, he muttered. The strike instantly incinerated her nano armor's cloaking device. Yimei was launched like a ragdoll, her delicate body smashed violently into the wall behind her. Debris exploded everywhere. The sheer force of the impact buried her in rubble. It was a terrifying display of power. Seeing Yimei taken out so easily, enraged Zhu Yi, Yimei, you useless trash. You can't even handle a simple sneak attack. I'll have to finish this myself. The massive rhino beast roared in frustration, gathering every ounce of energy to obliterate Yi once and for all. But our main character wasn't fazed. He simply raised an eyebrow and smirked, provoking the beast even further. Come on then, Yi. He threw a punch to meet Zhu Yi's overwhelming charge head-on. Boom. Their fists collided. A suffocating wave of pressure exploded outwards. He was actually surprised by the brute's strength. He thought this guy would be easy prey, but the impact told a different story. His defense increased this much. Seeing the shock on Yi, he's faced the rhino demon grinned with savage delight. Listen up, brat. My iron-skinned rhino form can tank shells. What makes you think you can break my armor? The massive rhino horn stabbed toward Yi's face. He barely arched his back to dodge the lethal strike as the air exploded around them. Seizing the momentum, Zhu Yi unleashed a barrage of attacks. A storm of fists rained down on Yi. He die. Just die already. The abandoned building crumbled under the assault. Dust settled over the ruins as the brutal combo finally came to a halt. Zhu Yi stood panting, staring into the smoke. You little rat. No matter how fierce you act, you're nothing against my rhino form. He waited to see Yi. His broken body. But as the dust cleared, he saw nothing. Wait, where did he go? His eyes widened in confusion. That combo should have turned the kid into paste. Where was he? Suddenly, a shadow eclipsed him. Looming before Zhu Yi was a towering, colossal titan. The figure was like a moving mountain, clad in heavy armor. As the titan Yi, he stood up. The entire area quaked under his weight. Terror seized Zhu Yi's heart. What? What the hell is that? His jaw dropped, paralyzed by the impossible sight. Is that a demon beast? He screamed. Where did it come from? Don't tell me that's the brat. The titan's gargantuan hand snapped open. With terrifying speed, it snatched at Zhu Yi as a deafening roar tore through the air. Boom! Like the palm of a god Yi, his hand smashed into the ground. Shockwaves ripped through the concrete, blasting debris in every direction. But Zhu Yi wasn't a grandmaster for nothing. He launched himself into the air just in time. He dodged the first crush, but he was relentless. The giant hand shifted direction, swatting at him like a fly. Panic set in as Zhu Yi scrambled. Another earth-shattering smash rocked the district. Blinding light erupted as his rugged arm pierced the earth. He raised his other fist, now glowing with concentrated nuclear energy. His massive head, hidden in the shadows, looked down like a grim reaper. It was payback time. Every hit he took earlier, he was about to return it 1,000-fold. He unleashed a barrage of colossal punches right on top of Zhu Yi. Imagine a giant pummeling you without mercy. The destruction was apocalyptic. Ding. The interface appeared just like in a classic system manhwa. Host Yi. State Supergiant Transformation. Stats. Skyrocketing from 23.8 to 294. His face was a twisted fusion of monsters, a true nightmare. His eyes burned with nuclear fire, staring down with overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, over in the rubble, Yi Mei's nano suit finally rebooted. She staggered to her feet, clutching her ribs in pain. She stared up at the towering titan in horror. That body, it was invincible. They had messed with the wrong person. Trembling in absolute fear, she whispered, "I was so stupid. Why did I provoke a monster like this?" She forced herself to calm down. Panic meant death. She scanned the chaotic battlefield looking for a way out. If this goes on, Zhu Yi is dead meat. We can't outrun him. I have to find a spot to snipe Yi. It's our only chance. Yi Mei soared to the rooftop like a phantom, her eyes locking onto the target. She drew a shimmering nanowire, calculating the perfect angle for a lethal trap. Without a moment's hesitation, she dived from the skyscraper. Wrapped in her nanosuit, she plummeted like a guided missile, cutting through the air with terrifying speed. Clenching the glowing wire between her teeth, she focused her killing intent on Yi Hei. The deadly thread extended midair, hunting for its prey. In his colossal titan form, his movements were sluggish. She capitalized instantly, wrapping the wire around the giant's thick neck with ease. After securing the chokehold, she shrieked in triumph. "This molecular wire from my nanosuit can slice through high-grade alloy like butter. You may have the size of a giant thanks to gene tech, but you still have human weaknesses." And just like that, the thin wire severed his massive head with a sickeningly sweet slice. The titan's severed head plummeted, leaving the massive body behind. Yi Mei landed with superhero grace, her expression cold as ice. The massive head of Titan he crashed down right in front of her. She glanced at it indifferently and snapped her molecular whip back into place. The headless titan body withered rapidly, its energy dissipating into the wind. It seemed the battle was finally over. Yi Mei exhaled a long breath, whispering, "Did I succeed?" The weight of 1,000 mountains seemed to lift from her shoulders. But just as she dreamed of returning home, the severed titan head's mouth unhinged. A familiar blinding nuclear glow surged from within, a classic twist in this awakening manhwa. The beam erupted, engulfing Yi Mei's voluptuous figure in pure energy. She stumbled back, realizing in horror that she would never see the sunrise again. Terror froze her blood. Soaked in cold sweat and shaking uncontrollably, she could barely stutter Monday. Monster. From a distance, the nuclear beam pierced through the building, blasting a massive hole in the skyline. Could she possibly survive such devastating power? The final image burned into Yi Mei's memory was an endless, blinding blue abyss. Silence returned to the ruins, leaving only thick black smoke and the crackle of lingering static electricity in the air. Suddenly he stepped out from the titan's mouth. Having shed his giant form, he marched toward Zhou Yi, who looked like a discarded rag on the floor. Miraculously, the wretch was still breathing, coughing up blood. Cuckoo. He stood over him, hands on his hips, eyes void of mercy. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Now it's your turn. You absolute monster. Zhou Yi wheezed his face, a mask of crimson gore resembling tomato juice. He loomed like a nightmare, his eyes glowing in the shadows. Those who kill must be prepared to die, that is the law of this world. Zhou Yi slumped his head, awaiting the end. Outside, the wailing sirens of police cars pierced the night air. Accepting his fate, Zhou Yi squeezed his eyes shut. If I'm going to hell, I'm taking you down with me. Yi Mei, the woman you just disintegrated, hid the golden gene in your room. It's all yours now. His eyes snapped open, twisting into a demonic grin of pure malice. Enjoy the endless manhunt that comes with it. Run while you can. Ha ha ha. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Irritated by the noise, he stomped down hard. Crunch. The rambling monkey was finally silenced, his blood painting the concrete. He glanced toward the horizon, sensing the approaching authorities. The cops are here. Time to dispose of the trash. The gaping hole in the abandoned building stood out like a sore thumb. Everyone would know exactly what kind of power was used here. A bit too flashy, he muttered. Cutting to his apartment, he sat on his bed and immediately checked his phone for intel. On Chin, what's the status of the police investigation? The reply was instant. It's handled. But things are chaotic. Hey, lay low until you enroll at Hua Du Academy. Don't worry, Auntie, I'm a good boy, he typed back. She actually believed him. He tossed the phone aside, relieved. Thank God for Aunt Chen. Without her connections, that nuclear blast would have put a target on my back. Sure enough, he found the hidden vial in his room. He examined it curiously. So this is the legendary golden gene they died for. He inspected the logo, a massive winged beast. He recognized it immediately from the Prometheus files, the Thunderbird Biotech Group. Suddenly, the pieces clicked. He knew exactly why those thieves planted this on him. They stole this and were being hunted. That weasel Zhou Yi wanted to frame me as the scapegoat. Glancing at the hole in his own wall from the earlier fight, a sense of unease settled in. With this hot potato in hand, staying here was suicide. Hotel for tonight. Scene shift, the B-rank Swan Lake Dungeon, classic leveling Manhwa territory. A stunning oasis surrounded by majestic peaks. Martial artists swarmed the area hunting beasts for glory and resources. A scantily clad woman stood triumphantly atop a slain beast. How's the loot looking over there? Her partner, digging through bloody entrails for a spirit stone, grunted. Not bad. Made a decent profit today. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The woman spun around, panic seizing her voice. Captain, look out. The man froze. Above them, a demonic beast descended from the heavens, turning the very sky the color of fresh blood. Dark clouds rolled in like a funeral shroud. A colossal shadow loomed over the oasis, choking the very air with dread. It wasn't just a shadow. A legion of mutated nightmares charged forward. Eyes, mouths, and limbs twisted into grotesque forms, straight out of a horror story. The earth split open and the sky tore apart. Monsters poured out from every direction, like an unstoppable plague of death. Leading this parade of hell was a reptilian behemoth. Its body was a mountain of scales, and its jaw was lined with daggers. But the real horror wasn't the beast. It was the throne on its back, where a small, arrogant shadow sat, watching the chaos. The sky bled crimson. Lightning tore through the black clouds, like the heavens themselves were screaming in agony. Finally, the true king revealed himself, a monkey-like creature with the physique of a titan, looking down on the world like a god. His throne was built upon a mountain of human skulls. This was the Tier 5 calamity. The blood-eyed black ape. Panic exploded among the hunters. Faced with this nightmare scenario typical of a leveling Manhwa survival, was the only thing on their minds. A bald hunter screamed as he ran, terror twisting his face. Call the army. This is an overlord tier beast tide, and city will fall without a grandmaster. The captain's face went pale as a sheet. His spirit stone clattered to the ground, forgotten in his overwhelming fear. Damn it. High-tier monsters never leave their territory. On his throne of bone, the Ape King looked bored, resting his chin on his hand. But then, his demeanor shifted. His pupils constricted into glowing pinpoints of pure killing intent. Beneath him, the giant mount unhinged its jaw. A mouth stretching hundreds of meters wide, filled with a forest of razor-sharp teeth. Boom! A terrifying shockwave blasted from its tongue, shaking the entire oasis to its core. Chaos reigned from above. Razor-sharp boulders shattered from the mountains, falling like meteors on the fleeing hunters. It was a massacre. One man, desperate to warn the others, screamed into his radio while sprinting for his life. Emergency Overlord Beast at Swan Lake. The beast tide is spreading, but deep down, he knew. His story was about to end. Terror flooded his eyes as he looked up, requesting back. Crunch. A massive boulder flattened him instantly. Nothing remained but a severed arm and a radio crackling in the dust. Unit 3, respond. Is anyone there? Hello, hello? But the only response was the movement of the king. The great ape stood up, crossing his arms with the arrogance of an absolute ruler. He didn't just command power, he was power incarnate. The overlord of the wasteland was ready to play. A sadistic grin stretched across his face. With a roar that shook the heavens, he ordered his army to slaughter every last human. The monster horde surged toward the dungeon gate. Their target was clear. They were coming for An City. It was an endless sea of monsters, and riding the wave was the Ape King pointing his finger toward humanity's destruction. Meanwhile, at An City, the sky turned an unnatural shade of gray, and a collective shiver ran through the population. Then, the sirens wailed. Warning, large-scale beast tide detected from the Swan Lake B-rank dungeon. The city erupted into chaos. It wasn't just a drill, it was the apocalypse. Evacuation orders blared from every speaker. Defense lines will breach in 20 minutes. All military units mobilized to the front lines immediately. Special forces flooded the streets. Tanks and troops rushed to face the incoming tsunami of beasts. The broadcast continued desperate and loud. Attention all martial artists, we need every able-bodied fighter to defend the city now. At the train station, panic ruled. Stop pushing, stay in line. But fear had already taken over. It was a crush of bodies. A father held his baby high above the crowd, just trying to keep the child breathing in the suffocating press. The noise was deafening. Police shouted over the megaphones, trying to maintain a shred of order amidst the catastrophe. Priority boarding for children and students only. They are the future. If the city falls, they must survive. In the mayor's office, the air was heavy with despair. The mayor slumped over his desk, his voice trembling. I told you to call for help. Which cities are sending reinforcements? The secretary looked up, her eyes filled with hopelessness. Sir, we aren't the only ones. Beast tides are triggering all over the country. She clutched the reports tightly. Even the safe cities are hoarding their forces to build defenses. No one is coming. The mayor's face fell. The last flicker of hope was extinguished. What about the capital? Surely, they can spare one grandmaster. He collapsed back into his chair, a broken man. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. The neighboring city of Kwanshan just had an S-rank gate open. Every high-ranking hunter has been deployed there. He narrowed his eyes, accepting their cruel fate. We are out of time. The battle for An City's survival has officially begun. But right now, we can only rely on our own strength. Let's cut to the Chu family estate, where our MC Yi. He is busy mopping the floor with Chu Zhou in a sparring match. Neither of them had a clue about the impending doom outside. Yi. He was having way too much fun, raining heavy blows down on his friend. The adrenaline of the fight consumed them both. Just look at that expression on Yi. He's enjoying this way too much. It was supposed to be light training, but Yi's raw power was something Chu Zhou could barely handle. Chu Zhou staggered back, fighting to keep his balance. He looked up, sweat dripping, staring at the monster standing before him. Yi. He nodded slightly, a wide, confident grin spreading across his face. Not bad, he said seriously. Taking a punch like that without collapsing, you've actually got some backbone. Truth be told, that single punch had shaken Chu Zhou to his core. Wiping sweat from his brow, Chu Zhou asked breathless. The Xuan Wang martial art. Just when exactly did you master that? Yi. He stretched lazily, yawning as if this was boring. Oh, started about a month ago. It's barely passable. Then he flipped the script, typical of a leveling manhwa protagonist. But honestly, I haven't seen you in a month. Why have you gotten so weak? Chu Zhou forced a smile, looking embarrassed. I didn't get weaker. You just became a total freak of nature. Suddenly, a bone-chilling sound echoed from the distance, making both of them freeze. The playfulness vanished. Their expressions sharpened into pure vigilance. Their instincts screamed that something terrible had begun. Chu Zhou stared blankly for a second before realizing. An City. Is it under attack? That's the beast tide alarm. Simultaneously, his phone lit up with a grim notification, and he held it out for Yi to see. Priority evacuation order all University Reserve Martial students. Proceed immediately to An City Airport for flights B512 and B753, or the express station for train A23. Chu Zhou's voice dropped an octave. It's a retreat order. A code red. Yi. He raised an eyebrow, his tone mocking. Don't tell me you're actually planning to run away. Qingxue frowned, a mix of displeasure and regret on his face, as he shot back. Are you saying you want to stay? Humph. With your personality, I thought you'd be the first one to fly the coop. But our MC Yi just turned back, with the most arrogant punchable grin in all of In City. The more beasts there were, the more excited this battle junkie became. He cracked his knuckles loudly. Crack, crack. Since when did you become so chatty? I've already decided. I'm not leaving. He summed it up with one word. War. Behind him, the hesitation vanished from Qingxue's eyes. He steeled his nerves, ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yi. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the massive Liu family villa. Inside the opulent mansion, Lin Qingxue was frantic. She rushed to her mother, pleading, "Mother, I need to go. I have to join the defense against the beast tide." In stark contrast to her daughter's fire, the mother remained ice cold. "And tell me," she asked calmly, "what are the odds of you coming back alive? There are maybe 30,000 martial artists in the city. Even adding the retired veterans and volunteers, we barely scrape past 50,000. Against a beast tide of this scale? That number is a joke. We are a paper boat facing a tsunami. One collision and you will be drowned in a sea of monsters." Her mother knew the truth. She knew about the massive ape king lurking in the secret realm, and she dropped the harsh reality on her daughter. There is an overlord-tier beast out there. That is not something In City can handle. Even a grandmaster would barely survive a clash with a monster of that caliber. Qingxue, your life does not belong only to you. It belongs to the future of this family. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue fell silent. She bit her lip, trembling with frustration, unable to refute the logic, but burning with shame. Without another word, Qingxue turned and walked away. She couldn't bear to argue anymore, but the fire in her eyes hadn't died out yet. As she left, she muttered, "A martial family that cannot fight beasts has no value existing in this world." Her mother sat motionless silence, filling the room like a heavy fog. Qingxue's emotions were at a breaking point. She stormed out and slammed the door hard, a final act of rebellion against her mother's cold pragmatism. Once her daughter was gone, the mother finally moved. She lit a cigarette, taking a long drag. "Aunt Hong," she called out casually, "pack our bags. We're leaving In City." From the shadows, the elderly housekeeper appeared. She nodded respectfully, but asked the one question hanging in the air. "What about the young master, Yi?" At the mention of Yi, a complex emotion flickered in Qinlan's eyes. She looked up at the ceiling deep in thought. She hadn't forgotten him. Send him a message, she ordered coldly. Let him choose his own fate. Scene change. The Swan Lake secret realm. Countless martial artists had gathered at the front lines. The air was thick with killing intent. No one showed fear. They stood ready to bleed for the land that raised them. Every warrior had their own style, but they shared the same defiant pride. Someone shouted out, "Chen, you're 60 years old. What are you doing here? Take your granddaughter and run." The old man barked back. "Shut your trap. If old Zhang with one leg can be here, why shouldn't I be?" Below them, an old man leaning on a cane looked forward and laughed. "Ha! Who would have thought? 30 years later, and we're back in the trenches fighting a beast tide together." Chen looked at his comrade, his resolve harder than steel. "Yeah, 30 years. You left your leg on the battlefield back then. Hey, old Zhang, if we survive this, were you still planning to move to the capital with your son?" Chen scoffed, teasing him. "A country bumpkin like you in the big city? You'd be a laughingstock." Old Zhang shook his head, smiling. "Nah, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay in city and play chess with a loser like you." His voice grew firm. "I was born in this city, and I will be buried in this city." With those words, the old legends and the young warriors behind them soared into the sky. One last charge into glory. Ahead of them, the horde of mutated beasts was endless, an ocean of fangs and claws, led by the Ape King. At the gateway to the secret realm, tanks and soldiers formed a wall of steel guns aimed at the abyss. The government's order was absolute. "We are the final defense line of In City. Hold your ground. Not a single monster gets past us." The soldiers roared in unison. "Yes, sir." The mayor of In City stepped to the front line. He stood tall, staring into the swirling vortex of the gate. 60% of our military and high-ranking martial masters have already entered as the vanguard, he announced grimly. Their mission, scout the beast tide and test the power of the overlord. Their goal, survive and bring back data. But the moment the words left his lips, the mayor froze. His eyes went wide with horror. From the darkness of the gate, a single martial artist crawled out. Covered in blood, beaten beyond recognition, a broken survivor from a massacre. His eyes screamed for salvation, signaling the medics to rush in. But before the healing light could even trigger, The warrior's battered body crashed to the cold earth beyond the reach of any recovery potion. The mayor sprinted forward, panic etching his face. He barked at the support team. Don't just stand there. Heal him. Cast your recovery spells now. But life was fading fast from the weak body. With the last ounce of his spiritual energy, the warrior raised a trembling hand clutching a single USB drive. He gasped out, "This holds the Vanguard's fate. Mayor." The mayor grabbed it, his voice shaking with dread. "Where are the others? Where is the main force?" Terror flooded the dying man's gaze. He looked up, delivering a report that froze the mayor's blood. "Gone. They're all gone." Those 3 words dragged the mayor's heart into the abyss. Tears mixed with blood as the survivor gasped his final breath. The beast tide, it consumed everything. Not even bodies remain. In his fading vision, the horror replayed itself. The shadow of a colossal monkey king, a nightmare that shattered even the strongest will. Beware the blood-eyed black ape. It possesses intelligence. It baited us into a trap. If we had known, thousands might still be breathing. Suddenly, the dimensional gate flared with ominous energy. A massive object shot out from the void like a prehistoric chrysalis. It hurtled toward the mayor with terrifying velocity. It wasn't just a rock. It was a kinetic missile. Boom. It punched straight through a skyscraper. Reinforced concrete crumbled like tofu before its overwhelming momentum. The projectile shattered midair, raining down shrapnel. But this was no accident. The fragments detonated the defensive minefield with surgical precision. The mayor stared up, realization dawning with horror. Wait, are they clearing our traps? They're targeting the underground defense grid. Explosions ripped through the city streets. A chain reaction turned the defense line into a sea of flames. The mayor gritted his teeth. They're destroying the lightning barriers before the main invasion. The order was given. The armored division opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. A symphony of heavy artillery roared against the invaders. The mayor shouted over the comms. Damn it, it's a localized dungeon break. All tanks focus fire on the rift. Don't let them breathe. Steel titans faced off against ancient killing intent. The mayor stood his ground, watching the chaos unfold. But the pressure in the air was suffocating. As the smoke cleared, the grim reality set in. The beasts weren't rushing blindly. They were using ranged bombardments to drain human ammo and morale. Sun Tzu's art of war. From monsters, cold sweat trickled down his face. Rage boiled within him as he cursed their cunning evolution. Filthy animals. But the gate pulsed again. Countless stone spikes launched into the sky, falling like a meteor shower of death. Incoming second wave. The sky turned black as the density of the barrage doubled. This wasn't a battle. It was an execution. The heavy tanks were crushed like tin cans. The defensive line was crumbling under the overwhelming weight of the attack. The formation broke before the infantry could even engage. Hell had descended on Earth. Amidst the smoke, a lone soldier raised his rifle, trembling. But death was already behind him. A grotesque shadow loomed. The rocks were hatching, releasing the nightmares within. A mutated abomination with wings slithered closer. The soldier gripped his weapon, knuckles white with fear. Ambush. Watch your 6. Too slow. Snap. The beast decapitated him in a single motion, savoring its first taste of fresh meat. Blood dripping from its maws, the alpha signaled the pack. The slaughter began. The swarm descended upon the helpless humans. Bullets bounced off their exoskeletons like hail. It was useless. More and more winged horrors burst from the stone cocoons. The mayor screamed to the heavens. The stones are troop transports. They're bypassing the front line, intercept them in the air. But the true despair was just emerging from the rift. A gargantuan mount stepped through the portal. The vibration of its steps shook the entire city. Perched atop the beast sat the Monkey King. His aura was terrifyingly calm, like a god looking down on ants. A twisted, arrogant grin spread across his face. Enough play. The humans are spent. Flatten this city. Leave nothing but dust. The king had spoken. The horde surged forward in a frenzy of bloodlust. The earth groaned under the weight of the stampede. The vanguard rushed the gate. Tanks focused their fire, desperate to stop the momentum. But the white monkey general walked through the explosions unscathed. Behind him, a sea of monsters stretched to the horizon. How do you fight a tsunami with a bucket? High explosive rounds felt like mosquito bites to them. Smash. The frontline tanks were torn apart like paper toys. High above the carnage, he watched from the shadows. Seeing a city on the brink of destruction, he sighed. I wonder what will be left of this place in this Manhwa recap world. Melancholy washed over him. I've only been transmigrated here for a few months, but this city, it's grown on me. I won't let these beasts ruin my peaceful life. Time to intervene. System activate. Godzilla armor equipped. He dove from the skyscraper like a descending dragon. His mechanical tail whipped through the air as that signature smirk returned. Meanwhile, on the streets below, the Martial Academy students were holding their own against the fodder. Brother Luo, that was insane. You already took down 5 of them. That's S-rank potential. Luo Xuan laughed, his fists glowing with energy. Child's play. Nearby, Kai Xiaoling stood her ground, refusing to retreat. She stood atop a fresh corpse, wiping blood from her blade. She shot a glare at her rival, killing a few low-tier trash mobs. Don't get cocky. Luo Xuan, is that the limit of your power? The title of #1 student seems a bit overrated. Luo Xuan's face twisted in annoyance. She stepped closer, aura flaring around her. It was clear she had just finished her own legendary slaughter. As Chuzhou grasped the spirit stone, the crowd erupted in awe. That's a blue core. Did you really slaughter a tier 3 demon beast all by yourself? Chuzhou strode forward with casual elegance, his voice calm amidst the chaos. I didn't expect to run into you guys. Why haven't you evacuated yet? Before they could respond, his gaze locked onto the horizon, burning with battle intent. Our ancestors and elders are out there bleeding for this city. As the younger generation, how could we turn our backs and flee? His words barely landed when Luo Xuan's face went deathly pale. Cold sweat drenched him as he pointed a trembling finger ahead, screaming incoming. Chuzhou spun around to witness a nightmare. A massive armored tank had been swatted like a fly hurtling straight toward him. Death was inches away as the steel behemoth descended. Meanwhile, the nightmare escalated. Hordes of demon beasts burst from their stone cocoons, flooding the streets of An City. Luo Xuan's lackey turned tail and fled in terror. But Luo Xuan stood his ground, roaring in disbelief. What the hell? Who has the power to throw a tank like a toy? Chuzhou didn't even flinch. With ice-cold composure, his hand drifted to his hilt, slowly unsheathing his blade. As the massive vehicle loomed over him, Chuzhou executed a single flawless strike. The blade sang through the air, slicing the armored tank cleanly in 2 just before impact. This was the result of his evolution in this awakening Manhwa. The tank dwarfed him by 50 times, yet a single stroke of his blade reduced the steel giant to scrap metal. Steel fragments rained down like hail. Beside them, Kai Xiaoling's face lost all color as she stammered to Luo Xuan. That has to be a beast lord from the secret realm. How did it breach the rear lines? The dust from the tank hadn't even settled. When a colossal white ape materialized from the shadows, it lunged forward, unleashing a roar that threatened to shatter their eardrums. Amidst the panic, Chuzhou stood like an immovable mountain. His voice cut through the fear. Stay calm, that's no beast. Lord, its aura and pressure are far too weak. Suddenly, the beast's massive fist descended like a falling meteor, targeting all 3 of them. The sheer size blocked out the sun, and its speed was terrifying. Faced with this overwhelming force, even Chuzhou felt the pressure. He gritted his teeth, eyes narrowing in frustration. Damn it. Boom. A devastating beam of energy slammed into the ape's furry hide. That familiar radiance. He had arrived. The blast drilled straight toward the beast's skull. The creature shrieked in agony as the blow connected, crashing onto its back with earth-shattering force. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck in city. Before the beast could even process the pain, its massive hand instinctively snatched upward, aiming to crush the insect that dared to hurt it. But he was already standing atop its head, like a god of war. With one hand charging immense power, he effortlessly blocked the gargantuan claw, hurtling toward him. A sadistic grin twisted Yi's face. He peered down at the monster with manic delight. Time for some dental hygiene. The beast's eyes widened in confusion at the mockery, but all it could do was roar in impotent fury. He gripped one of the monster's razor-sharp fangs, his fingers digging in like steel hooks. He stared directly into the foul, gaping maw without a shred of fear. Bracing his limbs, he pried the beast's jaws apart with raw brute strength. Disgusting. Just how many humans have you devoured? Only he could radiate such terrifying, chaotic energy. A new sphere of nuclear power began to condense in his palm. The energy flared to life, shining brighter than a supernova. His silhouette flickered with dangerous instability. Let me give you a thorough cleanse, he laughed maniacally, using his legs to keep the beast's jaws wide open. He bent down and unleashed the torrent of nuclear fire straight down its throat, incinerating its insides from the gullet to the gut. Such ruthless brutality left Chuzhou and his classmates paralyzed with shock. The fleeing student stammered. While the beasts are fighting, we need to run. He hadn't realized it was a human. But Chuzhou stopped him. Don't panic. That's Luo Xuan's jaw dropped. That maniac. Gargling the beast is Yi He. By now, the white ape was nothing but a hollow shell of charred fur and skin. Yi He stood triumphant atop the mound of burnt flesh. Amidst the acrid smoke, Chu Zhou looked up with hope. With him on our side, and city might actually survive this apocalypse. At that moment, our chaotic powerhouse turned around, flashing a wild, eccentric grin. Chu Zhou, I'll leave this trash to you. I'm off to find more fun. The thrill of using his powers had clearly sent him into a battle frenzy. Propelling himself with nuclear bursts, he shot into the sky like a rocket. His mastery was terrifying. He was becoming more of a monster than the beasts themselves. High above Yi, he surveyed the hellscape of An City. Flames danced on the horizon, accompanied by the symphony of screams and roaring beasts. Smoke blackened the day. He closed his eyes, extending his magnetic field to hunt for the strongest prey on the battlefield. Where is the biggest party? His mind clicked. Found you. The scene shifts to a different sector. A massive demonic mammoth emerged from its cocoon. Razor-sharp tusks jutted from its maw-like spears. The behemoth thundered forward, crushing everything in its path. Soldiers unleashed a hail of bullets against its one-eyed visage, but the projectiles bounced off like pebbles against steel. The bullets did nothing. Desperate and out of ammo, a soldier hurled his rifle down in frustration and roared. Firearms are useless. Fix bayonets. Draw blades. Following the captain's order, the squad unsheathed their cold steel, the sound ringing out in unison. They knew it was suicide. They knew they could be wiped out in seconds. Yet they turned to face the abyss with unwavering courage. The mammoth went berserk. It trampled the earth, its massive tusks thrashing through the air like whips of destruction. The soldiers charged head-on into the jaws of death. But moments later, tragedy struck. Bodies were skewered upon the mammoth's ivory tusks, painting a gruesome picture of sacrifice. In this brutal awakening Manhwa world, the beast wasn't just killing, it was slaughtering. A catastrophic loss for An City, as the monster raised its tusks high, displaying the gruesome trophies of the fallen in arrogant triumph. The earth screamed as its colossal foot slammed down. A crimson tide of blood erupted, the final remains of the soldiers, crushed beneath its massive weight. Witnessing this hellscape, the squad's morale shattered. Captain, we need to fall back. This position is lost. We're just grunts. We can't fight these monsters. Yet the captain stood his ground. His knuckles white around his hilt, he parried a lesser beast, his voice cutting through the panic as he rallied his men. Hold the line. With a desperate roar, his blade flashed, slicing the smaller beast in two with a single clean strike. A valiant effort, truly. But against the mammoth demon lord, he was nothing more than an insect waiting to be squashed. Death stared him in the face, but he didn't blink. He transmuted fear into steel. We are soldiers. We hold this ground until the awakened arrive, even if it costs us our lives. The moment the words left his lips, the shadows deepened. Dark swirling silhouettes manifested, radiating a suffocating killing intent. The surviving soldiers froze, sensing the shift in the air. What the hell is that? Is it reinforcements? Have the martial artists finally arrived? They looked up. The mammoth's massive frame was being consumed by the darkness. The shadows coiled around it, like living chains binding the titan in a grip of iron. The constriction tightened, shaking the beast so violently that the corpses entangled on its tusks were shaken loose, raining down upon the battlefield. With the beast immobilized, a blinding beam of nuclear energy pierced the air. It struck the mammoth's skull with surgical precision. The monster's eyes bulged in confusion. It never saw it coming. The devastating energy drilled straight through its brain. Blood geysered into the air like a macabre fountain as the mountain of flesh and muscle collapsed. Boom! The impact shook the very foundation of the city. One strike, one kill. A Class A threat erased. The lesser beasts froze terror, seizing them as they watched their leader fall. Screeches of panic erupted from the horde. Their dominance shattered, replaced by the primal fear of the predator standing before them. Yi! He dove into the fray like a meteor. Nuclear battle body. Activate, he roared, letting the berserk energy flood his veins. His arm mutated, bristling with razor-sharp spikes. A manic grin spread across his face. He wasn't just a warrior. He was a walking nuke, radiating pressure that made the air tremble. He didn't just attack, he detonated. A shockwave of pure destruction blasted outward, vaporizing the fodder monsters instantly. This was the power of a human nuclear weapon. Meanwhile, An City was burning. Smoke and fire painted the skyline of this leveling Manhwa nightmare. But the tide was turning. The demon beasts were fleeing in droves, their stampede shaking the ground. A young fighter watched, baffled by the sudden shift. They're retreating. No, it doesn't feel like a retreat. They're converging on something else. A comms officer shouted to her squad leader, "Report Yi He, the grand champion of An City has engaged, the beast horde is encircling him." The leader whipped around, eyes wide. He looked toward the horizon, watching the sea of monsters shift direction. His heart sank. No. We can't let Yi He fall like Master Liu did. He's just a kid, but he is the beacon of hope for this city. Adrenaline surged. He sprinted toward the epicenter, barking orders. Move out, snipers cover fire, protect the champion at all costs. Back in the kill zone, a massive white ape lunged only to have half its skull blown off by a concentrated blast of radiation. The creature howled, a sound of pure agony echoing through the battlefield as its life force faded. Yi He stood amidst a graveyard of rotting flesh and bone-locking eyes with the largest alpha in the pack. Burn. He unleashed a radial pulse of nuclear energy, a ring of death that incinerated everything in its path. Yet the horde didn't stop. Like glitches in a system Manhwa, they ignored their fear, swarming him with a singular purpose: kill Yi He. But he wasn't alone anymore. Silhouettes of high-level awakened leaped into the fray, cutting down the stragglers to buy him breathing room. Captain Hung roared, "Watch out! A High Lord-class beast is locking onto Yi. He shield him." Explosions rocked the city streets. And city had become a living hell, a symphony of screams and steel. But amidst the chaos, faith in their young hero held strong. "You think you can touch our champion? You'll have to go through me first, you filth. Humanity will never fall. Hold the line. The champion is watching. Don't let him see our base in ruins. Wipe these bastards out." Ha! You hear that? Are we old geezers gonna let a high schooler outdo us? Show them hell. Near the dungeon gate, a hybrid monstrosity, part rhino, part bull, charged with the momentum of a freight train. Crash. It slammed into the energy barrier, but the great wall of An City, conjured by the mayor himself, held firm. This was the ultimate defense. A fortress built of mana and will designed to shelter the weak from the apocalypse. Hovering above the chaos, Mayor Huang Qing gritted his teeth, his mana draining rapidly. He knew defense wasn't enough. "My earth-vein divine wall can only stall them," he muttered. "To end this beast tide, we must sever the head of the snake. The overlord must die." Suddenly, a shadow darted up the sheer face of the wall. Ignoring gravity, it zigzagged upward with terrifying speed, aiming straight for the mayor's exposed back. The furry assassin leaped, jaws, unhinged fangs, glistening with venom, ready to decapitate the city's leader. Yet, Huang Qing didn't even flinch. His eyes remained locked on the battlefield below, cold and calculating. Slowly, he brought his palms together. Divine light gathered in his breath, flowing into his hands, condensing into a sphere of absolute power. Just as the beast lunged for the kill, Mayor Khan raised a hand. With a mere flick, he could have decapitated this trash instantly, but then, a terrifying pressure descended nearby. Khan's eyes narrowed in warning. A monstrosity manifested right beside him. This wasn't some trash mob he could casually delete. This colossus was the war mount of the Monkey King. Its razor-sharp tongue darted out, hovering mere inches from Khan's fragile form. Against those gaping jaws, he was nothing but a speck of dust. Gazing up at its grotesque enormity, a primal chill ran down his spine. Facing the beast head-on, his analysis skill flashed. It was the Tremor Crocodile, a Tier 4 King-class domain lord. His guard maxed out instantly. He muttered, "The mount of the blood-eyed black ape. If the overlord's pet is here, that damn monkey isn't far behind." Forcing down his panic, the mayor descended, landing softly atop the fortress walls he had erected. A glint of calculation flashed in his eyes. He channeled his mana, skill-activated tsunami of the rocky peaks. A shockwave erupted from his palm, turning the very bedrock into a rippling ocean of stone. Skyscrapers and debris rose like waves, forming a barrier to seal that beast within the dungeon gate. The mount paused, its snout twitching at the chaotic landscape. But then, its eyes narrowed, with killing intent. Countless eyes opened across its rugged hide, glowing with ominous light. It realized its opponent also wielded the earth element. Under the Tremor Crocodile's will, the stone tsunami obeyed. The debris compressed, collapsing into a single gigantic sphere of rock. The sphere devoured the surroundings, nullifying Khan's attack. But the beast missed one detail. Khan had cloaked his presence within the rubble, closing the distance. He sneered. "Did you think I used earth arts just to match you? It was all a distraction to get in range." The beast tried to manifest stone armor, but it was already game over. Khan unleashed his ultimate art, Mystic Mountain Piercing Force. A spiraling blast erupted from his fist, shattering the beast's diamond-hard eyelids and detonating its eyeball. A roar of agony from the colossal crocodile echoed across the entire city, its eye ruined by a single god-tier strike. Trembling in excruciating pain, it unhinged its jaw and unleashed a roar meant to crush the mayor's spirit. The sonic boom was more devastating than the combined force of 100 martial masters. Windows across the city shattered into dust. The sheer destructive power of its voice was catastrophic, and city plunged into chaos as explosions rocked the streets. The earth itself answered the tremor crocodile's rage. In a split second, razor-sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, transforming the battlefield into a deadly forest of spears. Khan stood his ground, thinking, thank God I read the intel on this awakening Manhwa boss beforehand. If I hadn't evacuated the hunters, the death toll would be unimaginable. With resolve hardening like steel, the mayor flared his aura to the max and charged. If your whole body had crossed the rift, I might fear you. But just ahead, you're nothing but a sitting duck waiting to be slaughtered. His aura manifested into 1,000 phantom arms, each weaving a different seal. His body ignited with energy indistinguishable from raging fire. From his small frame, he discharged a torrent of high-voltage lightning straight into the beast. Size didn't matter, only damage output. Arcs of lightning scorched the crocodile's snout, forcing it to writhe in agony. The beast's eyes bulged in shock. Meanwhile, Khan hardened his skin, tanking the reflected damage from the stone spikes head-on. But the nightmare wasn't over. The beast's massive head had nearly fully emerged from the dimensional rift. Giant spikes bristled along its snout. It now resembled a titanic, enraged sea urchin, ready to impale the world. Facing this impenetrable defense, even Khan felt a flicker of fear. Truly, a king of the earth element, generating stone pillars from its own flesh. But he failed to notice the true threat. The Monkey King was lurking in the shadows behind him. Suppressing its presence to zero, the ape peeked from behind a stone pillar, eyes locked on its prey. Khan scanned the area, senses tingling. Suddenly, the hairs on his neck stood up. A massive, undetectable energy spike appeared right at his blind spot. Khan's face went deathly pale. An ambush! Before he could react, a massive furry hand clamped onto his skull. Even with decades of combat experience, he was too slow. The speed gap was absolute. The blood-eyed black ape unveiled its terrifying aura, reveling in its freedom. To this monster, Khan was just an insect, puny human. Were you bullying my pet? Trapped in that vice-like grip, Khan stared directly into the face of despair. Terror flooded his veins. The blood-eyed black ape. It was hiding inside the stone spikes all along. Murderous intent blazed in its eyes. It growled, "I'll crush your skull like a grape. Learn your place, trash." The ape leaped into the sky and slammed Khan into the earth with meteoric force. The impact cratered the ground instantly. Dust clouds swallowed the battlefield. Could a human body possibly survive such a catastrophic impact? When the dust settled, the landscape was unrecognizable. The sheer force of that strike had twisted the ruins into a jagged wasteland of death. The Beast King loomed before him, its fist still smoking from the heat of the impact. It unhinged its massive jaw and unleashed a feral roar directly into Khan's face. He dodged the explosion in the blink of an eye, no matter the monster thought. I have confirmed there are no warriors stronger than him left in this city. I can slaughter them all at my leisure. Khan had taken the colossal punch head-on. Thanks to the mayor's earth shield activating just in time, he survived, but the cost was severe. His right arm was completely shattered. Dragging his exhausted body into the air, Khan stared warily at the Beast King. He glanced at that monstrous beast-man face, his eyes burning with unconcealed hatred and defiance. Khan immediately raised his remaining hand. Sharp crystals materialized from thin air, swirling around him as they followed the flow of energy he summoned. The very air seemed to warp. In an instant, Khan transmuted those stone blades into a colossal earth dragon. With a deafening roar, the construct opened its massive maw, ready to crash down upon the Beast King. Yet facing such a domineering and dangerous power, the beast merely grinned. It bared its gums in a show of absolute mockery, completely dismissing the attack. Human resistance is futile, it seemed to say. You are only delaying your inevitable death. In my eyes, you weaklings exist only to be crushed by superior monsters like us. It spoke with supreme arrogance. This battlefield has no natural enemies. Now it is merely a game to drive humanity into absolute despair. I am the final boss of this leveling Manhwa nightmare, and I want to see your face crumble in terror. Ha ha ha. The dragon's massive jaws clamped down on the Beast King with terrifying force. The pressure alone was enough to crush boulders, yet the Beast King didn't even bother to dodge. It took the attack head-on, with unparalleled haughtiness. Looking up with an expressionless face, it displayed pure madness and challenge, yet not a single scratch marred its fur or muscles. After letting Khan unleash his full power, the Beast King stood there calm as a tyrant on his throne. The speed was decent, it noted, Dryly, but the power. Pathetic. Khan gritted his teeth. Even after unleashing such a devastating ability, it wasn't enough to shake the monster. He didn't give up. Khan triggered a seismic wave, flipping the very streets of the city upside down. Debris rained like a storm before the Beast King's eyes, but truly, this was barely a warm-up for it. The Beast King flexed its muscles, closing its eyes before shouting, "The power is acceptable now, but you are far too slow." This monster was truly a calamity. It moved with godlike speed, dancing across the rising tsunami of rocks, effortlessly evading the mayor's violent assault. It was hopeless. Everything Khan poured his soul into couldn't even touch a hair on the Beast King's body. In a heartbeat, the foul, massive creature was right in Khan's face. It opened a mouth dripping with saliva and bellowed, "Kneel, I do not like low-level trash," looking me in the eye. But even facing this nightmare, Khan showed no fear. He glared back, his eyes sharp with discomfort and resolve. Khan's eyes went wide. He sensed a shift in the Beast King's aura. He had just predicted the monster's next move, but it was too late. The fist was already slamming into his body. A single strike sent him rocketing toward the earth. The impact was so powerful that Khan became a streak of blinding light, crashing down like a nuclear explosion. "Let's see if you can still stand the beast," King sneered, its massive red eye peering down into the dust. Khan had been smashed into the earth, lying at the center of a massive crater. The ground beneath him was pulverized cracks, spiderwebbing outward, yet, slowly, miraculously, Khan began to stand. He lifted his head, glaring daggers at the Beast King, his face twisted in loathing. This defiant attitude only made the monster more furious. It roared through its ugly, slime-covered mouth. "Humph! Why? Why do you not show fear?" Khan didn't waste words. He slammed his hand onto the ground, channeling a torrential surge of energy. A massive pressure exploded from him, spreading out across the battlefield. "Forbidden art, blood sacrifice, earth," Seal Khan finally retorted. "Demon beast, you think you are smart, but you miscalculated. In the end, you are just an arrogant animal." Power surged from his heavily injured arm as he raised it high, pushing his strength to the absolute limit. Golden chains of energy shot forth, wrapping tightly around the Beast King. The monster was suspended in mid-air, completely immobilized and controlled by Khan's overwhelming energy. Realization finally dawned on the Beast King as it wrestled with Khan's spiritual vortex. It tried to pull its hand free, but the powerful aura only constricted its massive body tighter. The beast roared, You lured me into a trap on purpose." The energy grew more violent, engulfing the Beast King in the eye of a chaotic hurricane, a tornado of pure destruction. It wobbled helplessly in the center of the chaotic formation. The Beast King became the focal point for the eroding vortex. It screamed in agony, completely bound. Unable to move an inch within this hellish seal, it looked up to see Khan floating right before its eyes. It was furious, believing Khan had played a dirty trick. It widened its glowing red eyes and laughed manically, screeching with lingering arrogance. "Is this your trump card? You intend to seal me under the earth? How naive, you insignificant human." The monster opened its mouth wide again. It was brimming with confidence, mocking Khan's power as something detestable. It seemed even more excited, despite being controlled. "You cannot cage me forever. The moment this sand loosens, I will tear everyone here to shreds." Responding to the beast's gloating, Khan smiled a cold, contemptuous smile. "Humph. This is not a trump card. It is a requiem." With those words, Khan ripped open one side of his shirt. He revealed a chest of steel-hard muscles, but what drew the eye was a massive, jagged scar over his right breast, a scar larger than his own hand. Suddenly, Khan shouted, "A song of humanity, a melody of courage." He bent his fingers and plunged his hand straight into his own body, gripping his warm, beating heart. What was Khan doing? Crimson blood sprayed from his chest, yet Khan suppressed the agony, refusing to show even a flicker of pain. Seeing this insane act, the Beast King trembled. What are you doing? Are you destroying your own body?" Khan coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he stared the monster down and answered, "From the moment this war began, I buried the city's only tactical nuclear warhead beneath Swan Lake. The detonator is rigged to my heart. The moment my heart stops beating, the bomb detonates." This was madness. Hearing this, the Beast King could no longer hold back its terror. Panic flooded the Beast King's eyes as he thrashed against the inevitable. "Damn you! Are you insane? Who gambles with their own life like this? Do you think I fear you?" Mayor Huangqing was a man carved from sheer will, living solely for the glory of an city. But now agony racked his broken body, his strength fading like a dying ember. With his final breaths, he whispered, "I never planned to return. I am Huangqing, the shield of an city." In those last fleeting seconds, his life flashed before him, not the pain but the triumph. That was the pride of his existence. The roar of the crowd, the adoration of the citizens. That was his true power. My name is Huang Qing, and I gladly burn my life force for my people. I have no regrets. Back in the brutal reality, he severed all earthly attachments. Only one mission remained: obliterate this Monkey King to save the city. He closed his eyes, finding peace in the chaos. Have I finally done enough? The detonator clicked. A blinding light brighter than 1,000 suns erupted from the pit, swallowing the Beast King whole. In that millisecond, Huang Qing's heart stopped. He let go, embracing mutual destruction. It was the only way to save An City. A cataclysmic explosion tore through the battlefield, where man and monster stood. The blast wave decimated the safe zone. Fire and ash choked the sky as the shockwave pulverized everything in its path. The nuclear warhead delivered its apocalyptic payload. A mushroom cloud pierced the heavens, a terrifying monument of fire that consumed the world. The entire battlefield was instantly vaporized, leaving nothing but scorching heat and silence. In the wake of the mayor's sacrifice, a soldier checked his phone, reading the final command: emergency evacuation. All troops retreat from Swan Lake immediately. Nuclear detonation imminent. As he read the words, tears blurred his vision, looking at the inferno that claimed his leader. The truth hit them all like a physical blow. Every soldier stood tall, saluting the towering pillar of fire. Tears streamed down their faces for the hero Huang Qing. On the other side, Chu Zhou Chai Shaoling, Luo Xuan, and the warriors bowed their heads in a silent vigil. The giant mushroom cloud rose like a tombstone. Even those who had evacuated stood frozen, paying their ultimate respects. It was a funeral held in the fires of hell. After the nuclear fury subsided, only a massive crater remained. Magma glowed crimson in the depths, the surrounding land utterly annihilated. Inside that pit of death, the Monkey King was reduced to a charred skeleton. The flames had stripped away everything, leaving only blackened bone. But suddenly, a spiked orb pulsing with light emerged from the debris. It radiated a bizarre life force, moving toward the carcass like a glitch in a system Manhwa. The closer it got, the brighter it glowed, pumping raw energy into the dry bones of the beast. The energy flowed like liquid fire. It wasn't over yet. Tendons snapped into place, weaving around the skeleton. The monster was being reknit from the void. Layer by layer, raw red flesh covered the exposed bone. Veins snaked across its skull, reforming its face. Moments later, the Beast King's eyes snapped open, blazing with renewed malice. The orb sank into its chest, completing the resurrection. The devil had cheated death. But this new body was unstable, a patchwork of raw meat and unfinished tissue. He was still regenerating. The Monkey King scrambled up his voice, a screeching mockery. I almost died to that trash human, he roared, hatred boiling over. I will tear every human in this city to shreds. I will make them suffer for eternity. The Beast King stood there, a skinless abomination, naked and terrifying. He looked like a nightmare brought to life. Groaning in pain, he clutched his stomach and turned to limp away. Dragging his broken body, he muttered, must return to the Sin Realm. Recover my blood essence. Then I will flatten this place. But suddenly, a voice cut through the darkness like a blade. Going somewhere? The Monkey King froze, terror spiking in his chest. He thought he was alone. He whipped his head around and gasped. It was Yi He. He was transformed into his Godzilla-like avatar, waiting like a predator camping a spawn point. The Beast King's eyes nearly popped out. You, I remember you, the biggest threat in this human invasion. Yi. He stood motionless, blocking the path of the creature that ruined An City. Fury radiated from him, but his mind was ice cold. His eyes glowed as he glared down. Finally found you. Too bad you're a step too late to run. No more talk. Yi. He clenched his nuclear-powered fist and launched himself at breakneck speed. Taking advantage of the beast's incomplete regeneration, he unleashed the atomic fission punch right into that ugly mug. The impact was devastating. Yi. He poured every ounce of his rage into the blow, avenging the tragedy of An City. A massive shockwave blasted outward. Yi He intended to end this Manhwa recap battle with a single strike. But then the impossible happened. After eating a direct nuclear punch, the Beast King was fine. He didn't just survive. He countered. Foolish genius. Instead of hiding, you delivered yourself to me. Massive hands clamped down on Yi He before he could react. The beast licked his chops, drooling with greed. Perfect. I'll squeeze the life out of you. But Yi, he didn't flinch. He calmly dragged his fingers down, his eyes drawing blood to trigger his berserk mode. A maniacal grin spread across Yi He's face. If you survive the big nuke, Let's see how you handle a tactical one right in your face. Realizing Yi's suicidal plan, the Monkey King's heart dropped. For the first time, the monster knew true fear. What it saw was pure nightmare fuel. What the hell is this thing? Is it even human anymore? In a heartbeat, he morphed into a supergiant jagged muscle fibers, coiling around his colossal frame like armor. A mutated titan, looming like a mountain behind the veil of dust. His mere presence sent tremors through the earth, shaking the entire region to its core. He wasted no time. The nuclear core he spoke of, active. A blinding sun of destruction ignited right in the center of the Titan's chest. Torrential energy surged through that massive body. Then, boom. A deafening explosion erupted from his stance, tearing the world apart. And city shook for the second time today. A violent shockwave blasted outward, carrying a suffocating tide of dust into every crack and crevice of the metropolis. Even miles away, the martial artists felt the stinging bite of that raw power. Eyes wide, they stared at the mushroom cloud, buzzing with confusion and awe. They assumed it was the mayor's doing. But look, another explosion. What the hell is actually happening over there? Is this Mayor Huang Khan's contingency plan? Truly, he is a legend worthy of his title. After eating a second nuke from Yi, the beast monarch was reduced to a broken mess. It couldn't even stand. It looked less like a king and more like a charred stick in a desolate wasteland. Terror flooded the Ape King's eyes. What stood before it was far more horrifying than death itself. Through broken teeth, it could only whimper one word: monster. Looming over the beast was his final form. Razor-sharp fangs and a body encased in impenetrable scales like a legendary Godzilla. Two burning eyes stared down from the heavens. To this titan, the once proud beast monarch was nothing more than a pebble beneath his foot. Despair swallowed the creature. It roared in agony. Why is a human more beastly than me? Even a warlord rank monster lacks this crushing aura. The beast couldn't comprehend it. But he just glanced down with utter disdain, his voice calm and terrifyingly simple. I'm nothing like a hairless ape such as you. And with that he raised a mountain-sized foot, aiming directly for the fallen king. The shadow of death covered the beast. It trembled uncontrollably. Boom, the titan's foot crashed down, shattering the earth and burying the monkey in a cloud of debris. Taking the full force of the kick, the ape king was launched tumbling away like a pathetic rubber ball. He taunted him, a cruel smirk in his voice. Don't run now, little monkey. Meanwhile, energy crackled in his palm, priming for another devastating strike. Black lightning fist. Amazingly, the beast dared to turn back and face its executioner. Forcing its broken body to move, it clenched a fist for a counterattack, screaming into the void. Damn, you do not look down on a beast overlord. The two fists collided. A shockwave of pure destruction exploded between them, lighting up the battlefield with terrifying intensity. If Mayor Huang Khan's bomb hadn't weakened it first, this leveling Manhwa boss wouldn't be going down so easily. After a brief struggle, his power overwhelmed it, smashing the beast into a crater. His arm was drenched in blood, muscles torn. He relaxed his stance, as expected of an overlord. Even crippled, it hits hard. But in the end, it's just a monkey to me. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, his mangled arm regenerated completely, not a scratch left. He clenched his new fist, the voice rumbling from his Godzilla-like throat. My combined stats have crossed the 30 threshold. Yet, I couldn't completely dominate you in strength. You even wounded me. Impressive, but insufficient. The ape, battered and lying in the dirt, looked up with fading consciousness. The wound I inflicted, it healed already. Pure terror gripped its heart. Impossible. I cannot defeat this human monster. The Beast King snapped. Screaming in panic, it turned tail and fled, abandoning all dignity. Can't win, can't win. It wanted to destroy the city, but now it was running for its pathetic life. Desperate, the creature sprinted towards its secret dungeon entrance. But behind him, he stood tall, nuclear fire gathering in his maw. Inside the titan shell, he looked at the fleeing filth with absolute disgust. A beast like you isn't worth Mayor Huang Khan's sacrifice. He unleashed the nuclear breath. A beam of pure annihilation chased the fleeing ape. The atomic stream engulfed the world, hunting down the target. He would not let this abomination escape. Bathed in the radioactive glow, the Ape King's body didn't just break, it disintegrated, shredded into nothingness by the light. In its final moments, it shrieked in madness and despair. Damn, you human prodigy. But wait, the blood-eye ape used the force of Yi's punch to burrow into the earth. Yi narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze piercing the dust. He saw right through the trick. He immediately activated his magnetic life field, scanning the geological structure beneath him. Locked on. He raised his massive foot and slammed it down. Run all you want, there is no air for you down there, boom. Yi. His kicks rained down like meteors piercing the planet's crust. Gravity itself seemed to bend, crushing the subterranean space. With overwhelming force, the tectonic plates cracked spiderweb fractures, spreading everywhere. But the beast was resilient. Brute force alone wasn't enough to squash it flat. The blood-eye ape moved through the soil like a fish in water, swiftly escaping toward the dimensional rift. It had a map to safety etched in its mind. Suddenly, a scorching heat penetrated the soil layers from above. The ape froze, every hair on its body standing on end. Death was knocking. It knew instantly it had been found. Damn it, how are this human senses so sharp? I masked my presence. I merged with the Earth's ley lines. Are you a human or a deity? How can you track me with such precision? You filth. Crash. An atomic breath blast tore the ground asunder, like a bunker buster bomb, detonating straight into the creature's sanctuary. The blood-eye black ape was forced upward, launching from the ground like a fish tossed ashore. But waiting above was a colossal fist, descending with the crushing pressure of a hurricane, the mountain-suppressing palm black light slash. The beast was battered like a stray dog, its massive body hammered straight down into the bedrock, driven deep like a nail slammed into a cliff face. He poured salt on the wound, his voice dripping with disdain. You foul monkey, you have the guts to cause chaos, but no spine to take a beating. Did you think a little dance would overturn the heavens? I thought you were some rare mythical beast, but it turns out you're just a monkey that screams loud and breaks like a rag doll. The blood-eye black ape hissed with venomous hatred. Don't push your luck, you lowly insect. I swear, once I return to the dungeon, I won't just bring disaster to you, but to the entire wretched species that spawned you. My hatred reaches the sky. The pure will for destruction drove it to force its demonic core to the absolute breaking point. Draining the last dregs of its energy, its body withered instantly, flesh and fur shriveling up, all to restore its right arm to its peak condition in a single heartbeat. Pitch-black veins bulged beneath the scorched skin, while dark purple demonic energy coiled around the arm like venomous vipers. Amidst the sickening sound of cracking bones, muscles expanded inch by inch and claws lengthened. That arm was its final weapon, the last spark of a beast cornered by death. Just one strike. With this one strike, I'll send you to hell. In the span of a single breath, the ape's right arm twisted violently, ballooning to its ultimate limit. Sinews swelled and purple-black bone spikes erupted like dragon scales standing on end. A purple mist thick with the stench of the demon race rose in waves, carrying a heavy killing intent that fractured the very earth below. World-destroying fist. Seeing the monkey's suicidal defiance only thrilled Yi. He further. True essence gathered the pressure around his fist, igniting the air into blue-purple flames, crackling with lightning like a god from a leveling manhwa. Super atomic burst fist boom. The two fists, one giant, one small, collided head-on. The shockwave from the punch obliterated the surrounding air, creating an instantaneous vacuum. Black and red currents shot out from the impact point, but the ape's fist crushed them. The residual force surged through Yi, his fist traveling all the way up to his shoulder and chest. The coiled muscles on Yi, his arm detonated. Flesh tore apart, and his right arm exploded segment by segment, sending a rain of blood and bone fragments down onto the scorched, irradiated wasteland. Seeing this, the blood-eye black ape thought Yi. He was completely defeated and critically injured. But then, the human revealed a smile overflowing with mockery. You've reached the end of the road. Atomic breath fire boom. The blood-eye black ape had just spent everything on that strike. Its core was empty. Unable to dodge it, took the full force of the atomic beam straight to the face. The dense blue light, heavy as solid matter, crushed the ape's body. Its already withered flesh was incinerated in chunks, its once proud defense evaporating like ash in the wind. But just as Yi, he prepared to deliver the final blow, a strange song echoed across the battlefield. The sound was soft, yet it sent a chill straight through his scalp. La, 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 la. A sharp pain pierced his brain, as if thousands of needles were stabbing his consciousness at once. A tsunami of negative emotions surged, threatening to drown his reason. Yi. His cold blue eyes snapped to high alert. A new power had arrived. He immediately circulated the killing intent within his body, forming a mental barrier to withstand the spiritual assault from this unseen enemy. When he regained his clarity, he saw the ground previously scorched dead by the nuclear blast now sprouting countless hands. Arms as white as porcelain and perfectly sculpted rose up, swaying in the wind like blooming flowers, A scene of terrifying, mesmerizing beauty. The blood-eyed black ape, half its body incinerated by the atomic breath, was now being cradled by the multitude of hands. Passing it from one to another, they gently carried the broken beast toward the dimensional rift. His expression darkened. He had just dealt with an overlord, yet another variable lurked in the shadows. He lunged to snatch the black ape back, but his body suddenly froze. From the joints of his giant form, countless white hands had sprouted unnoticed, locking his body tight like jammed gears in a colossal machine, leaving him suspended in midair. You want to interfere, don't think you can escape. He roared, his massive frame erupting with blinding blue light. The temperature skyrocketed as the internal atomic reactor was pushed to its limit, 100 degrees, 200 climbing rapidly, to 1000 degrees Celsius. His outer armor began to melt, revealing flesh and blood boiling underneath like green lava. The ground beneath him ignited, the hands clinging to Yi. He instantly caught fire, emitting shrill screams like weeping infants before turning to ash. By now, the blood-eyed black ape was only 50 meters from the rift. For the first time, the creature that had arrogantly viewed humanity as worms tasted the bitter, impending flavor of death. Faster. Move faster. That damned human is catching up. Boom, boom, boom. He advanced with heavy steps, scorching the earth, and the monstrous hands with every stride. He roared, extending a colossal hand toward the black ape. The beast's jaw dropped, fangs, trembling, its blood-red pupils constricting in sheer terror. No. Impossible. I am an overlord. I cannot be killed by a lowly human. Stop this wretch immediately. Suddenly, the song resonated again. La la la. But this time it was interlaced with a soft, silken laugh, the laughter of a woman. From within the massive rift, towering hundreds of meters high, a tidal wave of pale arms surged forth. At the center of that fleshy tsunami floated a woman's head. Countless beautiful hands masked her eyes, but below them was a blood-red smile. A long scarlet tongue slithered out to lick her lips, a sight to make anyone's blood run cold. He felt his skull splitting open from that eldritch singing. He had clearly disabled his giant form's auditory sensors, yet the sound bypassed all physical barriers, echoing directly inside his brain like a parasite. Terrifying. She's on the other side of the dimension, worlds away, yet she can still affect me. If her true body descended into this world, I'd probably be forced to my knees in a single second. What in the hell is that thing? Is it a demon beast? Or something far more horrific than an overlord from an awakening Manhwa nightmare? Since that grotesque face appeared, the atmosphere shifted. It wasn't volatile like the Monkey King's power, but terrifyingly stable. The hands coalesced into a woman's visage, with long black hair, drifting like a wandering ghost. The hands covering the demon's face slowly peeled away. Suddenly, eyes snapped open, revealing pupils of burning fire, overflowing with murderous rage. That grotesque face unhinged, its jaw screaming as a sphere of blinding spiritual energy condensed within its maw, firing a devastating sonic shockwave straight at Yi. The psychic assault was instantaneous. Yi. He clutched his head as his brain felt like it was being blended, fighting to keep his sanity intact. Damn it, I blocked the Titan's auditory canals, but this cursed screech is bypassing my ears and drilling directly into my cerebral cortex. Trapped inside the colossal Godzilla form, his human body writhed in exhaustion and agony, battered by the relentless, ear-piercing frequency. But Yi forced himself to endure the hellish pain, planting his hands down as rage boiled over. You slaughtered thousands, and you think you can just walk away from An City now? Yi, he snapped. Like a man possessed, he roared back at the beast, channeling a level of desperation and fury he had never felt before. Don't you dare look down on humans. This was it, the final gambit. He began to compress every ounce of nuclear energy he had, flooding the core of the Titan with volatile power. The massive titanium skeleton glowed red-hot as nuclear fire surged through every crevice, leaking lightning and radioactive smoke like a reactor about to melt down. With the Super Titan primed to blow Yi, he calculated his escape route instantly. He had to eject from this ticking time bomb immediately. Everything was set. With a twisted grin of defiance, Yi threw up a middle finger, the universal sign of disrespect. Here's a special gift from my hometown. Eat this nuke and choke on it, you bastard. The Titan's body became a blinding sun of instability, radiating catastrophic levels of nuclear energy as it charged straight toward the dimensional rift. It barreled straight into the hideous face of the female creature supporting the Ape King. She opened her mouth to catch him unknowingly, swallowing a walking nuclear warhead with no way to spit it out. A blinding flash consumed the world. Following Mayor Huang Qing's sacrifice, Yi's detonation triggered a second earth-shattering explosion that tore the sky apart. A second mushroom cloud rose over Ant City, a grim twin to the first. Far away, the remaining martial artists watched in trembling awe at the apocalyptic sight. Everyone assumed it was the mayor's doing, whispering among themselves. Look at the rifted. It exploded. The mayor must have rigged another trap. Wait, the beast tides are in chaos. Did Mayor Huang Qing actually succeed? Focus, everyone. Do not let the mayor's sacrifice be in vain. And city is saved. With the blood-eye black ape finally vaporized by the nuclear blast, the endless legion of monsters from the rift began to dwindle. The invasion finally halted. Seizing the momentum, the martial artists of An City launched a ruthless counterattack to purge the remaining beasts hiding in the ruins. The Great Purge lasted a full day and night. Only when the last monster fell did the exhausted warriors collapse. The battle for An City was finally won. But victory came at a terrible price. Nearly 80% of their forces were wiped out. The Swan Lake Rift was now a deep scarred valley, reshaped by the twin nuclear detonations. As for Yi He, after ejecting from the exploding titan, he lay unconscious on the scorched earth, completely drained of stamina. Moments later, his eyelids fluttered open. The chaos was gone, leaving him alone in the silence. He sat up, slowly, groggy, and confused. How long was I out? He had drained his core to detonate the super titan, but ironically, this wasteland was now flooded with radiation, basically an all-you-can-eat buffet for his energy recovery. Fully recharged Yi, he looked out over the scarred landscape, the weight of this Manhwa, recap-worthy battle settling on his shoulders. That was way too close. Mayor Huang Qing used himself as bait to lure the black ape, crippled it, and gave me the chance to use the terrain for a chain reaction. If I hadn't finished it off right, then that female face would have healed the ape and doomed us all. My infinite monster model is powerful. But against an overlord-tier beast, I'm still lacking. I won this time thanks to luck and terrain. I need more time to grind if I want to stand at the peak of Xia Country's power. But this leveling Manhwa world won't give me a break to breathe. I don't know when I'll unlock the next monster template, or if it'll even be a gold rank pull. My fastest path to the top is fusing with the Imperial Devil plant form. I need to speedrun collecting plant-type monster cores that are compatible with it. And then there's the Mystic Yellow Arts. Since my system allows me to cheat inside the simulation space, I need to master the martial arts of this world too. The Mystic Yellow Arts level up slower than my monster forms, but their potential is infinite. It is, after all, the cultivation method of a high martial world. My transmigration here. Surely it has a greater purpose. 1 month after the An City disaster, to honor the fallen hero, the citizens erected a bronze statue of Mayor Huang Qing in the city square. Yi He sat nearby on a park bench, blending into the crowd. He watched the latest news broadcast, grimly listening to the reports of the beast tide's aftermath across the nation. It was a massacre. 18 cities attacked, 12 completely fallen. Quansun City was hit by an S-rank rift, now shrouded in a gray mist that blocked all surveillance. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Organization deployed 30 elite warriors and 5 grandmasters, led by the legendary Great Grandmaster Du Jingming. They went to investigate the anomaly. An S-rank rift appearing during a beast tide was unheard of. Even Fu Hongsheng, the strongest nation-suppressing general in Xia country, eventually entered Quansun City personally. 8 hours later, he barely escaped with heavy injuries, dragging 2 surviving grandmasters with him. Following that failure, Xia country declared Quansun City as Global Forbidden Zone number 11. 1.8 million citizens confirmed dead. He clenched his fist, a cold chill running down his spine. If even a nation-suppressing warrior nearly died, is humanity really on the brink of extinction? No, I can't just sit here waiting. Meanwhile, at the luxurious Liu family villa his whining voice was already echoing through the phone. Auntie Qin, I need a huge favor. Qin Lan lay draped over a red velvet sofa, looking every bit the exhausted beauty queen. She relaxed her tired body, listening to his plea with a knowing smirk. Let me guess. You want to learn the last 2 styles of the Liu family's mystic yellow arts? He paused, sweating nervously. Does she think I'm just a martial arts moocher? He laughed it off, trying to sound smooth. Haha, no. It's actually about something else entirely. Auntie Qin, I need a favor. I'm looking to acquire some high-grade plant attribute monster cores, preferably blue or even the legendary purple lord rank. Qin Lan nodded gracefully, but countered with a sharp gaze. Plant-type beasts are rare enough, let alone lord rank cores. Your greed knows no bounds. What price can you possibly offer for such treasures? Without hesitation, Yi He played his trump card, his voice steady. The annual freshman entrance exam at Huadu University takes place in a secret realm. I'll form a party with Lin Qingxue and guarantee her the #1 spot. But Qinlan knew better. She scoffed. You really underestimate the geniuses from the other provinces. Let's be brutal here. Qingxue's power level in previous years would barely scrape the upper middle tier. She is nowhere near the apex. You may suppress her in a duel, but compared to the true monsters of this generation, you still fall short. Yet, He's confidence remained unshaken as he looked Qinlan in the eye. But Auntie Qin, I'm the only hope you have left to revive the glory of the Liu family, aren't I? I'll sign a blood oath. If I fail to secure first place, I'll slave away for the Liu family and serve you for the rest of my life. Qinlan stood on her tiptoes, a playful smirk appearing. Ha ha, a slave for life is it. Perhaps he's gamble, ignited a spark in her. She straightened up the fatigue, vanishing from her face, and finally gave a decisive nod. Fine, I'll bet on you one last time. Cut to, and City Central Hospital. He arrived, not by car, but on a majestic warhorse, instantly stealing the spotlight. Beautiful girls swarmed him like idols, screaming for autographs. Look, it's Yi, the top martial scholar. We're all bandaged up, but he doesn't have a scratch on him. Legend has it, he slaughtered countless demon beasts during the secret realm invasion. Hiapa. Can I have your QQ number? Sign my shirt? He coolly rejected them all. No thanks. But internally, he was grinning. I'm famous. I can ride this wave of clout for the rest of my life. In room 612 he strolled in with a fruit basket to visit his brothers-in-arms, Chuzhou and Luo Xuan. The moment he saw Chuzhou wrapped like a wax museum mummy, he burst into laughter, pointing shamelessly at his injured friend. Ha ha ha. Is this really Ant City's #1 handsome boy? I never thought I'd see the day you looked like this. Chuzhou glared, unable to move, seething with silent rage. He quickly changed the subject. I know you're here to visit, but what's with all that stuff in your hands? He dropped a flex with a straight face. Fans on the street forced them on me. By the next bed, Luo Xuan waved a friendly greeting. Hey, Yi, you look good. Yi squinted, failing to recognize the guy. Seeing his confusion, Luo Xuan pointed at his own face to jog his memory. It's me, Luo Xuan. Your first opponent in the qualifiers. His eyes went wide as the memory finally clicked. Shock washed over him. Luo Xuan had sacrificed an entire leg in the battle. Luo Xuan smiled gently, looking down at his missing limb. Did you really forget me? Don't give me that look. The wound just hasn't healed yet. I'm not a cripple. I can get reattachment surgery, or maybe install a new Thunderbird combat prosthetic. He felt silent respect, swelling in his heart. To lose a limb defending the city, Luo Xuan was a true warrior. Suddenly, his pockets started vibrating like crazy. He reached for his phone, ready to decline. Spam calls have been out of control lately. So annoying. He stuffed it back, but it rang again instantly. He shouted in frustration. Not again. He picked up reluctantly. Turns out, it was the principal who had been trying to reach him desperately while he played hard to get. Why are you blocking the VIP from Huadu? Unblock him now. Understood. Old geezer. I mean principal. A very important figure was on the line. Greetings, Iha. I am Wang Tao, head of admissions at Huadu University. Enrollment has been moved up by a month. A private train will pick you up in 3 days. Do you have any requests? Simultaneously, the bandaged Chuzhou received the exact same notification on his end. Hello, Chuzhou. I am Teacher Liu from Huadu Admissions. He replied to his call, I'll follow the organization's arrangement. Chuzhou also agreed simply. Understood. I'll be on time. Thank you, Teacher Liu. Watching this unfold, Luo Xuan felt a pang of awkwardness. 3 people in this room, and I'm the only normie. I shouldn't be on this bed. I should be hiding under it. He hung up his expression suddenly serious. He muttered, I have unfinished business before enrollment. Days later, at the Swan Lake ruins, a nuclear cloud blocked the sun, plunging the area into eternal darkness. Thick radioactive smog swallowed the faint sunlight. He stood amidst the desolation, ready to ascend. He entered his Godzilla form, sitting in a lotus position to cultivate. He began devouring the nuclear radiation, drawing it into his body like a vortex. The radioactive energy wrapped around him like a cocoon. When he had absorbed enough his eyes snapped open, glowing with an eerie light. The interface materialized, displaying stats worthy of an awakening manhwa protagonist monster template infinite. Host, He. Constitution, 27.44. Berserk Godzilla, 38.9%. False Titan 90%. Yi. He stood up his aura, radiating dominance, as he assessed his growth. After the battle with the Blood-Eye Black Ape, my compatibility rose by 1.5%. But this radioactive wasteland is a cultivation sanctuary. 3 days here increased it by another 6%. A massive leap forward. He stomped the ground, shattering the earth. But alas, it's time to go. He launched himself into the sky, moving faster than the speed of sound, a streak of light piercing the gloom. Scene transition to Uncity Station. Attention! Train G66 from Uncity to West Huadu will depart in 5 minutes. Qingxue had been waiting since the afternoon, his luggage packed and ready. Sensing a familiar, powerful aura, Qingxue turned around. He's here. That blinding streak of light in the sky. Yi. He descended from the heavens, landing right next to him. The impact shook the platform, startling the crowd. Yi. He stood up from the crater, grinning at Qingxue. Just in the nick of time. As the dust settled, the crowd erupted in excitement. Wait, isn't that him? Is that Yi he? Damn it, that crushing pressure nearly blacked me out. I thought a high-tier demon beast had spawned right next to us. That aura was terrifying. Even high-level martial artists don't have that kind of presence. Truly worthy of being Uncity's pride. Qingxue recognized it instantly. He nodded, realizing the truth. You've leveled up again. Meanwhile, Yi. He looked back with a hint of nostalgia at the place where his journey first began. Goodbye, Uncity. The time has come to leave the starting village. This was my first stop after transmigrating the origin of my legend. Farewell. And so the steel beast began its journey. The train chugged along toward the Uncity station, but honestly, with Yi, his current stats, couldn't he just flash step there faster than this machine? With eyes full of anticipation, Yi he commanded, "Let's go." To the capital. Thus begins our leveling Manhwa adventure, as the high-speed train carries 2 fresh legends to the prestigious Hua University. Once on board Yi, he couldn't sit still. He stood on the seats, scanning the crowd like a predator looking for prey, while Qingxue struggled to keep his eyes open, scolding him. Yi, can't you behave? For 1 second. But our MC just turned with genuine curiosity and asked, "Is this entire train filled with top-tier prodigies?" Qingxue sighed, dropping some lore. Not just that. This train is built with cutting-edge tech and alloys capable of withstanding thousands of tons of impact. We're escorted by 5 Xuanwu realm experts and even a grandmaster, because everyone here is a genius of the Jia nation. Yi, he sniffed the air, his senses sharpening. He began to calculate the power levels around him. There are a few experts, he thought arrogantly. But honestly, none of them could survive 3 moves against me. Suddenly, the smooth ride was shattered by the screech of alarms. Code Red, the Hua Capital Express is under attack by unidentified hostiles. The emergency sirens screamed louder and faster. Warning, level 1. Warning, level 1. The train is under siege by unknown enemies. Professors and instructors are engaging the threat. All remaining students must evacuate the carriage immediately. Do not engage the enemy. Panic swept through the car like a plague. The students erupted into chaos. Are you kidding? Who has the guts to attack the Hua Capital train? Maybe it's a hidden test for us freshmen. But reality was grim. The Jia nation was at its weakest point. The guardian deity was in seclusion with injuries, and one of the 3 protector grandmasters, Du Jingming, was missing. Countless grandmasters and Xuanwu martial artists had already fallen to the beast tides in Guanshan City and other regions. Enemy factions suppressed by the Xia nation were finally striking back. Someone trembled, asking the question on everyone's mind, should we run? Back at their seats, Yi He and Qingxue remained as calm as still water, completely ignoring the terrified mob behind them. Qingxue turned, asking, "What do you think?" Yi He, who had barely caught a wink of sleep, leaned back lazily. "What a drag. Cultivation has been exhausting lately, and I was just about to recharge." Suddenly, he stomped his foot, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The urge to fight was itching under his skin. The more they told him not to do something, the more he wanted to do it. He clenched his fist, deciding to investigate. The train thundered on toward destiny. As they stepped through the carriage door, Yi He and Qingxue saw a student stumbling toward them, covered in blood. Yi. He immediately pressed him. "Classmate, wake up. What the hell is happening up ahead?" Terror filled the student's eyes as he looked up at Yi He. The enemy has captured the first 3 cars. They have a spatial domain, a pocket dimension intended to hide the battle tremors from the outside. There's a monster inside hunting everyone down. The Xuanwu escort masters. They're practically wiped out. They combine their power to break me out of the domain, just to warn everyone to run. This isn't a drill. There are still students trapped in there. The crowd swarmed around Yi He. eyeing the newcomer freshman Zhou Jinxuan with suspicion. Behind Yi He and Chuzhou, the noise of doubt began to rise. Where's the proof? You say it's dangerous, but show me the evidence, roared a massive freshman with hair like a wild lion. Suspicion dripped from his voice. Where is your teacher's token? And if others are hurt, why are you the only one who escaped? This lion-man fool was Yan Zhengxiang. He bellowed, I have a close friend in the front car. With the strength to be the rookie king, I don't believe you escaped. While he couldn't, two lackeys behind him chimed in like parrots. Yeah, that makes sense. The lion boss is right. Yan Zhengxiang crossed his arms, sneering. Move aside. I'm going forward. He marched straight past the warning, and Yi He and Chuzhou were more than happy to let these idiots walk to their doom. The bloody student screamed after them. Wait, I'm telling the truth. It's a death trap ahead. Why won't you listen? Don't go throw your lives away. Desperate Zhou Jinxuan turned his attention to the guy next to him. Wait, you're Yi He, aren't you? Yi? He didn't answer immediately. He activated his energy field, scanning the boy's biosignature to see if his story held up. His life force radar picked up something unusual about this classmate. Yi He replied, I am. How do you know me? Zhou Jinxuan carefully mentioned a name that changed everything. A girl named Lin Qingxue showed me your photo. She explicitly told me to stop you from going to the front cars. Hearing Lin Qingxue's name struck a nerve. His expression darkened instantly. She told you that? Yes, she took a blade meant for me. She was critically injured protecting me. Zhou Jinxuan wept with frustration. I can't stop those idiots from seeking death, but I must fulfill her dying wish to keep you alive. He snapped. He smashed a fist onto the kid's head. Damn it. She's not dead yet. So stop talking about dying wishes like it's over. Chuzhou leaned in, his voice cool and collected. So you're still going, Yi? He didn't hesitate. He stared into the abyss ahead. Of course. I made a promise to her parents, but as Yi, he stepped forward. Zhou Jinxuan threw his arms out to block the path. No, I won't let you pass, Yi. He scoffed, annoyed. How did a brat like you even get into Hua University? You think you can stop us? Blocking Yi, he, and Chuzhou? Big mistake. The duo released just a fraction of their aura, giving the kid a taste of true power. Yi, he whispered, Chuzhou. Instantly, an icy blade materialized. Chuzhou thrust the sword forward with chilling intent, but the kid actually waved his hand and blocked it. I'm trying to save you. Why are you so unreasonable? The kid shouted, engaging them in combat. Classmate Qingxue is so elegant. How could she possibly know rude brutes like you? Tired of the chatter? Yi. He didn't waste words or flashy moves. He simply stepped in and buried a nuclear-infused fist right into the kid's gut. You talk too much, he growled in a low voice. Zhou Jinxuan clutched her stomach, trembling in fear. The pressure. It's terrifying. We aren't even on the same level. Yi. He turned to her with a sudden command. Sorry, take this blood chi pill and stay alive. We have urgent business. He didn't wait for a reply, dashing toward the train platform ahead and shouting, Chuzhou, let's move. Chuzhou fell into formation behind Yi He, and the two charged forward. Zhou Jinxuan screamed helplessly after them. Don't go. It's too dangerous. They finally reached car number 3. Chuzhou and Yi He skidded to a halt. Before them stood a dimensional gate. Yi He realized instantly this was the entrance to an independent dungeon space. He grabbed a massive suitcase nearby, lifting it effortlessly. Let's run a little test, he said, hurling the luggage straight into the dark void of car 3. He observed the gateway intently. No reaction. Not even a sound. It was as if the suitcase had vanished from existence. My life field magnetism can't even detect the energy inside Yi, he muttered. But since the freshmen passed through here, they must have entered. In this awakening manhwa, reality hesitation kills. Without another word, he leaped into the abyss. Chuzhou grinned. Now, that is interesting. He followed Yi. He's lead and jumped. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Yi, he stared ahead, a look of pure disgust forming on his face. This wasn't a train car. It was a cosmic void. A vast, starless universe, where a crumbling path floated in the nothingness, leading toward a mysterious light in the distance. I'm dizzy, Yi, he groaned, shaking his head. Who is playing tricks on us? He scanned his surroundings. Chuzhou was gone. Yi, he found it strange. They entered together, yet Chuzhou had vanished into thin air. Fine, he shrugged. Since I'm already in this dungeon, I might as well play along. A strange glow in the distance caught his eye. Head for the light, he decided. He sprinted toward the eerie illumination until he arrived at the ruins of a devastated city. It looked like a battlefield fresh from a catastrophic war. Skyscrapers were piled atop one another in a chaotic mess. Yi. He stood frozen, staring at the destruction. What the hell is this place? He reached out to sense his surroundings, but his life field magnetism was dead. Is this zone blocking my senses? He scoffed. Fine. He ignited his nuclear energy, launching himself skyward like a human missile. Old-school methods work best. In seconds, he landed on a nearby rooftop. He decided to create a little chaos to signal his location. A brilliant sphere of nuclear plasma condensed in his palm, radiating terrifying heat. He roared into the silence. Stop hiding in the shadows and come out. He thrust his hand upward. The sphere raged, expanding into a miniature atomic bomb swirling with smoke and fire. Blow it all to hell, he screamed. The nuclear blast detonated mid-air. A massive mushroom cloud enveloped the skyline, and the shockwave shook the entire dimension to its core, creating a scene worthy of an epic manhwa recap. Other martial artists in the zone froze. They stared at the mushroom cloud, terrified and confused by the tyrannical power on display. A blast that size? What kind of monster is here? They whispered, trembling. Which high-level expert is showing off like that? They hid behind the debris, too scared to move. Meanwhile, Chuzo felt the quake. He recognized that signature energy instantly. Drawing his blade, he rushed toward Yi. His location at breakneck speed. In a secluded corner of the ruins, a dying woman leaned against a wall. The explosion reflected in her fading eyes. It was Lin Qingxue. She was heavily wounded and unable to move. But seeing that nuclear fire in the sky, she knew exactly who had arrived. Her voice was barely a whisper, weak and desperate. Yi. I told them not to let you come here. Back on the rooftop, he surveyed the chaos he had caused. Growls echoed from the shadows. Looks like I attracted enemies, along with my allies, he noted. Behind him, a humanoid shadow emerged. It walked like a man, but massive ears twitched on its head. He sensed the killing intent from behind, but his arrogant smirk didn't waver. He turned to face the threat. The creature was a freak wearing a pig's head mask, likely to hide its identity within the organization. In its hand, it gripped a long, rusty butcher's cleaver. That blade was stained with the blood of countless victims. The monster's red eyes locked onto Yi, burning with murderous intent. He didn't flinch. He channeled nuclear energy into his palm, preparing to slap the pig mask into oblivion. His eyes glowed with fury. A pig mask? Seriously? You look ridiculous, he scoffed. Stop playing ghost. I'm going to rip that mask right off your face. But the pighead didn't know the meaning of fear. Facing the genius of City, the monster raised its cleaver to block, showing zero intention of dodging. Its other hand tightened on a rusty chain, pulling it back for a strike. At that moment, Yi's fist smashed into the monster's head with explosive force. But the creature was fast. In the exchange, Pighead thrust his massive cleaver forward, impaling Yi straight through the chest. The force of Yi's punch was devastating, blinding the creature with the light of nuclear fission. The impact turned the pig mask into seared meat. Smoke billowed from the creature's face, yet it still stared back at Yi with a provocative, mocking sneer. Yi's eyes widened. You tanked my nuclear punch and you're still standing, he grinned, seemingly unbothered by the blade in his chest. Not bad. The monster gripped the cleaver handle, twisting the blade inside Yi's torso to maximize the agony and deepen the wound. Suddenly, the creature flinched. Its charred face twisted in shock. It smelled the scent of its own burning flesh, but something was wrong. It realized with horror that he wasn't dying. He wasn't even reacting to the pain of being impaled. He stood tall, looking down at the monster with triumphant arrogance. Surprised by my regeneration, this is standard for a system manhwa protagonist. My muscles have already clamped down on your blade. You're stuck. His smile widened into a predatory sneer. Your physical strength is trash, but that weapon is special. It seems to ignore defense. So, what exactly are you? He calmly grabbed the monster's upper and lower jaws, with his bare hands prying them apart. The creature was helpless, unable to escape Yi's grip. Open wide, he commanded. Let's take a look inside. Taste my wrath. As he finished his sentence, his mouth morphed, expanding into the terrifying tooth-filled maw of a nuclear beast, Godzilla style. A torrent of nuclear fire erupted from his throat, blasting directly into his enemy's gullet. The radioactive flames surged downward, incinerating the fool from the inside out. This was the price for offending Yi in this brutal leveling manhwa world. The ambusher's head was reduced to nothing but rotting ash and smoke in seconds. The headless corpse collapsed before he could even memorize its face. Holding the charred pig mask, he tilted his head and smirked. I'm a man of my word. I said I'd rip you apart. The demon-like imposter lay crumbling into embers at his feet. But as the pig mask burned away, he noticed something glittering in the ashes. Huh. What's hiding in there? Pried from the charred razor-toothed maw was a glowing blue necklace. A strange rune was carved into the pendant's surface. A loot drop. Is this truly the Huadu trial? He turned to grab the meat cleaver for a bonus weapon. But the moment he reached for the blade, it dissolved into thin air. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, staring at the empty space. The masked killer's weapon was likely a mana construct bound to its master's life force. With the user dead, the steel became worthless dust. Still, this blue pendant remained solid in his hand. What kind of buff or system key is this supposed to be? Do I need to hunt down every masked freak to complete the set? While he analyzed his loot, a silent arrow screamed through the air behind him. The projectile flew with terrifying velocity. He seemed too distracted to notice, like a lamb waiting for the slaughter. But don't be fooled, he hadn't missed a thing. He simply ignored the trash tier attack. With a mere pulse of internal mana, he halted the lethal strike inches from his skin. Expanding his senses, he pinpointed the sniper hiding in the distance. Already time for the next wave, he scoffed. The attacker looked like a humanoid rooster, dual-wielding heavy crossbows. He thought he had the kill until he casually snapped the arrow in half with his bare hands. The rooster warrior hopped around in frustration, enraged by the failure. He turned, flashing that signature terrifying grin at his new plaything. I hate backstabbers the most. Time for a little exercise. Just as he prepared to crush the bird, a spear erupted from the earth beneath his feet. Even he was startled by this subterranean ambush. The attack came from below. While his momentum was forward, he couldn't dodge in time. Seizing the opening, the rooster unleashed a storm of bolts at The birdman cackled with glee, hopping madly as he fired. He screeched like a feral beast, thinking victory was assured. Dozens of arrows slammed into he's body. With the underground assailant locking his legs, the protagonist was a sitting duck for the barrage. Steel tips pierced from back to chest, turning him into a pincushion. But for this level of pain was nothing but a tickle. He had crawled back from the gates of hell itself. He looked up, eyes manic, and let out a bone-chilling chuckle. Is this really the best you've got? How naive. Boom! Ancient power exploded from his core as he summoned the Titan skeleton. A massive spectral ribcage materialized, wreathed in nuclear fire. The intense heat instantly incinerated every arrow embedded in his flesh. Did they really think these wooden toothpicks could harm an awakening Manhwa powerhouse? The rooster froze, staring up in horror at the colossal flaming giant looming over him. He didn't hesitate. He launched a fist the size of a truck. The impact was catastrophic, shaking the entire secret realm to its core. The rooster was blasted through a skyscraper, leaving nothing but a mushroom cloud of dust and lightning. A massive building crumbled like a house of cards. Distant martial artists watched in awe, whispering in fear. What the hell is happening over there? Emerging from the dust, he stood holding the massive spear that had pinned him earlier. He walked slowly toward the crater, voice dripping with malice. Now, let's see which rat tried to skewer me. But as the dust settled, he realized this opponent was no ordinary lackey. A silent figure in a rabbit mask stood poised for battle. He narrowed his eyes. A rabbit. So it really is the 12 zodiacs. The rabbit's leg muscles bulged, crackling with volatile energy. It dug its claws into the ground, charging up like a coiled spring. Whoosh! It vanished, launching forward with sonic speed. Red eyes glowing with bloodlust, the rabbit thrust its spear straight for Yi's heart. He countered with a thunderous kick. But the beast was impossibly agile, twisting midair to dodge. The kick hit nothing but air. The rabbit flanked him instantly, aiming its sharp tip right between Yi's eyes. Damn it, this beast knows martial arts. The cold steel grazed his lashes as he bent backward in a desperate dodge. Time seemed to slow down. Yi channeled every ounce of his focus, locking eyes with the lethal creature. Ice wall, he roared. A glacial barrier materialized instantly, intercepting the spear's deadly momentum. Crack. The thick ice shattered under the rabbit's immense force. Yi stared death in the face as the monster broke through. Suddenly the temperature plummeted to absolute zero. Jagged ice spikes erupted from the ground, trapping the rabbit in a frozen cage. The masked assassin paused, looking around in confusion at the sudden change in terrain. A shadow descended from the sky. Chu Zhou arrived, his sword blazing with frost energy. That was close, Yi. But this bunny is mine. The rabbit looked up in terror at the speed of the ambush. The sword slashed down with freezing power, but the beast leaped vertically at the last second. Its red eyes burned with pure fury. It had been split seconds away from the kill, only to be interrupted by another player. The clash began instantly between Qingxue and the rabbit-masked freak. The beast thrust its spear relentlessly, a storm of steel, but Qingxue parried every strike with the precision of a master swordsman. After dozens of heart-pounding exchanges, the tide turned. Qingzhou's icy arts froze the massive spear solid. The monster struggled to shatter the ice, but his weapon was rendered useless. Seizing the opening, Qingxue unleashed a devastating palm strike with his free hand. The impact was immense, launching the rabbit-masked monster into the air like a ragdoll. Mid-air, the creature slammed into a scorching aura that burned at his back. It was a perfect setup. Qingxue had knocked him straight into Yi He's kill zone. Crashing against Yi He's impenetrable titan armor, the beast froze in pure terror. It was over. He turned only to face the blinding glare of a nuclear core, erupting right before his eyes. Against this apocalyptic energy, resistance was futile. The monster trembled, paralyzed by the sheer, overwhelming power of a true awakener. He now, in his colossal titan form, didn't hesitate. His massive hand clamped around the masked figure, crushing him with godlike strength. Destructive energy leaked between his fingers as he grinned. The thrill of battle surged through his veins. In this action, Manhwa recap, the scale of power is insane. A pillar of nuclear fire blasted skyward, piercing the clouds. The explosion illuminated the ruins, turning the dark wasteland into blinding day. A few minutes earlier, high atop a skyscraper, overlooking the battlefield, two freshmen watched the chaos unfold. Why did it suddenly go silent over there? Who was making all that noise? Probably dead by now. Definitely. Those masked freaks took on 10 guys at once, without a scratch. Their weapons pierce every defense. We aren't on their level yet. It's a massacre down there. Inside the observation point, a stunning orange-haired beauty, with curves to kill, watched with disdain. Seeing He's nuclear explosion, she wasn't impressed, she was judging. Arrogant fool. Signaling his location so early. Must be a country bumpkin trying to show off in Huadu. She scoffed, calling him a frog in a well, oblivious to real predators like the lion-masked boss. The top geniuses from the major cities are in a different league. Yan Zhengshang from Modu Uyangze and Lan Yusi from Chengdu. They're already hunting masks. How do they do it? Her companion listened, eyes wide with shock. Are they really that powerful? Then the top rookie spot is theirs. She shook her head. No, the real monsters are the Huadu locals. Students from other regions can't even compare. Their cultivation resources from childhood are vastly superior. Just then, he triggered another massive explosion, cutting her off. The nuclear flash blinded them. Both students froze, their arrogant expressions twisting into pure fear as they stared at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance. What kind of monstrous power is that? An electromagnetic cannon. Don't be stupid. Who brings a cannon to a survival test? Even the lion mask boss noticed. While slaughtering his own opponents, his gaze shifted to the towering pillar of nuclear energy. Annoyance flickered across his face. He turned to the young man beside him with a sneer. Zhe, what's your analysis? The pink-haired strategist Wu Yangze narrowed his eyes. That attack pattern isn't from the masks. It's highly likely. Another freshman. This was the legendary rookie strategist, Wu Yangze. Suddenly, the lionhead's massive claymore impaled a horse-masked enemy. The blade tore through the chest, leaving the horsehead gasping in a grotesque display of death. The lionhead frowned, intrigued. A freshman. Besides the Huadu elites who could possess such terrifying destructive force, we need to investigate. He held up 4 bloody pendants: rat dog, monkey, and horse. We've collected 4. Lan Yusi in Chengdu surely has the goat pendant by now. Ouyangze nodded calmly. Xin Chen from Liuli Island likely has the snake, and a rookie named Lin Qingxue took down the bull mask. If this trial follows the 12 zodiacs, that leaves 5 pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. At the mention of the dragon, the atmosphere grew heavy. Ouyangze's face darkened with genuine caution. You know the legend. That dragon is a calamity. If we encounter it, death is certain. It is a boss we must flee from. Impressive intel. He paced around the lion head. The freshman who created that blue explosion definitely holds a few pendants. And the heavy hitters like Xin Chen and Lan Yusi are converging there too. Zhang Xiang. This survival game has officially entered the final round. A sinister, predatory smile crept onto his face. His eyes gleamed with malice. To win, we simply take them from the corpses of others. Meanwhile, back at the ruins, he examined a glowing pendant. Qingxue approached curious. What is that artifact, he explained. Before you arrived, I slaughtered a pig-masked enemy. This dropped from his corpse. Yi, his eyes sharpened. I've figured out the system. This awakening Manhwa trial requires us to collect the pendants of all 12 zodiac animals. Chuzhou glanced at the item wary. So we have to actively hunt the mask wearers. Exactly. Yi, he recalled the agile figure from earlier. That sniper on the roof. He moved like a rooster. He escaped in the chaos. As they strategized, neither realized they were being watched from the shadows. Yi, he scanned the battlefield. However, his arrow struck me. I can trace his spiritual signature through it. Chuzhou's fighting spirit ignited. Let's go hunting. They ventured deeper into the instance, the surroundings becoming more dilapidated and ominous with every step. Yi, his eyes locked onto the ground. Hold up. He analyzed the debris. Fresh battle marks. Someone beat us here. Chuzhou touched a scorched slash mark on the pavement. It's still warm. They haven't gone far. His expression hardened instantly. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. They're close. In a blur of motion, he drew his frostblade. Without hesitation, Chuzhou unleashed a beautiful, deadly slash toward the shadows, sensing a sinister aura lurking within. The ice wall Chuzhou created blocked the incoming blade instantly. But the attacker wasn't some faceless assassin. It was a stunning female freshman. Her ambush shattered against Chuzhou's defense. Clutching her, regenerating arm terror filled her eyes. Impossible, my optical invisibility. How did you see through it? She didn't have time to think. Chuzhou's lethal ice spikes were already hunting her down. The frozen spears towered overhead, sharp enough to pierce the heavens. Chuzhou's shadow loomed over her like a grim reaper as he growled, "Don't move. Your schemes end here." Suddenly, space distorted. Another invisible figure burst forth roaring. "Get back!" It turned out the invisible girl was the rookie Lin Qingxue. The new arrival erupted with scorching flames, forcing Lin Qingxue to flinch. The heat was suffocating. Hell demon combat art. With a single palm strike, he unleashed a devastating wave of infernal energy, shattering Chuzhou's ice wall into steam. The flames danced wildly, mirroring the maniacal grin on his face. Talk about an explosive entrance for this fiery newcomer. The flames died down as steam hissed from his body. He casually lit a cigarette, looked up and scoffed. "Busted, huh? Lin Qingxue, your optical camouflage is trash." This arrogant freshman was none other than Chen Xin. Lin Qingxue hissed, "Scram. Don't lecture me." But as the duo bickered Yi, he stepped forward, his aura pressuring them. "So you two planned this ambush together?" Lin Qingxue immediately switched masks, feigning innocence. "Whoa, big misunderstanding. We just took down a chicken mask target. We were hiding to bait the next one, not you guys." Chen Xin didn't bother explaining. He just stood there, taking a long, deep drag of his cigarette, eyes focused on his own twisted amusement. Yi, he wasn't buying their act for a second. His gaze turned icy as he stared down the smoker. "Is that right? Then explain." "This." Snap, Yi. His hand lashed out into empty air, crushing the throat of a hidden figure. Shockingly, the entity struggling in his grip looked exactly like Lin Qingxue. Under Yi, his monstrous strength, she was helpless. He hoisted her into the air like a rag doll, her struggles futile against his iron grip. The real Lin Qingxue pouted, her facade cracking. "Ch, my shadow clone got busted too," her eyes narrowed. "These two, they aren't your average rookies." Beside her, Chen Xin exhaled a cloud of smoke and chuckled darkly. "Ha ha ha, I told you a simple assassination wouldn't work on them." He flicked the cigarette to the ground, stomping it out. "Playing nice is too boring anyway." Suddenly, his cheeks expanded, stretching unnaturally like a balloon, ready to burst. He sucked in a massive breath, gathering chi in his throat, until the skin of his face stretched to its absolute limit. It pulsed with grotesque energy. Whoosh! Chen Xin pressed his hands against his cheeks and expelled a thick, pitch-black smog. The toxic cloud expanded rapidly, devouring the space around them. The deadly miasma rolled toward Yi and Chuzhou like a tidal wave. Recognizing the danger, our duo instantly leaped backward to avoid the corrosive touch. "My turn." Lin Qingxue giggled, unfurling a massive battle fan. Violent energy swirled around her as she sneered. "Let me spice things up. No escaping now." She leaped into the air, limbs spread wide, and swung the fan with maniacal force, screaming into the wind. Rise, gale. A hurricane force blasted forward. Her hair whipped around wildly, making her look like a banshee descended from the skies. The wind amplified the toxic smoke, transforming it into a raging storm that swallowed Yi and Chuzhou in an instant. There was nowhere to hide. Their silhouettes vanished into the black abyss. Seeing them trapped, Chen Xin conjured a massive sphere of concentrated flame in his palm. The fireball pulsed like a miniature sun. He grinned, drunk on his own power, operating at the very peak of his limits. Let's turn up the heat, Chen Xin roared, hurling the inferno into the swirling vortex of poisonous gas. Boom! The fire merged with the wind and smoke, creating a hellish incinerator aimed straight at Chuzhou and Yihe. You could almost feel the blistering heat radiating through the screen. Having unleashed his ultimate combo, Chen Xin stood back satisfied. He lowered his hand, a smug smile plastered on his face. So what if you're strong? You're still no match for our teamwork. Beside him, Lan Yusi fanned herself, looking as pleased as a cat that just got the cream. Their victory lap was cut short. What the hell are you laughing at, Yi? His voice cut through the smoke. Suddenly, a hand glowing with nuclear-level energy emerged from the chaos. This is the power difference in a leveling manhwa. He brought his palms together. The energy crackled and hissed, weaving through his fingers like liquid lightning. It shone with the brilliance of a supernova. With a thunderous clap, Yi detonated the built-up power. The shockwave obliterated Chen Xin's smoke and fire, instantly forming an impenetrable barrier around Yi and Chuzhou. Not a scratch on them. Chen Xin's arrogance shattered. His jaw hit the floor as he screamed, "Impossible." He dispelled my cloud of fire with a single clap. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Before he could process his fear, Yi's hand tore through the air, appearing right in front of his face with the speed of a hurricane. Terror froze him in place. He uttered 3 words that sealed his fate. Mountain, landslide, fist. No mercy, just a devastating punch to the face. He had enough of these pests. Why waste words when a fist speaks louder? The impact was visceral. Yi pivoted, and Chen Xin vanished from his spot, replaced by a spray of blood and the residual glow of the kinetic impact. Chen Xin was launched like a cannonball, flying dozens of meters back. He tumbled through the air like a broken kite. That's the price of arrogance. Game over. He tasted the bitter dirt of defeat. Witnessing her partner's annihilation, Lan Yusi froze in pure terror. She watched his terrifying silhouette and trembled. We haven't broken through to the warrior realm yet. We're capped at the apprentice level. Even elite students have limits, but this guy, his physical stats are completely broken. He's a monster. Damn it, I was so focused on the brawler I forgot about the mage. Her realization came too late. Chuzhou's glacial frost had already crept up, locking her feet in a prison of ice. She was completely paralyzed by fear, her mind spinning in chaos. Even teaming up with Chen Xin hadn't been enough to scratch him. This guy was a total monster. Her legs felt like lead, refusing to move an inch. He walked toward her with the slow, deliberate pace of the Grim Reaper. She was nothing more than a chicken on the chopping block now. He approached his terrifying mana, turning the air heavy and suffocating. She knew she couldn't win this head-on. With a desperate wave of her fan, she calculated her only option was escape. Her artifact activated instantly. The ice binding her feet shattered under the pressure of her spiritual energy. Lan Yusi launched herself into the air, desperate to break free. Her mind screamed only one command: run. Don't let these monsters catch you. She tried to cloak herself in invisibility and vanish, but he was too fast. He snatched her ankle out of thin air. Lan Yusi looked back in horror and screamed, "You bastard." Terror completely warped her beautiful features, but he had no pity for jade-like beauties. He swung her around by the leg and slammed her down. Boom! Her body cratered the earth, the impact force shaking the ground beneath them. His voice cut through the dust. "Get down here and stay put." Channeling his Swan Huang martial arts, he charged a fist full of devastating energy. His eyes were cold steel as he prepared to deliver a fatal strike to this arrogant girl. Suddenly, dozens of clones burst forth, scattering in every direction to confuse him. Taking advantage of the chaos, she managed to wrench her leg free from his iron grip. Her illusions fled into the distance, desperate for survival. He watched the display with terrifying calmness, not even flinching. A manic grin stretched across his face. This leveling manhwa protagonist loved a challenge. Ha ha ha. You think you can escape me? Darkness exploded from his back. A massive aura of demonic energy surged out, manifesting the 100 ghosts. He looked like a sovereign of hell itself, untouchable and terrifying. The demonic tendrils lashed out, snatching every single clone out of the air. Even if she grew 10 more legs, she could never escape his domain. The arrogance was gone from Lan Yusi's face. Now she was bound and weeping, trembling under his absolute power like a frightened puppy. The shadows devoured her clones one by one. The spiritual backlash hit her main body like a truck, pinning her to the ground completely. She shrieked in pure horror. "Ah, my body won't move. What kind of monster are you? I can't beat him." He just flashed that signature predator smile. His laughter echoed like thunder across the battlefield. "Ha ha ha, Struggle all you want. Your destiny is already sealed. His eyes lit up with sadism. Another elite hunter was about to become prey. Her desperate screams for mercy were like music to his ears. I surrender. I surrender. Take all the pendants, she begged. He dangled the loot, admiring his rewards with a satisfied look on his face. He stared down at her coldly. Giving up so soon, then start talking. Tell me everything you know. Switching to survival mode, she knelt obediently. To clear the trial, you need 12 pendants. It's the endgame now. If you don't hunt the others, they will come to hunt you. Ouyangze and Yan Zhengsheng from the evil capital are the top seeds. They definitely have the biggest stash of points by now. A cunning glint returned to her eyes. She forced a wide smile, pointing into the distance, trying to bait him into her trap. Shall I guide you to them? She offered sweetly. Internally, she sneered. Go fight the tigers, while I slip away in the chaos. Heh. He saw right through her scheme. He shut her down instantly. I don't need a loser like you worrying about me. His chill smile sent shivers down her spine. She froze like a stone statue, realizing her little manipulation had failed completely. That fan looks like high-tier gear, he noted. Huh. Before she could react, the scene shifts to the depths of the dungeon, where Ouyangze and Yan Zhengsheng were tearing through the forest. Time was running out, so they were hunting down anyone with a pulse. Ouyang guessed Chen Xin and Lan Yusi must have made their move by now, right? Yan Zhengsheng smirked, his aura surging as he ran. It doesn't matter who wins. They're just glorified storage chests, holding my loot until I arrive. Suddenly, Yan skidded to a halt, his eyes widening in shock. Zay, look ahead, there's a corpse. They approached the gruesome scene. A body sliced clean in half was lying in a pool of black blood. They leaned in to identify the victim. The realization hit them like a lightning bolt. Yan Zhengsheng's voice actually trembled for the first time as he stared at the face. It's Chen Xin. He died with his eyes open. Let's rewind a few minutes to see how this manhwa recap turned into a horror story for Chen Xin. Chen Xin was stumbling through the darkness, battered and bruised from his fight with Yi He. That guy? He's an absolute monster, he muttered. Lan Yusi is probably finished. He marked me. He's coming. I have to find Ouyangze before it's too late. Snap. A twig broke nearby. Chen Xin spun around, adrenaline spiking. Who's there? Show yourself. Out of the shadows stepped a figure with long hair dragging a blade. The stranger walked with a terrifying rhythmic clatter. The killing intent was suffocating. Cold sweat drenched Chen Xin's back. His instinct screamed that death had arrived. As the figure stepped into the light, Chen Xin froze. Those eyes, double pupils, staring at him like a predator looking at a dead man walking. Chen Xin's knees buckled. He was trembling uncontrollably like a wet rat caught in a storm. All his composure shattered. He gasped, his voice cracking with despair. A dragonkin. Above them, a broken street lamp sparked. Zzz. Electricity surged, and the light flickered on, illuminating the kill zone in the dark night. The light cast a long, grim shadow on the pavement. In a flash of steel, the dragonkin struck. Chen Xin took the full force of the blow. Crimson rain sprayed into the night air. Chen Xin's agonizing scream echoed through the alley as his life ended in an instant. The entity unleashing hell on Chen Xin was none other than the Dragonhead Executioner. Without a shred of mercy, he obliterated him, snuffing out his life as easily as swatting a mosquito. Clasping two pendants in his grip, the beast casually strolled past Chen Xin, leaving the poor soul writhing in agony as his body was cleaved in two. Back in the present, Lin Zhengsheng crouched before Chen Xin's corpse, puzzled by the scene. Why die here? That slash was too clean. But Ouyangze knew better. One glance was all he needed to identify the killer. He declared it a fatal strike from the dragon itself. Proof of absolute dominance. Only a zodiac mask. Specifically, the dragon possessed the power to execute such a perfect kill. Lin Qingxue couldn't hide his confusion. Wait, doesn't the dragon mask only operate within the underground parking lot? Ouyangze recounted the nightmare calmly. I led a hunting party of 20 men into that garage, but after clashing with that dragon, only 2 of us made it out alive. Staring at his classmate's blood-soaked hand, lying severed on the pavement, Yan Zhengsheng felt a cold shiver of terror crawl up his spine. He actually kills. Isn't this just a trial? This blood is too warm to be fake? Beside him, Ouyangze's mask of calm finally began to crack. Ouyangze's face went pale as a sheet, his body trembling like a leaf in a storm. He gulped audibly. Seeing this reaction, Yan Zhengsheng started to feel true fear setting in. Yan stood up, turning to the rattled Ouyangze. What do we do now? Chen Xin's pendant is already gone. Wu Yangze lowered his head, hiding his expression. He theorized, the dragon likely left the garage because a hidden condition was triggered in this system Manhwa. For instance, if all other masks were destroyed. As the final boss, he is now free to roam the map. Just as the Zodiacs hunt freshmen, the dragon will actively hunt pendant holders. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy exploded from Ouyangze, his eyes burning with fierce determination. He made his choice. We can't fight the dragon. We need to steal pendants from others before he gets them. With that, Ouyangze unleashed his full power, leaping into the air as massive wings unfurled from his back. Glowing wings shimmered behind him. Ouyangze announced his class ascension. Bloodline awakening, golden-winged dragon rock. Burning with aura, he hovered above, shouting his orders down to Yan Zhengsheng. We need to send a signal. Lure the other pendant holders here for a final death match. Spreading his wings wide, he released a powerful shockwave from the sky. It was a beacon of greed, designed to expose his rivals and claim victory in this awakening Manhwa. Elsewhere in the Dead City, a weakened Lin Qingxue slumped against a wall, muttering softly to herself. I can't believe a simple train ride to Hua University led to this hellscape. So many freshmen, slaughtered by those zodiac monsters. She curled up in despair. A survivor met the teacher. He said only one person could be evacuated, but in my condition, I can't make it. Trapped in this brutal dungeon, her only comfort was a photo of herself and he on her phone. She whispered a prayer, please he. You idiot, don't get dragged into this. Resting her heavy head, her thoughts drifted to him. Did the escapee find him? Damn it, I don't have the strength to look for him myself. With his insane strength, as long as he avoids the dragon, he'll survive. Suddenly, a noise snapped her to attention. A wave of dread washed over her. Her eyes widened, staring into the distance. Have I been discovered? Panic set in. I can't run. They've locked onto my aura. They want the pendant. I don't care about it, but my intuition says, he needs this item. I can't fight. I have to lure them away. It was Ouyangze, using his aerial advantage to hunt down the weak in this leveling Manhwa scenario. Hovering high above, he looked down with a predatory grin and a voice dripping with excitement. Lin Qingxue. Rumor has it, the declining Liu family produced an heir with a dark nether sparrow bloodline. His eyes narrowed, spotting the necklace. Since we both possess divine bird bloodlines, I tracked you easily. And look at that pendant. What a pleasant surprise. From his vantage point, his eagle-eye skill tracked Lin Qingxue's every move through the concrete jungle, heading to the underground lot, trying to bait me into the dragon's lair. Haha, how adorable, the dragon has left the building. That trap is empty. Ouyangze ascended higher, channeling raw energy into his massive wings for a devastating strike. He shouted with arrogance, Yan Zhengsheng, hold your position. I'm going to bag this prey myself. He unleashed a bombardment on Lin Qingxue's location, blasting the building from the penthouse down to the foundation, crushing every floor with overwhelming pressure. As the dust settled over the ruins, Ouyangze descended his wings, radiating a blinding, scorching light. Fully transformed, he hovered ominously. Lin Qingxue. There is nowhere left to hide. But his arrogance shattered in an instant. A terrifying sound echoed in his ears, freezing him in place. His eyes bulged in horror. What? What is that noise? He spun around to face a nightmare, a hulking black silhouette, looming in the crimson darkness, its head twisted and grotesque. Recognition hit him like a truck. Oh God. The dragon, impossible. How is he here? He should be hunting the others. Why come for me? Panic surged as he realized his fatal mistake. Facing this boss meant certain death. His body betrayed him, shaking uncontrollably as the aura of death washed over him. A horrifying realization dawned on him. If the boss targets pendant holders, and I'm holding 4 of them, I am the biggest target on the map. Hubris is a slow poison, and Ouyangze had just swallowed the whole bottle, pushing himself straight into death's embrace. In that moment, the terrifying truth finally dawned on him. The dragon head's eyes blazed with a terrifying light. Death itself seemed to lock onto Ouyangze, sealing off every possible escape route. Standing before the strongest of the 12 zodiacs, his mind went completely blank with terror. He tried to think, but fear had hollowed him out. Darkness surged like a living tide as the enemy approached. Only the faint glimmer of light revealed the nightmare inching closer to Ouyangze. Ouyangze was paralyzed. Crushed by an overwhelming aura, he couldn't move a single muscle against the dragon head's heavy psychological pressure. After barely surviving a casual strike, the terrifying realization hit him. With trembling lips, he gasped, "Is this A domain expansion? Who knew Shenlong possessed such god-tier abilities? Time seemed to freeze as Wu Yangze gritted his teeth, forced to witness his own impending doom. One look is all it takes. Make eye contact, and your soul is dragged instantly into this special dimension. The only way out is to slaughter the caster. But Wu Yangze had been backed into a corner with no hope of victory. Before the words even left his mouth, the enemy vanished. Closing 100 meters in a heartbeat, the dark dragon figure loomed over him like the Grim Reaper. Wu Yangze sensed the killing intent. Too terrified to counterattack, he folded his wings and curled up into a desperate defensive shell. The dragon head circled him like a storm raining down slash after devastating slash. Wu Yangze could only pray to the heavens as his opponent's fury boiled over. With a roar that shook the heavens, the beast raised a glowing blade and lunged for the kill. Those glowing eyes belonged to a true demon. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Wu Yangze's ally Yan Zhengsheng was facing his own nightmare. He was under heavy fire, barely managing to hold his ground against a relentless assault. The situation was looking grim. And his opponent, none other than our main character, Yi He. Smoke rose from his palm after just a casual strike. Yi. He looked at him with pure disdain and scoffed. Damn it, did you turn your voice volume up to max, just to annoy me? Behind him, Chu Zhou stepped forward, his blade radiating scorching heat. Chu Zhou nodded and declared, Yi, leave this trash to me. I need to test the limits of my current power. Yi. He was surprised, but their opponent wasn't going down without a fight. Yan Zhengcheng activated his class ability, leaping into the sky with his massive greatsword. A phantom tiger roared into existence behind him. He channeled all his murderous intent toward Chu Zhou and Yi He. He bellowed, You think you've cornered me? You arrogant brats don't know who you're messing with. This kid is nothing to me. Chu Zhou calmly raised his smoking blade. His eyes glowed with cold intensity as he whispered two words, Ice Vein. The frost blade crashed down. But Yan Zhengsheng's raw power shattered the ice attack in a single violent motion. This guy actually has some skill. Thinking he had easily neutralized the threat, Yan Zhengsheng let out a mocking laugh. He bared his teeth and sneered, nowhere left to run. Charging like a rampaging beast, he slammed his massive blade against Chu Zhou's weapon. Chu Zhou slid back effortlessly, using his ice blade to deflect the heavy impact. His movements were as fluid as water and sharp as steel. Suddenly, Chu Zhou's eyes widened. Yan Zhengsheng was already launching another devastating strike with his colossal sword. Chu Zhou barely blocked the blow aimed at his back. Sparks flew like fireworks as the friction between their weapons lit up the battlefield. As the stalemate dragged on, Yan Zhengsheng lost his patience. He roared his ultimate technique, Sword Intent, Soulbreaker. Chu Zhou had to admit the technique was impressive. He muttered man and sword as one fine. Then let me show you how a real master plays this game. In this classic awakening manhwa moment, Chu Zhou fully unleashed his class. The phantom of a massive flood dragon materialized, exhaling a breath of bone-chilling frost. The dragon opened its maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs. Its scales bristled with lethal spikes radiating an aura of absolute zero. Yan Zhengsheng's battle spirit ignited. The tiger phantom behind him roared in defiance as it faced the majestic ice dragon. With the tiger's eyes burning like hellfire, Yan Zhengsheng brought his blade down with catastrophic force. Dragon versus tiger ice against fury. Neither warrior gave an inch in this legendary clash of predator and beast. Ice shards pierced the tiger while the blade tore into dragon scales. The pressure was so intense, you could feel the phantom pain just watching this battle unfold. While the heavens shook, he found a nice rock to sit on. He propped up his head, looking like he was about to take a nap. Explosions rang out right next to his ear, but he didn't care. He honestly looked ready to catch some sleep in the middle of a war zone. Suddenly, Yan Zhengsheng sensed a distress signal. It was Wu Yangze, pleading for help. Realizing the danger, he abruptly broke off the engagement and leaped back. But that split second of distraction was a fatal mistake. As his focus wavered, Chu Zhou seized the opportunity to press the attack. Yan Zhengzheng glared with pure hatred and shouted, Consider yourselves lucky. If I didn't have urgent business, I would have ground your bones to dust. But did he really think he would let him walk away? Our main character stepped in the ground, cracking beneath his feet, as he gathered an immense surge of energy. His eyes flashed with cold menace. You talk big and try to leave. Who gave you permission to walk away from me? Yan Zhengsheng froze, crushed by the sudden spike in pressure. Before he could react, Yi's fist was already flying toward him like a meteor. He desperately raised his giant blade to block. A blinding explosion engulfed them, and the impact sent Yan Zhengsheng flying back dozens of yards like a ragdoll. He tumbled through the air like a broken ragdoll, bouncing and crashing in a chaotic dance of gravity before hitting the ground. As the momentum finally died, Yan Zhengsheng slammed into the earth, coughing up a mouthful of dark visceral blood. Trembling with exhaustion, he forced himself up and gasped, "What just happened? Was I just hit by a demon beast?" he wondered aloud. Nearby Yi, he smirked, his expression oozing arrogance. "I was the one who sent you flying. Your screaming was getting a little too annoying for my taste. I only used a little bit of force, Yi," he scoffed. Yan Zhengsheng, struggling to breathe, asked in disbelief, Did you sneak attack me?" Yi. He laughed with that signature haughty attitude of his. "I wouldn't call it a sneak attack. It's just that your brain is too slow to process my fist arriving at your face." Those words ignited a wildfire of rage in Yan Zhengsheng. Ignoring the blood spilling from his lips, he roared with the arrogance of a man who hadn't realized he'd already lost. "I will take your life." But 3 minutes later, that loud, arrogant mouth was forced shut. Blood streamed from his nose and lips as Yan Zhengsheng collapsed, unable to move a single muscle. Yi, he offered some twisted words of comfort. "Don't be so hard on yourself. Lasting 3 minutes against me, that is actually quite an achievement. That guy Chen Xin got sent flying with just one punch, Yi," he said casually. He picked up the massive saber, gave it a few test swings, and examined the blade. "Your weapon has some decent weight to it. I think I'll borrow it for a while. You don't mind, do you?" Yan Zhengsheng, trembling at Yi. His feet didn't dare utter a single word of protest. "Yi." He began to channel his signature Godzilla energy into the massive blade. He critiqued the weapon. "It's good, but it needs a little reinforcement to handle my power." Instantly, Yan Zhengsheng's massive blade began to mutate, modified by Yi, his Godzilla style. Thick prehistoric scales erupted along the steel in a scene worthy of a top-tier leveling manhwa. The weapon was now reinforced, looking far more savage and epic than before. Yi. He gazed at his newly forged masterpiece with deep satisfaction, a wide grin stretching across his face. Just then Chu Zhou approached Yi, holding a pendant. "Yi, I couldn't find the spatial bag on him, but I found this." Hearing this, Yi leaned in to take a closer look. Resting in Chu Zhou's palm was a pendant that looked completely different from any ordinary jewelry. Chu Zhou explained, "This pendant keeps flashing. I think it's transmitting some kind of signal." The scene shifts to the terrifying domain of the divine dragon. Here, Ouyangze was being absolutely decimated. The landscape was a ruin of despair, desolate and hopeless. The dragon's domain had sealed the area, hiding the slaughter from the outside world. Ouyangze had lost one arm, and the other hung by a thread. His wings had been torn from his back, leaving only a few stray feathers drifting in the sorrowful wind. He stood on trembling legs, drenched in his own blood. Ouyangze looked pitiful, clinging to his final breath, as red streams ran down his face. He gasped out his final regrets. "I never thought it would end like this." He stared at the monster ahead, the dragon-headed humanoid hovering in the air, holding a weapon stained with Ouyangze's blood. The monster stared down with terrifying, soulless eyes. With a shaking voice, Ouyangze whispered, "I used the soul-locking nail from the ancient ruins. If it had hit his heart, it would have sealed his martial arts and energy." Indeed, on the dragonman's chest, a single nail was embedded deep into the flesh. Ouyangze lamented, "What a tragedy. I sacrificed an arm, yet I missed the divine dragon's heart by 3 finger widths. Now I have no strength left to fight back." Ouyangze lowered his head, accepting his fate as the massive maw of the dragon loomed closer to devour him. Sorrow crashed over him. "I lost the only chance to defeat this monster." The moment Ouyangze was eliminated, the dragon's domain dissolved into mist. The monster turned away, already hunting for its next target. Ouyangze's body was pinned to the wall, a sword impaling his chest. He died with his eyes wide open, mouth agape in a silent scream of agony, blood cascading down like a crimson waterfall. And so Ouyangze would never return to see Sister Hong again. Elsewhere, the slender figure of Lin Qingxue was sprinting desperately up the stairs. She urged herself on. Come on, almost to the rooftop. After barely escaping Ouyangze's fate, Lin Qingxue was racing toward the highest point. She gasped for air, her heart pounding with terror at the thought of the dragon. The divine dragon's power was suffocating. Even the stone bowl couldn't compare. Lin Qingxue's face was pale as death, as a terrifying realization hit her. Ouyangze couldn't have held out for long. The dragon's next target is definitely me. If I want to survive, I need Yi to extract me right now. Thinking quickly, Lin Qingxue looked up as she ran. This is the tallest building. Yi He's signal gave me a hint, so I have to send a signal back to him. She gathered every ounce of energy outside her body, opened her delicate mouth, and screamed the incantation, Bloodline Awakening, Nether Sparrow. Immediately, with Lin Qingxue at the center, phantom wings spread wide. A powerful shockwave rippled outward, sending a pulse of energy flying in all directions. It was a desperate gamble, hoping this alarm signal would reach Yi's ears so he could locate her in this chaos. Her body was already at its limit. After forcing out that signal, Lin Qingxue collapsed onto the cold floor. She tried to push herself up, whispering, it hurts. I hope Yi got the message. Suddenly, a horrific sound surrounded her. Footsteps. Close. Too close. They grew louder and heavier, like the approach of inevitable death. Her eyes widened in horror. She could feel a presence. Something unholy was closing in on her position. She struggled to stand, leaning on her hands. Lin Qingxue muttered, "This sound. It can't be." She dragged herself to the edge to see what nightmare was approaching. Looking down from the high rise, Lin Qingxue saw the dragon-headed monster walking vertically up the side of the building. Defying the laws of physics, the monster marched upward with murderous intent, closing in on the poor girl. Lin Qingxue's expression shattered. Her face turned purple with fear, and her body shook uncontrollably. She cried out in despair, "He found me so quickly. This is bad. I need to signal Yi to stay away instead." It was that gaze of pure slaughter again. The dragon's glowing eyes locked onto her, marking his prey at the very top of the tower. The bastard used his old trick again. He expanded a terrifying domain enveloping Lin Qingxue to ensure no one could enter or save her. He stepped calmly into his own barrier, unopposed and unstoppable. Facing this catastrophic monster, Lin Qingxue backed away, retreating into the darkness of hopelessness. The dragon-head's eyes blazed with predatory delight, tilting his head back to reveal a twisted grin as he locked onto the exquisite trembling prey before him. He hoisted his massive blade-high muscles coiling to deliver the death blow. Lin Qingxue could only watch in horror as that glowing steel prepared to send her to the afterlife. The weapon loomed over her like a sentence from hell. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered her final prayers in absolute despair. "Damn it. I'm out of time." But then space itself shattered. A dimensional rift tore open, violently expanding. It was Yi He. With a single explosive motion, he shattered the dragonhead's domain into nothingness. Wielding Yan Zhengshang's Colossus Blade he descended like a meteor, driving a brutal kick straight into the monster's face. Even the beast looked up in sheer shock at the impact. He's voice boomed. "I promised the elders I'd keep you safe. And my word is as solid as gold. I never break a promise." In the jaws of death, Lin Qingxue gazed at her savior. Tears of relief washed over her, a flush rising to her cheeks as hope reignited in her heart. She gasped disbelief, coloring her voice, "Yi." The dragonhead finally registered his new opponent. He growled low in his throat, eyes narrowing, as he shifted his stance. The arrogance was gone, replaced by a cold, calculating wariness. The beast was on guard. But Yi didn't care. He launched himself forward for a bloodbath, tearing his mouth open to deliver a verbal smackdown before the physical one. And what are you supposed to be? Some kind of mutt with a dragon mask? Without hesitation, Yi unleashed a strike, infused with his signature Godzilla essence. A devastating force crashed down. Yet the creature didn't flinch. He caught Yi's earth-shattering blow with just his slender blade standing firm against the overwhelming pressure. The shockwave from Yi's blade cleaved the entire skyscraper in two. The force tore through the domain, shattering everything from the roof all the way down to the first floor. He didn't look back, shouting urgently to Lin Qingxue, "Qingxue Chu Zhou and my new lackey are in the eastern alley. Get to them. Now." Lin Qingxue nodded instinctively, but hesitation gripped her heart. Her eyes filled with worry as she cried out, "But what about you?" He stood amidst the swirling black aura of his monstrous power, turning to reassure her with a confident grin. "Me? I'm going to see what this dragon-faced freak is really made of." With that, he surged with energy and dove straight into the abyss. He plummeted from the heights, vanishing into the thick veil of dust and debris where his enemy waited. The high rise where Lin Qingxue stood was sliced cleanly in half, smoke billowing from the scar. If the dragonhead survived that strike, this wasn't going to be your average leveling Manhwa fight. Yi landed on the ground floor, planting his massive blade into the concrete. He scanned the haze. There it was again, that ominous heavy footfall. The enemy was still standing, dragging his glowing blade across the floor with a screech of sparks. He slammed his weapon into the ground nearby and began to casually stretch his limbs. A smirk played on Yi. He's lips. Back to the domain, huh? The moment I got Qingxue's distress signal, I knew this place reeked of trouble. Is hiding inside a barrier the only trick you have? Suddenly, Yihee's sharp eyes caught a detail, a nail embedded in the creature's chest. It had barely pierced the skin, yet the monster seemed unable to pull it out. That nail. Yihee's mind raced, connecting the dots with the intel he had gathered earlier. Is this the seal Yan Zhengsheng mentioned? The plan to take down Qianlong the Dragonhead's outer armor had been obliterated by the previous attack, revealing a grotesque display of rippling raw muscle underneath. The beast didn't wait for him to finish thinking. He lunged forward, radiating a dark, suffocating killing intent that made the air feel like lead. The monster had gone berserk. But Yihee lived for this thrill. His blood boiled with excitement as he reached back and ripped his massive blade from the earth. His eyes ignited with the primal fire of Godzilla. As the enemy closed the distance in a heartbeat, he could only mutter, "Damn, he's fast." Yihee hoisted the blade, just as the Dragonhead's dark domain flooded the space. The enemy utilized the shadows, launching a ferocious strike, aimed straight for the kill. Yihee swung his colossal weapon to meet the charge. Two immense energies collided in a violent explosion. The Dragonhead refused to yield, driving his weight forward to crush Yihee into submission. This creature was the nightmare of every student in the dungeon, but Yihee just laughed in the face of death. "Is this the best you've got? I was expecting a real challenge." The structural pillars groaned and cracked. The entire building trembled, struggling to contain the catastrophic power being unleashed within. In an instant, the Sukana Tower was sliced into 3 massive sections. Blue and pink auras flashed like lightning as gravity finally claimed its prize, sending the ruins crashing down in a thunderous avalanche. From the collapsing dust cloud, 2 streaks of light, one azure, one crimson, shot into the sky, dancing a deadly waltz. They collided in mid-air above the debris. It was a symphony of violence. Every strike Yihee unleashed was met with a perfect counter by the Dragonhead. Neither side gave an inch. Their auras flared wildly, the sound of steel against steel ringing out like thunderclaps, creating sonic booms that shattered nearby windows. The Dragonhead lost all semblance of reason. His long, grotesque tongue lolled out as madness consumed him. He was no longer fighting. He was hunting, charging with reckless, suicidal fury. A blade brimming with blinding energy slashed down Yi. He reacted on instinct, raising his own weapon to intercept the strike, just milliseconds before impact. The force was unreal. Yi. He gritted his teeth, his muscles screaming as he struggled to withstand the crushing weight of the monster's assault. But the Dragonhead's power was overwhelming. With a final brutal shove, he smashed through Yihee's guard, sending him rocketing down to the earth like a fallen star. Boom! The impact triggered a massive explosion, turning the ground zero into a crater of blinding light and choking dust. But then, something shifted. From the heart of the destruction, an eerie radioactive blue mist began to seep out. The Dragonhead froze, sensing a sudden terrifying spike in energy. His reptilian pupils contracted. Instinct screamed at him. Death was imminent. The dust swirled and the Atomic King awakened Yi. He, channeling the full avatar of Godzilla, roared and unleashed a concentrated beam of nuclear breath. The blast caught the Dragonhead, smashing him through skyscraper after skyscraper, as if they were made of wet paper. Silence returned to the ruins. As the dust began to settle, a silhouette emerged from the haze. Yi. He radiating the terrifying majesty of a kaiju. He strolled forward, casually wiping a smudge of energy from his lip. "Not bad," he mused, a savage grin returning. "Since I came to this world, you're the first opponent who's actually worth my time." Yi. He stared down his enemy, his blood singing with the joy of battle. In the silence of his mind, he made a dark wish. "Don't die on me yet, lizard. I'm just getting started." Yi. He had just brought the entire building crashing down, burying the Dragonhead warrior under a mountain of debris. But from the colossal ruins, a single hand shot out, clawing desperately at a broken fragment of the wall. He wasn't dead yet. In fact, the enemy rose from the ashes like a demon, his aura flaring more violently than ever before. Madness consumed him. His 4 monstrous eyes locked onto Yi. He burning with an insane, bloodthirsty desire to kill. Yi. He just smirked, facing the rage with pure arrogance. That's right, if the invincible dragon boss went down that easily, this leveling Manhwa would be boring. The words barely left his lips before the Dragonhead launched himself forward, a streak of lethal light cutting through the air. He charged like a beast, blade in hand. The dragon mask crumbled away, finally exposing the human face hidden beneath. Yi. His eyes widened. For a split second, genuine shock froze his expression as he recognized the face. The enemy's speed was godlike. The sword curved through the air, transforming into a bending arc of light aiming straight for Yi. Yi. He was forced back, his feet carving trenches into the ground as he desperately blocked the relentless combo with his blade. Gritting his teeth, Yi. He strained against the overwhelming force. The guy was strong as a rampaging ox. It was too fast. With the mask broken, his speed and power had skyrocketed. Yi. He stared into eyes that were overflowing with terror. Those 4 glowing pupils dilated, looking ready to devour Yi whole. But our main character wasn't done resisting yet. Suddenly, a sickening crack echoed. The great blade gifted by Yan Zhengsheng shattered under the overhead strike. Yi watched in disbelief as his weapon disintegrated. The blade. It's broken. Having destroyed the weapon, the dragon head retreated instantly, creating distance to charge up his next fatal strike. Seeing the enemy prepare, Yi, he moved with lightning reflexes. He didn't need a sword to fight. He was the weapon. With zero hesitation, Yi, he lunged forward, and, in a move of pure insanity, caught the enemy's blade with his mouth. Reinforced by his atomic Godzilla awakening, his teeth clamped down like a vice. The dragon head stared paralyzed by this impossible feat. Blade clamped in his mouth, Yi. He shot him a playful predatory glare. Finally caught you, he mumbled through the steel. He clenched his fist, the skin turning pitch black and jagged as the atomic power surged. The knuckles cracked like thunder. The dragon head realized his mistake too late. His eyes bulged, sensing the catastrophe about to hit him. Boom! A fist full of nuclear love slammed directly into his chin, delivering a knockout blow powered by pure radiation. Blue nuclear fire engulfed the enemy's face. He swung his sword blindly, but the battle was already decided. Victory was in the palm of his hand. Yi. He gathered his breath, channeling every ounce of strength as the enemy's face was laid bare. The dragon head collapsed backward, eyes rolling back, mask completely destroyed. But Yi, he wasn't letting him sleep yet. He grabbed the falling enemy by the arm. We aren't finished yet, honored guest. Yi. He launched them both into the sky. Technician number 23 at your service, he roared, unleashing a barrage of atomic punches to the face. The enemy became a punching bag, forced to endure a beatdown that shook the heavens and the earth. He looked less like a warrior and more like a lump of dough, being kneaded and smashed by Yi's merciless fists. Yi. He was high on adrenaline, baring his fangs in a savage grin. He targeted every lethal point: temples, throat, heart, kidneys, and groin. Since the enemy's meridians were already blocked by nails, Yi's energy bypassed his defenses, destroying him from the inside out. The dragon head was reduced to a broken mess. His true face was gaunt and pitiful, his hair wild, barely clinging to consciousness. His trembling hand could no longer grip the hilt. He let the sword slip from his shaking fingers. But it was a trap. The dragon head hadn't surrendered. He still had one trick left. He telekinetically hurled the sword in a loop to strike Yi's blind spot. But Yi's senses were sharp as a razor. In a flash, he summoned the fan stolen from Lan Wuxi. Yi's expression turned grim. Snap. The fan unfurled, blocking the sneak attack just inches from his skin. That fan saved his life. Yi. He smirked. I knew you wouldn't give up. Your only chance to kill me was that surprise attack at the start. With a flick of his wrist, Yi knocked the flying sword away, with the fan standing unshakable like a mountain. That might have given you a 3% chance, Yi. He scoffed. Then he roared, whipping the fan to summon a storm. Instantly, the fan generated a colossal tornado. It spun like a natural disaster, turning the sky dark with its terrifying power. The vortex grew hundreds of feet tall, sucking in the surrounding magnetic fields and aura, until it became a towering monument of destruction. The dragon head was helpless, dragged into the eye of the storm. The wind blade sliced through him mercilessly. Black blood sprayed into the air as the tornado became a giant meat grinder. What a pathetic end for a boss. He was forced to endure every slash without a shred of resistance. In Yi's grip, the killing intent of the precious sword far surpassed when it was wielded by Lan Wuxi. Then, channeling the destructive energy of a Godzilla, he charged Yi. He had become a walking nuclear warhead, his entire body radiating blinding light as he soared upward with a triumphant roar. I'm not finished with you yet, faceless freak. The dragon-head warrior couldn't even react. He simply froze, accepting that his demise was now firmly in Yi's grasp. Atomic blast. Fist. Mid-charge Yi. He clenched his fist, his rage exploding like a savage beast as he drove a devastating punch straight into the enemy. He bellowed, first strike, boom. The impact hit like a catastrophe, detonating upon contact like a massive bomb and sending dust scattering in all directions. The battlefield was swallowed by smoke, radiating from nuclear energy. glowing brilliantly amidst a chaotic hurricane of wind. The dragon-head warrior was launched through the air, his body limp as a rag doll, yet miraculously his grip on the sword remained firm. Anyone would think he was already dead. But Yi He had no intention of showing mercy. While his opponent plummeted through the sky, Yi He pursued him with terrifying velocity. Smoke trailed from his superheated body. Yi! He roared once more. Second strike. Closing the distance, he unleashed the Lanshan Fist Black Flash. Although the enemy's body was shattered and failing, he somehow managed to raise a defense against Yi He's assault. Using every ounce of his remaining strength, he parried with his sword, spinning violently. But Yi He's power was absolute. The punch sent the dragon head crashing from one skyscraper to another in a pinball of destruction. He ricocheted in a zigzag pattern across the city, a testament to the sheer overwhelming force behind Yi He's kick, a true display of power in this leveling manhwa. After absorbing 2 full power strikes, the dragon head was finally embedded deep into a wall, his body mangled and dripping blood from every pore. Though plastered against the concrete, his hand refused to release the glowing sword. Overwhelmed by agony, a guttural groan escaped his throat. Yi He floated closer, his aura dominating the space. The dragon-head warrior now looked pathetic, barely breathing inside the massive crater his body had created. Yi He scoffed, "Dragon, you acted so arrogant, but it turns out you're nothing more than an insect." Stripped of the dragon helmet, the creature revealed a face with no nose or mouth, only eyes burning with pure hatred. Refusing to yield, he raised his glowing sword, a garbled sound echoing from within. Kill, kill. In a flash, the very sword he fought to hold was pressed against his own throat. His 4 pupils dilated in sheer terror. Yi He moved with godlike speed, forcing the blade against the enemy's neck. Clad in his battle armor, he looked like an unstoppable war god. It only took one hand to end this charade. A second later, the head severed, falling freely as its long hair danced with gravity. With the enemy defeated, Yi He claimed the prize. Holding the artifact up, he smiled with satisfaction. The dragon pendant is finally mine. It's time to end this game. With the dragon head dealt with, Yi He turned back to rejoin his team. Yan Zhengshang had completely submitted. He bowed his head, too terrified to utter a word. Yi He strolled past him, hands casually in his pockets, not even deigning to acknowledge his former rival. He approached Lin Qingxue, who had been stabilized by Chu Zhou's timely intervention. Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up. She started blushing furiously as she scolded him. "You shouldn't have faced the dragon mask alone." But Chu Zhou simply glanced at her, his voice cold and pragmatic. "Aside from Yi He, the rest of us are just dead weight." Lin Qingxue lowered her head in agreement, unable to meet their gazes, a shadow of sorrow crossing her beautiful face. "He's right. I'm too injured to use my skills. I'd only distract Yi He. If only I were stronger." Seeing the beauty so downcast, Yi He immediately switched to his playful persona to cheer her up. "What you thinking about?" Lin Qingxue jumped, startled by Yi He's sudden shift to such a carefree attitude. "Huh? What?" She turned away, hiding her flushed cheeks. Yi He didn't miss a beat, extending his hand. "So, where's the buffalo pendant?" "Are you robbing me now?" She pouted, but reached into her pocket. "Here." Finally, the collection was complete. All 12 zodiac pendants were now in his possession, marking the climax of this awakening manhwa. He studied them intently, shouting out his theory. If we arrange them in the traditional zodiac order from rat to pig, surely something must happen. Chu Zhou crossed his arms, calling out, "Nothing's changing." Is the sequence wrong, Yi? He felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his chin, staring at the 12 necklaces, unable to crack the code. Suddenly, Yan Zhengzheng stepped forward, eyeing the artifacts. "The divine dragon is unique. It wasn't designed to be hunted like the others. It was a hunter meant to track the pendant holders. Logic suggests we didn't need to collect the dragon pendant to clear the stage." As he spoke, Yang Zhengxiong lifted the dragon pendant. Instantly, a strange tremor shook the entire dimension. Panic washed over the group. Did it work? What mechanism did we trigger? Suddenly, thick, ominous clouds gathered in the sky above Yi He and the martial artists. The center of the storm radiated a blinding light, followed by a strike of golden lightning. Skyscrapers lit up in a supernatural phenomenon, unlike anything they had ever witnessed in this system manhwa. Yi He was the first to react, his eyes wide with confusion. "Look, up in the sky. What the hell is that?" From the center of the radiance, a colossal eye emerged. It bulged outward, growing larger and larger, piercing through the clouds as it descended toward them. An unseen energy locked onto Yi He. He sensed something was terribly wrong, his eyes widening as the pressure mounted. What is this power? The eye began to drag Yi He into its orbit. He was helpless against the suppression, his body drifting inevitably toward that terrifying eldritch entity. Suddenly, reality dissolved. He was falling through an infinite void, clawing at nothingness, screaming in pure terror. His desperate screams echoed in the darkness, until his eyes snapped open. He gasped, sitting up with a look of utter bewilderment. At that exact moment, every student in the train cars jerked awake. Panic and confusion filled the air. Nobody knew what had just happened in this twisted manhwa recap scenario. Is this the Huadu Express? Did I return? Wait, I'm still breathing. I could have sworn that dog-faced monstrosity tore me apart. One moment I was in that nightmare city, and now I'm back here. You're right. That dragon. The slaughter. The blood was so real. Could it all have been a hallucination? How could we all share the same nightmare? Even Chuzhou and Yi He are dead silent. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life. Ting-tong. Attention students, do not panic. You have just returned from a mass illusion generated by the Divine Eye artifact. This was merely the entrance exam for Huadu University. Please relax. Yi He had already deduced this was a test of potential. His expression remained as calm as a still lake, betraying no surprise. But the speakers weren't finished. A special announcement was about to shake the carriage. In this trial, the in-city team Yi He, Chuzhou, and Lin Qingxue secured the Zodiac pendants and took first place. Special commendation goes to Yi He for his legendary performance. A unique reward awaits upon enrollment. The news broadcasted across the entire train. Instantly, the atmosphere exploded. Students from elite provinces were baffled, their whispers turning into a roar. Who exactly is this Yi He? I died instantly. I missed everything. Did the great Ouyangze actually lose? And where is An City? How could a backwater town beat the capital's elites? Collecting all the pendants. That should be impossible. He must be the secret heir of some secluded martial arts clan. I need to get on his good side fast. At that moment, a pillar of azure light descended upon Yi Ha. His eyes widened not with fear but with hunger. He whispered the words he'd been waiting for. Finally, it's here. It turned out that meeting special conditions triggered a hidden reward. A holographic interface materialized, a classic trope of a system manhwa. It read, "Congratulations, host. You dominated the exam. Reward, 1 character template draw." He read the notification, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. His heart pounded against his ribs like a war drum. He immediately turned to his ride or die bro. Chuzhou wet wipe. Now I need to cleanse my hands for the ceremony. Please, no bad luck today. A card materialized in the air. This was the moment of truth, the pinnacle of RNG destiny. Would he ascend to godhood or crash and burn? Terrifying demonic energy erupted. The card flipped, revealing a towering nightmare, a muscular vampire with twisting horns radiating an aura of pure destruction. The avatar unleashed a maniacal laugh that chilled the bone. The system analyzed the prize. Tier 3 template cross-mouth vampire Rakudo. Abilities: blood manipulation, true immortality. Compatibility 1%. Evolution potential infinite. Rakudo Javato. As the digital avatar faded, the Huadu Express thundered onward. It seemed the trials were over for now, but the real awakening manhwa journey was just beginning. He had just bagged a demonic powerhouse. He sat there giggling like a maniac, muttering arcane calculations under his breath while others stared. His mind raced. I pulled an SR gold card. The bloodline is decent, but the evolution, the ability to freeze time itself, that is the ultimate cheat code. Truly heaven-defying. But his celebration was cut short. A shadow fell over him. A young man approached with an air of authority asking, "You're Yi, he correct?" It was Ouyangze. He looked capable, but his eyes held the arrogance of a noble looking at a peasant. I heard the announcements. Tell me, did you actually defeat the divine dragon? Beside him, Yan Zhengsheng clenched his fists, annoyed by Yi. He's silence. He didn't know the monster he was dealing with, thinking, just answer him, peasant. But he held back. Calm down, Z. If we fight here, there's no hospital on this train. Meanwhile, his patience snapped. The arrogant tone was grating on his nerves. He didn't even lift his eyes. His voice dropped an octave, cold as ice. Correction. I didn't just beat him. I slaughtered him. The sheer killing intent in those words made Ouyangze stumble back. Cold sweat trickled down Z's neck. Slaughtered, he thought, stunned. He dares to claim that. And right in front of all these elite martial artists? Recovering his composure, Ouyangze played his hand. Yi, listen. I plan to form a new faction separate from the student council. I want you in. I'll even make you the guild master. For years, the local Huadu elites have monopolized the top rankings and the student council presidency. It's time for a revolution. The declaration grabbed everyone's attention. Yangze switched masks instantly, flashing a charming smile and extending a hand. Yi, your strength is the key. Together, we can shatter their traditions. Join me. The carriage erupted into chaos. The gossip mill, or rice-powered cameras, started broadcasting the drama instantly. The arrogant Yangze is bowing down, offering the leadership position. This is the birth of a new legend at Huadu. We're witnessing history. Without a second of hesitation, he crushed that historical moment. He didn't even blink. Apologies, but I have zero interest in power struggles or guilds. I work alone. The crowd gasped. He rejected him. Just like that. Insanity. Who is this guy? How does he have the guts to humiliate Yangze publicly? What a waste of an opportunity. Yangze's smile didn't falter, though his eyes hardened. He slid a gold card onto the table. No matter. Here is my contact. The offer stands. Night fell as the train finally pulled into Huadu Station. Beside him, Chuzhou peered out the window. We're here. He snapped out of his meditation, surprised. Already? That was fast. He looked out and his jaw practically hit the floor. His eyes widened like saucers. Whoa. Before him lay Huadu, a metropolis of blinding neon and towering skyscrapers light years ahead of his hometown. Unbelievable. This is the capital. It's a beast of a city. The hydraulic doors hissed open. As the students flooded out, a beautiful attendant directed the traffic with professional grace. New students of Huadu University, please proceed this way. Maintain a single file and verify your ID based on your train seating. Yi and Chuzhou merged into the crowd. But suddenly the procession ground to a halt. Gasps of shock rippled through the line as everyone stared up in disbelief. Hovering before them was a Leviathan, a massive aircraft that looked like it flew straight out of a sci-fi blockbuster. A mechanical voice boomed, boarding in progress. As the freshman lined up to board the steel beast he spotted a familiar silhouette ahead. It was the stunning Lin Qingxue. A mischievous grin crossed his face. He snuck up behind her, poked her shoulder and whispered, "Hey, Qingxue." She jumped as if electrocuted. That gentle poke triggered a scream worthy of a banshee. She spun around, terrified, looking at him like he was a ghost. Her mother's warning flashed in her mind. "Qingxue, listen. You may be engaged, but you are not married yet. Do not let that boy touch you. Do not let him take advantage. Guard your virtue. Have you lost your mind?" Lin Qingxue's voice cracked with embarrassment. "What are you doing? We are in public." "But he replied with dangerous calm. "Public? Does it matter? Are you sleepwalking?" I asked. "Why do we need a plane?" Hearing his clueless question, her anger faded into pure pity. She let out a heavy sigh, resigning herself to his ignorance. "Why did mother bind my fate to a hillbilly like you?" She pointed a trembling finger toward the heavens. "Because Huadu University floats above the clouds." His gaze followed her finger upward. The sky, her answer was absolute. A fortress in the clouds. The place Lin Qingxue spoke of was a metropolis defying gravity itself. A city of technology far surpassing human imagination. A desperate evolution forced by the monster apocalypse. The transport carried the realm's future warlords into the sanctuary. They bore the pride and last hope of the Blue Star. He stared out the window, his sharp eyes catching the shimmer of the barrier. Huadu is that electromagnetic net to incinerate invading beasts. It even suppresses life force detection. Truly formidable. The aircraft touched down with a heavy thud. As they disembarked, a staff member sneered at them. "Country bumpkins like ye. Hold on to your IDs. Don't embarrass us." The student ID displayed his stats clearly. Name, he. Gender male, class 1. The PA system boomed, "Proceed to the maglev station for dormitory assignment." The station was a marvel of inverted architecture and light-speed transit. Skyscrapers pierced the heavens, connected by elevators that seemed to climb forever. It was a cyberpunk labyrinth, putting the surface world to shame. He shed all dignity, gaping like a child in a candy store. He shouted to the crowd, "We made it. The apex of the world, everyone." Second-hand embarrassment washed over the bystanders. Whispers spread like poison. "What is he babbling about? Where did this clown come from?" "Definite loose screw," someone muttered. The elevator rocketed upward. He turned to his companion. "I'm in Block A, Floor 42. Where is your quarters, Chuzhou?" Floor 45 room B7 Chuzhou replied coolly. Yi. He grinned. You have the high ground. I depart first. The door slid open, revealing a paradise. This was a level of luxury Yi he had never tasted in his impoverished life. He barely stepped inside before roaring with delight. A private suite. The academy treats us like kings. He dashed toward the desk, eyes locking onto the beast of a machine. VIP ergonomic setup. Yi. He was in gamer heaven. Latest gen processor. Full gear. But the bathroom held an even greater treasure. His jaw dropped at the sight. A hydro massage jacuzzi. Resistance is futile. He threw himself onto the memory foam mattress, sinking into clouds. He stretched out, basking in the comfort. This rivals a 5-star imperial suite. But the warrior within snapped him back to reality. His eyes narrowed. Pleasure later. Power now. He sat up instantly, pulling out his device to upgrade the Rakudo vampire template. I mastered the Academy Link app during the transit. He scanned his ID logging into the mainframe. The treasure pavilion only accepted Academy points, converting 30 million credits now. Ding, account balance. 322.43 points. Yi. His face drained of color. 100,000 for a single-point robbery. But the artifacts in the mall were priceless. Exclusive privileges for Huadai students. His fingers flew across the screen, purchasing all blood attribute magic cores. This should be enough to trigger the evolution. The supergiant template was cheap, yet my compatibility soared past 90%. Transaction complete. Train hard warrior. A hum filled the air outside the window. Yi's eyes lit up. Drone delivery at Mach speed. Impressive. The box revealed a cluster of crimson crystals. A predatory hunger flashed in Yi's eyes. He licked his lips. Time to feast. Swallow them all. The transformation was instant and violent. His hands morphed into gaius claws. Nails lengthened into razors, resembling a beast from the abyss. Perhaps I gorged too greedily. System alert: Rakudo vampire template. Synchronization 100%. Limit breaker unlocked. Infinite monster archetype. Host, Yi. Constitution 29. This was the true power of a system Manhwa protagonist. He stumbled to the bathroom mirror. A pale demon stared back, eyes webbed with abyssal veins. The power. It's intoxicating. He bared his grin. Fangs like daggers. He inspected the serrations deeper in his maw. Blood grooves. Designed to drain enemies dry like a juice box. He stared at his hand, no longer human but a weapon of slaughter. My claws are lethal. A dark, intrusive thought whispered in his mind. I have a insane theory to test. Squelch. He plunged his claws deep into his own throat. Vital fluid erupted like a geyser from his jugular. He gripped the sink, knuckles white. His body convulsed in shock, gasping for air. Crimson rivers painted the floor behind him. Blood poured from his throat like a waterfall. He was gambling his life on a single hypothesis. Then the miracle occurred. The flesh knit itself together before his eyes. The spilled blood defied gravity, flowing back into his veins. His complexion returned to life. The fatal wound vanished without a trace. A devilish smirk returned to his face. Regeneration speed, faster than before. He looked at his palm, satisfied. Visible regeneration: I am immortal. But cosmetic changes mean nothing. True power is the only currency that matters. He marched toward the private dojo within his suite. He scanned the room. A cultivation chamber in a dorm. This world truly worships strength above all. He cleared his mind, entering the zone. Aura exploded from his core. The air itself trembled with his rising energy. Darkness enveloped him. Flash. His eyes snapped open, burning with eldritch light. He took a deep breath, preparing for impact. The shadow manifested before him. The vampire avatar materialized, dripping with arrogance and dark majesty. Obsidian wings unfurled, blotting out the light. He stared down the nightmare he had created. His gaze was cold and commanding. Come, try to kill me. The vampire summoned instantly, unleashed its fury, arching its back, before a storm of raw energy exploded, engulfing the entire room like a violent cyclone. Enormous wings folded tight, shielding its form, while a suffocating aura of pure darkness spiraled around it, sealing the creature within a sinister cocoon. A split second later, a new form emerged. Standing behind the vampire was a tyrant of muscle and malice, adorned with a blood-red rose and jagged thorns. Its crimson eyes locked onto Yi. He arms crossed in arrogance before it launched a devastating punch. The entity Yi he had just summoned didn't hesitate, driving its steel-hard, thorn-covered fist forward with killing intent. He threw his arms up in a desperate guard, straining his eyes to track the blur of motion. But the rose-headed beast was too fast. A heavy blow slammed squarely into his chest. He gritted his teeth, intentionally taking the hit to temper his body's resistance. But the force was catastrophic. It pierced right through his defenses, sending him reeling in a momentary daze. Glancing down at his trembling hands, the reality set in every bone in his fingers had been pulverized to dust. This summoned entity was a true monster, taking the full brunt of that iron fist. He was sent skidding across the floor, crashing violently into the specially reinforced rubber walls of the training room. But was this enough to stop him? Never. He planted his feet and stood tall, his shattered arms knitting back together at visible speed. A cocky smirk tugged at his lips. Excellent. That's the kind of power I need. Next phase, he commanded. Let's test the time stasis skill. The vampire avatar Rakudo instantly obeyed the will of its master. With Yi as the epicenter, a colorless gray domain exploded outward. The laws of physics bowed to him. Everything within his range froze in absolute stillness. The clock ticked in his mind. The domain expanded 1 second, 2, 3, 4, 5. The very air began to tremble, and spiderweb cracks fractured the gray space like an eggshell on the brink of shattering. He refused to yield. He forced his spiritual pressure down on the domain eyes, narrowing with fierce determination. Not yet time. Must remain frozen. The backlash of the domain crushed against him like a mountain, but he clenched his jaw, pushing his physical limits to the absolute brink. 5.1 seconds. Each millisecond felt like 1,000 ribs snapping at once. By 5.3 seconds, agony flooded every nerve and blood began to seep from every pore on his body. The vessels in his eyes burst, flooding his vision with crimson as he stared wide-eyed, refusing to blink. The distorted space behind him blurred violently before snapping into focus. Even in this unstable reality, the rose-headed summon remained defiant. The entire dimension shuddered under the sheer weight of their clash. Finally, at 5.9 seconds, the limit broke. The gray domain collapsed, shattering like a mirror dropped from the heavens, and the flow of time rushed back into the world. Panting he hunched over, wiping a streak of blood from his mouth. A savage grin returned. So 5 seconds is your limit? Pathetic. Because it certainly isn't mine. The next morning found Yi wandering the streets with Chuzhou. But after absorbing Rakudo's powers, the daylight felt hostile. He shielded his eyes, squinting. Is the sun unusually aggressive today, or is it just me? Chuzhou looked around confused. Feels normal to me. He hesitated, muttering. Just a little intense. It's the side effect, he realized. Merging with the vampire Rakudo archetype has made me photosensitive. I won't turn to ash like a true vampire, but this is definitely annoying. Chuzhou didn't press the issue, changing the subject. Hey, did you check the new academic reforms for Huadu University this year? He, still blocking the sun, shook his head. No. Why? Big news. I was too busy brawling with Rakudo to check my phone. He thought. Chuzhou took that as a cue to fill him in. They scraped the traditional class model. Now it's a group mentorship system. Basically, we pick a head professor to follow for the year, but we can still seek guidance from assistant instructors. He stopped walking, raising an eyebrow. So we have to go out and beg a master to accept us. Chuzhou flashed his phone screen, a dry look on his face. Correction, I have to beg for a master. You, on the other hand, do not. He blinked, still buffering. Come again. Shoving the phone closer, Chuzhou sighed. Read the announcement in the freshman group chat from last night. It's all there. Due to freshman he collecting all 12 zodiac pendants, a feat straight out of a system Manhwa, the university has granted him the absolute choice privilege. You can pick any mentor you want, and they are forbidden from refusing you. Reading the text, his face contorted. They actually posted this publicly. Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? The scene shifted to the bustling Zona Stadium. A massive crowd of students snaked around the entrance, the air buzzing with nervous whispers. It looked like groups of 3 were entering the testing chambers, waiting for a mentor to light their beacon and claim them. Standing near the entrance, he waved his friend off. Chuzhou, you go ahead. I'm going to take a walk. Since I have the VIP pass to pick whoever I want, there's no rush for me. He drifted away from the crowd, muttering to himself as he strolled. Choosing a mentor, huh? He was bored out of his mind until sniff. A strange scent hit him. Sweet like spun sugar, but laced with the metallic tang of rusty iron. He inhaled sharply. That's fresh blood. Instinct took over. He immediately accelerated, tracking that faint, peculiar trail. This isn't ordinary blood, he analyzed while running. It reeks of concealed sin and slaughter, a dormant danger like a riptide beneath calm waters. It's potent enough to trigger my own killing intent. I need to find the source. The scent trail led him to a quiet street corner. He skid to a halt, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief at what sat before him. It was a girl in trendy modern clothes, squatting on the curb and happily munching on a baked sweet potato. But there was no mistake, the suffocating aura of bloodlust he had tracked was radiating from this tiny figure. Watching her unhinge her jaw to take a massive bite of the potato left him completely speechless. This had to be a joke. He scanned the perimeter empty. He looked back at the white-haired girl, his expression twitching. This adorable little thing is the source of that catastrophic killing aura. I must be hallucinating, he thought. Suddenly the girl's gaze shifted, locking onto him while clutching her half-eaten snack. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. Hey brat, she called out, her tone shockingly authoritative. You've been practicing the flesh demon suppression art, haven't you, Yi? He froze. How could she possibly tell? He stepped closer, wary. How do you know about that? Inside his mind raced. She looks like a grade schooler, so why does she speak with the gravitas of an ancient master? And who is she calling brat? Unbothered by his confusion, the girl took another nibble of her potato and dropped a bombshell. Simple. I'm the one who helped Little Tiger perfect that technique in the first place. The name struck a chord. Yi. His eyes narrowed, skepticism warring with realization. Little Tiger, wait. She can't possibly be referring to. Standing with her hands on her hips, the little girl dropped a bombshell. That Liu Qingxue. He was my disciple over 90 years ago. Yi, he didn't hesitate to snap back. Are you messing with me? Sure. A martial artist's lifespan can break human limits. A grandmaster could look prime at 890, but you're just a brat smelling of milk. Yi. He squinted at the tiny girl, his mind racing. For a cultivator practicing forbidden arts, reshaping their skeleton to mimic a child isn't impossible. But this silver-haired lowly in front of me, to put it nicely, she's innocent. To be blunt, she looks lacking in the brain department. Unless she's an Oscar-level actress, there is no way this airhead vibe is fake. The tiny girl stared right at Yi, her expression dead serious and brimming with inexplicable confidence. What, you don't believe me? At those words, Yi. He didn't bother hiding his disdain. He smirked, his arrogance overflowing. If I believe you, then I'm the first emperor of China. Transfer me $50 and maybe I'll buy it. But in a split second, reality warped. Yi. He was plunged into a nightmare realm, a world drowned in blood. An invisible force slammed him down, locking his neck into a towering guillotine. Yi. His eyes bulged in terror. How? He was just standing on the street. But the merciless blade whistled down without hesitation. He felt the cold steel slice through flesh, the agony of severance. His head spun through the air like a kicked ball, rolling until it stopped right at the silver-haired girl's feet. Yi. He tried to scream, but only choked gasps came out. Gasp. One deep breath later, the nightmare shattered, and he was back in reality. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull, horror gripping his heart. Was that a hallucination? To project killing intent so pure, it made me physically feel my own execution. Overwhelmed by the shock, Yi unhinged his jaw to scream, "Murderer!" But before the sound could escape, the little girl casually shoved a lollipop straight into his open mouth. He gagged instinctively, clamping his mouth shut, eyes wide with confusion. The girl beamed, "Here, have my favorite strawberry soft candy." Suddenly, the air around her shifted. You better not snitch on me to the school. I only get a measly hour or two of freedom a week. It's totally tragic. With a giant lollipop stuffed in his mouth, he mumbled through the sugar rush, "Who are you exactly?" She struck a pose, radiating false innocence. "I am Gong Kei, a supreme grandmaster secret time. I used to beat Xi Jingwen until he cried when we were kids." She punctuated the threat with a playful wink. He froze his soul, leaving his body. His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to his knees, his mind screaming in sheer panic. Gong Kei perfected the Xuan Huang arts. She's the key to shattering my limits. A grandmaster of slaughter. She's the perfect match for my growth. This is a high-yield investment. Without hesitation, he prostrated himself, his expression shifting from shock to absolute solemnity in a split second. He have wandered half my life without a true lord. Master, Gong Kei, please accept this humble disciple. His dramatic flair rivaled a historical soap opera. Gong Kei stared blankly, her brain short-circuiting at his sudden 180-degree turn. What? Meanwhile, back at the prestigious Hua University campus, the air crackled with tension as the elite instructors lounged in the observation deck. Whispers filled the room. The deans of the 5 great academies were personally overseeing the freshman orientation. If one of the deans takes you as a disciple, your future is set in stone. Keep dreaming, pal. Why would legendary figures waste time on rookies like us? Unless? Haven't you heard the rumors circulating in this Manhwa recap? That freshman Yi, he cleared the 12 Zodiac's hell mode. Make no mistake, those titans are here for him alone. The clueless freshman had no idea their struggle for survival was being broadcast live, scrutinized by the entire faculty of Hua University. Since the subway incident, every micro-expression was analyzed. An advanced AI utilized big data to grade their crisis management in real time. Those who treated it like a game, or charged blindly into the Zodiac City, received abysmal ratings. Arrogance was punished instantly. The true test began within the Zodiac City, a brutal clash against the masked guardians, measuring pure combat IQ. Practical execution, tactical organization, and adaptability, these were the metrics that defined a warrior's potential. Even if they failed to secure a kill, demonstrating brilliance in any of these categories guaranteed a high evaluation. Yi. He was the anomaly, scoring perfect across the board. Yet mere perfection wasn't enough to summon the 5 deans. What truly shook the hierarchy was his impossible feat, slaying the hidden boss, the Divine Dragon. An entity meant to be an insurmountable death trap in this leveling manhwa. A bearded instructor gazed down at the rows of martial artists, whispering to his colleague, even Yi. He doesn't realize the gravity of the being he destroyed. That wasn't just a monster. It was a simulation generated by the Nuwa supercomputer replicating the data of the National Guardian Fu Hongsheng during his own legendary awakening. Even the most advanced supercomputers couldn't replicate the divine power of those dual pupils within the illusionary sea of dreams. But Fu Hongsheng was the strongest martial artist in the history of the Xia Nation, perhaps even the world. The record he left at the academy hasn't been broken in 100 years. Yet Yi, he managed to slaughter that simulation. Surviving training with such a god proves this isn't just a standard leveling manhwa, but a tale of heaven-defying talent. As long as his path to power remains unbroken, he is destined to become a grandmaster, perhaps even shattering the ceiling to reach the great grandmaster realm. The elders murmured, "We must restrain our excitement and wait for Yi He to come beg for mentorship." But suddenly a messenger burst in shouting, "Bad news, headmaster." The man delivered the frantic report. Yi. He has already chosen a master. He pledged himself to the former professor, the current special class operative Gong Ke. The elders, who had been sitting on their high horses waiting for a disciple, shot up from their chairs as if their pants were on fire. "What did you say?" Cutting back to Yi He, and Gong Ke, the protagonist, was currently clinging to her for dear life, refusing to let go, no matter how much she struggled. "You want me as your master? Fine, I've accepted you." Yi. He whispered a terrifying thought to himself. This lowly-looking woman is over 100 years old. If I bow to a little girl in broad daylight, I'm definitely getting 3 years in prison. Gong Ke shoved Yi He aside, her voice booming with reckless abandon. "Back off, kid. Pretty sure Imperial University already kicked me to the curb anyway." But Yi He stood like a stone pillar, his eyes burning with unshakable resolve. "Master, you said you only get an hour of freedom a week. If you take me as your disciple, within 2 years, I swear I'll shatter those chains and win back your liberty." The offer was too sweet to resist. Gong Ke's eyes suddenly blazed even brighter than Yi He's. "For real? All right then, kid. You've got yourself a deal." A cunning grin tugged at Yi He's lips, hook, line, and sinker. But just as the dust settled, boom! A sound like the sky itself tearing apart echoed through the air. News that Yi He picked the Mad Queen Gong Ke spread like wildfire. The rejected instructors teleported in, instantly surrounding them. Gong Ke clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Shh! Here comes the fun police." One instructor stepped forward, his body radiating an aura like a solid block of celestial iron, his expression grim and unreadable. He barked an order, "Senior Gong Ke. The agreement was clear during your brief walks. You are strictly forbidden from interacting with the students." Another elder chimed in, voice dripping with concern. "Your current mental stability is volatile. You are in no state to teach. Go back to your confinement, senior." Gong Ke casually held back the mob, with one hand turning her back on them to face the boy. "Go back, huh? Fine." She looked down at him. "Hey kid, what's your name?" "Yi." He bowed respectfully. "Master, I am Yi He." Despite her petite stature, she marched forward with the dominance of a giant, her voice firm. "Good. Yi He, let's go home." Yi He trailed behind her, shooting a smug, victorious smirk at the stunned faculty. Scene shift. We cut to the Hua Research Institute, a towering architectural beast looming over the city. Yi He scanned the high-tech fortress with wide eyes, while the legendary Grandma Gong Kei skipped ahead like a schoolgirl without a care in the world. They reached the main hall and stepped into the elevator. As the doors slid shut, Yi He tilted his head. "Master, do you really live in such a desolate place?" Gong Ke replied with chilling casualness. "Yup. Couple decades back, I had a bit of a psychotic break. Hurt a lot of people. Hua University locked me down here for safety. Luckily, I've learned to keep the beast on a leash recently. This was my first chance to breathe fresh air in ages." Yi. He blinked, processing the red flags. "Wait, does that mean I'm the first student you've taken in?" "Decades." Gong Ke narrowed her eyes, leaning in. "You have a strange way of thinking, kid. Shouldn't you be trembling right now?" Cold sweat drenched Yi. He instantly. Was his master about to chop him up? Ding. The elevator bottomed out at floor -666. As the doors opened, a claustrophobic infinite corridor stretched out before them. He couldn't help but ask, "For a massive research institute, isn't this hallway a little too tight?" Gong Ke shrugged. "That's because I'm the only one who ever walks here." Yi, he noticed a glowing display above the door ahead. "Master, is that a countdown timer?" Before he could finish, Gong Ke bolted like a missile. She screamed over her shoulder, "Damn it! We're out of time! Move your ass!" The sudden burst of speed caught him off guard. Yi. He stumbled against the elevator wall, still trying to process. What happens when the timer hits 0? Even in her frantic dash, Gong Ke yelled back an explanation. "The moment I leave this cell, the electronic clock starts ticking. If I don't make it back before 0, the catastrophic alarm goes off directly in the principal's office. Then the entire university comes to hunt me down." Yi. He gasped. "That's insane, Tick." The clock struck exactly 000. By a hair's breadth, they made it. Yi. He, channeling the speed of a protagonist, matched her pace instantly. The moment his foot crossed the threshold slam, the massive blast doors sealed shut behind them. Automatic defense grids flared to life, locking them in completely. No way out, no way in. Gong Ke slumped against the wall, exhaling a long breath. "Close one." Yi He sensed a shift in the atmosphere immediately. "There's a special magnetic field here. My energy can't condense outside my body. In other words, any combat skills used here are severely nerfed." As if reading his mind, Gong Ke chuckled. "Obviously. This is designed to be my cage after all." She gestured grandly to their surroundings, explaining the terrifying reality of her existence. "To keep me contained, that old fox, Shi Jingwen, built this 3-story luxury bunker. Entertainment, training grounds, it has it all. But it's also bathed in a high-power electromagnetic field to crush a warrior's aura." Gong Ke flopped onto a plush sofa. Despite her snow-white hair, she looked like a mischievous teenager. She stretched lazily. "It's the only thing keeping me from getting bored and punching a hole to the surface." Yi. He bit his lip to keep from laughing. "Prison, this is a penthouse suite, all her needs provided for. It feels less like imprisonment and more like they're worshipping a chaotic goddess." Meanwhile, back in the high offices of Hua University, the man holding the phone was none other than the principal, Shi Jingwen. A panicked voice crackled through the receiver. "Principal, bad news, Yi. He has officially taken Gong Ke as his master." But the principal replied with an eerie calmness. "Let him be." Shi Jingwen's expression hardened, his voice dropping an octave. "Do not forget the true purpose of our academy's reform. We don't need a squad of decent soldiers. We need one entity, a singular apex predator, who can carry the fate of the Xia nation, know all of humanity on their back. True geniuses must grow wild. Let Yi He study under the Mad Queen. The freshman training camp is nearly over. When the time comes, Yi He will be the whetstone, and he will sharpen those dull blades until they bleed." The voice on the other end relented. "Understood, principal." Shi Jingwen turned his gaze to a computer screen flashing with Gong Ke's biodata. The subordinate continued the report. "Target Yi. He has entered the containment zone with Gong Ke. Vital signs are currently stable. However, according to the big data analysis, when a special grade combatant, like Gong Ke, cohabitates for extended periods, there is a 5% probability of a berserk event." The screen flashed ominous red statistics, fit for a system Manhwa threat level special grade. Berserk probability, 5 to 14%. Target Yi. He injury probability, 38%. Rescue success rate, 10.3%. The messenger continued his grim report. Student Yi. He has an 89.7% probability of not surviving until the rescue team arrives. And even after rescue, there is a 95.3% chance he cannot be saved. Hearing this, the headmaster stood up, walking slowly toward the great window. His voice carried the weight of grim reality. So-called special class combatants are either death row martial artists or warriors who lost control of their power. His gaze drifted to the horizon, the eyes of a man who had seen too much war. The nation restricts their freedom until a crisis strikes, then unleashes them onto the front lines as weapons of mass destruction. Facing such a terrifying existence, I hope student Yi, he is prepared. If one does not have the resolve to die, how can one walk further on the path of slaughter? Time is running out for the Xia nation. The fools in the Northern White Federation and the fanatics of the God Descent Kingdom are making their move. Burdened by the anxiety and heavy responsibility of a guardian, the headmaster looked into the distance, his heart heavy as he whispered a prayer. Young generation, please grow up faster. Scene change back to Yi. He and Gong Ke, deep in the underground level 3 prison training grounds. Gong Ke walked ahead, stretching her limbs. Come now, I haven't taught in decades. Let's have a spar first, to gauge your strength. Yi. He hesitated. Master, surely you will suppress your cultivation base to the martial disciple stage to match me. Gong Ke stretched and nodded, shooting him a sly glance. Ah, right, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I'll suppress it. Heh. Both of them began to warm up. Yi. He rotated his shoulders. Master Gong Ke, I am ready. The ancient loli was still stretching, making bizarre noises like a deflating balloon. Hew hew ha ha. Gong Ke seemed thrilled to finally have a living punching bag. Yi. He took a defensive stance, eyes locked on his master of 30 minutes, thinking I really don't want to relive the decapitation sensation from earlier. Before he could even finish his internal monologue, Gong Ke launched herself at him like a silver bullet. She might be small, but her physical power was monstrous. Gong Ke's speed was indistinguishable from a phantom demon. In mere seconds, her tiny hand and razor-sharp fingernails were already at his throat. Yi. He froze, realizing the lethal strike was aiming straight for his vitals. I thought this was just a spar, Yi. His eyes went wide as he saw Gong Ke's face looming closer, twisted into a demonic expression, her killing intent spiking to terrifying levels. Yi's mind raced. I simulated 5 different evasion routes, but her hand blade cut off every single escape path. I can only clash head-on. Making a split-second decision. Yi. He unleashed his primordial beast energy, erupting with power, since dodging was impossible. To avoid being instant killed by Gong Ke, he played his trump card, his body engulfed in flames, finally forcing her to recoil. Having pushed the dangerous creature back, Yi, he immediately reset his stance, determined not to let her near his weak points again. Seeing his resistance, Gong Ke became even more ecstatic. She grinned, revealing rows of perfect white teeth, and shouted, "Trying to use Bloodline Awakening to boost your speed and defense? Trying to counterattack? Too bad, brat, I am still faster." With that, Gong Ke leaped into the air, instantly appearing directly above Yi. His head, her body contorting with unnatural flexibility. Gong Ke's arms twisted like living ropes coiling around Yi. His torso and biceps. He could only stare in shock, as he was completely suppressed. In a flash, Gong Ke locked his arms, rendering him immobile, and stomped her small foot ruthlessly onto the back of his neck. She applied crushing pressure. The sound of bones cracking filled the air. The sensation of near death washed over him again, as Yi threw his head back and screamed in agonizing despair. The pain was visceral, drilling into every cell of his body, his screams echoing off the cold walls of the dungeon. After a brief exchange, Yi managed to struggle to his feet, as Gong Ke hopped back to a safe distance. His face was bruised and swollen, blood dripping from head to toe. Shaking uncontrollably, he looked at his master and laughed. "You really didn't hold back, master. You beat my awakened form right back to its original state." Ignoring his words, Gong Ke looked delighted seeing her disciple painted in fresh crimson. She licked the corner of her lips. "Heh, it's been so long since I tasted the scent of blood. A truly predatory reaction." Yi. He wiped the blood from a cut under his eye, smiling dangerously. "Master, in terms of physical arts, I am no match for you. However, next, I will unleash some forbidden martial skills. Please advise me." As he spoke, a massive, terrifying avatar manifested behind him, a giant head with glowing eyes and a gaping maw, exhaling a storm of energy. Yi. His eyes shone with a fierce light as he stared down his opponent. Determination flashed in his eyes like a spark. Yi. He smirked internally. Thank God he maxed out his supergiant proficiency last night. Truly a classic leveling Manhwa move. Gong Ke assessed the erupting aura, stunned. Hey, this kind of destructive force? Is he really just a martial apprentice? I might have accidentally accepted a terrifying monster as my disciple. Seeing the brat unleash yet another hidden technique, Without holding back, the century-old Grandmaster grinned. She shifted her stance, clearly entertained by this awakening manhwa display. If that's how you want to play, this master will respond in kind. Gong Kei chopped her hand down, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that sliced through the air like a solid blade. The speed and power were cataclysmic as the blast roared toward Yi Ha. A simple wave of her hand contained such domineering authority. The strike collided with the massive construct Yi. He had manifested, cleaving the giant face in two with terrifying ease. A nuclear-level explosion erupted. Thick black smoke swallowed the battlefield, but from within the chaotic debris Yi, his transformed silhouette burst forth. He lunged fists, ready to strike, roaring his technique, original ancestor split form. Mechanical bone humanoid. He had carefully enveloped himself in his Godzilla-like armor. Yet even facing this monster, Gong Kei remained unnervingly calm. As Yi, his fists thundered closer, Gong Kei's pupils barely flickered. With the grace of a falling leaf, she pirouetted out of harm's way, her movement fluid as water. Meanwhile, Yi, his transformation roared to life. His body expanded into a jagged fortress of muscle and bone, more monster than man. He clenched his fist, condensing every ounce of power for a devastating blow. Gong Kei's reaction. She just pursed her lips and took a sharp breath. In a split second, her tiny finger shot out, aiming straight for the heart of the beast. Her eyes ignited with the cold light of a slaughtering machine. A thin veil of aura wrapped around her delicate arm, small yes, but pulsating with terrifying lethality. Yi, he stood like a mountain, invincible and proud. Yet the moment Gong Kei made contact, his absolute defense crumbled like wet paper. Crack, the exoskeleton shattered. Damn it, he hissed through the pain. This armor of flesh and bone was modeled after the king of monsters, Godzilla himself. This defense was supposed to be 10 times tougher than his supergiant form. He had been so confident in the invincibility of his inner plating. He gritted his teeth, his nerves screaming as Gong Kei's attack connected. How could she tear through his ultimate defense as if it were nothing but air? His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The horror, she had been meters away, but in a single blink of distraction, she had instant stepped right into his face. She grinned with the terrifying delight of a child finding a new toy. Little Yi, are you hiding inside this giant mouth like a turtle? Cold sweat drenched him. Her perception was monstrous. He had completely halted his biological rhythm. He should have been invisible to her senses. This century-old monster wore a bubbly smile, acting cute, while emitting pure bloodlust. Gong Kei chirped, "Come out for master right now." Slash, a shockwave tore across his form. Yi, he reacted instantly, morphing his face into a forest of razor-sharp bone spikes to ward her off. He roared, activating the next stage, Fission Form Meteor Titan. If she dared to close the distance now, she'd be vaporized. Crazy as she was, Master Gong Kei still had her wits. She leaped back, creating distance. Her small hand grazed the floor, carving a trail of sparks in her wake. The head of his Titan form began to glow with blinding intensity. It was the signature move of this leveling manhwa power set, Godzilla's nuclear breath. Ready to unleash hell. Yi? He shouted a challenge. Master, your blade is sharp, but let's see if you can slice through a beam of pure nuclear destruction. Inside his shattered armor, watching Gong Kei retreat gave him a rush of adrenaline. Finally, he had forced her back. A smirk tugged at his lips. Master, I know my nuclear breath won't melt you, but how exactly do you plan to tank this? Suddenly, reality warped. Out of thin air, massive chains materialized, cold, heavy, and stained with the rust of dried blood. Before he could blink Yi, he was bound tight. One moment, he was the apex predator. The next, he was a prisoner in his own battle. 7 chains constricted his body, crushing him from all angles. He looked up and froze. A towering guillotine loomed above, radiating the cold scent of death. Clack, clack, clack. The gears turned. Yi? He twisted his neck, staring at the blade with a distorted expression. The executioner's block. I can't escape it. Whoosh. The heavy blade plummeted with godlike speed. Lying helpless beneath it, Yi, his face drained of all color. Panic seized him. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he thrashed against the chains, letting out a desperate primal roar. Answering his call, Jaguarudo emerged from the void. His face was a mask of dark menace. Yi. He had summoned his strongest avatar to shatter Gong Kei's mental prison. Time stopped. Jaguarudo froze the falling blade in midair. Yi. His mind raced. Master had pushed him so far, he fell into her secret realm of killing intent. This wasn't reality. It was a terrifying mental construct, a hallmark of high-tier awakening manhwa abilities, born from pure bloodlust. To break a mental illusion, you need overwhelming mental fortitude. In the frozen time, Jaguarudo unleashed a barrage of 10,000 punches against the guillotine blade. Under the relentless assault, the fabric of the illusion began to spiderweb with cracks. It was working. Jaguarudo doubled the speed of his fists. Shatter, the nightmare world exploded like a broken mirror, shards of the illusion raining down into nothingness. He gasped, snapping his eyes open to a cool, refreshing breeze. He was back in the real world, but his invincible armor had been completely annihilated. Standing right next to him, Gong Ke was casually enjoying a lollipop. "Oh, awake already?" she crunched. "That turtle shell of yours was surprisingly tough." He was still reeling from the whiplash of near death. Soul still trembling, he could only stammer out 2 words, "Master, you." Debris from his shattered armor littered the ground. He propped himself up, exhausted his mind trying to process the brutality of what just happened. She had violently torn him out of the Titan's mouth and crushed his crystallized essence defense like it was glass. But wait, that level of power is impossible for a mere martial apprentice. Seeing Gong Ke turn to leave, he narrowed his eyes. A realization clicked. He called out, "Master, you cheated just now, didn't you?" Gong Ke paused, the lollipop stick wagging in her mouth. She tilted her small head back, looking the picture of innocence. "Cheated? Put some respect on my name. I won fair and square." He wasn't buying it. He pressed harder. "Really? Are you sure?" She shrugged, munching on her candy. "Okay, fine. I might have used a tiny bit more power. You know how strong Master is? Sometimes I just can't control my own strength." He stared at her. That was the most shameless excuse he had ever heard. He pursed his lips, his expression screaming, "I don't believe you." Gong Ke started to sweat. Even as a century-old expert, getting caught red-handed was embarrassing. Seeing that he wasn't going to let this slide, she groaned. "Ugh, fine." Suddenly, she pounced. Gong Ke tackled he, wrapping her small arms around his neck. She looked up with teary, shimmering puppy eyes. "Come on, Master promises not to play dirty next time. Don't be mad, okay? Please don't ignore me. I haven't had anyone to play with in decades." It was a surreal sight for this manhwa recap. The legendary Master begging like a little sister, apologizing to her big brother. He held his head high, basking in the moment inside the training hall of the century-old legend Gong Ke. But the moment the spar ended, the legendary Master turned into a pouting child, clinging to Yi. He froze, completely bewildered. If she were a young girl, fine, but this was a 100-year-old grandma. He waved his hands frantically. "Hey, please don't cry," Gong Ke sniffled, turning to him with teary puppy dog eyes. You aren't leaving, are you?" His eyes widened, and he nodded vigorously. "It was so hard to find a master. Why would I leave?" Hearing that, Gong Ke instantly sprang up, chin raised in arrogance. "Ahem, I definitely wasn't crying just now." He flinched at the sudden change. Then she beckoned him. "What's with that face? Come over here." Gong Ke jogged to her massive fridge, rummaging for snacks. "Well, I basically understand your true combat power now. Although you're far weaker than I was at your age, compared to the average masses, you're a dazzling genius. So class is in session. What do you wish to learn?" His mind flashed back to the previous day, the image of her fist shattering his defense. "I want to learn the promotion method to martial artist rank, and that move where you severed lightning and pierced the giant's arm." Gong Ke cracked open a Coke, sipping casually. "Oh, that chopping technique. That is difficult to teach. Once you cut enough things, you just get a feeling." He looked blank. A feeling. Suddenly, Gong Ke's eyes glowed with an eerie light as she stared into the void. Human bodies, demon beasts, any object. They all possess an optimal breaking point, a line that allows for effortless severance. You can call it the line of death. A chill ran down his spine. He pressed his lips together, heart pounding. The line of death. Master is truly different from Shenlong. If Shenlong's blade pursues absolute power and sharpness, then Master's technique is the pinnacle of surgical precision, like a master butcher dismantling an ox. They sat on the bench to rest. Gong Ke, enjoying her refreshing soda, offered Yi some sincere advice. "Learning that technique is troublesome. I suggest you break through to the martial artist rank first. Without raising your cultivation base, your body can't handle my advanced arts." Seeing his conflicted expression, Gong Ke pressed on. "Do you know the fundamental difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice?" He blinked. "What is it?" Gong Ke explained. "It isn't just a physical upgrade. It is the awakening of a crucial mental ability, inner sight. Once you possess inner sight, You transition from macro-level cultivation to micro-level control. With inner sight, you can visualize your meridians, acupoints, and internal organs using your energy to reinforce them and expand your physical limits. In short, a powerful spirit creates a powerful body. Yi. He grinned, mentally calculating. As expected of a professor from the Imperial University, even if she acts silly, her knowledge is absolute. Speaking of spiritual power, after fusing with the vampire template and awakening my time-stop ability, my mental attributes have skyrocketed. This will be a massive advantage for me in the martial artist stage, just like in any system Manhwa. After a moment of thought, he asked, "So, are there differences in the cultivation manuals used to rank up?" Gong Kei's expression turned solemn as she lectured. Breaking through techniques are divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystic, and unranked. Usually, students at lower-tier colleges are provided with unranked manuals. They become unranked graduates. The advantage of this method is speed. There are almost no bottlenecks. One simply accumulates enough chi and blood to break through. Over 80% of martial artists advance this way. But for us at Imperial University, we start at the mystic tier. Yi? He stroked his chin, absorbing the information. Then, what about the heaven and earth tiers? Gong Ke answered immediately. Heaven tier arts are almost exclusively ancient relics recovered from secret dimensions. There might not even be 10 complete copies in the entire world. As she spoke, Gong Ke nodded slowly, her expression darkening with the weight of history. Our university possesses one, but with your current authority and ability, you have 0 chance of accessing it. Yi He's face fell in disappointment. Suddenly, Gong Ke burst into laughter. However, you can learn the earth tier technique I possess. Yi He felt a shockwave rattle his soul. This was huge. The Killing Heart Bodhisattva Sutra. My personal earth tier breaking technique. Even Little Tiger's demon prison physique was inspired by this very art. This was pure gold. Yi. His jaw dropped, and he shouted with burning desire, "I want to learn it." Gong Ke grinned. She tossed her empty Coke can perfectly into the trash bin. Swish. Good. Let's begin immediately. Prepare yourself to endure my killing intent. Suddenly, a terrifying, suffocating aura engulfed Yi He. He froze. Wait, already? Damn it, not this again. He looked down at his own body, realizing he had once again been dragged into the twisted illusion created by Gong Ke. The ancient hag licked her lips, a cunning grin stretching across her face, as she cackled, "Hee, fresh blood is truly my favorite delicacy." The scene snaps back to reality, at Huadu Academy, where the sky had already turned an ominous dark. Classes were dismissed and students flooded out like a tide, but Chu walked alone, lost in thought. Suddenly he spotted Yi He, walking just ahead of him. He called out casually, "Yo Yi He, how was the first day back? I heard you found a master." Chu just wanted to say a friendly hello, but he never expected a razor-sharp blade to come slashing at him, threatening to slice him in two. Reflexes screaming, Chu sensed the killing intent instantly. He summoned his ice energy, creating a freezing barrier as he desperately leaped backward to dodge the fatal strike. Chu's eyes blazed with focus. He gripped his own weapon, channeling aura into the blade as he stared down the person standing before him. But, looking closer, that face, that stance, it was terrifyingly unfamiliar. A dark, sinister aura oozed from him, completely unlike the Yi he knew. A few tense seconds passed before Yi He finally turned around, noticing Chu's defensive stance. The darkness vanished, replaced by a casual shrug. "Ah, sorry about that, Chu. I'm a little high-strung lately." Chu stood there, sweating buckets, feeling like someone had just dumped a bucket of ice water over his soul. He stammered, completely speechless. "Yi He. You." In Chu's eyes, that momentary glimpse of bloodlust was absolutely bone-chilling. Beneath Yi He's feet lay a grotesque carpet of twitching corpses. The air was thick, with the stench of rot and a suffocating heavy malevolence. Chu Zhou's voice trembled uncontrollably. "Just what kind of hell did you go through today? Let's rewind 10 hours. Inside the illusion realm, withered, terrifying monstrosities roamed. An endless tide of beasts surged forward. A looped transmission echoed in his mind. You are forbidden from using any martial arts or abilities. You must rely solely on the blade in your hand to slaughter the undead." This was the brutal trial of his master Gong Ke. At this moment, Yi He was nothing more than fresh meat for the ravenous horde. They emerged from the void, their numbers multiplying by the second. The pressure was so crushing that he could barely draw a breath. Against an army like this, I have to use this rusted piece of scrap. Gong Ke's voice resonated deep within his consciousness. The blade forces you to feel the sensation of steel slicing through flesh and severing bone. It will forge your muscle memory until you instinctively find the perfect killing path, striking the fatal point in an instant. Yi, his gaze sharpened into a lethal glare. Staring death in the face, he growled, "So that's how it is. Then let the slaughter begin." In a flash, Yi, he crouched and unleashed a violent slash. Sword light tore through the swarm, sending severed limbs and torso fragments dancing macabrely in the air. Before his eyes, the projection of Gong Ke stood like a towering giant. Her shimmering eyes widened as she suppressed a gasp. "Yihei, this brat." She internalized her shock at his condition. "My Earth Fiend cultivation illusion is a realm of true peril. An ordinary martial apprentice wouldn't even be qualified to enter. If Yihi's mental fortitude didn't far exceed the norm, the killing intent would have already consumed his mind and driven him into chi deviation." Suddenly, his complexion fluctuated wildly, burning red, then pitch black, then flashing with light. Even Gong Ke nodded with absolute certainty. "Yi, he is indeed the shining hope of the Trial Institute and all of Hua University. I eagerly await your future." Back in reality, after parting ways with Chu Zhou, he returned to his dorm. Finally, safe our protagonist Yi, he soaked luxuriously in a high-end bathtub. He whistled a carefree tune, muttering to himself. Few, dead, tired on the very first day. The #1 university in the Sha Nation lives up to its reputation. His phone buzzed. His eyes lit up with excitement when he saw the caller ID. Oh, a rare guest, Lin Qingxue. The scene shifts to Lin Qingxue's dormitory, where she was buzzing with energy in her cozy room. "Yi," he answered classmate Qingxue. "What's up, Lu?" Qingxue sprawled out on her bed, replying instantly. "My mother sent the items you asked for. I have them right here." She rolled playfully across her soft sheets. Her voice turned noticeably sweeter. "Mom also told me to thank you for helping me take the top spot in the freshman trials." "Yi," he responded with genuine delight. "Is that so? I'll swing by your dorm to pick it up later." Qingxue's face flushed crimson. She stammered, "Ah, no need, you don't have to come. I'll just send it over via drone." "Yi," he agreed easily. "All right, did you find a mentor today? Who's your advisor?" Qingxue sat up, twisting shyly. "It's Dean Bai. She said I have great talent and accepted me as her disciple." "Yi," he exclaimed. "Wow, really? That's fantastic." But Qingxue hesitated before asking, "What about you, classmate Yi? Which dean did you bow to?" Our hero dunked his face into the water. He figured he shouldn't mention that he rejected all 5 deans in this classic awakening Manhwa scenario, or someone would definitely lose sleep tonight. He gave a vague reply. "I paid my respects to." Qingxue felt a headache coming on. "Hello, Yi, what did you say?" But Yi just babbled nonsense to dodge the question. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed, bringing the first semester to a close. For the freshmen of Hua University, countless interesting events had unfolded. At the start of the term, Ouyangze united elite talents from various provinces to form the Dragon Blood Society, holding immense influence among the first years. As expected, when the local Hua City students returned from their elite summer training camp, sparks flew, and friction erupted with the Dragon Blood Society. As the tension escalated, members of the Dragon Blood Society and the local Hua City students began settling their grudges in the arena. The result was brutal, more losses than wins. The Dragon Blood Society began to decline. Currently, the most famous name among the freshmen was Heng Jianhui, though calling him famous only within the university was an understatement. He commanded attention across the entire nation, simply because he was the top scorer of the Hua City College entrance exam. During the exam's live broadcast, netizens were deeply convinced by his overwhelming power. Rumors even swirled that Fu Hongsheng regarded him highly, calling him the next national guardian-level martial artist. As for Yi, the guy who made a splash at the opening ceremony had been completely forgotten. After all, he had vanished from the public eye for over 3 months. Cut to the underground research facility of Hua University, Gong Ke's personal training room. He was plastered against the floor while Gong Ke stomped her tiny foot ruthlessly onto his shoulder. She shouted, "Faster, move faster. With every stomp, I'm injecting my refined spiritual martial energy into your body." Gong Ke stood with both feet on Yi, he practically dancing the lambada on his back. She looked down with pure enjoyment. "This energy contains my insights into the Bodhi Heart Sutra. It will stabilize your newly broken through martial realm. Plus, you get to feel my precious jade feet. Consider it a blessing, brat." Meanwhile, Yi, he was flushed red, his body covered in bruises and bloodstains. Yet he continued his push-ups, enduring the limit, while cursing internally. "Damn it, what is this hell? My martial energy is sealed and I'm forced to do push-ups like this." It feels like I'm carrying a literal mountain, and Master's energy flowing through me is making my insides itch like crazy. Above him, Gong Kei smirked. Ho ho ho. Little trash fish can't handle it already. You haven't even done 1,000 reps yet. Yi. He held back the agonizing pain, gritting his teeth until they nearly shattered. A guttural roar erupted from his throat. Who are you calling a trash fish? Watch me speed up. His aura exploded like a wild beast breaking its cage. Startled by his intensity, Gong Kei panic-stomped a few dozen more times. Fine, then. Come on, faster, faster. Put your back into it. At this moment, Yi. He endured a barrage of hundreds of stomps, his body vibrating as he unleashed a violent explosion of power. Yi. He roared like a primal beast, his voice shaking. The very foundations of the room followed instantly by an energy blast that detonated like a ticking time bomb. Gong Ke shot out from the smoke, just as the crimson shockwave erupted. In the eye of the storm Yi, his body underwent a terrifying metamorphosis. His muscles didn't just tighten, they surged and expanded, rippling with explosive power. It felt as if fresh blood was tearing apart his old limits, shredding the weak fibers to make way for the new. Standing amidst the aftermath, he inspected his form. He wasn't just solid. He was a sculptured fortress of raw strength. He declared, "These new muscle fibers are forged purely for combat." Catching a glimpse of her disciple's massive chiseled abs, Gong Kei's eyes practically sparkled with delight. Channeling her inner teenage maiden, she shrieked, "Ah, your clothes are gone, you shameless pervert." Yi's face instantly turned the color of a ripe tomato. "If you're going to cover your eyes, try closing the gaps between your fingers, Master." He spun around, ready to depart. "It's time to end this seclusion." Gong Kei's face fell, her voice dripping with sadness. "You're leaving already?" "That's right. I've been trapped here with you for 3 whole months. I need to see the sun again." She switched tactics, pouting with exaggerated cuteness. "Will you come back to visit?" He turned his back with icy coolness but side-eyed her before delivering a sharp verbal smackdown. "Obviously. But you're terrible at gaming. Practice more before I return." Gong Ke clicked her tongue and teased back, "Blah. Who needs you to carry them anyway?" Scene shift. Standing before the towering structures of the Academy Yi, he muttered to himself, 3 months without daylight. I actually missed it, even if the glare is annoying. As he wandered through the campus, a strange sensation washed over him. It had only been a short while, yet it felt like an entire era had passed since he last walked these streets. But this wasn't a leisure stroll. He had a destiny to fulfill. His gaze sharpened as he recalled the rules. At Hua University, grades aren't just about exams. The real test lies in the extracurricular combat missions. The core objectives: hunt down criminal martial artists, investigate mysterious dungeons, or hold the line against catastrophic monster tides. Sometimes it involves crushing illegal syndicates or repelling foreign invaders. With his goal set, he headed to the activity center to pick a quest and reunite with an old friend. Arriving at the bustling hub of Hua University, he spotted a familiar face. "Yo, long time no see, Chuzhou." Chuzhou's face lit up with relief. "You finally dragged yourself out of seclusion. You kept me waiting for ages, man." Wasting no time on pleasantries, Yi. He cut to the chase. "Chuzhou, what's your status? How much have you leveled up?" "I broke through to the martial artist rank 2 months ago," Chuzhou replied confidently. But as he looked at Yi, a chill ran down his spine. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing. It was their first meeting in 3 months, yet Yi. He seemed completely unchanged in aura or physique. It was as if he was the hidden protagonist of a leveling manhwa concealing a power too vast to measure. Just how monstrous has his power become? Could he actually stand toe-to-toe with the tyrant of the school? Chuzhou's mind drifted to the recent dominance of the campus king. 3 days ago, I watched a private duel between Xiang Jianghui, the freshman representative, and Wu Yangze, vice captain of the Dragon Blood Guild. The result was inevitable. Wu Yangze was crushed in 10 minutes flat. And the scariest part? It was obvious Xiang Jianhui wasn't even using his full strength. Chuzhou couldn't help but worry comparing his friend's unknown potential against the absolute dominance of the school's top dog. Could Yi survive a clash with Xiang Jianhui? No. Wait. Perhaps Xiang Jianhui isn't even worthy of being Yi's opponent anymore. Suddenly, a breathless voice interrupted his thoughts. "Sorry." Lin Qingxue dashed in wearing a breezy shirt and shorts combo that turned heads. She panted, cheeks flushed but beaming with energy. "I'm late." However, Yi. He just crossed his arms, staring at her with a mischievous, cryptic smirk. "Classmate, Qingxue. Is that all?" "Huh, what do you mean?" She blinked, confused. Then realization hit her like a truck. Her face exploded into a shade of crimson, so deep it looked like she was on fire. Her mother's advice suddenly echoed in her mind. Qingxue, listen well. You and Yi, he are a couple now. You need to show public displays of affection. Do the A, B, C, and definitely the X, Y, Z. Panic seized her heart. Is he waiting for me to do that right here? What do I do? Yi, he stood there genuinely confused by her silence. Meanwhile, Qingxue puckered her lips trembling as she slowly, agonizingly leaned her body toward him. Yi, he frowned. What are you doing? We haven't met in 3 months. Aren't you going to say hello? Her romantic bubble popped instantly, replaced by the feeling of a bucket of ice water being dumped on her soul. Steam practically blew out of her ears. She spun around, fighting the urge to pummel him into the ground. I hate you. You're the worst. After the awkwardness settled, the trio moved to the mission board. The 3 freshmen stood before the massive holographic display. Quzhou scanned the data. Everything on the big screen is trending hot missions and the elite students who cleared them. He turned to his teammates. Qingxue and I already cleared 3 missions exceeding the quota. We're only here today because we wanted to form a party with you. Qingxue swiped through her tablet, her eyes scanning for the perfect fit. I've filtered the list. These 3 missions suit our current power level. A deranged serial killer in Heng City investigating monster tide fluctuations in Lian City, and a spiritual anomaly in Lin Qingxue County. Originally, these were all rank 2 missions. But the Lin Qingxue County anomaly just got upgraded to rank 3. She pointed at the threat level. Hua University categorizes quests from 1 to 5. The higher the number, the closer to death you are. Freshmen usually stick to rank 1. The only rank 2 mission Quzhou and I survived required a full 10-man raid team. For a 3-person squad like ours, getting approved for a rank 2 is nearly impossible. Hearing this, Yi, he casually produced a crimson card from his pocket. He spun it between his fingers with effortless swagger. Don't worry, I have a privilege card. As he held it, his master's voice echoed in his memory. Little Yi, you're strong enough to carry your own weight now. There are few freshmen or sophomores who can match you. You need high difficulty quests to sharpen your blade. With this card, the system won't block you from any mission. However, do not be arrogant. Stay away from rank 4 and 5 missions. Those are suicide runs where even Xuanwu realm masters perish. Back in reality, his friends stared in shock. Qingxue gasped. Where in the world did you get an item like that? It was hard to explain. Yi. He mumbled some vague excuses, but luckily Chu decided not to pry and quickly changed the subject to save the mood. So, Yi, what do you think about these 3 missions? Yi didn't hesitate for a second. Risk and reward always coexist. He tried to dodge Qingxue's curious gaze, secretly relieved that Chu had shifted the topic. He broke it down. The first mission is just a pure manhunt. Personally, I think the efficiency here is trash. We're chasing a cunning rat that even the criminal investigation team hasn't caught in months. The difficulty isn't the combat, it's the tracking. As for the second mission, it's just support work. In a leveling Manhwa world like ours, we'll never grow if we just stand on the sidelines. With the Grand Xia Dragon Guards there, we'd just be doing grunt work. Whether it's combat or recon, the main force won't let us touch the real action. But the third mission, we control the entire process. Sure, having no backup introduces massive variables, but the greater the risk, the sweeter the loot. If we're afraid of danger and stay in the greenhouse, why bother becoming martial artists at all? I'm voting for mission 3. The decision was made. The logic was sound, and Yi, his confidence ignited a fire in his teammates. Qingxue and Chu felt their doubts vanish. I'm in. I agree with Yihei. Yihei grinned, his charisma returning. Perfect. Then, we move out today. However, the moment they met the receptionist, at the support office, they got an earful. Is this a joke to you? Didn't you see a second-year squad already failed at Lin Qingxue County? You 3 fresh-faced rookies dared to take a grade 3 mission. You're severely overestimating yourselves. She roasted them so hard, they couldn't get a word in. Yi. He waited for her to finish before calmly holding up a card. Ma'am, I have a privilege card. But the receptionist wasn't buying it. Her expression twisted into deeper suspicion. Learning to lie now, are we? I'm calling the director right now to expose your little scam. She dialed with furious determination. But reality hit her hard, and seconds later, she was bowing and scraping to the voice on the other end. Yes, director. Understood, sir. Her attitude did a complete 180-degree flip. She turned back to them with a sickly, sweet customer service smile. Wishing you all a prosperous martial journey. Yi. He looked at her fake smile and smirked. Honestly, I liked your arrogant vibe from a minute ago better. With the mission secured, the trio walked out like bosses. Yi, he took the lead, waving to Chu and Qingxue. You guys go prep the gear. I need to go pick up a little something. The scene shifts to the mechanical and magic tool factory. Yi He arrived at the gate. A robotic voice chimed. Identity verification successful. Inside, a man in a white lab coat stood amidst high-tech machinery. Yi? He called out immediately. Dean, I'm here to collect my reward for the Zodiac Pendant War. The Dean turned around, nodding with approval. Yi He, you didn't choose an Earth-rank skill but went for a weapon instead? You've got good eyes, kid. The Dean rambled on for a bit before finally unveiling the masterpiece he had crafted specifically for Yi Hai. If Senior Gonka hadn't beaten me to the punch. Well, never mind that. Feast your eyes on what I've forged for you. It has no elemental attributes, but the energy conductivity is a staggering 95%. I cast it from Starfall Alloy Legendary for its durability. This is a top-tier divine weapon. This horse-slaying saber is 1.2 meters long, broad, flat, and dark as the void, yet it glimmers with starlight. That is the signature of pure Starfall metal. Yi? He immediately grabbed the hilt, swinging it to test the balance. It was absolute perfection. The Dean continued his enthusiastic sales pitch. The spine is covered in serrated patterns to increase weight and impact force. Every swing carries enough kinetic energy to crush bone and steel alike. It was a weapon born for destruction, perfectly suited to Yi He's style. Yi. He gave it a casual swing, making the heavy blade look like a feather. As he inspected the hilt, the Dean explained the finer details. The grip is wrapped in a special anti-slip beast hide, woven through with metallic threads. Those threads are also Starfall metal, ensuring your energy flows seamlessly from palm to blade. Yi. He tested a few combat forms, and the sheer wind pressure from his swings sent the skirts of the nearby female assistants flying. The Dean beamed with pride. Every slash screams with power, excellent. The weight is standard. Not too light, feels substantial in the hand. After all, I customized it based on your body metrics from 3 months ago. I didn't expect you to handle the weight so easily after breaking through to the martial artist rank. Yi. He, clearly satisfied, turned to leave with a final compliment. You really live up to the name of the Imperial Blacksmith. This is top-tier work. The Dean shouted after him. Of course it is. I dare say even if Senior Gongke were here in terms of forging, he'd have to call me Daddy but Yi. He cut him off instantly. Dean. The old man froze. Ahem, Yi He. When you go back, definitely do not repeat that to Senior Gongke. Scene changed to Lin Shui County. The rookie squad had arrived. Yi He and Chu took point with Qingxue trailing behind. Chu whispered. Because of the mission's secrecy, we're infiltrating as ordinary college students. In a heartbeat, Yi He unleashed his senses, sweeping the area with his awakened powers. He calculated inwardly, I'll use the biomagnetic field to scan the perimeter first. Besides, I've pushed the Godzilla template to 71% this semester. His biomagnetic field was now strong enough to blanket the entire county, a feat typical of a high-tier leveling manhwa protagonist. I'm just worried our presence might spook the old rats hiding in the sewers. If we let those vermin scatter, hunting them down will be a massive headache. After all, the hardest part of extermination isn't the killing, it's the finding. Chu Zhou, standing beside him, nodded grimly. Agreed. Let's head to the safe house Imperial University arranged for us. Just then, fate intervened as a tricycle rattled down the road. The driver, spotting the 3 young martial artists by the curb, slowed down and called out, Hey there, youngsters, where are you heading? Need a lift. Seizing the opportunity, Yi. His lips curled into a cunning smirk. The mission starts now. Hopping onto the old man's tricycle, the trio played their parts perfectly. The chatty driver pedaled along, asking, You guys look like scholars. Which school are you from? Here for summer vacation, Yi. He replied smoothly. I'm actually from Lin Shui County. I brought my college friends from Yuncheng to visit my hometown. Hearing this, the driver's eyes widened in genuine surprise as he turned his head. You're from Lin Shui. Who are your folks? Why would I feel anything, Yi? He replied with a casual shrug, completely unbothered. My grandfather Yi Shou-rong passed away years ago. I moved here after that. The driver finally pieced it together and focused back on the road. So this kid was a descendant of the old Yi family. Meanwhile, Yi smirked internally. Learning the local Lin Shui dialect on the plane was a genius move, and the cover identity from Hua University was solid. Realizing who his passenger was, the driver's attitude did a complete 180, becoming cheerful and welcoming. From the front seat, he laughed heartily and said, Good, good. Young man, the fact that you remember Lin Shui County means you haven't forgotten your roots. That brings good fortune. Before long, they arrived at the destination, the mission base assigned by Hua University, which was also Yi Shou-rong's old estate. The 3 of them stepped out right in front of the gate. Yi. He stood by the car staring silently into the compound. The driver leaned out and pointed inside little Yi. Just so you know, the Grand Dragon Festival, the biggest event in Lin Qingxue every 3 years, is happening in 2 days. You absolutely have to come. If you're too shy to come out, this old man will personally come and drag you there. Yi he slipped back into the local dialect effortlessly and replied, I understand. Thank you, sir. After the helpful driver drove off, the trio began their infiltration. Chu Zhou took the lead, shouldering his backpack. He scanned the area and rendered his verdict. This place hasn't been touched in over a decade. It's a wasteland. Look at these weeds and mosquitoes. It looks like we have some serious cleaning to do. That's when our main character, Yi. He lifted his leg high, a dangerous twisted grin spreading across his face. Cleaning. Oh, I'm an expert at cleaning. Yi. He stomped his foot down. A shockwave of nuclear aura exploded from him like a devastating ult in a leveling manhwa, sweeping across the entire courtyard in a split second. The stubborn weeds growing through the stone cracks were instantly incinerated by the nuclear energy. Lin Qingxue watched in horror and gasped. That's not cleaning, that's a massacre. Chu Zhou, however, was delighted. Efficient and fast. I like it. With the yard cleared, Yi He and Lin Qingxue headed for the main house, while Chu Zhou lingered behind. Chu Zhou ran his hand over the doorframe, calculating. Drop the luggage here. I'm going to install micro cameras around the perimeter for surveillance. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue was already on high alert. She peeked into another room. I'll check the interior. But almost immediately, she called out, Yi. He, get in here, and look at this. Yi. He snapped out of his daze and walked toward her, keeping his cool, but clearly intrigued. Did you find something? What caught Lin Qingxue's attention was a statue hidden in the room, a Buddha statue, but its head was draped in cloth, radiating a sinister demonic energy. She pointed it out from her angle. There's a shrine here, but I have no idea what it's worshipping. Yi. He immediately deduced that this thing didn't belong to the original house. Qingxue frowned. What do you mean placed here later? The two of them stepped closer to the eerie Buddha. Yi. He began his analysis. The shrine itself is made of wood. If it had been in this abandoned house for 10 years, it would be rotten by now. But this shrine, despite the dust, if you wipe it off the wood, underneath is practically brand new. Suddenly, Chu Zhou stormed in, but his aura was completely different, hostile and sharp. He drew his blade, ready for violence. In other words, someone planted this here recently, right? This statue gives me a really bad vibe. I say I slice it in half first, and we ask questions later. Lin Qingxue rushed to stop him. Wait, Chu Zhou, don't be impulsive. What if it's an important clue? We need to inspect it carefully first. Chu Zhou was already a loose cannon, but then Yi He, whose hand was already glowing with nuclear energy, growled. I agree. Lin Qingxue practically screamed like a wild animal. Who are you agreeing with? You're both murderous lunatics. She rubbed her temples, exhausted by these two. At least before you destroy it, let's see what's under the mask of this clay statue. Taking the initiative, Qingxue reached out and pulled the cloth off the Buddha's head. The bizarre thing was this dark, gloomy Buddha statue had eyes that flashed with a terrifying light. Yi. He instantly realized this was no ordinary object. His eyes narrowed with extreme caution. In a flash, Yi. He stepped closer to Qingxue and pulled her behind him, his voice dropping to a sharp whisper. This is bad. Yi. He immediately signaled his teammate. It's a cursed object. Chu Zhou cut it down. Chu Zhou didn't hesitate. He channeled massive energy into his sword until it blazed with light. He launched himself like a tornado. With a clean, decisive strike, he slashed the statue right down the middle, intent on ending it in one blow. But what happened next shocked all three of them to their core. What the Buddha statue split in half, started showing signs of a grotesque transformation. It began oozing a strange liquid bubbling up like disgusting warts. The black sludge multiplied rapidly, leaving everyone wondering what the hell is bleeding out of a statue. Yi? His expression darkened. He knew this thing was about to pull a dirty trick. He glared at it, his thoughts racing. You think you can escape? Instantly, in his subconscious Yi, he summoned Gaorudo. He just stood there with his arms crossed, while the rose-headed entity materialized, with an overwhelming battle aura. The rose-headed summon unleashed a glowing golden hand, clamping down tight on the bizarre liquid entity. The substance boiled and writhed within the giant hand, expanding terrifyingly. Rows of white razor-sharp teeth emerged from the sludge, chattering wildly as Gaorudo's grip crushed them. Yi. He watched from the back, calmly issuing a command to Chu Zhou, whose sword was still humming with power. Chu Zhou, seal it. Chu Zhou immediately channeled his energy. encasing the mutating liquid in a block of ice that shone with blinding intensity. Lin Qingxue was terrified, her face turning purple. Her teeth chattered audibly, and her voice trembled, unable to process the horror in front of her. What? What the hell is that? She was already paralyzed with fear, when suddenly a hand burning with fiery energy touched her shoulder from behind. Qingxue froze like a statue, too scared to move. It was Yi, his voice low and serious. Qingxue, he asked carefully, are you okay? He thought to himself, Qingxue has been infected by that thing's mental energy. I need to transfer some pure martial energy to stabilize her. Qingxue jolted and turned around, letting out a long breath. Oh, I'm fine. She was confused. The overwhelming fear had vanished, instantly replaced by a warm, comforting sensation coursing through her body. The three of them looked down at the damn liquid creature, now frozen solid by Chuzou's ice, lying motionless on the floor. Yi. He stared at a grotesque frozen clump of matter nearby and growled under his breath. It seems the anomalies in Lin Qingxue are tied to that bizarre clay statue. Our investigation just hit a critical breakthrough. He whispered to his team, watch that thing closely in case it mutates. I need to handle something. In his mind, he smirked. I've already tagged the old driver with a radioactive trace. Based on the timing, it's about time to close the net. Yi. He then spoke up, his voice steady and commanding. Old man, don't worry about finding me. I'll come find you myself. The scene shifts to the Golden Mountain Temple in Lin Qingxue County. Outside the gates sat the familiar tricycle, where two men stood conversing in hushed tones. One was a monk inside the gate, and the other was the very driver who had transported Yi Chuzhou and Lin Qingxue. The monk stood with an aura of refined yet eerie calmness. Donor the abbot is waiting for you inside. The old man nodded frantically, his face pale. Yes, right away. He followed the monk into the depths of the temple, walking down a long, suffocating tunnel until they reached a massive secret chamber. The gate was towering, plastered with yellow talismans that fluttered without wind. The path was lined with giant Buddha statues, their expressions twisted into ferocious scowls. The monk maintained that terrifyingly polite demeanor. Narrowing his eyes into a smile, the monk announced to the presence behind the doors. Abbot, I have brought the donor Liu Gensheng, who meets the criteria for the blessing. He also claims to have urgent matters to report. The old man stood trembling before the gate, anxiety written all over his face. The monk repeated calmly, the donor is ready for the blessing. He has news for you. The moment the monk fell silent, a clear bell chimed from the gate. Immediately, a ghostly voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere at once. Donor, what are your intentions? Why have you come so suddenly? As the voice boomed, two massive statues at the gate swiveled their heads to stare down at the old man. Suddenly, the monk's face contorted violently as if possessed by a demon. His eyes bulged like a beast's, and he glared with a gaze that belonged to a monster, speaking in a guttural growl. Is there someone else? In a split second, the polite monk tore out of his human disguise, transforming into a lizard demon. His body was encased in pitch-black, iron-hard scales. His mouth split open to reveal rows of razor-sharp fangs and a flickering tongue. The old man nearly died of fright, dropping to his knees and bowing furiously. A living god, walks among us. Suddenly, a black blur, a very familiar shoe, came flying in out of nowhere. It tore through the air with the sound of a sonic boom. It was Yi He. He crashed into the scene, delivering a devastating stomp right onto the lizard monk's head, just as it was posing. The impact was catastrophic. The monster froze, and with a sickening squelch, its head exploded like a crushed watermelon, powered by the sheer force of Yi. He's avatar Jaguarudo. Yi. He landed perfectly in front of the headless corpse and dusted himself off. Absolutely filthy. Thank God Jaguarudo blocked the splatter. Getting monster guts out of these clothes is a nightmare. Behind him, the old man, too shocked to realize he was being rescued, looked up in horror. Are you from the old Yi family? Yi. He didn't even spare him a glance, his attention scanning the room. He had just one-shot the monk, but the surrounding statues were starting to emit a menacing energy. The ground trembled violently as the statue's eyes glowed a blood-curdling red. These stone giants, which should have been inanimate, began to swell in size and move. They slammed their limbs onto the floor, their faces twisting into expressions of pure rage as they closed in. Yi. He looked up, his expression bored and nonchalant. Yo, the Buddha statues can move. That's new. The statues wasted no time, their mechanical arms deploying gleaming golden weapons, one brandishing a sword, the other a massive drill. Jaguarudo fully materialized behind Yi He, raising its massive muscular hands. With a thunderous clash, it caught the attacks from both sides. Despite the weapons weighing dozens of tons, he remained utterly composed. He casually scratched the back of his neck, looking like he was just stretching before a workout. His arrogance only seemed to infuriate the grotesque statues even more. Their red eyes blazed with fury, mouths unhinging, to reveal long, jagged fangs. Their heads shook violently as they prepared for the next strike. They unleashed a chaotic flurry of attacks, weaving and striking, but strangely, they couldn't land a single hit. Their clumsy rage was only tangling them up. Finally, the statues abandoned their weapons and aimed their massive fists directly at Yi He. He stood his ground, arms crossed, waiting for the impact with an iron will. Slowly, he revealed a shimmering ring on his middle finger. Spatial ring, deactivate stealth mode. In a flash of light, he drew a long, magnificent blade, a weapon recently forged by the university's grandmaster. Raising it high, he roared Starfall, horse-slaying saber. He drew the blade in a single fluid motion, unleashing its cold steel for its very first taste of blood. He stood his ground and unleashed a devastating slash. In an instant, the anger Buddha's multiple arms were diced into scattered debris, flying in every direction. Amidst the chaos, he remained motionless, his gaze cold and radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. The severed stone limbs crashed to the floor, rolling harmlessly at his feet. Gripping his lethal blade, he waited. But the statues weren't finished. Their eyes suddenly flared with a menacing crimson light charging up a high-intensity laser beam. His voice cracked with disbelief as he looked up. Are you kidding me? You can shoot lasers from your eyes? What kind of Buddha statues are you? As the deadly beams scorched the air, he moved like a phantom, effortlessly weaving through the barrage of light. Too bad your aim is trash. With a burst of speed, he launched himself skyward, coiling his body like a spring for a devastating counterattack. Channeling raw power into his shoulders, he swung the Starfall saber. It descended like the Monkey King's legendary staff, carrying the weight of a mountain. Let's crack you open and see what makes you tick. Abandoning the limbs, he aimed for the main body, slashing horizontally through both statues in a single breath. The blade sang true, but instead of crumbling stone, the cross-section revealed gleaming steel and complex circuitry. These were man-made weapons of war. The elder was paralyzed by absolute terror, his vocal cords frozen. His jaw unhinged in silent horror, managing only a pathetic trembling whimper. The severed heads of the bodhisattva statues defied gravity, levitating into the air. Crimson lasers erupted from their eyes, painting the void with chaotic streaks of destruction that knew no direction. Liu Kansheng didn't even have time to scream. A stray beam sliced through him, severing his torso instantly. In a gruesome display, both the man and the sacred statue were cleaved in twain, collapsing into ruin. He was the architect of this silence. He coolly sheathed his longsword, the steel singing as it returned to rest, and scoffed. A Buddha. As expected, these things are not living creatures. My life force magnetic field sensed nothing from the start. These bodhisattva statues, they are merely hollow shells without a soul. A shadow of suspicion darkened Yi's face. His voice dropped to a low growl. But how does a backwater town like Lin Qingxue possess such advanced technological artifacts? He stood solitary before a colossal gate sealed with ancient talismans. The contradiction of magic and technology sparked a storm of questions in his mind. Are the answers hidden in the abyss beyond Yi? He mused. He gestured to his summon Warudo. After all, we are civilized university students. We should at least knock before entering. The summon didn't hesitate. Warudo launched forward like a bolt of lightning, his right fist glowing with incandescent energy as he aimed for the sealed gate. Warudo unleashed a torrent of strikes, his fists hammering the door with a rhythm that mimicked human speech. Is anybody home? With the final thunderous blow of his barrage, the reinforced wall crumbled into dust. Absolute destruction. A true king doesn't dirty his hands unnecessarily. He slid his hands into his pockets and strolled through the debris with casual elegance. Suddenly, his gaze shifted upward. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes. A hidden realm. Before him loomed a titanic golden Buddha, towering 70 or 80 meters high in the depths of the underground palace. Such a monumental presence would force ordinary men to their knees in reverence. But Yi was cut from a different cloth. Though he appeared as small as an ant before a god, his presence was massive. He looked up, voice echoing, quite the grandiose tomb you've built here, and a massive idol to match. Lotus lanterns illuminated the vast chamber. Yi called out into the shadows. Hey, the guest has arrived. Are you going to keep hiding like a coward, you little rat? The moment the words left his lips, heavy footsteps echoed. A voice boomed in response. Shockingly, the figure was the very monk whose head Yi had just obliterated. The entity stood there, calm and eerie, demanding an explanation. This temple and the benefactor have no grievances. Why do you commit sacrilege before the golden grandeur of the Buddha? The monk stepped from behind the statue head, twitching mechanically. He repeated the phrase like a broken record. Oh, this temple and the benefactor have no grievances. Why? Why offend us? Yi, he sighed, fingers brushing his spatial ring. In a flash of light, the legendary Starfall blade materialized in his grip. He raised the weapon. His eyes gleamed with the thrill of the hunt. A smirk played on his lips as he exposed the truth. Garbage. You're just a machine. Are you addicted to role-playing as a human? With a single fluid upward stroke, Yi cleaved the monk's illusion in two. The blade aura surged forward, piercing through the machine's optical sensors in a fraction of a second. But like a nightmare, the monk materialized instantly behind Yi. He's back. Its demeanor was terrifyingly tranquil, a soulless machine. Hands clasped in prayer, it whispered, "Benefactor carries heavy killing karma. How troublesome." Yi, he whipped around, roaring, "Cut the philosophical crap." He dropped into a combat stance, but the ground beneath him betrayed him. The floor vibrated violently before collapsing into a dark abyss. He plummeted into the unknown. Despite the terminal velocity, his grip on the Starfall blade never wavered. Defying physics, he slammed his hand into the ground to break the fall, sticking the landing with superhero precision. He found himself in a labyrinthine chamber. 18 dark tunnels loomed ahead. He analyzed his surroundings. This looks like a sewer system. 18 gates. Are these drainage ports? Suddenly, the darkness stared back. Hundreds of speckled green eyes ignited within the tunnels, glowing with malice. He realized he was surrounded. Unfazed, he rested his blade on his shoulder with arrogant swagger. Lizardmen. And so many. A classic leveling manhwa scenario. Each one radiates the power of a tier 1 or 2 martial artist. Instead of fear, a feral excitement blazed in Yi's eyes. The battle lust was kicking in. He stared down the horde, his voice steady. Their biosignatures are identical. It seems these aren't natural-born killers, they are mass-produced abominations. Biological androids. Do you think you can crush me with sheer numbers? Everyone who has ever tried that against me is currently rotting 6 feet under Yi. He exploded into action, driving his blade into the earth. Power surged, like a typhoon. Mystic yellow blade art. The air turned heavy with bloodlust, drowning the chamber in a crimson haze as he poured his energy into the Starfall blade. He chanted the incantation, voice booming like thunder. Asura Trinity first form 1,000-mile slaughter. The killing intent condensed, extending the energy blade to a staggering 30 meters in length. Taste my 30-meter blade, full moon catastrophe. He swung the colossal construct in a wide, devastating arc. A crescent of blood-red energy tore through reality. It scythed through the front lines, ripping the lizardmen apart. The cave echoed with the symphony of their death screams. A single strike. Dozens dead. The carnage was so absolute that the monsters in the rear froze their primal instincts, screaming at them to flee. Seeing their hesitation, he curled his lip into a sneer of pure disdain. Which twisted parent raised such ugly children underground? The taunt snapped their fear. Enraged, the horde roared in unison, mouths gaping wide to swallow him whole. The 18 tunnels vomited forth endless waves of beasts. But against his mob-clearing skills, even 1 billion of them would be meaningless dust before the wind. 10 minutes later, the slaughter was over, and yet not a single drop of filthy blood stained his clothes. He stood atop a mountain of corpses, a king on a throne of gore. The Starfall blade rested in one hand, while the other casually dangled the severed head of the monk robot over the pile of carnage. He caught the severed head, its features frozen in a grotesque expression. Yet the machine continued to glitch, stuttering like a broken record. Benefactor. Bzzz. Your killing karma is heavy. Benefactor. Heavy karma. Shut up already, disgusted Yi. He crushed the metallic skull in his grip. Just a mindless bio-android reciting pre-recorded lines. How boring. Where's the coward pulling the strings? As if on cue, a mysterious eerie voice echoed through the dungeon chamber. Kikeki. It seems we've provoked a monster this time. But let's see how you handle this. Suddenly, the entire space began to quake violently. He stood his ground, his senses on high alert as the atmosphere grew heavy. The giant Buddha behind him roared to life. Gears ground together with a deafening screech, and scalding steam hissed from the ancient scars on its metallic skin. The massive idol was awakening, its benevolent face twisted into a mask of war, exhaust venting from its mouth as target lock systems flared in its eyes. The 108 prayer beads detached, defying gravity. Hovering in the air, their cores glowed red. These weren't religious artifacts. They were autonomous drone cannons. Whoever built this was insane. This wasn't just a temple guardian. It was a high-tech slaughter machine straight out of a system Manhwa nightmare. Rear thrusters engaged the Buddha's shoulders, open to reveal missile silos, blue flames erupting from its back as it rose from the lotus throne. The transformation was complete. The divine statue had become an impenetrable fortress of destruction. Clad in heavy plating and bristling with artillery, the Mecha Buddha looked down. "Benefactor, you are beyond salvation," the automated voice boomed. "Yi." He looked up, a wild grin spreading across his face. "Okay, I'll admit it. That transformation was actually pretty cool." The machine wasted no time. A colossal palm descended from the heavens, aiming to flatten him into paste. Return to the cycle of reincarnation. Boosters on its elbow ignited, accelerating the strike with terrified force. It was determined to crush Yi like an insect. The pressure cracked the floor before impact, yet standing atop a mountain of monster corpses. He didn't flinch. He just looked up. Titan form. Activate. His eyes erupted with blinding energy power leaking from his body in visible waves of heat. "Come and get it." Boom. The mechanical palm slammed into the ground, obliterating the area in a cloud of dust and debris. The impact was cataclysmic. It looked like a successful bug squash. But suddenly, a strange light pierced through the gaps between the giant metal fingers. The machine's HUD went haywire. Warning: critical energy surge. Detected right arm overheating. Error, error. The Mecha Buddha tilted its head, its logic processors failing to compute the impossibility beneath its hand. A blinding nuclear glow dissolved the rubble. Something monstrous was rising from the ashes, pushing back the metal god. It was Yi. He fully transformed into the atomic titan, standing toe-to-toe with the giant construct. This was the peak of a leveling Manhwa battle. Scales hardened over his skin as he let out a guttural roar. His razor-sharp maw opened, releasing a voice that vibrated in the very air. "Namo, Amitabha, Buddha." His fist glowed with concentrated nuclear destruction. He had been itching to throw this punch. Impact. The nuclear haymaker connected. The sheer force punished the statue for its arrogance, sending the multi-ton behemoth flying backward. Yi. His clawed hand, now glowing with radioactive green energy, and matching the size of the Buddha, reached out. With kaiju-like ferocity, he clamped his hand over the machine's face. Metal groaned and sparked as he wrenched the head upward, nearly tearing the neck cables. Adrenaline coursed through his veins, his eyes blazed with the thrill of battle. "I'm just getting started." Using the head as leverage, he pulled the massive machine down while driving his knee upward with explosive force. Crunch. The collision point flashed with blinding intensity. "Taste the power of my atomic knee strike." The Buddha's faceplate, shattered wires, and processors spilled out like guts. Critical alert: catastrophic structural damage to cranium. The giant stumbled back, its indestructible forehead, now a crater of twisted metal. The system was reeling from the concussion. Defensive protocols engaged. The 108 drone beads rained down a hellstorm of lasers to force Yi. He backed, triggering a deafening explosion. But the battle wasn't over. The battered machine rebooted its combat systems. "Fire all weapons." It rose like an unmovable mountain, emitting shockwaves that shook the very foundation of the dungeon. The metallic Buddha's chest split open, unveiling a terrifying arsenal of heavy weaponry. In a flash, a storm of destruction blasted straight toward Yi. Smoke and debris swallowed the battlefield. Yi. He appeared scorched, a faint red glow pulsing within the haze. Suddenly, the Buddha's face peeled away like dead skin, revealing cold metallic eyes beneath. The machine scanned the area, its voice echoing with a synthetic remote-controlled chill. "Tisk, tisk. What kind of monster requires this much firepower to kill?" Suddenly, the artificial eyes locked onto a silhouette in the dust, zooming in with panic. Unbelievable. Like a scene from a top-tier leveling manhwa, Yi's titan form stood unshakable. The bombardment had merely singed his outer layer. He was virtually unharmed. Rising like a god amidst the smoke, he scoffed with arrogance. "Your little toys are nothing but thermal weapons. Against a true martial artist, they are utterly useless." This mockery sent the pilot into a blind rage. The mechanical Buddha instantly reloaded, preparing to unleash another wave of hell upon Yi. The speakers screeched with hatred. "You persistent pest. Let me transcend you to the afterlife." The statue began charging a massive shockwave, the energy spiraling out of control. But suddenly sharp bone spurs erupted from the earth. It was the Warhammer Titan's power. They pierced the great Buddha mid-air. Yi, He roared the technique's name, Titan Art Heaven's piercing strike. Yi Hua unhinged his jaw, channeling the primal fury of his Godzilla form to its absolute limit. A blinding tide of azure energy surged from his throat, a cataclysmic blast rushing straight toward the giant Buddha statue. Yi Hua roared with righteous fury. Time to die, you fake monk. He arched his back, compressing every ounce of aura into this single strike. From his gaping maw, the breath of nuclear destruction erupted. The beam slammed into the abomination, melting through its defenses with focused rage. Yi Hua scoffed amidst the roar. Oops. Sorry for smashing your little toy robot. Steam hissed from his jaws as the chaos faded into silence. Surveying the destruction, he muttered, to think they hollowed out the entire mountain for this. Lizard men hybrids and mecha Buddhas. The mastermind behind this leveling Manhwa dungeon must be one twisted mad scientist. With that deduction, Yi Hua released his transformation, drifting down to the rubble, as light as a feather. The colossal statue was now nothing but scrap metal, a pile of broken dreams. He navigated the wreckage, stepping onto the ruined lotus pedestal where the idol once sat. Just as I thought, a hidden passage revealed itself. Let's see what kind of hell awaits beneath this holy seat. 30 minutes earlier. In a pristine high-tech laboratory, two figures monitored the situation. One was a young, dashing researcher with arrogance in his eyes. He smirked at his senior. Doctor, he may have scrapped the gatekeeper, but fear not. That blast door uses the newest alloy structure. He'll never get in. But before his words could settle, Yi Hua's face filled the monitor. The two scientists hunched over, trembling as reality shattered their confidence. Stay calm, Doctor. We have the Bio-Soldier Legion. Even a Grandmaster would die from exhaustion fighting 10,000 of them. It's perfect for clearing our stock. And just like that, the screen flickered to show Yi Hua standing atop a literal mountain of severed monster corpses. Wielding a 30-meter energy blade, he was harvesting heads like a farmer scything wheat. The sheer dominance left the two old men paralyzed with fear. The young researcher's intellectual facade crumbled instantly. He puffed up his cheeks and screamed, losing every ounce of his composure. Doctor, the trump card, trust our engineering. The Mecha Buddha was built to crush Lord-rank beasts. Squashing a tiny martial artist should be. Smash. The screen displayed Yi Hua dismantling their ultimate weapon before he even finished the sentence. Yi Hua tore the mecha apart like paper. The lab went so quiet, you could hear a pin drop, followed by the loud gulp of their fear. The two scientists clung to each other, shivering. There is still hope. The young man began his cursed mantra again. Don't worry, Doctor, we still ha. But the older scientist had finally had enough. He roared, spinning around. Will you just shut the hell up? Dr. Feng's wrinkled face twisted, his cybernetic eye whirring with stress. He thought furiously. What kind of cursed mouth does this kid have? The enemy is literally knocking on our door. Fine. The elite guard unit upstairs should at least buy us a few precious minutes. He stroked his receding chin with a trembling hand, muttering, we need to evacuate. Initiate the base's self-destruct sequence immediately. No data leaves this place. This was Dr. Feng, formerly of the prestigious Prometheus Institute, now a shadow operative for the mysterious Laserbird organization. The nightmare began 10 years ago. Laserbird set its predatory sights on the quiet town of Lin Qingxue. After secretly replacing the monks at Golden Mountain Temple, they exploited the villagers' devout faith. Brainwashing became their daily scripture. Control their new religion. Under the guise of divine blessings, they turned the townsfolk into willing test subjects for grotesque modifications, harvesting clinical data for Laserbird's twisted biotech. A pity. Such a perfect testing ground had to be discarded today. Just as they moved toward the secret escape route, a piercing azure beam sliced through the reinforced ceiling. Boom. The laboratory doors shattered into dust. The explosion sent shockwaves through the room, freezing the two scientists in their tracks. Yi Hua descended from the smoke, arms crossed, exuding the suffocating pressure of a demon king. He wore that familiar, terrifyingly arrogant smirk, his lip curled in disdain. So you're the two rats who've been piloting those toys against me. Director, run. The young researcher grabbed Dr. Feng, dragging him back while screaming at the guards. Kill him. Buy us time. But escape from Yi Hua. He didn't come this far to let the prey slip away. He moved like a phantom wind, ignoring the small fry entirely. In a blink, he bypassed the guards and materialized directly in front of the fleeing scientists. Dr. Feng, realizing it was over, stopped his frail body and looked up at the towering intruder. What? What is it you want? We can make a deal. The old man stammered, trying to buy time, while his hand crept stealthily into his pocket. He calculated quickly. One press of the detonator to trigger the base's self-destruct. Laserbird implanted microbombs in all their key researchers for this exact moment. With their families held hostage by the organization, absolute loyalty was mandatory. Death was preferable to leaking company secrets. But Yi Hua's eyes missed nothing. Before the button could click, a steel-like grip crushed the old man's wrinkled hand. Arg! The doctor screamed as his bones creaked. Yi Hua didn't waste breath on words. He simply shoved his hand forward, clamping his fingers over the old man's entire face. Instantly silenced. Dr. Feng's tiny legs kicked helplessly in the air as Yi Hua hoisted him up like a rag doll. Suffocating pressure crushed his skull. The old man's face turned a violent shade of purple, contrasting sharply with his shiny bald head. His remaining organic eye bulged, staring at Yi Hua in utter hopelessness. He couldn't do a thing. Just as he thought he was about to meet his ancestors. With the machine destroyed, he released his grip, letting the old man crash onto the cold floor. Dr. Feng collapsed, gasping for air like a dying fish. He looked down with the gaze of a predator. His voice was cold steel. Now, you will tell me everything you scum have been doing in Lin Qingxue County. Overwhelmed by He's crushing aura, Dr. Feng couldn't even speak. His jaw hung open, trembling in the face of this unspeakable terror. Huff, huff. The old man huddled in the corner, pathetic and broken. He stood casually with hands in his pockets asking, "Tell me, are you the one who slaughtered those 3 young martial artists? What exactly is your organization plotting in this hellhole?" This crazy old coot still had some spine. He dared to yell back at Yi. "Ha, I can't tell you anything about the experiments. My brain is wired with a listening device. If I speak a single keyword about the company's secrets, the bomb inside me will detonate." Suddenly, he bit down on a false tooth in his back molar. Green toxic smoke began to hiss out. His eyes turned cold. "If I'm going to die, I choose a painless release." He was silencing himself to protect the data. Deadly poison foamed from his mouth, spilling onto the floor. The old man clenched his jaw, his face twisting in agony as anaphylactic shock tore through his body. He shook violently like a puppet on cut strings. This bizarre spectacle only piqued his curiosity. He crouched down, observing with a twisted smirk. "Hidden poison in your mouth. Really? Tisk. Are all you laserburst goons this suicidal?" Suddenly, crimson emergency lights flooded the room. The base went into full critical alarm. Yi tilted his head, clicking his tongue in annoyance. His heart stopped. That means the facility's self-destruct sequence has automatically triggered. Without hesitation, he summoned his vampire avatar. His expression turned dark and dangerous. "What a pity. Before me, even death is a luxury you cannot afford." In the blink of an eye, the vampire moved. Its hand, sharp as a razor root, plunged straight into Dr. Feng's throat. Vampires can turn corpses into thralls. But usually, unless the subject had immense talent in life, they become nothing more than mindless zombies. No regeneration, low intelligence, just rotting flesh. However, in this system Manhwa world, I possess the Titan transformation combined with the ancient power of the vampire progenitor. Miraculously, Dr. Feng's corpse reacted. A crimson aura exploded from his body. His thinning hair stood on end, his wrinkles faded, and his mechanical eye popped out as a fresh organic eye regenerated. Boom! The frail old man instantly sat up, vitality surging through him. He bowed deeply before Yi, his voice crisp and clear. "Master, I have been reborn through the vampire's blood. My body has returned to its absolute physical peak." He grinned. "The experiment is a success. I can create perfect blood kin. You retain all memories and talent, fear no sunlight, possess insane regeneration, and offer absolute loyalty to me." He looked down with immense satisfaction. "You are forbidden from dying ever again. Now, stop the self-destruct sequence. From this day forth, your name is Mad Doctor. Your past is erased. Your only purpose is to serve my will." The doctor replied instantly. "To serve you is my eternal glory, Master." He nodded. "Since you've accepted the progenitor's power, our souls are bound by a mental link. Those surveillance devices are now useless." Suddenly, Yi's eyes snapped open, blazing with terrifying magical energy. He declared his true intent, loud and clear. "Now, show me. I want to see exactly when this city was infiltrated." Energy surged between Yi and Dr. Feng's eyes. The connection locked in. Yi dove straight into the depths of the Mad Doctor's cerebral cortex to plunder his memories. The vision shifted. A younger version of the doctor appeared, trembling violently, as if facing a nightmare. His assistant turned around. His expression was pure insanity. Eyes glowing red, clutching a severed human arm, his mouth smeared with fresh crimson fluid. Dr. Feng's voice rang out in the memory. Xiao Lu, it's not even lunch break, and you're sneaking food. Have you finished the data comparison? The assistant stammered, sorry, Professor Feng, I was just starving, so starving. Feng looked at the plate in disgust. Raw meat again. My teeth can't handle this tough meat. But the young assistant grinned maniacally. Professor, these are offerings from the villagers for the Buddha. They say it's fresh meat from outsiders. Those 3 young martial artists were delicious. Watching this, his mind reeled in horror. He screamed internally, don't tell me. But before he could process the horror, the memory glitch shifted to a sinister image. An old woman slumped in the center of the main hall. Dr. Feng's voice echoed through the memory like a ghost. They're asleep again, right inside the Buddha hall. Some even nodded off while kneeling. The young doctor's voice rang out sharp and jarring. Isn't this perfect? I'll take these villagers straight to the lab for storage. It saves time and effort. He wondered why they collapsed while praying for blessings. The young doctor smiled with chilling calm. Doctor, what seems to be the trouble? Isn't sleep a basic human necessity? Suddenly, he gasped as the realization hit him. Something is terribly wrong here. The vision shifted violently. Now Dr. Feng was kneeling before the Buddha statue chanting like a madman. Heaven's kingdom descends. Heaven's kingdom descends. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a patch of skin. A strange code was carved into his living flesh. 7675341. The doctor muttered in confusion. What is this? Why is the number on my arm different? It looks like a math puzzle. Desperate, he grabbed a pen and paper, analyzing the code on a file folder. His mind raced. The answer wasn't just a number. It was a company internal document format. Dr. Feng furiously typed the code 040255512 into the terminal. Data flooded the screen. He heard the doctor's inner thoughts loud and clear. No, this isn't right. His memory and perception were being rewritten in real time. Chaos consumed the doctor's mind as he stared at the screen. Who dares treat me like a test subject, like a lab rat? Only when he saw the secret file did the terrifying truth crash down on him. That number puzzle. He had carved it into his own arm before his mind was hacked. Dr. Feng knew himself well. Even with a brainwashed mind, he couldn't resist a math puzzle. He knew his curiosity would lead him back to the truth. The message was a warning to himself. The cannibalism, the comas, that grotesque clay statue. It was all orchestrated by the mastermind Heaven's Kingdom Descent. Back in reality, he deactivated his scanning eye. The pieces clicked together. Raw meat meant human flesh. And this Heaven's Kingdom, it reeked of a twisted cult. Standing before Yi, the vampire inhabiting Dr. Feng's corpse, began to debrief him on the critical intel. This place was originally a secret base for the Lazerb organization, but the cult had infiltrated it, brainwashing everyone just like the villagers, turning them into puppets. Hearing this, a cold fire ignited in Yi's eyes. His expression darkened. He frowned, glaring at the wretched corpse with disgust. So the 3 Huadu martial artists were eaten. I guess Azure Bamboo and I are just high-grade ingredients to you monsters. The scene flashed back to the doctor's memory. He was sitting in front of his computer terminal. Year 8, in Lin Qingxue County. Golden Mountain Temple base is complete. Biohuman modification tech is stable. We are ready for mass production. A new era is beginning. Soon martial artists will be obsolete, replaced by superior biohumans and high-efficiency machines. The path of Prometheus is the only way forward. But then, the anomaly appeared. Investigation shows it started last February. By March, we sent a team to study the corruption. But day by day, my perception was twisted. Silently. Until I was completely assimilated by the cult's will. I used my logic to find the cracks. I regained my sanity multiple times, but in the end, the assimilation was inevitable. The corruption at Golden Mountain Temple runs too deep. The will is too strong. The Lin Qingxue anomaly advances in 4 distinct stages: cannibalism, coma, statue worship, mass sleepwalking. Eating human flesh is just the first physical mutation caused by mental corruption. The coma means the mind is rotting, worshipping the clay statue. That means body and soul are severely polluted. There is no cure. Mass sleepwalking means you have become food for the will. Red text flashed on the screen, Heaven's Kingdom Descent. The doctor stared in absolute terror. His internal monologue echoed through the memory stream, filled with bitter regret. I thought our illegal human experiments were cruel, but compared to this cult, we were saints. They intend to sacrifice an entire city to feed that will. But I found it. The source polluting Lin Shui and draining their life force. It is a demon fetus, brought out from a secret realm relic. He pieced the clues together instantly. According to the calculations, the demon fetus will fully mature in 2 days. At midnight, his eyes cleared as he returned to the present. A memory surfaced, the old rickshaw driver's warning. Little the grand festival is in 2 days. You must come. The puzzle was complete. He smirked his gaze, drifting toward the horizon with a look of supreme confidence. That old man. He actually gave me the most critical clue in this entire leveling manhwa nightmare. He stared at the exit, his expression sharpening. Memory extraction complete. He turned back to the doctor, who now stood as a loyal puppet under his vampire skill. So this base is a laser asset, hijacked by Heaven's Kingdom, the demon fetus, and the tragic fate of the 3 Huadu students. He whispered to the vacant eyes of the corpse. Thanks to you, I've uncovered Laserb's secrets, including the deranged experiments you people conducted. A faint smile played on his lips. I don't have the energy to deal with Laserb right now. I'll let Huadu University handle that mess later. But there is a bonus. You worked on the gold gene. You know its secrets. I'll harvest that knowledge after I clean up this disaster. He thought about the mission completion stamp from the academy. Conflicting thoughts battled in his mind. Technically, according to Huadu's rules, I've uncovered the truth. I could choose to end the mission right now and walk away. But mere quest rewards from Huadai were beneath him now. His ambition had evolved into something far more dangerous. A predator's grin stretched across his face as he monologued to the empty air, declaring his true intent. I don't just want the scraps. I am going to seize the entire harvest of the Heavenly Kingdom's descent for myself. After letting his imagination run wild with thoughts of power and conquest, he finally focused. He issued a direct cold-blooded command to his newly acquired high-level subordinate. Listen closely. Your next move is to infiltrate Linshui County. I will provide you with a supply of my own blood to execute the plan. Find the perfect moment to introduce it into the county's central water system. His voice carried a chilling weight as he emphasized the critical detail. In short, you must ensure maximum infection rates across the population. Hearing this diabolical plan, the doctor's mouth twisted into a manic grin. Madness. Absolute madness. I understand now, Master. You intend to wage war for these souls against the demon fetus of the Heavenly Kingdom. Seeing his minion trembling with such fanatical excitement, he paused. He needed to explain the nuance of his scheme calmly, ensuring there was no misunderstanding in their objective. The reality is grim. Every citizen in Linshui County has already entered the 4th stage of pollution. There is no turning back for them. Their humanity is already lost to the corruption. I admit, converting them serves my own selfish desires. However, once this storm passes, I will do everything in my power to restore their lives. At the very least, under my absolute control, they will no longer be a danger to society. The scene shifts back to the old safe house where Yi-He's teammates were waiting. Having completely dismantled the enemy nest, Yi-He strolled back in with casual swagger, waving his hand as he stepped through the door. I am back. He carried local food supplies from Lin Shui, arriving just as Lin Qingxue and Chu Zhou were looking for something to fill their empty stomachs. However, one look at Lin Qingxue's pale, nauseated expression told him everything he needed to know. It seemed they had already discovered the horrific truth about the local cuisine. Chu Zhou's face was darker than a thundercloud. Looking at the food on the table with barely suppressed revulsion, he immediately shared the grim intelligence they had gathered. Student Qingxue and I went out to investigate earlier. We found evidence suggesting the locals are consuming human flesh. You already knew about this twisted reality, didn't you? He listened to me. The entire city's perception has been warped by some eldritch force. They have been enslaved by something beyond our understanding. Our protagonist smirked internally, evaluating his teammates' sharp intuition. Not bad. This kid guessed about 80 or 90% of the truth. He decided it was time to spill the beans. After absorbing the full story, Lin Qingxue slammed her hand on the table, standing up in righteous fury. An illegal experimental base has been operating here for years. How could Linshui County fall into such chaos? Chu Zhou stood with his arms crossed, shaking his head in sheer disbelief at the magnitude of the situation. Does this mean a powerful biotech organization was completely wiped out by the anomaly here? He remained silent for a moment, letting the gravity of their questions hang in the air. Lin Qingxue couldn't handle the suspense. Her face twisted with anxiety as she urged him. This has clearly surpassed a level 3 hazard rating. Shouldn't we call Huadai for immediate backup? Hearing this his face stiffened, cold sweat, drenching his back like he had just run a marathon. He screamed internally at the absurdity of it all. Are you kidding me? If you call the academy now, how am I supposed to hog all the glory and rewards in this leveling Manhwa scenario? Instantly activating his Oscar-worthy acting skills, his eyes blazed with sudden determination, projecting an aura of unshakable iron will. He grabbed his friends by the shoulders, staring them down with intense conviction. Don't panic. The mission is only difficult because it's eerie, not because it's lethal. Stop scaring yourselves. If we think about running home to mommy, the moment we face danger, how will we ever grow strong enough to survive in this world? Successfully gaslighting Chuzhou and Lin Qingxue into compliance, he leaned in closer, his hands heavy on their shoulders as he laid out the next step. For now, we wait and do nothing. We wait for nightfall. We have seen them eat raw meat. We have seen them worship clay idols. But there is one final anomaly we haven't witnessed yet. Mass sleepwalking. His gaze intensified, his expression turning grave, as he revealed his deduction. It is highly likely that this mutated city will reveal its true hideous face only when the sun goes down. The scene cuts to the dark metropolis, known as the Evil Capital, the headquarters of Laser B. Here, the shadowy figures of the board of directors were gathered in a tense meeting. They were discussing the catastrophe in Lin Qingxue County and the destruction of the Golden Mountain Temple base caused by Yihe's rampage. 30 minutes ago, HQ received a signal. The self-destruct sequence at the temple base was initiated, but it was forcibly halted mere seconds later. Something had gone wrong. All communication with the base was severed. The board had convened to decide how to sanitize this mess before it spiraled out of control. A director, his face hidden in shadow, spoke with a voice dripping with malice. It is simple. Better to kill the wrong person than to let a witness survive. Detonate the miniature bombs implanted in the hearts of every researcher at the base. Leave no loose ends. Then dispatch the special ops team to Lin Qingxue immediately to investigate the aftermath. Cut to the central water treatment plant in Lin Qingxue. Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the silence. It was the bomb inside the mad doctor's chest, remotely detonated by the organization. Miraculously, the doctor's body remained intact. He trembled violently, one hand clutching his chest, which was still gushing blood like a fountain, as he struggled to report to Yihe, Master Laser B, just activated the kill switch in my heart. Fortunately, I tore it out just in time. I am currently regenerating. Knowing their methods, a Laser B hit squad will be arriving in Lin Qingxue any minute now. Despite being far away, Yihe gave his orders without hesitation. No matter. Continue with the plan. The doctor was exhausted, barely clinging to life, thanks only to the regenerative vitality of a vampire. He responded instantly. Yes, your will be done, Master. Darkness finally fell over Lin Qingxue Station. The locals rarely ventured out at night, so by 8 or 9 o'clock, the streets were empty ghosts, save for the flickering streetlights. Yet at Gate 2, a train pulled into the station. The lights inside signaled the arrival of passengers, and moments later figures emerged from the carriage. The first to step off was a towering giant with a buzz cut. As soon as his boots hit the platform, his booming voice shattered the silence. It is quiet. No wonder the company chose this hellhole for a secret base. This brute went by the codename Catfish. Following close behind was a woman pushing a suitcase. She didn't even wait to step onto the platform before speaking cold facts. The company has already investigated. The Great Shia Dragon Guards were not involved in the temple incident. The owner of this sultry voice was a voluptuous woman carrying a baby, a stark contrast to the danger she radiated. Known as White Sheep, she continued her analysis. So who is the culprit? The company has too many enemies to count, but the squad wasn't complete. 3 more figures were yet to reveal themselves in the shadows. A girl with short hair named Golden Snake stepped down, flanked by a gloomy-looking young man known as Blue Bird. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy with their arrival. A voice echoed from the shadowed depths of the ship, commanding them to investigate the destination first. But the moment this figure stepped into the light, a suffocating lethal aura exploded outward. That signature undercut and those glasses. There was no mistake. This was Black Lion. Clenching his fists until the knuckles turned white, he issued a ruthless decree. Destroy every piece of experimental equipment and shred every document in sight. And so, the organization had dispatched a 5-man squad to clean up this catastrophic mess. Under the cloak of darkness, the team prowled through the streets, their banter cutting through the silence. Captain, can we grab some grub first? I've been living on instant noodles for days. We need to find a spot for the baby to drink some milk. It's pitch black anyway, so just feed him. I promise I won't peek. Get lost, you pervert, the captain snapped, his patience wearing thin. Do you two have even an ounce of professional assassin dignity? But his subordinates just fired back with zero hesitation. He was the grandiose captain of Laserbeast's 3rd unit, the legendary king of assassins, whose name once struck terror into hearts. But wasn't he technically just an ordinary programmer now? Suddenly, the mood shifted. The Mohawk sporting captain sent by the Laserbeast organization dropped the comedy act, his expression hardening into stone. He adjusted his frames with a sharp glint in his eye. Those posers in black suits and sunglasses, they only look the part. True professionals like us blend seamlessly into the environment to avoid detection. It was time to get organized. Cut the chatter. Assignments now. Golden Snake and Bluebird, you're on recon in Lamthui district. Catfish and White Sheep, you're up next. You two head to the Golden Mountain Temple base to investigate. The entire area was swallowed by darkness, the buildings looming like tombstones. It felt less like a town and more like a necropolis, a city of the dead. Golden Snake and Bluebird decided to infiltrate a local residence. But what they found in the kitchen was nightmare fuel. A blackened basin filled to the brim with human flesh, swarming with erratic buzzing insects. Golden Snake's voice trembled with pure revulsion. This city is wrong. The energy here is twisted, completely devoid of harmony. When humans start feasting on their own kind, humanity is already lost. Leaving the gruesome kitchen, she scanned the living room, muttering to herself. It seems this Manhwa recap mission just got a whole lot more complicated. Then, her gaze landed on something that made her blood run cold. A statue sitting in the corner, identical to the one they had seen in the safe house where Yihi and Lin Qingxue were staying. Her pupils instantly dilated to the size of saucers. She could feel the malevolent, unclean energy radiating from the artifact, and a scream of terror tore from her throat. It's that cursed clay statue. Meanwhile, Bluebird was on a call with HQ. The voice on the other end confirmed the horrific truth behind the destruction at the Golden Mountain Temple base. A single overpowering martial artist had decimated the entire facility. Tens of thousands of bio-human corpses littered the underground dungeon, and fortress-level battle mechs had been torn apart with savage violence. Total annihilation. 0 survivors. However, there was one loose thread. Dr. Feng, the person in charge and top-tier researcher, was missing in action. His corpse was nowhere to be found within the temple grounds or the surrounding vicinity. Suddenly, the line went dead. Bluebird frowned. Was it signal jamming? Puzzled, he stuck his head out the window to check the perimeter, but what he saw made him jump out of his skin. The street below, previously empty, was now packed with locals in pajamas, and even some who were stark naked. They all wore expressions of eerie serenity, eyes shut tight, slowly shuffling forward like puppets on strings. They were swarming around the very safe house Bluebird and Golden Snake were occupying. His jaw dropped in disbelief. Is this some kind of mass sleepwalking event? No, they're surrounding us. Realizing their cover was blown, he stumbled back, his voice catching in his throat as terror set in. We've been found. He spun around, desperate to alert his partner. Golden Snake, move. But before the words could fully escape his lips, a cold blade plunged deep into his abdomen. Bluebird stared in shock, unable to comprehend why his own teammate had just gutted him. But the Golden Snake standing before him was not the woman he knew. Her eyes glowed with a blinding, unnatural light, while her body was shrouded in a pitch-black miasma, clutching his bleeding wound. Bluebird gasped. Golden Snake. That look. Possessed. He knew deep down that his comrade would never turn on him like this of her own free will. He sensed the source of her madness, a sinister energy field radiating from her that matched the horde outside. His eyes darted to the statue, nestled in the wall niche. Bluebird recognized that accursed object. Horror washed over him as the realization hit. That thing. It was excavated from the Moon Eclipse secret realm. It's the Barasau. During a past operation, he had witnessed a similar sculpture being hauled out of a dungeon. These statues weren't just art. They were the deities worshipped by a fallen ancient civilization. Meanwhile, the moon hung impossibly large over Lamthui district. Perched atop a massive bell tower stood a familiar silhouette, our protagonist. Gazing down at the city, he tilted his head toward the sky, a wry smirk tugging at his lips. The moon is gigantic tonight. It feels like my life force signature is being masked by its overwhelming presence. Pulling his phone from his pocket, he decided to check in. First things first, he relayed the mob's coordinates to Sochu and Qingzhou, southeast sector. That's where the army of sleepwalkers is congregating. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the tower's peak, moving faster than the wind. But his mind was still racing with unanswered questions. If this mass sleepwalking is actually that cosmic will feeding, then what does the digestion process look like? Well, I guess I'm about to find out. In this leveling manhwa scenario. The scene shifted back to Bluebird. He wasn't dead yet. His eyelids fluttered open, lips trembling as consciousness returned. Wait, where? He realized with a start that he was bound tightly to a tree, and beside him, Golden Snake was in the same predicament. She was slumped over, completely unconscious. Panic surged through Bluebird's veins as he looked down. The crowd, gathering at their feet, was growing larger by the second. What the hell is going on? These people looked exactly like ravenous zombies straight out of a horror movie. Their faces were twisted into grotesque masks, saliva dripping from their mouths in anticipation. Are these the villagers from earlier? Are they all under mind control? Desperate Bluebird twisted his neck and screamed at his partner. Golden Snake, wake the hell up. You useless piece of trash, open your eyes. But it was hopeless. He screamed until his throat was raw, but she didn't twitch a muscle. Strangely, these naked lunatics seemed entranced, drawn in by the scent of fresh living flesh. Hundreds of glowing eyes locked onto Bluebird, the sacrificial lamb tied to the stake. Terror seized him as he shouted, "Are you people from the Heaven's Descent sect? Can't we talk this out? The organization backing me is incredibly powerful." But silence was his only answer. Silence and the hungry, distorted expressions of monsters preparing to feast. Damn it all, logic doesn't work on beasts. His face turned a shade of sickly purple cold sweat, drenching his body. He was completely out of options. These weren't humans anymore. They had been completely brainwashed by the Heaven's Descent, transformed into mindless husks in this twisted awakening manhwa nightmare. These weren't men. They were monsters wearing human skin. No, they were something far worse. At least a beast knows the fear of pain and death. But these fanatic cultists, they feared absolutely nothing. Trapped in this desperate situation, Bluebird's ears suddenly twitched. A deep, resonant tolling sound broke his concentration. Was that a temple bell? It sounded like a divine proclamation, announcing the descent of some massive eldritch force. Instinctively, he looked up, watching the clouds part as the moon swelled in size, looking as if it were about to crash into the earth. Terror seized him, and he couldn't help but scream, "The moon, it's too huge." The villagers below reacted with manic euphoria, absorbing the lunar energy like a drug. Their mouths tore open in wide, grotesque grins, eyes burning with madness as they began climbing onto each other's shoulders. This horde was sleepwalking, yet their movements were terrifyingly precise. It was strange. The moonlight seemed to possess them, drawing them in even more than it did Bluebird. The people at the bottom became a foundation of flesh and bone, allowing wave after wave of fanatics to crawl over them, stacking higher and higher to reach that looming celestial sphere. It was a stairway of insanity. Like ants swarming a tree, they climbed toward the clouds, forming a grotesque human bridge connecting heaven and earth. Even the wooden pillar binding the two laser agents was swept up by the tide. They were lifted into the air, carried along the living ladder, stretching toward the moon as more people from Lin Qingxue flooded in. It resembled an ancient Mayan sacrifice, a pyramid built on corpses to reach the gods. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Golden Mountain Temple, where the rest of the squad was waiting. Captain Black Lion had been waiting for a status report for too long. Silence was never a good sign, and anxiety began to gnaw at him. Golden Snake and Bluebird were dark. The probability of failure was high. It was likely the same mysterious force that destroyed the temple base had finally made its move. He spun around, barking clear orders to his remaining teammates. Whatever was happening, the city was undergoing a massive transformation. We need to seize the initiative. Move out back to the city. But the moment they stepped out of the temple gates, all three froze. Their jaws dropped, paralyzed by the impossible spectacle before them. They looked up to see the sky above Lin Qingxue had been stripped bare. Every single cloud had vanished into nothingness. In the crystal-clear night, a gigantic full moon dominated the horizon. It hung so low, it felt like it could crush them. A sight of pure, overwhelming horror. Ares, still cradling the infant in one arm, pointed frantically into the distance and shouted to the team, "You guys, look over there." In the next instant, a beam of moonlight, visible to the naked eye, shot down from the lunar surface like a divine spear, striking a specific point in Lin Qingxue. They gasped in awe. Is that a pillar of light? It looked as if the moon itself was tethered to the city, the beam locking onto a target deep within the urban sprawl. Even a veteran like Black Lion couldn't keep his cool in the face of such a supernatural phenomenon. A chilling realization hit him. The destruction of the temple base wasn't a simple raid. It was something far deeper. What kind of awakening manhwa nightmare scenario was this? But orders were orders. No matter how hellish the mission became, they belonged to the company. Black Lion took point, sprinting at breakneck speed toward the location where the moonlight struck. This had to be why Golden Snake and Bluebird went dark. The trio ran relentlessly chasing the pillar of light, until their path led them into a dark, suffocating alleyway. Suddenly all three sensed it at the exact same moment. Even at full sprint, their battle instincts screamed that they were not alone. Black Lion's mind raced, target acquired. Mid-stride, he launched himself into the air, hurling a massive blade with explosive velocity straight at the hidden presence. But a steel umbrella snapped open in the blink of an eye. It spun violently, deflecting the captain's lethal strike with terrifying precision. The deflected weapon smashed into a nearby residential wall, blasting a massive hole through the concrete, a testament to the devastating power behind the throw. Black Lion skidded to a halt. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, eyes narrowing as he analyzed the threat. An artifact. This is no ordinary civilian. A pale, delicate hand adjusted the umbrella. Emerging from the shadows with an air of absolute calm was none other than the beautiful Lin Qingxue. She commanded the center stage effortlessly. Her voice was cool as ice as she demanded, "Who are you people, and why did you attack us?" The captain threw his head back and laughed, his arrogance overflowing in the face of her beauty. "Oh, judging by your fashion, you definitely aren't a local, are you?" His tone turned sharp and accusatory. "So the filthy bugs that destroyed the Golden Mountain base. It was you two, wasn't it?" His voice echoed ominously in the empty alley. 3 seconds. That's all I need to crush these bugs. Behind him, the man named Catfish and the woman Ares looked like two machines primed for slaughter. The subordinates bowed, flashing terrifying predatory grins. In perfect unison, they acknowledged the order, preparing to tear Chuzhou and Lin Qingxue apart. Chuzhou instantly stepped forward to shield the girl. He drew his glowing blade, simultaneously summoning a pillar of frost in his free hand, ready to clash with the duo. Catfish launched himself forward, closing the distance to Lin Qingxue in a heartbeat. His speed was no joke. Seeing such a pristine beauty, his mouth gaped open, a long tongue lolling out in a display of pure repulsive lust. "Damn, a top-tier beauty like this. It's a waste to kill you, but I don't mind enjoying the corpse for a while. Ha ha ha." They looked insane, but their power was undeniably lethal. Lin Qingxue was overwhelmed instantly. She gritted her teeth, whispering his strength. "It's too much." Seeing her struggle, Chuzhou thrust his hand forward, sending a blast of hardened ice toward the rotting fatty. A wall of glacial ice erupted from the ground, successfully separating the beast from the beauty. She screamed, "Get away from me, you pervert." Chuzhou had poured his energy into that ice wall, but it only held for a few seconds. Cracks began to spiderweb across the surface, the sound of fracturing ice signaling their doom. With a single palm strike, the enemy captain shattered the ice barrier into dust. Through the hole, his face appeared twisted into a sinister, mocking grin. This guy's power was on a completely different level. Chuzhou stared in horror. His strongest defense was broken by a guy with a bowl cut in a single hit. The gap in their abilities was terrifying. My ice wall. Destroyed that easily. Realizing he couldn't win a head-on collision, Chuzhou primed a grenade and hurled it at them. A deafening explosion rocked the alley, filling the air with thick smoke. Without hesitation, the two of them turned and fled. They knew sticking around meant certain death against monsters of this caliber. As they sprinted, Chuzhou shouted to Lin Qingxue, "Those three are high-level martial masters at minimum. We can't drag this out. We need to retreat now." She heard the command loud and clear, but the veteran Black Lion had already seen through the rookie's movements. Moving with the speed of light, he materialized right behind Qingxue and Chuzhou. With twin blades pressed against their throats, he whispered a chilling threat into their ears, with only a single second remaining. But then his senses spiked. He muttered, "There's someone else." His voice dropped to a hush as a terrifying presence grazed his senses. He glanced sideways, and the color instantly drained from his face. Boom! A massive greatsword crashed down from the heavens, slicing the air right in front of Black Lion's family jewels. He threw himself backward, barely dodging a strike that would have ended his bloodline. You have to give it to him. His reflexes are top tier. He let out an involuntary scream of pure shock. Whoa, that was close. Having put some distance between himself and the ambush, he glared at the newcomer, Yi He. Black Lion eyed the small dagger in Yi He's hand and scowled. "Who are you? Are you with this trash?" With the signature arrogance of a true protagonist, Yi, he delivered a line that could suffocate a man with rage. "I am the one who will harvest your life." It was the first time someone had dared to be so insolent in front of him. Black Lion burst into laughter, seemingly thrilled to face someone with such guts. "Ha ha ha, you talk a big game, kid." Black Lion didn't hesitate. He unleashed his signature assassination art, his body splitting into multiple afterimages as he lunged at Yi He. Phantom art. 12 shadow clones, 12 shadows, 24 hands, and 24 blades rushed toward Yi He from every angle. But, in that split second, Yi He summoned his power, the world time stop. The speed of the 24 blades slowed to a crawl until they froze completely in midair. The assassin's roar of Die Brat hung suspended in silence. Even Yi He had to admire the sheer lethality of the attack. A Grandmaster-level martial artist is usually protected by an aura so dense even tank shells can't pierce it. But frozen in time, he was vulnerable. He strolled casually past the forest of frozen after-images. He analyzed the technique as he walked, shaking his head in mock disappointment. This phantom clone assassination art is actually quite high level. Normally, it would be impossible to distinguish the real body from the fakes. But in a stopped world, I don't need to find you. I just need to hit everything. In the blink of an eye, he located the real Black Lion. Taking full advantage of the frozen time, he condensed a terrifying amount of blood energy into an arrow on his palm, aiming point-blank at the eyesore in front of him. Simultaneously, he used his interface to scan the enemy. A classic move in any system manhwa, though the target's true identity remained shrouded in mystery. He stared into the assassin's frozen face and scoffed, "Black Lion. Real name unknown. A king of assassins with such a plain face." As he spoke, the blood arrow hovered inches from impact, ready to wipe that smile off his face forever. Thanks to the time stop, this legendary king of assassins, undefeated in countless duels, was nothing more than a sitting duck before Yi He. The distance was zero. The speed was infinite. He arched his body and hurled the arrow, a devastating attack carrying the weight of death itself. The magic blood arrow pierced the only part of Black Lion's body not tempered to the hardness of super alloy, his eye socket. The projectile punched through, turning his brain into mush instantly. A legendary life ended in a pathetic anticlimax. Thud. He collapsed heavily onto the concrete, weapons clattering away. He died without ever knowing how He had surpassed his godlike speed. Silence reclaimed the alleyway. No one dared to breathe. He hoisted Black Lion's corpse up, with one hand like a rag doll. "Gotta use the body while it's still warm. Your blood will be the fuel that pushes me from apprentice to martial artist." A crimson fountain sprayed into the air as he clamped his hand over the corpse's mouth, draining the essence to fuel his leveling manhwa journey. Black Lion withered away, rapidly turning into a desiccated husk. By the time the blood pooled on the ground, the legendary assassin in He's grip was nothing but skin and bones. He shoved a hand into his pocket and clicked his tongue, checking his stats. "Not bad. That boosted me all the way to martial artist 8th stage." Catfish and Bai Yang watched the scene unfold with sheer terror in their eyes. They stammered, unable to form words, their legs turned to jelly. What the hell just happened? Did the captain just get insta-killed by that brat? And he sucked him dry. The kid is a literal monster. His eyes flashed with a predatory glint. He turned to the trembling duo, his voice dripping with menace. "I'm not done yet. Let me show you something interesting." From the puddle of blood on the ground, he extended his hand and began to chant. Demonic energy surged around him. Blood demon puppet. Suddenly, a gore-drenched red hand punched its way out of the blood pool. Bai Yang clutched her child tight, her jaw dropping as she sensed the ominous aura radiating from the summon. She couldn't even close her mouth from the shock. A demonic shadow hauled itself out of the earth. It was a dried-up husk, devoid of flesh, but the facial structure and hair were unmistakable. It was Black Lion. The corpse was now shrouded in dark magic, completely enslaved by He's will. Catfish and Bai Yang looked like they were about to faint. Is that the captain? Damn it. What kind of freak show is this? Every skill is scarier than the last. Is he really just a martial artist? There was no time to hesitate. Death was knocking. Bai Yang pulled the child from her coat. "I'll handle this." She tossed the baby into the air, and before their eyes, the child began to swell grotesquely. It rapidly expanded, morphing into a bizarre pitch-black shadow entity. That thing was never a human child to begin with. She screamed out a command. "Baby, stop them." She had successfully summoned a 3-meter-tall muscle monster to block Yi and the undead Black Lion. Catfish and Bai Yang knew they stood no chance against Yi, so they sacrificed their biological weapon to buy time for their escape. Catfish was already sprinting away, yelling back, "Use this chance. Retreat now." He saw right through their cowardly plan. He immediately barked orders to his squad. "Chuzhou, Qingxue, you guys team up with my puppet and take down that bioweapon. As for me, my main targets are those 2 rats." He grinned, a savage smile, stretching from ear to ear. I'm going to hunt down those two martial masters. With that declaration, he vanished from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Chu Zhou triggered a scene straight out of an awakening manhwa, activating his ice demon dragon bloodline. The biomonster roared in response, growling deeply, as it prepared to unleash everything it had. Its muscles bulged, revealing layers of gnashing teeth across its body, emitting an ear-splitting screech. Chu Zhou channeled all his energy, slashing forward with catastrophic force. He charged with terrifying momentum, just as the monster leaped to crush him. The quiet alley exploded into a chaotic war zone. Chu Zhou clashed head-on with the beast. He swung his blade, and the freezing current manifested into the terrifying visage of a dragon's head. It lunged with godlike velocity, threatening to swallow the muscle-bound bio-android whole. Pitch-black muscle fibers on the cyborg's body ignited, glowing with a dangerous crimson hue. Driven by madness, the bio-android roared back a sound not of this world that threatened to shatter eardrums. Blazing body heat clashed with biting frost, shrouding the battlefield in a thick, suffocating mist. Fire and ice collided with the force of a natural disaster. Seizing the moment, Chu Zhou launched a decisive strike, aiming his blade straight for the bio-android's face. "Taste my blade," he roared, launching himself into the air. But the bio-android wasn't just a brute. It spun instantly, attempting to evade the fatal blow. Too slow. Chu Zhou's blade tore through half its face. Yet shock filled his eyes. How could something so massive react with such terrifying agility? The wound revealed a shocking truth. Beneath the flesh lay an alloy skull and microprocessing capillaries. This wasn't a monster. It was a man-made weapon from a system manhwa nightmare. Even Chu Zhou felt a chill run down his spine at that velocity. He immediately braced his sword, shifting his center of gravity backward to barely evade the creature's crushing palm. The monster's counter failed, and the blood demon shadow seized its chance. Like a phantom of death, it materialized in midair, ready to strike. It split into 12 blood clones. Their blades danced, weaving an inescapable net of destruction that slashed mercilessly into the bio-android's exposed face. In a heartbeat, the cyborg was minced. Its self-regeneration capabilities were legendary, but against this critical strike, even a monster couldn't hold itself together. At that precise moment, Lin Qingxue unfurled her massive wings. Hovering in the sky with fully charged power, she looked exactly like a descending goddess of war. Blinding purple light flooded the arena. She thrust her palm forward, unleashing a storm of energy. Charge complete, illusion arts activate. Countless dark violet feathers converged in her palm, igniting into gloomy ash. As the sphere expanded to a 5-meter radius, it detonated, transforming into a blazing purple sun. "Nowhere left to run, monster," Qingxue declared. The bio-android was helpless, legs encased in ice, torso locked down by the blood demon shadow. Like a meteor, Qingxue dove from the heavens. The purple sun in her hand churned like a solar storm, crashing down toward the trembling cyborg. Boom! A colossal pillar of purple flame erupted in the heart of the city. Its scorching heat intense enough to eclipse the cold light of the moon itself. Engulfed in the violet inferno, the bio-android howled in agony. The purple flames acted like parasites, burrowing through its wounds and devouring its very marrow. Incinerated from both the inside and out, the monstrous body finally crumbled to ash, wiped from existence without a trace. Scene shift. Deep in a nearby sewer, Catfish scrambled through the filth. His face was pale as death, lungs burning as he sprinted for his life. "Damn it," he muttered between gasps. "I haven't panicked like this since the Warlord battlefields in the Black Triangle." Suddenly, he froze. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared at the impossibility before him. A blinding azure light slammed down right in his path. Catfish stood paralyzed. That familiar glow illuminated the entire sewer like high noon. A voice dripping with mockery echoed out. Yihua smirked. Well, it seems rats really do prefer dying in the sewer." Hearing that voice, cold sweat poured off Catfish like rain. He looked up in despair, realizing his clever plan to split up had failed miserably. Elsewhere, Ares was weaving through alleyways, desperate to shake off Yihua's pursuit. She ran blindly, fueled by pure adrenaline and terror. She glanced back only to see a bolt of azure light strike the earth, like divine judgment. A sinking feeling of dread filled her gut. "That direction. Catfish," she whispered. Panic set in as she realized she was the last one left with no idea where to turn. Golden Snake and Blue Bird were silent. The captain was dead. And now Catfish, was she truly the sole survivor? Just who in the hell were these kids? Standing alone in the desolate alley, Ares trembled, her mind racing for any way to survive this nightmare. "No, I refuse to die here. She had to live." Cornered like a rat, she forced her brain to operate at maximum overdrive. Finally, a path appeared. Her gaze locked onto the strange structure from earlier, the human ladder to the moon. A desperate plan formed in her chaotic mind. That grotesque ladder. It had to be the masterpiece of the Heaven's Descent ritual. Her expression hardened, shifting from fear to cold calculation. Biting her nails until they bled, she vowed, "I will survive. Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil, I will survive." Moments later, she arrived. The blinding radiance emanating from the structure gave her goosebumps. It was majestic, yet terrifying. Standing at the base of the human ladder, Ares couldn't stop shaking. Countless naked bodies were stacked upon one another, forming a grotesque bridge connecting Earth to the heavens. Every single face wore a peaceful yet eerie smile. Then the horror hit her. They were all withered and ancient. Their skin was cracked like dry bark, covered in deep wrinkles. In becoming this bridge to the sky, their very life force had been drained dry by the moonlight. But death was close behind. Yi Hua emerged from the shadows, a massive blade on his shoulder, and Catfish's severed head in his hand. "You trying to climb up to play?" Ares recoiled her body, convulsing with terror. "Damn it, he's already here. I'm dead." She couldn't fight a monster like him. Ignoring all logic, she turned and sprinted toward the human ladder. There was no other choice. Fueled by the primal urge to survive, she ignored the horror of the bodies and began to climb frantically. The ladder seemed endless, yet fear gave her wings. Before she knew it, she had breached the atmosphere and landed on the surface of the moon. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. There was no turning back now. But what lay before her was unexpected. A colossal gate carved from exquisite white jade. It loomed over her like a castle of the giants. Slowly, the massive gates creaked open, spilling brilliant, blinding light from within. Within the haze, Ares saw them, her parents standing in the doorway, waving gently. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, "Mom, Dad, I missed you so much." A ladder of human flesh glowed ominously in the heart of the silent city, a beacon in the pitch-black night. The gates to the unknown swung wide open. Ares had reached the grand hall within, stepping blindly into the mesmerizing light that beckoned her. That light pierced through thousands of bodies stacked like straw dolls. As Ares stepped onto the lunar surface, a twisted, uncanny smile curled on He's lips. Ha 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 ha. In the next heartbeat, He's silhouette suddenly dissolved under the massive moonlight. His image scattered into black smoke, vanishing into the void. That was never He. It was a phantom, a cruel illusion designed to force Ares to climb the moon. The lunar force had weaponized the terror lurking deep within their hearts. Just like that, the assassin squad, Laserbeak, had lost 3 operatives. Meanwhile, the real he stood watching from a distance, his gaze locked on that glowing ladder of humanity. He remained silent for a long moment before muttering, having realized the truth early on. "Kingdom come, you truly are cunning." Using her fear to conjure an illusion of me, just to bait her onto the moon. How truly entertaining. He pulled out his phone, fingers tapping the screen as he spoke with a cold detachment. "The assassin squad Laserbeak sent has 2 confirmed dead. As for the remaining 3, they are likely wishing for death right about now." That signature demonic smile returned to He's face. Atomic blue light flared within his pupils. He was buzzing with adrenaline, the anticipation of the hunt coursing through his veins. Calculating the timing, the agents from Kingdom Come should arrive by tomorrow. With Laserbeak losing their base and a squad, they will likely freeze their operations. External interference is no longer a factor in this system Manhwa scenario. After all this planning, the grand tragedy is finally ready to raise its curtains. As the night reached its end, the moon faded, and the human ladder began to wither away. The sun began to rise, and the colossal moon reluctantly detached itself from the earth, retreating into the sky. The pillars of light vanished. The citizens of Lin Qingxue, who had formed the living staircase, returned to their lives. They went home, some dead, some alive, surviving the night, as if by chance. Although they appeared to regain their vitality, the truth was far more grim. Their true life force had been stolen by the moon, lost to the void forever. These people kept their eyes closed, walking home with serene expressions, as if nothing had happened. He, alongside Chuzhou and Lin Qingxue, watched the surreal scene from afar, standing in the chilling morning breeze. Qingxue crossed her arms, her voice trembling slightly. "The horror of this mission has exceeded our wildest imaginations. Do you really intend to continue?" But it seemed He had already calculated every move on the chessboard. He spoke softly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, his eyes glued to the mindless crowd below. "Relax. I have a plan. Furthermore, we are not just a team of 3. We have a powerful ally operating in the shadows, one who simply prefers to remain unseen. Qingxue, however, looked at Yi He with wariness, his mind racing with wild theories. An ally. After fighting alongside him for so long, Qingxue knew one thing for certain. He could not possibly be from a normal family. As his file suggested, in the world of martial artists, bloodline determines destiny. High-level martial artists exist on a completely different evolutionary tier than ordinary humans. He is either the illegitimate son of a legendary grandmaster or the young heir of a supreme martial clan training among the commoners. If it is the latter, he definitely has a secret guardian protecting him. That would explain the existence of this so-called mysterious ally. Suddenly, raw power erupted from Yi. His body. Dark, ominous aura swirled around him like a storm. He channeled his energy, yet his expression remained terrifyingly calm. He stood firm, his voice booming with authority, as he addressed his teammates. Qingxue, I have a critical mission for you two today. A stream of demonic energies surged outward, connecting with the ground. Countless shadow entities poured from his body, a dense army of darkness flooding the surrounding rooftops. From his vantage point, he issued the command. In a moment, you two will lead my shadow army. Smash every single clay statue inside the homes of the city's residents. Without a second thought, Qingxue charged forward, leading the swarm of shadows. He accepted the order, instantly moving with the speed of a gale, leading the Shadow Legion. Lin Qingxue, however, hesitated. She glanced at Yi. He searching for words, but finding none. Sensing her doubt, he turned to her. Qingxue. She flinched, letting out a startled sound. He smiled with absolute confidence, nodding gently as he looked her in the eyes. Qingxue, trust me. Hearing his voice, she didn't respond immediately. A flush of red spread across Lin Qingxue's ears. For a fleeting second, her heart seemed to skip a beat. Then a lovely smile blossomed on her face. Her eyes curved into crescents as she looked at Yi. He casting aside all logic to give her answer. I trust you. She added her own thoughts, a gentle warning in her tone. Just promise me one thing, Yi He. Learn to trust your teammates more. Don't carry the weight of the world on your shoulders alone. With the mission assigned Yi, he returned alone to the underground palace beneath the Jinshan temple base. As soon as he arrived, the mad scientist rushed to greet him, bowing respectfully. Master, you have returned. Yi. He walked past him, his voice ice cold as he cut straight to the chase. Cut the chatter. We are out of time. Prepare for battle immediately. He ventured deeper, reaching the abyss of slaughter within the dungeon. This was the masterpiece he had personally crafted. Yi. He had cast them into the abyss of death. Now, he would grant them a chance at rebirth, the scientist reported eagerly. The artificial humans you defeated previously are all piled up here. Yi. He glanced over the heap of bodies satisfied. Excellent. The numbers are sufficient. Boom boom. Yi. He stood in the center of the great hall and roared. Titan metamorphosis. Instantly, a shroud of black smoke and fire exploded from his body. A massive skull manifested behind Yi He, rising from the void. Its giant eyes glowed with eldritch energy. Yi He controlled the arcs of lightning, careful not to damage the corpses in the pit below. A 50-meter titan, consisting only of a colossal upper body, materialized into existence. The giant raised its massive hands and tore open its own chest, revealing a thundering heart within. A waterfall of titan blood cascaded down, drenching the pile of slaughtered artificial humans in the pit. As the blood of the titan made contact, the lifeless eyes of the creatures suddenly flashed. The light of consciousness returned. Their broken, mangled bodies began to convulse, regenerating at a visible rate. This was Yi. His master plan. He wasn't just raising the dead. He was forging an immortal army for this awakening Manhwa saga. The bioweapons rose from the dead, howling and writhing in the pit, their bodies soaked in the crimson power of the super titan. His gaze shifted instantly, pupils dilating as a dark presence seized control of his mind. He looked down at his twisted creations. The bioweapons were rising. They were unholy abominations, fusing the bloodlust of vampires with the raw, destructive power of titans. With a legion at his disposal, he laid out the ultimate strategy for this leveling Manhwa world. First, the vampire virus would reanimate the corpses. Then the Titan's blessing would evolve them into an immortal army, bound solely to his will. Meanwhile, the doctor danced across his keyboard, commanding a swarm of nanomosquitoes to infiltrate every home in Lin Qingxue County. Typing with the casual grace of a master, he reported to Yi He, Master, the biological swarm is airborne. They are descending upon the city as we speak. Every variable is calculated. The plan is proceeding without a single flaw. Yi. He smirked with cold satisfaction. Excellent. Let those mosquitoes deliver my gift of vampire blood to every household. He paused, eyes narrowing. Now go fix that giant Buddha mecha. The chassis is totaled, sir. But if we strip the heavy ordnance and retrofit the core, we might just salvage a killing machine. The doctor grinned, digging a finger into his ear with nonchalance. Consider it done, master. I live to serve. Ye. He stared into the horizon, eyes sharp as daggers, a predatory smile stretching across his face. Our pieces are set. Now, let's see how the kingdom of heaven plays their hand. While Yi prepared for the coming bloodbath, a new shadow loomed over the horizon. Another player entering the game at Lin Qingxue County. A convoy tore down the highway like a steel beast. This was the kingdom of heaven fanatics, born from the chaos of the first dungeon break, formerly known as the Human Extinction Sect. Led by a mysterious pope wielding forbidden artifacts from the ruins, this ragtag mob had evolved into a terrifying superpower at breakneck speed. Their dogma was madness nurture, a demon fetus from the abyss, by feeding it human flesh and souls, creating a vessel for their dark god to walk the earth. Inside, the bus sat 53 figures draped in pristine white robes, their golden embroidery shimmering like false hope. These were the chosen ones, the fanatics sent by the divine descent to welcome the birth of the demon fetus. Their lineup was overkill. 1 bishop at the grandmaster level, 2 vice bishops at the master rank, and 50 elite warriors ready to die for the cause. The bishop's face was a mask of frost. This nation remains the hardest fortress to crack, he murmured, his eyes burning with a twisted hunger to conquer this beautiful land. But soon, it shall belong to heaven. These cultists might lack raw cultivation power, but their arsenal of forbidden curses and vile arts made them a nightmare to behold. Their mission was absolute sacrifice the living to feed the fetus. Flesh and soul would pave the way for their deity's brief but catastrophic reign. The time was nigh. The divine fetus was ready to awaken. As the wheels spun closer to doom, a bishop broke the silence. Ahead lies Lin Qingxue, the very soil where the archbishop planted the seed 4 years ago. A figure in crimson robes, the mark of a vice bishop, stepped forward. Oh, the tragedy, he wailed, fake tears streaming. The archbishop gave everything, only to be butchered by the ignorant fools of the Dragon Sparrow. He never got to see his masterpiece bloom. He died wondering what perfection looked like. Truly, we live in a world that devours its own saviors. The vice bishop nodded solemnly at his own delusion. Such a saint, so firm in faith, so compassionate. Yet he met an end so gruesome. Not even a bone remained. Hearing this, the bishop raised his head, a low beastly growl rumbling in his throat. His sacrifice shall not be in vain. We cannot let these sheep drag the world further into the abyss. We must act, or this land becomes another zone of sin. The bishop screamed like a madman, his frenzy infecting every soul on the bus. Their eyes bulged with fanaticism as they howled in unison, welcoming their dark god. Children, this is not slaughter. This is liberation. We are the saviors of humanity. Their voices swelled, a chorus of wandering ghosts, echoing their master. God descends to the mortal realm, heaven on earth. God descends to the mortal realm, heaven on earth. We fight for the divine. The bishop watched the chaos, a sick pleasure in his eyes. By the second night, the sky turned wrong. The moon hung low, its craters twisted into hollow eyes and a jagged mouth, a cosmic demoniac smile mocking the world below. They arrived at the outskirts of Lin Qingxue. The bishop stepped off, finding a vantage point, to gaze up at the omen in the sky. Breathtaking, he whispered, trembling with ecstasy. In our entire history, only 2 divine fetuses have ever successfully hatched. He threw back his hood, revealing a face twisted in a manic grin. The icy commander was gone. Only a lunatic remained. He cackled like a court jester high on adrenaline. And now my name shall be etched into the eternal scriptures of the sect. The first fetus birthed a minute of hell. Tsunamis, eruptions, global chaos, hundreds of millions dead or displaced in 60 seconds of divinity. The second descended upon Australia. A shroud of mist and deadly currents swallowed the continent whole, sealing it off from the world. Silence followed. Satellites see nothing but a void. An entire continent erased from the map. The Allied forces were annihilated. That land is now a forbidden zone, an S-class graveyard, where no living soul dares to tread. Trembling, he extended a withered hand and sliced his palm. A single drop of crimson fell onto the massive demonic stone, sparking an instant violent reaction. Dark mana exploded from the stone. Tendrils of black energy crawled out like living nightmares, weaving together into a massive, pulsating circle. Here and now, the bishop muttered, We welcome the third god. As they chanted, the formation ignited, bathing the night in a blood-red glow. The bishop began his ascent. Step by step, he climbed a ladder made of living believers, his eyes locked on the smiling moon, chanting the blood spells that would doom them all. He walked toward the lunar gate in a daze, stepping straight into a leveling Manhwa dungeon. Before he knew it, the massive stone doors slammed shut behind him. It felt exactly like the Ares illusion from yesterday. He stared up at the towering gate for a long time. Then he pressed his bleeding hand directly onto the stone ground. A crimson aura of blood magic surged from the corpse beneath his feet. With a sinister grin, he chanted, "O divine ones, above accept my blood offering." The colossal doors groaned open, bathing him in a blinding holy light. A haunting voice echoed from the depths, whispering, "Come closer." Hypnotized by the calling, the bishop stepped straight into the radiant glow. Inside, he found an altar made of pure moonstone. Resting upon it was a platinum coffin engraved with the sacred emblem of the divine cult. He was absolutely mesmerized. His eyes locked onto it as he murmured in a trance, "The platinum coffin. The divine vessel, nurtured by our grandmaster for years. For 4 long years, it had drained the life force of the entire Lin Qingxue county. Now the god fetus was finally ready to awaken." The cultists ramped up their support, chanting the dark incantations faster and faster. Clenching his fists, the bishop roared, "My children, prepare to welcome our god." While their mortal bodies could only channel a fraction of this divine power, it was more than enough for their dark purpose. The bishop carefully ascended a grotesque ladder of human bodies, carrying the platinum coffin on his shoulders. Strangely, the burden was light, but he feigned a heavy struggle to show his devotion. Cheers erupted from the brainwashed masses below. "All hail the master," they screamed in unison. The fanatics parted like the Red Sea, allowing the bishop to place the coffin at the exact center of the magic array. Standing before it, he spread his arms wide and declared, "O great moon, god of nightmares, your most loyal servant summons you. Allow me to speak your true name." Dong dong dong, right on cue. The Lin Qingxue County clock tower struck midnight. The chimes signaled the start of a horrific spectacle. Fueled by the crimson moon's energy, the souls of every citizen in Lin Qingxue County were ripped from their bodies. Their physical forms instantly withered into dried husks. Millions of white soul fragments swirled into the sky, merging into a massive spectral storm. Even the cultists trapped in the human ladder could not escape this fate, their souls harvested along with the rest. As hundreds of thousands of souls rushed toward the divine light, a deafening, thunderous roar suddenly shook the heavens. It carried the absolute authority of an emperor. Suddenly, nearly half of the pure white souls turned a sinister shade of blue. It was a clear warning of an invading force. The energy converged toward the bishop, but as the beams shifted to that eerie blue hue, they violently charged straight at him. The bishop shrieked in terror. "What is happening? Why are the pure souls turning blue? Did that roar corrupt the energy stream?" His lifetime of preparation was crumbling before his eyes. Trembling with fear, he stammered, "Impossible. How could the god fetus be corrupted by an unknown force? Who is interfering? The ritual has already begun. It cannot be stopped." The horrified cultists could only watch as the tainted blue souls flooded into the sacred platinum coffin. Their pure faith was being completely defiled. "Damn it," the bishop cursed, as the souls crashed like a tidal wave. "The process is irreversible. These corrupted blue spirits were actively hijacking the awakening of the god fetus." That was when Yi He materialized right behind the bishop with godlike speed. Smirking, the main character whispered, "I have been waiting for you, Lord Bishop." The bishop spun around, his mind completely blank with shock. His jaw dropped as he stuttered, "Who the hell are you?" "Yi." His eyes flashed with lethal electric intent. With a commanding voice, he retorted, "In a situation like this, you still do not know who I am." He raised the stardust blade, crackling like a thunderbolt. It was his system Manhwa ability, revealing the fatal weak points of the human body through glowing grid lines. A blinding red line appeared right across the bishop's throat. Yi. He had found the execution path. He unleashed the Asura triple-slash technique, Crescent Moonstrike. The blade erupted in a terrifying crimson light, unleashing a river of blood filled with screaming wraiths. Under the giant moon, the very fabric of time seemed to collapse. The bishop's world spun violently as a fountain of blood erupted into the night sky. It was a flawless instant kill combo. One strike combined with the time domain's binding effect guaranteed absolute execution. Radiating an overwhelming aura, Yi. He leaned in close. His expression was colder than any villain as he whispered, "I am the devil." The church bells chimed violently, ripping through the freezing silence of the Lin Qingxue night. The old priest lay convulsing on the ground, choking on his own blood. Hovering on the brink of death, he mumbled, "Great." Seeing he was still alive, he prepared to finish the job. Another massive splash of blood painted the sky, briefly eclipsing the giant moon. Splat. Yet the dying fanatic still tried to chant his final prayer. "Great nightmare Boros," he gurgled. He stood over the gore-splattered corpse, resting his greatsword on his shoulder. "Too weak," he scoffed. "Even with 3 life-saving artifacts, you are trash." But suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed from the shadows. An unbelievable kid. His eyes narrowed as the truth hit him. He had killed the wrong person. The bloody corpse at his feet was not the head bishop at all. The real mastermind stepped out of the darkness with a terrifyingly calm demeanor. Completely unfazed, he offered Yi a deal. "Do you wish to join the divine cult?" The man arrogantly pulled back his hood, revealing his bald head and a sinister grin. He then formally introduced himself, mocking Yi's mistake. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Qi, the supreme commander of the divine cult. And that trash you just butchered was merely my vice bishop." Looking down at the disheveled corpse beneath him, he continued with a chilling calmness. Surely you understand how this works, don't you? Being a prelate in our divine sect is a high-risk profession. So, using my subordinates as body doubles to take the fall, it's only logical survival." He didn't waste a single breath on this trash. Rage flickered in his eyes as the realization hit him. Another scapegoat. There was only one solution left: erase this guy's existence permanently to save time. Grip tightening around his massive blade, he launched himself into the air. He became a blur of motion, aiming straight for the crimson-robed priest. But the enemy was fast. The priest raised a hand, refusing to be the victim. Eerie dark energy oozed from his palm, forming strange watery crystals in the atmosphere. The priest's voice dropped to a menacing growl. "This is a sacred sanctuary for welcoming the divine. You think you can just waltz in and leave whenever you please?" Suddenly, mid-air, the energy shifted. The amorphous aura instantly solidified into massive, unbreakable chains. They lashed out like vipers, wrapping around his neck, arms, and legs. His momentum died instantly, as he was suspended in the air, completely suppressed. He struggled, but the chains only bit deeper into his flesh. The vile energy of this awakening Manhwa villain seeped into his pores, making his skin crawl. He gritted his teeth, glaring daggers at his captor. "It feels like an invisible hand. Is this telekinesis? Enough playing around. It was time to call upon his ultimate support." He roared to the heavens, "Warudo." Instantly, a rose-headed entity materialized from the void behind him. The summon tore through the telekinetic pressure. Like paper, Yi's aura exploded outward, shattering the shackles that bound him in a display of raw power. The bishop's composure cracked for a split second. A single syllable escaped his lips. "Oh." His eyes narrowed, tracking every shift in Yi's stance. But his gaze wasn't on the man, it was locked onto Jaguarudo looming behind him. His pupils trembled as he stared at the rose-headed avatar radiating intense energy. Confusion clouded the villain's mind. "That shadow behind you. Have you also cultivated the divine arts?" Meanwhile, crackling lightning began to condense in Yi's palm. Yi's patience had officially evaporated. He screamed, cursing like a sailor. "Divine my ass. I just wanted to get away from that creepy coffin, you lunatic." The lightning in his hand intensified, roaring with the fury of a heaven-sent tribulation. Blue arcs of electricity danced wildly, blinding the entire chamber with their brilliance. The priest could only stand there, jaw dropped. He thrust his hand forward. He unleashed a devastating strike downward, a beam of terrifying power erupting from his fist. Bone pillars erupted, woven with muscles of steel and wreathed in lightning. The punch transformed into a roaring dragon of raw sinew and electricity. He screamed in a frenzy. "Did you really think I was afraid of you?" And yet, incredibly, the red-robed priest stood his ground, devoid of fear. Was the dragon's might not enough? The villain stared blankly like a deer in headlights. Yet his mouth still spouted nonsense. Such filthy evil tricks cannot harm a chosen one. With insane confidence, he raised a single hand to catch the attack. He blocked the giant razor-sharp maw of Yi's mutated strike head-on. This guy was no ordinary fodder. He braced himself against Yi's overwhelming force, even as the protagonist poured every ounce of strength into the punch. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rocked the foundations. Lin Qi was finally blasted away, vanishing into a thick cloud of dust and debris. But for our ruthless anti-hero, that wasn't nearly enough to satisfy his rage. He doubled down. The sinew dragon on his arm surged forward, pinning Lin Qi and driving him through the complex. They smashed through wall after wall, moving with the kinetic force of a runaway freight train. Who knows how far he was dragged? The priest's frail body, neglected from a lack of cardio and a focus on spiritual mumbo-jumbo, should have been paced. Yet, defying all logic in this Manhwa recap, he managed to stagger back to his feet after taking that catastrophic beating. Cough, cough. His face was a mask of crimson gore. But the disorientation lasted only a heartbeat before his composure returned as if nothing had happened. With a sickening squelch, he used his energy to reshape his mangled arm. He looked straight at Yi, he ready to talk trash once more. "I told you," he sneered. "You cannot wound me." In seconds, his aura was restored to its peak. It was as if the physical assault had been nothing but a hallucination. He smirked, looking down on Yi, he with absolute superiority. "I am a vessel blessed by the divine itself." Yi. He assessed the situation. He realized this cult leader wasn't just a glass cannon, he was a regenerating cockroach that refused to die. Yi. He shook his head, muttering, "Tsk. Instant regeneration, now things are getting annoying." The villain began a rhythmic chant invoking his dark arts. "God descends to the mortal realm. Kingdom of heaven on earth. God descends, kingdom of heaven on earth." He stepped forward with a pale bare foot. Suddenly, he noticed the floor was pooling with blood that hadn't been there before. His eyes widened in shock. "What the?" He retracted his giant mutated arm. But the respite was short-lived. The cult fanatics began to close in, encircling him like a pack of rabid wolves. Even after witnessing that shockwave, they showed no fear. Blind faith in their god shielded their minds. Any sane person would have fled screaming by now. He sighed loudly. "I almost forgot about the trash mobs." In unison, the cultists raised their hands, brandishing glowing daggers. The blades hummed with a sinister crimson light. Like broken machines, they screamed their twisted mantra, "We are justice." Suddenly, one believer collapsed, face first. A pool of red syrup spread beneath him. He had turned the blade on himself. He watched in horror as the circle of madness tightened. Without hesitation, they drove the daggers into their own throats. Blood mist filled the air. Mass suicide. Are they insane? These fanatics were beyond saving. Trying to understand the neural pathways of a cultist was a waste of time. Dark crimson ketchup spewed from their mouths like waterfalls. A gruesome sacrifice. Yet, his voice remained steady. He stood amidst the carnage, waiting to see what horror show this performance would unveil. In that moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. Yi He narrowed his eyes, his instincts screaming, "It's coming. I can feel it." A cold, sticky spiritual energy rising from the blood. Creak, creak. The bone-chilling sound echoed. Suddenly, a blood-drenched claw tore its way out from inside one of the cultists' corpses. The human skin tore apart like wet paper, revealing the monstrosity hidden beneath. It cast aside its fragile shell to unleash the terror within. It was an abomination, neither man nor ghost. In the encroaching darkness, the sight was pure, unadulterated nightmare fuel. Finally, he got a good look at this chaotic evil. Blood-red skin, long bullhorns, and razor-sharp fangs, straight out of the depths of hell. Or rather, they were hell itself. 50 fanatics, transformed into 50 gateways of flesh and blood, with demons clawing their way out in a ceaseless stream. Facing this apocalypse, he merely smirked with the arrogance of a king. He scoffed. "In the end, you're just trash from another dimension." He covered half his face, failing to hide the manic delight in his eyes as the swarm of demons birthed itself from the cultists. Even in a desperate situation like this, he kept his cool, classic leveling Manhwa protagonist style. "These fanatics really have a death wish," he observed, analyzing the battlefield. "Sacrificing their own bodies to pave the road for demons. Tisk tisk. Trying to Zerg rush me?" The monsters, now fully revealed, stared at him with gluttonous hunger in their eyes. Suddenly, azure lightning ripped through the sky. Arcs of electricity converged and detonated across the city, echoing the moment He first unleashed his titan form. He's voice cut through the noise like steel. "Too bad for you, I brought my own army. I didn't resurrect those lizardmen just for show. They were merely the vessels for his true legion." Colossal giants, 10 to 20 meters tall, erupted from the earth. They spread their arms and roared, answering the call of their monarch. The demon horde, seeing He make his move, went into a frenzy. They unhinged their jaws, unleashing a sonic wave of dark energy to suppress him. Their grotesque bodies slithered and twisted like vipers, ignoring everything else to rush straight for He's throat. But the vanguard didn't even last a second. Before they could show off a single move, they were reduced to a smear of fresh crimson paste. He sent them to the afterlife on express delivery. Their entrance was epic, but their deaths were pathetic. Wet squelching sounds filled the air, as they were literally crushed under the sheer weight of the giants. As the first wave of He's titans stomped the enemies into oblivion, an endless tide of giants flooded the battlefield from behind. The synchronized footsteps of the giants shook the earth like a magnitude 10 quake. Watching this unfold was the vice bishop in red, the only one here with hair on his head. Terror gripped him. He huddled on the ground, his legs turning to jelly, unable to find his balance amidst the tremors. His teeth chattered as he stammered the bishop was one shot instantly, and now an army of titans appears. Just who the hell are these monsters? Losing sight of he, among the titans, the vice bishop, panic pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. Wait, where is that brat? I need to use spirit vision to track him. Through his spiritual sight, he spotted He's aura, standing right next to the sacred coffin. His heart stopped in his chest. His target is the demon fetus. Stop. Don't you dare touch it. But he was powerless, forced to scream helplessly in his own mind. Suddenly, shadows loomed over him. Lin Qingxue and Chu Zhou descended from above, both fully decked out in their awakened battle forms. They swooped down like birds of prey, their voices synchronizing perfectly. Your opponent is us. The bishop was already panicking about Yiha. Now, he had 2 more problems to deal with. The vice bishop's mind raced, his eyes darting back and forth. Finally, the pieces clicked into place. These bastards. They planned this ambush from the start. Are they agents of the Dragon Sparrow? Did they know about the divine sex plan all along? From the initial execution to the Titan blockade, he realized he was trapped in a cage with no exit. The divine sex mission was completely doomed. Meanwhile, he stood casually next to the sarcophagus, where the cultists had poured their life force to awaken the so-called demon fetus. Just standing there, a bone-chilling frost washed over him, threatening to freeze his very soul. He rubbed his chin, his mind working like a detective. The thing inside seems to have a massive grudge against me. Well, I suppose that's fair, considering I crashed this god's little party. Right then, a blue system screen popped up. Notification host has absorbed 5 divine essence points during the final phase of the Heaven's Descent ritual. The power of faith that the heavenly kingdom had spent 4 long years accumulating was snatched away at the critical moment. It was meant to forge a divine vessel, but he had corrupted half of it. The demon fetus, in desperation, had absorbed that tainted energy to construct a physical form for the entity known as Moonshade. This meant that the moment Moonshade incarnated, a chunk of its divinity had already been pilfered by He. Reading this, He burst into laughter. So, that's how it is. Without a shred of hesitation, he stepped up to the coffin, grabbed the heavy lid, and prepared to crack it open. To be honest, he mused, I never cared about the trash from the divine sect. My true enemy has always been the god connected to the moon and dreams. But even if I stole your power, and even if you're a malnourished premature baby now, it's time to wake up, sleeping beauty. With a single arm, He ripped the coffin lid off and sent it spinning into the air. He peered into the darkness and shouted, Stop hiding in your shell. But what greeted his eyes made him pause. His pupils dilated in genuine surprise. He expected some eldritch horror, but inside, it was just an empty, albeit high-end, velvet-lined box. There was no demon to be found. He stood frozen for a beat. What the hell? There's nothing here. He was genuinely baffled by the enemy's play. A wave of irritation washed over him. He felt played. Tilting his body, he began to gather a terrifying amount of energy in his right hand. You coward, he spat, glaring at the empty space. You call yourself a god, yet you sneak around like a rat. He summoned his massive glaive, slamming the shaft into the ground with a thunderous boom. He stood there, with legs spread, radiating the aura of an absolute predator that no one dared to challenge. A desolate wind howled past him. It's too quiet, he whispered. The sounds of slaughter, the roaring giants, and the screaming demons had all vanished into thin air. Chu Zhou, Qingxue, and the battle against the vice bishop had vanished into thin air, leaving He standing in a desolate world of absolute isolation. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, calling his name. His survival instincts kicked in instantly, and his gaze snapped toward the sound. The very fabric of reality warped. A massive blood moon dominated the sky, its blinding light casting long, ominous shadows. Below, a deep abyss opened up like a jagged mouth, twisting into a smile that was far more sinister than anything natural. The moonlight illuminated the face of the man who had called out a face He knew all too well. It was the bald Archbishop Lin Qi. The traitor was still alive. His eyes narrowed as he growled, You. Lin Qi approached with that familiar, sickeningly self-righteous swagger, feigning holiness while oozing malice. Have you forgotten this humble priest so soon, He? He stood his ground, but his mind raced. He couldn't yet grasp the core mechanic of this trap, almost like a glitch in a complex system manhwa. He squinted, fighting the headache as reality blurred. The moon. It was an illusion. Since when Lin Qi stood face to face with him, now a provocative smirk playing on his lips that screamed danger. The Archbishop's pupils glowed, with an eerie light, locking onto Yi's soul. "Tell me," he whispered, "at what moment do you think you fell into this nightmare?" A chilling laugh erupted from his throat, echoing like a horror movie soundtrack. Meanwhile, back in reality, Yi's teammates were fighting for their lives. Qingxue and Chuzhou were locked in a desperate clash against a massive demon summoned by the Vice Bishop to stall them. The Vice Bishop watched from the sidelines, his face twisted in annoyance. "I have to waste a greater demon just to hold these brats back." He activated his ocular ability, scanning the battlefield with predatory focus. He needed to check on Archbishop Lin Qi, but when his gaze landed on Yi, standing motionless and alone, a cold shiver of wrongness ran down his spine. "Something is off," he muttered. "That kid's state. It's unstable. And I can't sense the Archbishop's spiritual pressure at all. Could it be?" Panic began to rise in his chest. The uncertainty was too great. After a split second of hesitation, he made a decision. "No, I can't risk it. I must get to the divine core immediately." Without wasting another breath, he sprinted away, clutching a jade green dagger in his hand while chanting a high-speed incantation to activate its curse. This was the Mystic Wood Divine Needle. Once it pierced a victim, blood thorns would sprout inside their body, growing from the inside out, until the target was reduced to nothing but shredded meat. Taking advantage of Qingxue and Chuzhou's struggle against the demon, the Vice Bishop made his cowardly escape, putting distance between himself and the heavy hitters. He ran like a rat, fleeing a sinking ship muttering, "Sinful souls to the gods, filthy bodies for me." But even in the heat of battle, Chuzhou's combat instincts were sharp enough to catch the enemy's movement. Chuzhou's eyes darted to the side. "Damn it, he's breaking away. He's heading straight for Yi." Adrenaline flooded Chuzhou's system. He exploded with a terrifying dark aura, releasing waves of bone-chilling cold. He roared at his partner, "Qingxue, go save Yi. I will handle this beast alone." He didn't wait for an answer. Chuzhou instantly activated the Forbidden Art Burning Blood technique. He raised his hands, and the invisible energy around him went wild, churning and expanding into a chaotic vortex. The pressure condensed, forming a storm sword dozens of meters high that shattered the surrounding air. The storm and the frost amplified each other. It was a god-tier strike, but Chuzhou could feel his reserves draining rapidly. Freezing a giant like this in an instant was costing him nearly all his martial energy. He shot a desperate look at his teammate. "Don't hesitate. Our lives are cheap compared to Yi. He's potential go." Qingxue didn't argue. She unfurled her massive wings, launching herself into the air and soaring over the mountain of ice Chuzhou had created. "I know," she shouted back, her voice trembling with worry. "Just don't you dare die, Chuzhou." The battlefield was now split between a sea of fire and a prison of ice. Chuzhou's voice strained under the pressure. "Damn it. I can't hold him forever." The muscular demon was fearless, a creature of pure bloodlust that would obliterate anything in its path. The beast roared, raising its hellfire axe high above its head, before bringing it down with catastrophic force onto Chuzhou's ice barrier. The impact was devastating. The defense Chuzhou had poured his soul into shattered under the demon's brute strength, the shockwave violently shaking the entire dimension. The demon glared down, its hideous face twisted in rage, but Chuzhou stood defiant amidst the debris. "You think a little swing like that is enough to kill me? My vengeance isn't finished yet." With a roar, Chuzhou unleashed a new wave of attacks from the wreckage. He conjured jagged blocks of ice, launching them at supersonic speeds toward the berserk demon. The monster couldn't dodge in time and was peppered by the razor-sharp barrage. The ice pierced its thick hide, turning the beast into a pincushion. It howled in agony, the pain fueling its rage after its failed attempt to crush the human. Chuzhou was now a silhouette of shadow and power, surrounded by a dark energy so dense it swallowed the light. He raised a hand, his voice booming with regal authority. "The ancient blood of the imperial capital flows through these veins." In that moment, the seal he had placed on himself shattered. This was the true power of an awakening manhwa protagonist coming to life. Spikes erupted from his spine as his body underwent a second evolution. His torn flesh knit together instantly, covered by a fresh layer of indestructible frost armor. His dragon-like eyes, once dim, now blazed with renewed fire. Chuzhou's aura skyrocketed, smashing through his previous limits and ascending to a terrifying new realm. His voice dropped to a calm, deadly whisper. Burning blood art combined with a full bloodline breakthrough. I am burning my life force at double the speed. Qingxue raised both hands again. The atmosphere screamed as energy twisted and expanded once again, forming that colossal storm sword. But this time, the sheer pressure caused the air to detonate. He screamed, pouring every ounce of his soul into the strike. But it's a small price to pay to drag a demon like you down to hell. Begone. Qingxue swung the titanic ice blade down. His human frame looked microscopic beneath the giant weapon, yet he wielded it like a god of war, aiming for total annihilation. The monster stared up, paralyzed by the overwhelming killing intent. For the first time, fear flickered in its eyes. It opened its massive maw, desperately gathering fire for a final counterattack. Bloodline secret art. Qingxue bellowed. The great sword crashed down, and the collision released an explosion of energy that defied logic. A tsunami of white ice rose up like a wall, mixing with the blinding snow dust. This was the pinnacle of the mystic yellow martial arts. Ice Wall Dragon Shadow. The world became a chaotic swirl where a sea of fire met absolute zero. The shockwave expanded outward, shaking the heavens and the earth. But in the midst of the destruction, Qingxue's expression suddenly froze in horror. The feedback. It's wrong. As the fire and ice settled, the monster was still standing, hunched over, but blocking the strike. The beast trembled violently, but its infernal flames roared back, with terrifying force forming an impenetrable barrier against the attack. It shrieked, channeling every ounce of its demonic power. To refuse defeat, this monster would not kneel easily. Qingxue looked down, eyes widening in shock, and muttered, "It actually withstood my Stormblade aura. Damn it." The devilish flames incinerated his sword energy instantly. Even as Qingzhou's frost wall crashed down, the crimson beast relied on its own blazing core to shatter the ice. Cracks spiderwebbed across the glacial surface, finally shattering the ice into harmless shards and neutralizing Qingzhou's strike completely. Panic began to claw at his mind. His arsenal was empty, and his energy was spent. Trapped in a desperate crisis, Qingzhou felt the cold grip of uncertainty tighten around him. But just as the beast prepared to retaliate against the broken ice, a sharp projectile tore through the air with terrifying velocity. A bullet the size of a human hand pierced its skull and tore through its throat. Focused entirely on blocking Qingzhou's ultimate move, the monster never saw the Reaper coming. Crimson blood sprayed like a geyser from its neck, a sudden brutal finale for the rampaging demon. Giving the beast no time to recover, a barrage of heavy armor-piercing rounds slammed into its neck, spine, and vitals, blasting open holes the size of rice bowls. Qingzhou, drained of every drop of essence, descended gently to the ground. That last catastrophic strike had consumed everything he had. Exhausted, he gazed up at the mangled carcass and the direction of his mysterious savior. A wave of confusion washed over him. He scanned the perimeter frantically. Was there another high-level expert nearby? Could this be the ally he mentioned? In the distance, the barrel of a sniper rifle still glowed red-hot. The hidden marksman was none other than the Mad Doctor. His eye remained glued to the scope, watching the aftermath with cold precision. He smirked, observing the carnage. Fortunately, these enchanted armor-piercing rounds the master left me are still effective. They really come in handy during critical moments. I thought this kid, Qingzhou, was the weakest link in the master's squad. Who knew he was hiding such a powerful trump card? In the hierarchy of this leveling Manhwa world, from apprentice to warlord to state guardian, this kid is clearly on the verge of breaking through to the apprentice level. And that girl, Lin Qingxue, is terrifying in her own right. As expected, anyone chosen by the master possesses god-tier potential. He lifted his head, gazing distantly at the duo. Shaking his head, the doctor muttered, "Anyway, priority 1, deploy the medical drones to restore that brat's stamina. After that, crushing the archdemon will be as easy as flipping a hand." Above him, a swarm of drones blackened the sky like a mechanical plague. Meanwhile, the vice-bishop, blocked from retreating to his master, boiled with humiliation. His eyes burned with malice as he snarled, You aren't from the Dragon Sparrow organization, are you? You're all just children, yet each one of you is more of a monster than the last. Who the hell are you people?" At that moment, Qingzhou and Lin Qingxue stepped forward with domineering presence. Qingxue descended on her wings, radiating the aura of a descended battle goddess. Below, Qingzhou gripped his blade, his other hand clutching the severed head of the summoned beast like a trophy of war. He took a heavy step forward and declared, "Us were just your average freshmen from Huadu University." But the moon above seemed to sense its servant's despair. Finally, the entity interfered. 6 massive alloy coffins crashed from the heavens like meteors. They slammed into the earth, forming a barrier between the bishop and the heroes, 6 harbingers of death summoned by the lunar deity itself. The impact shook the very foundation of the battlefield. The heavy lids creaked open, revealing 6 walking corpses leaking the terrifying pressure of martial masters. Bathed in pale moonlight, they stepped forth in unison, their eyes glowing with the eerie light of absolute mind control. Lin Qingxue froze, horror dawning in her eyes. She recognized those faces from the archives. Her mind reeled in chaos. Are these reanimated corpses? Those 3 are the missing second-year squad from Huadu University. And the other 3? I remember fighting them earlier. The vice bishop cackled maniacally, his laughter echoing with twisted delight. Ha ha ha, behold, the divine one protects me. Watching through his scope, the mad doctor realized the difficulty level had just spiked to nightmare. The reanimated masters began their assault on the duo. The doctor's composure cracked. Damn it all. That girl is a VIP the master ordered me to protect. Against an encirclement of 6 martial master level zombies, she's walking into a death sentence. He finally understood why the giant army hadn't been deployed earlier. They were strong, but mindless, likely to get in the way. But now, subtlety was no longer an option. If I fail the master's mission, dying 10,000 times won't be enough to atone for my sins. Anxiety etched onto his face. He signaled the attack. Instantly, the ground rumbled as Yi's legion of giants charged in. The fused Titan squad formed a defensive wall behind Lin Qingxue and Chu Zhou, ready to crush the troublesome vice bishop and his undead puppets. The stage was set: mind-controlled martial masters versus dozens of hulking biological titans. Qingxue assessed the chaos. The giants are allies. They're trying to stall the undead. I have to save Yi. He first seizing the opening, she launched herself toward her fallen comrade. Her massive wings cut through the wind, streaking away from the clash of titans and zombies. The vice bishop caught her movement. Panic flared. He assumed she was targeting the holy fetus they had sacrificed everything to create. He pointed a trembling finger and shrieked orders to his undead slaves. Stop her. Don't let that witch near the divine fetus. The undead warriors instantly shifted focus, launching explosive palm strikes and suicidal charges to intercept her petite figure. Dr. Feng frantically commanded the titans to intercept, throwing their massive bodies in the way to shield her. But holding back 6 martial masters, that was a task bordering on impossible. Lin Qingxue kicked off the colossal titan constructs, launching herself into the sky like a Valkyrie, while the horde pursued her with maddening intensity. Even though these bioengineered giants boasted defense superior to the original titans, against a martial master rank undead, they were as fragile as wet paper. The undead legion crushed Yi's army with terrifying ease, and while chaos reigned below, Lin Qingxue seized the moment, streaking through the air toward her target. Ahead, she spotted him standing near the sarcophagus housing the divine embryo, and her heart screamed out, "Yi, he just wait for me." But just as victory seemed within reach, a dagger tore through the air, piercing her defense, and with her momentum lost, she began a free fall from the heavens. Crimson blood sprayed into the mist, as the ambush took a heavy toll. One of Lin Qingxue's arms was severely damaged. As gravity claimed her, her aura flickered and dimmed, yet she whispered weakly, while locking her gaze on Yi. No, it cannot end like this. Fueled by the burning desire to end this nightmare and save the man she loved, she forced the agony into the back of her mind. Just before hitting the ground, her wings snapped open, and she rode the wind currents, converting her fall into a soaring ascent. Her entire being focused on a single coordinate: Yi's location right next to the ominous coffin of the divine embryo, channeling every ounce of strength she had left. She stretched her arms toward him, screaming internally that she was almost there, while the vice bishop turned pale, realizing the threat to his precious ritual. Knowing the divine embryo and the grand bishop were at risk, he roared in impotent fury, "Damn you, you wretched pests." Her desperate gamble paid off as Lin Qingxue crashed into Yi. He spaced her stamina, completely drained by the feat. She collapsed into his embrace, a wave of relief washing over her, as she whispered into his shoulder, "Yi, I finally caught you." There was no time to rest, as she hoisted him up, blasting into the sky, to escape the 6 undead predators below. Telling herself she had to get Yi out of this hellhole. While clutching him tight, she gritted her teeth, glancing back at the carnage between the undead and the titans, while activating a hemostasis technique. She winced the pain from the blood spike wound, flaring up like fire. Realizing the injury was worse than she thought, she decided to use the violet flame to cauterize the wound, hoping to stop the blood poison from spreading so she could keep moving. As she sped through the chaos, she looked down to see Yi's titans, reduced to gore and scrap, utterly decimated by the undead martial artists. From her vantage point, the overwhelming power of the enemy was clear. They were dismantling the battlefield with frightening efficiency. 6 pairs of dead eyes locked onto her with gluttonous killing intent, and she realized the danger was far from over. They needed to vanish immediately. Suddenly, a chilling voice slithered into her ear, commanding her to put him down, causing her eyes to widen in shock. She shouted into the void, asking who was there, only to see the moon above morph into a grotesque smiling face, descending upon her like a nightmare. The horrific voice echoed through the sky, telling her she had done enough, and that he would not blame her, a twist typical of a dark manhwa recap. The voice commanded her to hand him over, and against her will, she drifted toward the moon, as its pale light wove a spell of confusion over her mind. Her expression went blank, as her mind fogged over, yet deep within her soul, a spark of resistance fought to regain clarity. Even as the moonlight siphoned her energy, she forced out a few defiant words, before roaring at the celestial face to get lost. A shockwave of power erupted from her core, as she spread her wings, unleashing a spiritual pulse to shatter the illusion. The backlash vibrated through every cell and vein in her body, and she finally understood the nature of the smiling moon. It was a mental assault that felt like her head was splitting open, and the mocking laughter was driving her insane. The cry of the violet nether sparrow pierced the clouds, dissolving the moon phantom, but the laughter lingered, twisting inside her mind like a knife. Tears streamed down her face, but her grip on Yi, he never wavered as her resolve hardened into a diamond-like focus. She mumbled that she could not let Yi come to harm, but her consciousness faded, and her eyes slid shut as she succumbed to the agony. Like a fallen angel with broken wings, she plummeted from the sky, still cradling him protectively in her arms. Even in unconsciousness, she refused to let go, a display of devotion that attracted the attention of the 6 undead predators waiting below. They tracked her descent, their heads twitching with unnatural jerky movements as they locked onto the falling couple. Suddenly, the necks of the undead elongated, writhing and stretching like vipers preparing to strike. Their faces cracked open to reveal demonic visages, and the heads of the martial master zombies morphed into jagged bone spikes aimed at the sky. They became a living bed of nails, waiting to skew both Lin Qingxue and Yi, and the situation was absolutely catastrophic. But then a voice thundered Jaguar as Yi. He awakened and summoned his rose-head stand to freeze the flow of time. Just inches from the deadly spikes, the world turned gray and still, and as Lin Qingxue regained her senses, she found herself resting securely against a broad shoulder. She blinked groggily and whispered his name, realizing the king had finally returned to his throne. He held her close, his eyes filled with a mixture of worry and tenderness, and apologized for waking up a little late. Still weak, she looked up at him with adoration, realizing this was the moment she had been praying for, like the climax of an awakening manhwa. A radiant smile broke through her exhaustion as she told him he was not late at all, finally letting herself rest in his arms. Retracting his massive wings, he cradled her fragile form against his chest. With a voice softer than the night breeze, he whispered warmly to Lin Qingxue, "Rest now, Lin Qingxue. I'll handle the slaughter from here." That raving lunatic down there, he never saw this nightmare coming. The vice bishop's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Rage twisted his face as he screamed, "Damn it! How did this insect shatter the divine illusion?" But logic meant nothing in the face of overwhelming power. The moment the time freeze shattered, the apostles below began to mutate, their heads twisting into grotesque bone spikes. At the center of the formation, the vice bishop locked his vile weapon onto the target Yi. He soaring above, with Lin Qingxue in his arms. He roared a command to the undead puppets, "Kill him." Even he cannot withstand the combined might of 7 grandmasters. In a flash of spatial energy, he teleported Lin Qingxue to safety. Now unburdened, he turned back to finish the job. It was time to purge Lin Qingxue district once and for all. Hovering like a deity in the sky, his voice rolled down like thunder. "She is safe now. Which means, you are all dead. Juggernaut mode. Release." The vice bishop's face turned purple with terror as Yi's form began to warp. A gasp escaped his throat. What in the hell? In the blink of an eye, the small human figure vanished. In its place, a titanic foot blotting out the sky, descending like the wrath of God. Against this colossal stature, the apostles' deadly bone spikes looked as pathetic as weak cat whiskers. The undead froze, staring up at the descending mountain of destruction. Fear paralyzed them. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. While they stood in awe of his overwhelming might, he slammed his foot down. Crunch. He crushed them effortlessly like wiping filth from the pavement. He didn't just step on them. He ground his heel into the earth to ensure total annihilation. Towering over the ruins, Yi's titan form stood majestic, a true awakening manhwa god of war. His eyes blazing with golden light, he sneered, "What are you barking at now, trash?" The vice-bishop's allies were paced. Only the bishop remained in the distance. Meanwhile, amidst the cold winds of Lin Qingxue, Bishop Lin Qi was trapped in his own mental hell. He sat shivering, his jaw trembling too hard to speak. Look at that pathetic face. Tears streamed like waterfalls, features twisted in agony, his body convulsing, as if struck by a seizure. Through gritted teeth, the bishop begged for mercy. No, please, stop the torture. I can't take it anymore. Lin Qi had died 1,000 deaths in this nightmare realm. Heads exploding, bodies torn asunder, incinerated by fire, pierced by 10,000 blades, and every single death felt horrifyingly real. Even his iron will crumbled before Yi. He's mental domination. He screamed at the void. This is my illusion. How is he doing this? Why does he have total control? Every time he kills me, the agony tears my soul apart. From the outside, Yi's massive form loomed, watching the twitching bishop with cold indifference. The cultist screamed in despair. How do I wake up from this hell? Is my mental magic useless against him? This man isn't human. He's a demon god that even the heavens cannot punish. Lin Qi was finished. His spirit energy was drained, his will to fight shattered into dust. He just wanted the pain to end. The moonlight turned bone-chillingly cold. The deity was displeased with his failure. Forgive me, moon god. I must close the domain, he wept. Suddenly, an eldritch voice echoed in his mind. Discard him. Throw him into the divine coffin. Lin Qi's tear-filled eyes widened, fixing on the massive moon above. He was too weak to resist, his lips trembling as he whispered his final prayer. Lord Moon God, have mercy. The coffin lid slid open, unleashing a freezing mist. The cosmic voice thundered. Your pathetic existence will serve one last purpose as a vessel for my descent. Back in reality, Yi, his titan form, was still rampaging. He snatched cultists from the air and crushed them like grapes, painting the ground in rivers of crimson. It was a massacre for the foolish believers. Even the vice-bishop had been vaporized. The air grew heavy, suffocating under a new terrifying energy source. He narrowed his glowing eyes, his voice a low growl. Power or not, you're all just corpses now. This system Manhwa trash has been swept clean. But then, from the blinding radiance of the moon, a pale, slender foot stepped out. The true nightmare of this nest was finally revealing itself. The figure descended slowly. His eyes widened in shock. The biggest rat in the sewer had finally decided to crawl out of its hole. Wait, something was different. A figure draped in a silver-white cloak stood suspended in the void, defying gravity. A massive, eerie moon hung behind him, casting a ghostly silver glow that draped over his shoulders like a regal mantle. He sensed the shift in the atmosphere and looked up. The entity possessed cascading silver hair and features that resembled Lin Qi, but sharpened to divine perfection, gaunt and terrifying. His eyes were two pools of liquid moonlight radiating an ancient, chilling purity. Yet, as he gazed at Yi, those cold eyes held a spark of twisted admiration. He couldn't sense a single ripple of energy from him, which made it all the more terrifying. His mere presence screamed danger. This was the source of the anomaly. He smirked, his fighting spirit igniting. Moon god, moon demon. Whatever you are. The final boss of this manhwa recap has finally arrived. Moon Terbalata stepped onto invisible stairs composed of starlight, descending from the heavens step by graceful step toward Yiha. The moon behind him blazed brighter, acting as a celestial spotlight for his grand entrance. He felt the world warp around him. He blinked, and suddenly the solid earth beneath his feet vanished, replaced by the gray cratered surface of the moon. The city skyline dissolved into dust. In its place, the cold, infinite void of space stretched out in every direction. He looked around, bewildered. We're on the moon. This defied all laws of physics. But in the chaos, his tactical mind began to race, analyzing the situation. No, this isn't reality. There's no cosmic freeze, no vacuum suffocating me. He realized the truth instantly. This is a domain expansion, a manifestation of killing intent, just like Master Gong Qi's. His expression shifted instantly. He glared ahead, realizing deep down that this intent differed from mere illusions. It was an assault striking directly at his very soul. This intent acted like a domain overriding reality itself, meaning every ounce of damage inflicted here would manifest in the physical world. Therefore, inside this mental realm, he lacked the invincible golden body from his interface, stripping away his system manhwa protection. Meanwhile, the demon fetus lightly ascended the final steps, closing the distance to Yi. Hovering high above, he appeared right before Yi's supergiant form, his voice resonating with the arrogance of a descending deity. Yi, I truly admire you. In a sense, you are the most exceptional human I have ever witnessed. You even stole a fragment of my divinity, achieving a compatibility rate of over 96%. You are the perfect half needed to complete my mortal vessel. At this moment, maintaining his supergiant form he stood motionless. He listened without reacting, but his mind was racing, calculating his next move. Let him speak, he thought. My excavation plan is already complete. The rest is just stalling for time. To the enemy, he appeared entranced, standing there as if he were truly being swayed by the demon's words, just like Gu Yan. The entity's voice echoed again. Yi, I am willing to grant you a mercy. After I consume you, to complete myself, I will allow your consciousness to remain. You will transcend from a mere mortal and step into the domain of the gods. You have no idea how vast this universe truly is. Whether it is the blue star or the sin realm, what you humans call dungeons, you have only seen the tip of the iceberg. Your talent is merely the entry ticket to a higher dimension of existence. As he spoke, his face gradually submerged into the murky darkness of the cosmos, revealing absolutely no emotion. The demon fetus extended a pale white hand, a slow, deliberate gesture of goodwill, inviting Yiha. Come, step onto the moon and rule the heavens alongside me. In response to the divine fetus's passionate appeal, he simply raised his hand and thrust his middle finger right in the god's face. His colossal silhouette loomed within the swirling dust. He spoke clearly, an invitation and a promise from a god. There are probably fewer than 10 people on the entire blue star capable of refusing such an offer. Then his voice dropped, with intensity, however. I refuse. I actually thought you mysterious, unfathomable gods might possess some higher caliber of dignity. He didn't stop there, boldly launching into a tirade to enlighten this so-called Belos. In the end, you're nothing more than a bunch of intelligent creatures with a slightly higher life hierarchy. Because you're in a crippled state and can't actually threaten me, you dragged out some trash to patch yourself up first, and now you come here trying to intimidate and seduce me. Over and over, it's the same cheap tricks. You're no different from humans. Honestly, I really overestimated you. Hearing he's insults the entity, maintained his noble posture, answering only with a heavy silence. When Yi finally finished speaking, the entity raised his head, his eyes glowing like two dazzling moons. Belos parted his lips slightly, uttering words in a tone that was bone-chillingly cold, yet sounded mockingly benevolent. I forgive your insolence. Human, once my mortal vessel is replenished, even if it is a clumsy repair, using a body with less than 20% compatibility, you will still be utterly unable to resist. His phoenix-like eyes turned pitch black, resembling the void of the universe, while his pupils burned with the gray brilliance of dying stars. Inside, torrents of energy spiraled wildly. What devastating power was he about to unleash? He rambled on, as if explaining a technicality. I only asked for your opinion out of a sense of ritualistic formality. Then the demon fetus thrust his twisted hand forward, forming a bizarre sigil, as a terrifying source of power began to radiate from his entire being. His white robes whipped violently in the invisible wind as he continued. But your opinion is irrelevant. No matter what, the final outcome cannot be changed. In an instant, Yi's colossal body was seized by an invisible force targeting the entity within. A raging vortex erupted, wrapping tightly around his supergiant form. Everything began to disintegrate, leaving only the real Yi. He visible inside, looking as helpless as a trussed-up chicken. The giant silhouette exploded on the spot, like a popped balloon. Beams of moonlight pierced through flesh and blood, imprisoning his body. Yi was now completely suppressed, shocked to witness the sheer power of this being, who had torn apart the supergiant body with a mere lift of a hand. The colossal frame was reduced to a massive skeleton. The outer flesh had vanished into nothingness. Even the core essence of Yi and the supergiant was being peeled away by the demon fetus. The massive skeletal frame began to plummet slowly, caught in the cyclonic winds the god had summoned. Yi's form floated helplessly in the vast void, crushed under the terrifying pressure of the divine fetus. The distance between Belos's hand and Yi's forehead was neither far nor near. He continued to extend that hand, inching closer to Yi's face. But strangely, no matter how hard he struggled, he remained as rigid as a stone statue. He struggled to make a sound. My body. I can't move. The voice of Belos resonated once more. Revealing his true nature, the god spoke bluntly. You are merely food prepared for my enjoyment. His eyes rolled back, turning completely white. He was totally dominated by the entity's power. His facial muscles paralyzed as the moonlight force took full control. But then, a strange anomaly occurred. After attempting to penetrate Yi's mind, despite his overwhelming power, the god gasped in frustrated shock. Why? Why can I not sense his consciousness? Surprise you, ancient relic. Suddenly, that lifeless face transformed in a flash. Yi. He glared energy from the supergiant, lighting up once more. He flashed his signature grin that stretched to his ears, and let out a confident, booming laugh. Bwahahaha. You moron. You finally realized you can't touch my soul at all, didn't you? Although my physical body cannot defeat you. Before Belos's stunned expression Yi, he continued calmly. In terms of mental strength, I have the system panel blessing me. I predicted early on that I couldn't compete with you physically since you are a god. That is why I exploited the super regeneration ability of the vampire mother. With absolutely zero fear left, he continued to spill the beans to this pig-headed deity. I left half of my body with the mad doctor, a body split vertically right down the middle. This guarantees that even if my main body is destroyed here, my consciousness will simply activate in the other half. The god's cold gaze shifted into pure fury. Belos narrowed his eyes, looking at Yi, his detestable face with utter disgust, and squeezed a single word through his gritted teeth. You. But suddenly, a tear appeared in the fabric of space-time, shining like polished metal. High above, in the endless void, a colossal blade slashed through, ripping the dimension apart right on the spot. Beros froze his arrogant gaze, shifting upward in sheer disbelief at the entity blocking his path. While Yi, he remained paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. The moon's secret realm began to crumble into dust. From the chaos, a wild, indomitable figure emerged. With a single slash of his blade, radiant energy exploded outward like a supernova. His body was wrapped in bandages, but his killing intent was suffocatingly heavy. Wild blue hair danced in the night wind as he stood there majestic and terrifying. He had literally torn through the dimension Beros created to make his entrance. Resting a massive broadsword on his shoulder, he stood atop the shards of space and time. First Chief of the Dragon Sparrow Grandmaster, Azure Dragon, creates his arrival. It turned out every single move had been part of our MC's master plan all along. In that do-or-die moment Yi, he let out a breath of relief, a satisfied smirk curling his lips. Finally. Thank God I tipped off Dragon Sparrow about this hellhole. I never expected to defeat this moon nightmare Beros in a fair fight. My only goal was to steal his divinity when he descended into a human vessel. Awed by the blinding aura of the Azure Dragon, Beros stared up at the warrior wielding the giant blade. Is a body of that caliber truly human? It seems I need to adjust my evaluation of your species' potential immediately. Grandmaster Azure Dragon furrowed his brows in visible disgust. Are you really an abyssal demon? Your body's purity is pathetic. Completely trash. Years ago, when the first abyssal demon in history descended, I fought in that legendary battle. That was when I learned what true apocalypse looked like. Compared to that entity, you are nothing but a pale imitation. Hearing this, Beros seethed with realization. It was all because of this weak vessel Lin Qi. A complete humiliation. His stoic mask cracked, replaced by a twisted, grotesque expression. His voice grated like a starving demon. Human, have you ever been smashed by the moon? Meanwhile, Yi. He was still helplessly suspended in the air, a puppet on Beros's invisible strings. Beros glanced back at him and snarled. Your body belongs to me. I won't let this battle damage my future vessel. Yi. He blinked in surprise. The monster actually wanted to preserve him. With a violent kick, Beros launched Yi far away from the battlefield to safety. He flew through the air like a rag doll, screaming his lungs out. Now, only Grandmaster Azure Dragon and Beros remained to face the coming storm. Even the Grandmaster was taken aback. Why would an abyssal demon value that young man's body so highly? Focus, he told himself. The priority was eliminating this threat. I'll interrogate the boy after I crush this monster. Shi Jingwen mentioned his name. Yi he. With that thought, he dove straight toward Beros like a falling star. Beros leaned back, watching the terrifying force hurtling toward him. He channeled the moon's power, his eyes glowing with the promise of an epic clash. The moonlight swelled, expanding until it swallowed the sky. A suffocating pressure blanketed the entire Lin Qingxue County, heavier than anything felt before. Impact was imminent. The Grandmaster's aura manifested into a majestic azure dragon, winding through the air to meet his foe. This battle threatened to wipe Lin Qingxue County off the map. As they collided, the Grandmaster roared, "Let me see what you've got." While titans clashed, he was hurled over mountains and forests, disappearing into the horizon. He had been flung a massive distance away. Barros clearly intended to unleash hell on the Azure Dragon, caring little if the county was erased in the process. Encased in a sphere of light, Yihee's body remained protected from the supersonic travel. The sphere finally crashed into a dense forest, obliterating ancient trees and leaving a trail of scorched earth before dissipating. He staggered to his feet, fighting back the nausea. Ugh, talk about motion sickness. Where the hell did that lunatic throw me? He immediately activated his magnetic field to scan the area. I can't detect Lin Qingxue County at all. I must be thousands of miles away. Barros knew the clash would be catastrophic. Thank fate I had the Mad Doctor evacuate Chuzhou and Lin Qingxue beforehand. I didn't expect Moon Nightmare Barros to possess such teleportation power. If he uses that to hunt me down later, I'm in big trouble. Suddenly, the system screen materialized before his eyes. Moon Nightmare notes sleeping or standing under moonlight risks summoning the Master of Nightmares. He's face turned pale as a sheet sweat pouring down his brow. It's like having a Stalker X. This is the worst kind of plot twist in a system manhwa. Then, with zero shame, he flipped his hair. I guess being this irresistible is just the burden of a main character. Scary stuff. A guy has to watch his back these days. The system panel beeped again, displaying a massive number 5 divinity points acquired. He hopped onto a tree stump to strategize. Now that I'm far from the battlefield, I finally have time to process my loot. Time to research this divinity. I risked my life to steal this power, so it better be worth it. Divinity, the state achieved when a specific attribute breaks through its absolute limit via endless cultivation, or an innate talent from higher dimensional beings granting irreplaceable dominance in a specific domain. He devoured every word, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Interesting. No wonder that pale-faced creep went berserk when I snatched his power. It's the core of his existence. The system displayed one final note. Current divinity points 5 are attuned to moon dreams and illusions. Fusing a compatible attribute is the key to evolution. But adding a chaotic, unrelated element, that's how you trigger a mutation and unlock a hidden god-tier attribute. The system hinted that the Lu-2 template was linked to the moon and illusion arts. Like untying a complex knot. He finally grasped the true meta of this manhwa recap. The power of divinity was far beyond his wildest calculations. Simply put, it raises the template's potential ceiling to the heavens. The Lu-2 template's true power had been dormant, used only subconsciously, like a passive racial trait until now. But by injecting the Moonshade divinity, the Lu-2 template would forcibly ascend, gaining absolute mastery over the moon and illusion domains. The Godzilla template already has its own evolutionary path. No need to mess with perfection. As for the supergiant template trash, it's barely a stat stick for Godzilla, completely unworthy of a divinity upgrade. But Lu-2, with its infinite potential for time interference, that is the ultimate trump card for a leveling manhwa protagonist, second only to the main battle tank, Godzilla. His fingers blurred against the screen. Click, click, click. +1, +2, +5. The system number spiraled out of control as he roared. Evolve for me, Lu-2. Panels popped up faster than the eye could follow, exploding like a glitch in a system manhwa. Rank up Sun class. The Lu-2 template ascended into the moon and illusion domain. The vampire bloodline shattered its limits, rebirthing as the A-rank moon demon bloodline, the 6 paths of the moon demon. A carnival of power surged through his veins. Passive effect 1. Under the cover of night, the host gains a 100% boost to constitution, regeneration, and weapon mastery. Under moonlight, that boost skyrockets to 150%. And during a full moon, a special lunar magic state awakens, unlocking the twin moon world domain. Passive effect 2. Blood sorcery. His blood now carries hallucinations and corrosion. 1 drop turns the weak into puppets instantly. Even the strong will have their minds devoured by endless illusions. The higher the concentration of the host's blood, the deeper the nightmare. And under moonlight, the blood sorcery becomes nearly unstoppable. Passive effect 3. Hemokinesis. He can accelerate his own blood flow for explosive combat speed or fire high-pressure blood bullets. He can even drop his blood temperature to -40 degrees freezing enemies on contact. Passive effect 4. Berserk mode. Triple stats in normal state. 5 times the power under moonlight. And under the full moon, an insane 8-fold increase in power. The duration depends on physical endurance. Moonlight extends it, but the full moon removes the limiter entirely, doubling the duration cap. He stared at the evolved stats hovering before him, inhaling sharply as hot breath escaped his lips. He looked at the screen with the obsessed gaze of a gamer who just rolled a mythic item. Strong. It's actually broken. Sure, the god-tier buffs require specific conditions like moonlight, but when those stars align, the power scaling is terrifying. His eyes gleamed with greed, staring at the new evolution form like a child, holding a brand new expensive toy. With all these buffs stacking on top of each other, his combat power wouldn't just add up, it would multiply exponentially. It was the ultimate top-tier support template. As the saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. This trip to the anomaly in Lin Qingxue was worth every second of this awakening manhwa arc. But I can't forget the squad who bled for me. The mission difficulty was easily a grade 4, maybe even pushing grade 5 in danger levels. Huadu University better hand out the max rewards for this. At this point, academy points and special privileges don't mean much to a monster like me. But for Lin Qingxue and Chuzhou, this could change their lives. Satisfied with the upgrade, he leaped onto the canopy of a giant tree. He stood in a desolate forest, far from prying eyes. Letting the cold night breeze hit his face, he stared into the distance, his mind racing with calculations. The pale, cold moonlight bathed his skin, and instead of a chill he felt a rush of euphoria. Power thrummed endlessly from his new bloodline. The evolution was working overtime. Energy surged like a tsunami. His eyes snapped wide open. Whoosh! He threw a casual punch. No skills, just raw physical stats. The air cracked instantly, screaming from the sheer pressure. Boom! A massive pillar of light blasted downwards. The shockwave from his fist alone obliterated the ground below, unleashing a terrifying display of force. After a quick warm-up he stretched his limbs looking completely relaxed. Not bad. I'll adapt to this night-enhanced body sooner than I thought. Then his gaze sharpened into a dangerous glare. I'm the key witness to the Moonshade Forest incident now. The Dragon Sparrow organization will definitely drag me in for interrogation. But I have too many secrets. If I try to lie to professional mind readers, I'm dead. I need a shield. I need to contact my backer Huadu University. This is exactly what connections are for. Rip massive bat wings burst from his back. Silhouetted against the giant moon he launched into the sky, cutting through the clouds as he sped back to the academy. The campus was peaceful as always. But the moment he stepped off the transport, a figure was already waiting for him. He froze, analyzing the man. He had never seen this face before. The white-haired stranger smiled and walked straight up to him, shaking his hand before He could speak. Hello, student He. I am the principal of Huadu University, Shi Jingwen. The principal He was shocked, but instantly bowed with military precision. Shi, you're a legend among the students. It's an honor to finally meet you in the flesh. The old man chuckled, nodding gently. Haha, student He. I'm not a fan of stiff formalities. Relax a little, kid. Hearing that, he immediately dropped the act, stretching his arms with a grin. Got it, boss. Seeing he flipped the switch so fast, the principal laughed out loud. You really are an honest one, aren't you? His expression turned serious. Did you come personally to ask about the Lin Qingxue incident? The principal looked him in the eye, his voice calm. No. I came to tell you that your squad completed the mission perfectly. You don't need to worry about the aftermath or any cleanup. He scratched his head, feigning relief, but his mind was screaming with suspicion. We're talking about a cult sacrifice and an evil god descent, and they're just sweeping it under the rug. That's simple. Then he finally asked the million-dollar question. No investigation, no consequences at all. The principal's aura shifted instantly. He leaned in his face serious and dropped his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Rest assured, student He. Trust in Hua University. The aftershocks of the Lin Qingxue incident are above your pay grade. Let the superiors handle the cleanup. And don't worry, I fully respect the privacy of a true prodigy. However, for the official records, this mission is classified. We're listing it as a grade 4 completion for your squad, not the anomaly it actually was. Obviously, a grade 5 mission requires a professor's lead. A freshman rookie clearing a calamity like that would shatter the world's common sense. His face went purple, his lips sealed tight in frustration. But in a split second, the principal reverted to his gentle, harmless elder persona. He nodded with a benevolent smile. But fear not. Your rewards will be paid out strictly according to grade 5 standards. He nodded outwardly, but his mind was racing. This treatment was too good to be true. Did this old fox figure out his secret? It felt like a classic twist in a leveling manhwa. The next day, inside the principal's VIP lounge, He lounged on the sofa, eyes glued to his phone screen. Finally, the mad doctor sent the battlefield footage. Let's see who really owns the title of strongest Azure Dragon or Moonshade. The screen flashed with apocalyptic headlines. Lin Qingxue County had been wiped off the map by an explosion of cataclysmic proportions. He frowned. If memory serves, Lin Qingxue was mountainous terrain, so why does it look like a giant crater now? The news report continued. Last night, a mysterious, devastating blast leveled Lin Qingxue County within our borders. The destructive force was God-tier. It didn't just erase a city of thousands. It left behind an abyss so deep light couldn't reach the bottom. Initial scans suggest total annihilation. No survivors are expected. A chill ran down He's spine. Barros's words echoed in his mind. Have you ever been crushed by the moon? That pale freak. He actually did it. His face drained of color. He shuddered a heavy sigh of relief escaping his lips. Whew, the world of high-tier martial arts is insane. Even with my current stats, I'm just an ant. And that pervert said, he's watching me. I haven't slept a wink. Every time I close my eyes, I see that obsession-crazed Barros. Then he recalled the principal's instructions. She knows about the mark. He said Azure Dragon can seal Moonshade's gaze. Plus, I can get tips from the #2 martial artist in the nation. Speak of the devil. Heavy footsteps approached. He turned, putting on his best respectful junior face. You're here, Azure. The words died in his throat. The man standing there was a wreck. The terrifying killing intent was gone, replaced by frosty breaths and shattered vitality. Wrapped in bandages like a mummy, he looked one step away from the grave. Shock paralyzed Yihei. He stammered, panic rising in his voice. Azure, Senior Azure Dragon, you look absolutely terrible. Is your condition stable? The towering giant loomed over Yihei. Don't overreact. I took a hit from that bastard's cold moon are true. But I won the war. That demon spawn only exchanged a few blows before his body started cracking apart like cheap porcelain. Even now, terror lingered in Azure Dragon's eyes when he mentioned the enemy whose body healed like a leech. He exhaled a plume of white frost. If he hadn't used cheap escape tricks, I would have ended him right there. You wouldn't even need me to seal this mark. He covered his mouth, hiding a confused expression. Why is the legendary Azure Dragon explaining himself to a newbie like me? He's different from the mysterious Grandmaster I imagined. He's actually kind of unexpectedly cute. Suddenly, Azure Dragon threw off his heavy coat. It hit the floor with a thud. Enough talk. Let's seal that mark before it causes trouble. The coat vanished, revealing a mountain of muscle wrapped in bandages. His brow was furrowed, his eyes burning with intense resolve. The principal told me, you're special. So I'll ask you this. Have you ever considered that demonic beasts were once intelligent life forms just like us? His mind flashed to images of terrifying black entities, a shiver running through him. He paled. Azure Dragon continued. Back when I was a Xuanwu Realm Master, I explored a newly unearthed Grade A ruin with my master and 5 seniors. I was the only one who walked out. But I didn't leave empty-handed. I carried a horrific curse. His eyes widened in disbelief. A curse. Azure Dragon's voice was steady, but grim. My body began mutating into a beast. My sanity slipped away. The best doctors were helpless. I chose self-exile rather than becoming a monster that would slaughter my own people. I went to the great eastern wasteland to die alone, but a tsunami swept me to an uncharted island. That place held a secret that defies logic. He paused. I can't say more. It involves the strategic destiny of our nation. His deep voice left no room for argument. He slumped, visibly disappointed. Talk about leaving me hanging on a cliffhanger. Seriously. As the bandages unraveled, Azure Dragon's tone turned solemn. Long story short, someone on that island saved me from my beastly fate. The final bandage fell away. He gasped. Azure Dragon's body wasn't just scarred, it was covered in glowing arcane runes. As the ice seals shattered, a suffocating wave of death energy flooded the air. He stared in shock at the ancient runes etched onto Azure Dragon's skin. The moment the legend spoke, those mystic symbols surged into Yi's body. Agony ripped through him, and blood gushed from his eyes, like crimson tears. He clutched his face, screaming as his world turned to pain. Trembling, he lowered his hands to see them stained red, dark blood, streaming down his face like cursed ink. Even with his cheat-like regeneration, that single glance nearly shredded his soul. That is the terrifying scale of a true leveling Manhwa world. Azure Dragon watched him deep in thought. A normal Grandmaster would faint instantly. A low-level awakener, their brain would melt into a vegetable. But this kid, He's only bleeding a little. He truly is a monster in the making. Jing Wen's eye for talent never fails. This boy might actually turn the tide of this chaotic era. He pointed a finger directly at Yi He, his voice commanding. Don't resist. I'm etching 2 runes into your sea of consciousness. You'll finally be able to sleep peacefully. Before Yi, he could even process the words, a strange dark energy erupted from Azure Dragon's fingertip. A brilliant blue light exploded between them. The ancient runes seemed to migrate, crawling like living ink from the master's skin onto Yi He's face, spreading a terrifying demonic aura. Control. Vanished. Yi. His eyes glowed with eldritch power, his jaw slack as if his body was no longer his own. Suddenly, the interface flashed a classic system Manhwa moment. Origin point detected. Be it dream or moonlight, the master of moon and dreams sees all. Then the screen vanished. Moments later, reality stabilized. Azure Dragon donned his robe cool as ice. Done. Yi, he bowed his head humbled. Thank you, Senior Azure Dragon. The older master nodded, turning away before pausing. Oh right, your teacher is Gongke, isn't she? The name triggered a memory of old Gongke, and her fatal warning. Yi He, listen. I used to be the boss of Hua University. I bullied a lot of people. Those guys are all high-ranking awakeners now. I'm not. So whatever you do, never admit you're my student if you want to live. Yi, he turned pale, terror gripping his heart. But Azure Dragon spoke calmly. Relax. Gongke and I have no bad blood. Mentioning her just brings back memories. Before her spirit was damaged, she was a grandmaster who proved her Tao through slaughter. What a waste of talent. Azure Dragon smiled, a mist of frost escaping his lips. Speaking of which, how about a little spar? I want to see just how strong the successor of the legendary Slaughter Rose really is. Yi, he sighed internally. Qingxue was right. The stronger they are, the more they love to fight. He looked up, eyes burning with determination. Senior Azure Dragon. Do you mind if we fight under the moonlight? Remembering his last headache of a battle, Azure Dragon closed his eyes, exasperated. Good grief. The moon again? The scene shifts to Arena 2, at Hua University. The stage was set for a clash between generations. Azure Dragon stood opposite him. I won't attack. Go all out. I'll defend using only the physical strength of one finger. He extended a hand. Push me back half a step and you win. I'll owe you a favor and you'll skip the entrance exams for the elite Longxi Academy with full VIP treatment. The offer lit a fire in Yi He's belly. This was the ultimate awakening Manhwa opportunity. He bowed respectfully. Then, Senior Azure Dragon. Please enlighten me. Under the silver glow of the full moon, Yi, he unleashed everything. He drew his massive blade, siphoning lunar energy, until the weapon pulsed with terrifying power. Azure Dragon analyzed the aura. It feels like a demon beast. No, it's not corrosive. It's pure elemental moonlight. Yi, he launched himself into the sky, wielding a 30-meter spectral blade charged with lunar might. He roared, Senior, here comes the first move. He slashed down, executing the slaughter intent moon of massacre. Azure Dragon clenched his fist, compressing the air to block. The collision shook the earth, sparking a flicker of killing intent in the older master's eyes. What raw power! Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Master Gongke was lounging on her sofa, kicking her feet and muttering lazily. Suddenly, a wave of horrific killing intent washed over her. She bolted upright. That killing intent. It's Yi He. Her face went pale. Impossible. He's only been gone 3 days. Has he gone berserk and slaughtered the whole city? At a nearby hotel, a green-haired awakener sat on a bed, a woman clinging to his back. She whispered, seductively, Jian. What's wrong? Is anything more important than what we're about to do? Jian murmured. It's nothing. Just a terrifying wave of killing intent. His gaze drifted out the window. I can't believe it traveled this far. Half of Hua University must have felt that. Talk about showing off. Back at the arena, Azure Dragon's fist was clenched, radiating a bone-chilling frost. His gaze was sharp enough to cut glass. Even without moving, his presence was overwhelming. The 30-meter blade had carved deep trenches into the arena, yet Azure Dragon had stopped it cold with a single punch. He hadn't moved an inch. Yi He panted, eyeing the damage. Compared to my Asura 3 blades, Senior's technique is simple yet flawless. He crouched, low eyes glinting with a predator's focus. As expected of the nation's top ranker, you're a monster. Unlike Master Gongke, who dissects weaknesses with surgical precision, Senior Azure Dragon is a force of nature. He meets every attack head-on, with absolute unadulterated violence. a power capable of shattering the very laws of physics. Standing in his way, Azure Dragon's focus sharpened to a razor's edge. He clenched his fist, and blinding light spiraled around it, roaring like a hurricane ready to make landfall. His voice dropped an octave, dripping with heavy killing intent as he unleashed his signature move. Army Body Fist. Sensing the catastrophic energy barreling toward him, He's eyes snapped open. He locked onto his opponent, his internal alarm screaming, "Here it comes." In a fraction of a second, that mountain-shattering fist connected. The impact was so devastating that the very air around them trembled in fear. A massive shockwave detonated from where he stood, engulfing the arena in blinding light. He didn't dodge. He stood his ground and took the full brunt of the assault. The force was overwhelming He was launched into the sky like a ragdoll, his body paralyzed by the sheer weight of the blow as he plummeted back toward the earth. Azure Dragon's eyes widened in horror. Damn it, did this brat just trigger a forbidden technique over a simple spar? Is he trying to destroy himself? Realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, the senior's face went pale. He's a future pillar of our nation. If his martial foundation is ruined here, it would be a tragedy. Shattering the ground beneath him, Azure Dragon launched himself upward, catching He with his ironclad arms to cushion the fall and prevent a catastrophe. But it was a trap, the classic, luring the tiger from the mountain stratagem. The moment he held the boy, he realized he'd been played. His face flushed red with mischief. Putting on a childish, innocent act. He grinned. Senior Azure Dragon, you just moved away from your spot, didn't you? That means I win. Azure Dragon's blood boiled with a mix of fury and shock. I was deceived. This kid used a blood curse to drain my energy, created an illusion to fool my senses, and combined it with the moonshade technique to weaken me. To fall for such a ploy. He closed his eyes, accepting his defeat, a storm of complex emotions swirling within his chest. This brat isn't just a martial genius. His tactical mind is terrifying. Resigned Azure Dragon landed softly and set He down. He stood tall and asked calmly, You won. Name your reward. He answered without hesitation. Senior, I'd like to save that favor for the future. The senior nodded approvingly. Farsighted. Not bad at all. Azure Dragon exhaled a breath of frosty air, coughing slightly to clear his pathways before relaxing his stance. Ahem. Your killing intent and martial comprehension are excellent. Master Gong Ke taught you well. However, you lack a crucial element. Without a tyrannical physique to support it, your power is nothing but a glass cannon. He nodded rapidly, wearing a sycophantic smile. So you're suggesting I focus on body cultivation, sir? Internally, he scoffed. Senior, you haven't even seen my magic gathering model yet. Meanwhile, Azure Dragon crossed his arms, nodding with a majestic knowing smile. He leaned in to lecture the rookie. Correct. But the key is who guides you. The foundation of the physical body must be flawless. One wrong step leads to ruin. At this stage, having a supreme body cultivation master to lead the way is absolutely essential. He squeezed his biceps, beaming with excitement. I get it, Senior Azure Dragon. Tomorrow I'll go find the Dean of the Body Cultivation Academy and ask for his special training. Azure Dragon almost choked. The bait didn't work. Why aren't you begging me to be your master? I hinted so heavily. You were a tactical genius a moment ago. How did your IQ drop to 0 so quickly? Seeing he remain oblivious, Azure Dragon closed his eyes. I am the great Azure Dragon. I never beg for disciples. But this kid is truly a diamond in the rough. Composing himself, he produced a mysterious badge. His gaze turned serious. He listened well. Sealed within this badge is a top-tier body cultivation technique. Years ago, I slew a legendary powerhouse from the West and claimed this as my spoil of war. Rumor has it that this is a national martial treasure of a Western empire. Take it. I expect you to master it in due time. He snatched the badge, his eyes sparkling like stars, resembling a child receiving the ultimate toy. Azure Dragon turned away, hiding his smirk as he calculated his next move. That technique is impossibly difficult. The martial providence of the West rejects those from the East. Even I had to wait until I reached the Grandmaster realm to forcibly conquer its energy. A rookie like he is guaranteed to hit a wall. And when he fails, he'll come crawling back for my guidance. That will be the moment I officially take him as my disciple. Oblivious to the scheme he bowed in gratitude. The scene shifts to the student dorms room 42F, A3. Fresh from a shower he dried his soaking wet hair. Suddenly, the memory of the badge flashed in his mind. He examined the item, muttering, come to think of it, I've been at the Imperial University for 6 months, but spent it all underground with Master Gong Ke. Is this just like those items in a leveling manhwa where I need to sleep to cultivate? Ding dong. The doorbell shattered his train of thought. Still shirtless Yi. He walked to the entrance. Who could it be at this ungodly hour? Standing in the hallway was a familiar face, Ouyang-zhe. Pink hair, icy expression, and a gaudy gold chain hanging from his neck. The visitor nodded stiffly. Yi-hee, may I come in? Yi-hee paused, taking a moment to recognize the boy. Ouyang-zhe. Sure, come on in. He stepped aside, keeping his cool, but his mind raced. What does he want? Is he trying to drag me into another faction war? Suddenly, Ouyang-zhe's composure cracked. His emotions spiraled, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes swirling with a mysterious, desperate light. Before he could react, Ouyang-zhe dropped to his knees. Tears streamed down his face as he wailed right there in the doorway. Brother Yi, I couldn't say this in public, but now, I beg you, you must take over as the guild master of the Dragon Blood Guild. Yi, he frowned. He had already rejected the Dragon Blood Guild explicitly. He looked down at the sobbing boy. Ouyang-zhe, it's been a while, but what happened to you? Where is that arrogant ambition? Where is the fire you had to divide the world with the local elites? Get a grip. Explain this mess immediately, and tell me how exactly did you sniff out my return to the dorms? Ouyang-zhe was a pathetic sight, tears streaming down his face, as he clutched a single towel to cover his dignity. Between sobs, he confessed that a Dragon Blood Guild member had spotted Yi by chance. His gaze turned instantly frigid, his voice dropping an octave. You used hidden cameras to stalk me. He grabbed Ouyang-zhe by the skull, dragging him into the next room while flexing his muscles. Come with me. We need a little sparring session. Terror seized Ouyang-zhe as he begged for mercy. Brother Yi, let me explain. We didn't bug your room, I swear. It was only in the hallway. We had no choice. Less than 60 seconds later, the guild leader was sprawled across the floor, completely incapacitated. He casually loosened his limbs, looking down at his victim. Speak. Why are you so desperate to make me the guild leader? What kind of trouble is your organization in? Ouyang-zhe's face was a ruin of bruises and swelling eyes and mouth leaking blood. He looked absolutely miserable, barely able to form words. Seeing this, he sighed and pulled a pill from his inventory. I may have been a bit heavy-handed. Swallow this blood-dissolving pill so you can talk properly. The medicine worked instantly. Ouyang-zhe sat up straight, his vitality restored, and spilled everything. Brother Yi, the organization is on the brink of collapse. I beg you, please save us. At Hua University, students can form factions, but without legendary achievements, the administration refuses to grant any funding. When the Dragon Blood Guild was first established, the special summer training for freshmen in the imperial capital hadn't even concluded. Back then, this rising power had zero rivals and secured massive sponsorship from external martial arts groups. Under my leadership, we opened exclusive channels with merchant guilds, creating benefits that attracted waves of new students. The explosion in membership skyrocketed our commercial value, bringing in more resources, which in turn attracted more recruits. It was a perfect cycle of growth. But suddenly, Ouyang-zhe's face darkened with anxiety. With that growth came the suppression from the student council, led by the local elites of the capital. Commanded by Shang Junxuang, they launched relentless attacks, handing the Dragon Blood Guild defeat after defeat and tanking our market value. Investors pulled out, welfare channels shut down, and members fled the sinking ship. No outsider wants to join a guild destined for ruin. In the end, we've hit rock bottom, barely holding on by a thread. He stroked his chin, processing the intel, then looked at Ouyang-zhe with a hint of boredom. I get it. Basically, you got crushed by that guy Xiang Jianzhuang, right? Ouyang-zhe fell to his knees, laying bare the brutal reality. To suppress Xiang Jianzhuang, he could ask senior experts, but there is an unspoken rule between academic years: a generation's grudge must be settled by that generation. If I bring in a senior powerhouse today to crush him, tomorrow, Xiang Jianzhuang will lead the senior local elites to completely dismantle the Dragon Blood Guild. Discarding all dignity, he pressed his forehead to the floor, kowtowing repeatedly. Only you, Brother Yi, the strongest of our year, fit the criteria. I beg you, save the Dragon Blood Guild. He had already planned to intervene in this saga, fitting for a protagonist of a manhwa recap, but he deliberately craned his neck, feigning hesitation to maintain his image. It's not impossible. That single phrase was like a lifeline to Ouyang-zhe. He jumped up, grabbing his hand in ecstasy. You agree? On behalf of all my colleagues, he cut him off with a cold glare. I wasn't finished. His gaze sharpened into a blade. Forget about making me guild leader. Just say you're hiring me as a guardian enforcer. Now, cut the crap and get to the point. What exactly do you need me to do? Under Yi's intense interrogation, Yangze stopped hiding his cards. He revealed the true objective, the Great Xia Reclamation Plan. A teacher in his network had leaked the intel. It's not exactly a classified secret, so no rules are broken. He interrupted impatiently. Stop rambling. Key points only. Yangze explained rapidly. The reclamation plan involves mobilizing martial artists nationwide to retake the 12 cities and surrounding zones currently occupied by demonic beasts. Universities across the country are joining the fray. Our seniors at the Imperial Capital University will be storming the front lines. While us freshmen won't be in the death zones, we are tasked with securing the perimeter of the occupied cities. This year's final exams and the selection of the head student will be decided by our performance in this campaign. He looked at Yi with eyes full of reverence. So Brother Yi, during this operation, the entire Dragon Blood Guild will follow your command. You absolutely must seize the highest score. But then, his eyes widened, emitting a terrifying aura as he delivered a chilling verdict. That sounds simple enough. But before that, there is one thing you must do. The shift in tone made Yangze sweat bullets, stammering in fear. One thing. It turned out the terrifying request was simply to remove the surveillance camera on the ceiling. He stood below holding the ladder. He crossed his arms, barking orders. Hurry up and take that thing down. Job done. Yangze left in high spirits, waving goodbye to his savior. The godlike he called out after him. Yangze, you've actually done me a huge favor. I've confirmed it. Achievements grant chances to extract samples. The higher the achievement, the greater the probability of a high-tier sample. Alone he revealed his true nature, a chaotic grin spreading across his face, as he muttered his calculations. Yangze is a genius when it comes to business. If I can sweep away the obstacles for him, with his talent scaling the Dragon Blood Guild to new heights is inevitable. If the guild becomes the #1 faction at Hua University, the reward samples will far exceed what I got during the entrance exam. Just like in any leveling manhwa worth its salt, he needed to grasp both martial power and system rewards firmly in his hand. The scene shifts to the Dragon Blood Guild headquarters. Numerous martial students have gathered, including a towering figure with the head of a lion. The atmosphere in the hall was suffocating as everyone awaited Yangze's return. The tension was palpable until one impatient martial artist finally snapped. Yan Zhengshang. Is Yangze still not here? What's taking him so damn long? Yan Zhengshang's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. This brat Tan Chen. Back when the Dragon Blood Guild was at its peak, he bowed and scraped, calling Yangze president with every breath. Now he dares to drop honorifics and practically spit in our faces. It was obvious he didn't come here to drink tea. Tan Chen turned to the crowd, his voice booming with calculated arrogance to ensure every ear caught his poison. The vice president went to fetch the true master of the Dragon Blood Guild. He'll be here shortly. Shockwaves rippled through the members. Murmurs erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. The true guild master. What is he talking about? Tan Chen froze the memory of his clash with Yi, he sending a shiver down his spine. Behind him, Lin Yuxi's face drained of color, haunted by the trauma of that day. Her voice trembled. Damn it. It can't be him, can it? Panic flared in Tan Chen's eyes. He jumped up, practically interrogating Yan Jingshang. Yan, you aren't pinning your hopes on Yi. Are you? Have you forgotten the overwhelming power of Brother Jianzhuang? In the entire first block, no one can rival his strength. Learn when to fold before you get crushed. Yangze has no chance to turn the tides. You've milked the guild for enough benefits. Be smart and bail out now. Lan Yuxi chimed in, pouring oil on the fire with her sharp tongue. Exactly. Betting on an outsider is suicide. Wise birds choose strong trees. The Dragon Blood Guild was just a fleeting spark, and fighting the inevitable current will only get you crushed. The two traitors stood firm, openly challenging the guild's remaining authority with their rebellious rhetoric. Yan Zhengshong saw right through their theatrics. Rage simmered in his guttural growl. What is your endgame here? The long-haired snake Tan Chen just grinned and launched into his recruitment pitch. Gentlemen, you all know the Chu family of the Imperial Capital, right? They are the kind of elite martial arts dynasty that dominates any leveling manhwa storyline. Young Master Chu Kai has graciously offered us a sanctuary. Isn't following young Master Chu infinitely better than rotting in this half-dead guild, just waiting to be purged by Brother Jianzhuang? His silver tongue worked its magic. The crowd began to sway murmurs of agreement, spreading like a virus through the ranks. He's right. Can we really trust that guy? He He hasn't shown his face in half a year. Even with the imperial capital provocations, he remained a turtle hiding in its shell. It's over. No one can save the Dragon Blood Guild now. We served our time, we owe them nothing. Defecting for a brighter future isn't a crime, right? That's right. We need to survive. Tan Chen smirked, reveling in his success. Ha ha ha. Good thing I planted those actors. These weak-willed officers were bought off ages ago. Yan Zhengshang felt like his chest would explode, but he was helpless. He gritted his teeth, hissing, "You traitors!" Suddenly, the heavy doors were blasted open by a savage kick. A man with wild hair strode in, radiating chaotic energy. He barked with unbridled arrogance. "Tan Chen, what's taking so long? I'm losing my patience down there." Seeing their tiger-like backer arrive, Tan Chen and Lan Yusi instantly switched to sycophant mode, waving excitedly. "Brother Kai, it's all handled. We're packing up to leave right now." Yan Zhengshang roared. "This is the Dragon Blood Guild sanctum. How did you get in here?" But this so-called Brother Kai didn't give a damn about rules. He flashed a disdainful sneer, practically radiating mockery. "How I beat my way in, that's how. Relax. I'll pay for the medical bills and throw in some cultivation resources. Those gatekeepers should be thanking me one beating for a year's worth of earnings. They're probably crying tears of joy." Ha ha ha. Yan Zhengshang snapped. His patience evaporated, and he charged forward, channeling all his fury into his fist. "You arrogant bastard." He threw a haymaker aimed straight at that wild head, but a shadow blurred in front of him, intercepting the blow with terrifying speed. Brother Kai didn't even flinch. The woman who blocked the strike glared at Yan Zhengshang, her hand signaling a lethal warning. "Take another step, and you're a corpse." Her gaze was cold steel. Just one look told Yan Zhengshang everything he needed to know about the abyss of power between them. This woman is a monster. Meanwhile, the hideous Brother Kai bared his teeth like a rabid dog. Useless trash. Why is this idiot still standing? He barked orders at his new recruits. Tan Chen, Lan Yusi. All of you who want to join me, prove your loyalty. Put him in the ICU right now. Consider it your entrance exam. But the Dragon Blood members hesitated. Their conscience hadn't completely rotted away yet, and they froze, caught between duty and fear. Their hesitation fueled Kai's rage. He channeled his energy, screaming until his veins popped. "Why are you just standing there? If you don't fight, none of you are walking out of that door. Do you think my Chu faction is a charity shelter? I don't feed dogs that won't bite their masters." His screeching was deafening. And it finally annoyed the wrong person. Suddenly, a crushing wave of killing intent flooded the room, bringing everyone to their knees. The true king had returned. Yi. He stepped out from the shadows. He stood behind the arrogant intruder, his hand clamping down on Kai's skull like a vice. "Yi." His voice rumbled low and dangerous, like a sleeping dragon waking up. "Ouyangze, is this the mess you left for me to clean up?" I could hear this circus all the way from the second floor. Ouyangze bowed his head in shame. "I apologize, Brother Yi. Our guild definitely needed a purge." Yet the delusional Brother Kai still had the audacity to bark. "Let go of me. Do you have any idea who I am? You dare touch my hair." Bam. Without a word, Yi. He delivered a devastating kick, launching Kai and his female bodyguard straight through the plate glass window. Inside Yi, he casually dug a finger into his ear, exhaling as if he'd just swatted a fly. His expression relaxed. Ah, finally. Peace and quiet. Outside, the screams of Chu Kai and his lackey faded into the distance. Ah. Two pests dealt with in a single breath. He dusted off his hands, as if he'd just taken out the trash, then slowly turned his gaze to the trembling group of traitors. "Now, do you guys have some unfinished business?" His aura was suffocating. Terror seized the room. One defector broke down immediately. "Forgive me, Guildmaster, I was blind. Greed clouded my judgment." Listening to the venomous words of that lowlife Tan Chen, "And you actually considered betraying the Dragon Blood Guild?" Fear gripped his heart. He had already offended Zhou Kai. If the Dragon Blood Guild cast him out now, he would be nothing but a stray dog in the capital with nowhere to turn. Ouyangze scanned the room, his eyes piercing through their hesitation. He stepped forward, his presence commanding absolute silence as he delivered the verdict. "You will not be exiled today. However, your rank is stripped. Consider this a probationary period. Fail me again, and you are finished. Furthermore, you are banned from all guild operations this week. Do you accept this punishment, or do you leave?" The member stammered, wasting time. He didn't need words. One cold glare was enough to freeze the air. "I asked you a question. Yes or no?" Terrified of sharing Zhou Kai's window-smashing fate, they didn't dare hesitate. Their voices shook as they screamed in unison. We accept. With a dismissive wave, he ordered, "Get lost." Now, only the core circle remained. It was time for the real war council. Yi He turned to Ouyang-zhe, cutting straight to the chase. "I see the state of our guild. To put it simply, we are broke and have no backers, right?" Ouyang-zhe nodded grimly. "Exactly. The great Xia recruitment next month is our only shot." But Yi He scoffed. "Too slow. I have a more direct method." A predatory grin spread across his face. "Since returning to Imperial University, all I hear is the name Xiang Jianzhuang. Why wait? I'll drag the source of our decline out and crush him." Problem solved. The room went deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. No one dared to breathe. The sheer audacity of his plan left them paralyzed. Ouyang-zhe finally broke the tension. But Xiang Jianzhuang entered closed-door cultivation this morning to break through to the martial master realm. Yi. He clicked his tongue, annoyed. "So I can't drag him out for a beating?" He pondered internally. "If the goal is to flex absolute power to attract investors, I don't need to limit myself to just the freshmen of the first year." A new scheme formed in his mind. Yi. He mused aloud. "To get funding, we need a spectacle. We need to create a storm. If I challenge every expert on campus, that is a big enough spectacle, right?" A light bulb went off. "Tell me, what do you know about the Dragon Sparrow First Division?" Yan Zhengzhang's eyes lit up immediately. Dragon Sparrow is Great Xia's ultimate martial authority. And the First Division, that is the elite of the elite. Regular members are just agents. But those in the First Division, they are granted the legendary title of Ace. Yi. He looked at him calmly. "You want in?" Yan Zhengshang didn't hide his hunger. "Of course, it is the club of monsters. The division head is the Azure Dragon, the second strongest existence in the entire nation. Every year, Imperial University graduates fight for a spot, but maybe 3 make it. It is the holy grail for every awakening Manhwa martial artist." Yi. He smirked, a devilish glint in his eye. "I know what to do. Mobilize the Dragon Blood Intel team. I have a message for the world." He stood up abruptly, pointing to the heavens like a god declaring war. He had found the key to unlocking this broken guild's potential. Yi He roared. "I, Yi He, president of the Dragon Blood Guild and ace of the Dragon Sparrow First Division, challenge every martial artist below the Great Martial Master realm. Come at me." How is that for a headline? Investors will be lining up. But unlike his fire, the guild members looked like they had seen a ghost. They were dumbfounded. Yan Zhengshang stammered, "Brother Yi, you are really a First Division ace? That is impossible. Setting aside strength, you haven't even graduated. You can't even take the recruitment exam." Yi. He scoffed with supreme arrogance. "Exams? I don't do exams. It is classified, but let's just say I was directly recruited." Yan Zhengshang's jaw hit the floor. Ouyang-zhe was sweating bullets. "Brother Yi, this isn't a joke. Impersonating an ace is a death sentence." Yi. He remained completely chill. "Who was joking? I accepted the post last night. The paperwork arrives in 2 days." Yan Zhengshang looked like his soul had left his body. Yi He began his tactical analysis. Challenging everyone below Great Martial Master. Normal martial artists will be crushed instantly. The geniuses might take a few seconds. If I face a peak tier opponent, I might have to use my trump card, time stasis. But time stasis is my hidden blade. Revealing it just for funding isn't worth it. Otherwise, I would have challenged the entire Imperial University faculty too. Ouyang-zhe looked at his leader, his doubt turning into fanatical belief. It defies all logic. But this is Yi He. If he says he is a god, then he is a god. Ouyang-zhe made his choice. For the Dragon Blood Guild, I will alert the media. The notification hit the campus network like a plot twist in a system manhwa, announcing Yi He's return as an ace to solo the entire university. Who is this lunatic? Solo the whole school? Has anyone even heard of this Yi He guy? I thought the king of the freshmen was Xiang Jianzhuang from the capital Xiang family. Who is this nobody? Wait, I remember. He was the top scorer. Before the exam reform, he supposedly shocked the deans of every academy. Is the legend true? So where has he been for 6 months? And forget the challenge, how the hell did a student get into the Dragon Sparrow First Division? Graduates say that exam is a graveyard. 90% fail rate. And you are telling me he skipped the exam and walked right in. Direct hire. Did he seduce the recruiters with a pure smile? Hey, upstairs, watch it. My smile is pretty pure too. Meanwhile, at the Imperial University Hospital, Chuzhou and Lin Qingxue scrolled through the chaotic forums. Chuzhou knew his friend too well. He chuckled, shaking his head. Ha! This manhwa recap protagonist never stays quiet for long. Qingxue sighed with a smile. It seems someone is about to have a very bad day. The massive announcement board lit up, declaring Yi He a special talent of Hua University, exempt from all exams. A classic opening to a system manhwa saga. A storm of controversy erupted among the martial arts students. Whispers turned into chaotic shouts as disbelief swept through the crowd. Official statement or not, this reeks of corruption. They claim he used connections lacking the true strength to hold the legendary title of ace. In the control room, Wu Yangze watched the chaos unfold. A smirk played on his lips. The viral heat was rising exactly as planned. It's up to you, elites, to steer the narrative now. His team confidently took the reins. Meanwhile, online forums became a battlefield debating if Yi He was trash or treasure. Why waste breath arguing? Just watch the Imperial University livestream and see the truth for yourselves. I bet Yi He is a total fraud. Getting into the first department. Definitely some dirty backroom deals. I can't wait to see his lies crumble live on screen. Stop your wild theories. The broadcast is starting. We will find out if he's a dragon or a worm soon enough. I believe in him. He demanded a global live stream for the arena match. That's the confidence of a winner. Wu Yangze felt a rush of adrenaline. The stage was set. Online public opinion had fractured into warring factions. Some worshipped Yi He like a god, while others cursed his name, eagerly waiting for him to become the world's biggest joke. There were neutral parties, sure, but it didn't matter which side you were on. Every single account was posting about the same thing. Everyone wanted to witness Yi He live. Whether openly supported or shadowed by dark money, the heat surrounding this awakening manhwa event skyrocketed. Even the major streaming giants were begging the Dragon Blood Guild for exclusive broadcasting rights. With that kind of insane traffic, advertisers swarmed in like sharks, smelling blood, throwing money at the Dragon Blood Guild. Yi He really lived up to his reputation. In just a single day, he achieved a miracle. The guild's dried-up coffers were suddenly flooded with enough cash to bring them back from the dead. Meanwhile, in Special Word 17, Zhoukai the wretch Yi he had beaten into a hospital bed lay trembling. He wasn't shaking from fear. As he scrolled through the news, he was shaking with manic laughter. I didn't even have to send anyone to teach you a lesson. You actually went ahead and challenged the entire school yourself. Ha ha ha. Isn't this just digging your own grave? As he read the updates, his euphoria spiraled into madness, his face twisting into a mask of pure hideous malice. He screamed into the empty room. Martial arts duels have no eyes. Accidents happen in the ring. If someone accidentally kills you, well, that's just normal, right? Back at the battle arena, the atmosphere was at a boiling point. It seemed every martial arts student in the university had gathered their roars, threatening to blow the roof off. Suddenly, a helicopter tore through the sky. Thousands of phones shot up in unison to capture the moment. The cabin door slid open, revealing Yi He. He stood tall, holding the door with one hand, gazing down like a king, inspecting his domain. The announcement blared. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hua University arena battle you've all been waiting for officially begins now. Please welcome the protagonist of the night, Yi He. Without hesitating for a second, Yi He leaped from the chopper, plummeting toward the earth like a human missile. He didn't just fall, he accelerated, becoming a streak of light. He brought the pressure of a falling star crashing down onto the arena. Boom! He hit the ground with the force of a nuclear impact. Blue flames erupted around him, like Godzilla's atomic aura, mixing with thick black smoke. As the dust settled, Yi He's silhouette emerged standing proud, radiating a deathly pressure that maxed out the meters. The online forums instantly melted down. Peak performance. Holy crap, that's the most handsome entrance I've seen all year. Blow them up. No sleep tonight. He might be arrogant, but whether Yi He is strong or not, his posing level is absolutely legendary. He stood in the center of the ring, arms spread wide, bathing in the moonlight from the massive artificial moon overhead. All eyes were locked on him. This is what a true main character looks like. Descending from the heavens, cloaked in moonlight, it was too domineering. The other challengers felt their aura crushed by a massive margin before the fight even started. He truly embodied the spirit of the arena master. On paper, he was the challenger taking on the school, but in reality, it felt like they were the ones trying to challenge a boss. The stands exploded with noise. Everyone was waiting for Yi He to showcase his skills against the school's elite. He stood there, soaking in the thunderous applause and the venomous insults alike. He waited calmly for the first lambs to the slaughter. In the stands, a figure watched closely, nodding and muttering to himself. This freshman really knows how to play the game. I'm impressed. A guy standing next to him leaned in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "So, Brother Long Cow, you going up?" This Long Cow was a minor internet celebrity looking to use this stage to show his face and farm some followers. He was very interested in Yi He. He stood with arms crossed, analyzing every gesture, calculating the engagement metrics in his head. For this wave of traffic, I have to show my face. He prepared to rush in, staring at Yi. He not as an opponent, but as a delicious meal of internet clout. I'm an influencer, after all. How can I ignore this terrifying level of influence? Even if I lose, it's fine. When the person after me wins, I can claim I drained Yi. He's stamina. I control the narrative. The first person on stage never loses. If I win, I ride this wave to instant fame. Either way, I'm getting a piece of this pie. Haha. Just then, Yi He turned his head and saw a man radiant with power, or perhaps delusion, sprinting frantically toward him. The guy was practically smoking with intensity, his face dark as he screamed, "I am rank 2 Martial Master Long Cow. I challenge the stage Yi." He merely replied with a bored soft tone, "Dragon Blood Guild, rank 8 Martial Artist." Yi He. The first victim had arrived. Below the stage, the crowd went berserk, screaming and waving, shaking the very air. The loudspeaker boomed, "Match start." But the delusional influencer barely got off the ground. Before he could even touch Yi, his shadow a foot slammed into his face. His body folded backward like a cooked shrimp, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the arena. Brother Long's face turned beet red, blood sprang from his nose and mouth. His head bobbed loosely, and he wheezed out one final pathetic thought, My traffic. He narrowed his eyes, looked past the body, and announced coldly, "Next." Immediately after Brother Long was discarded, a female figure launched a surprise attack from behind. She wielded a sharp spear, leaping high with a ferocious, overwhelming momentum. She screamed as she descended, "Yi He, I'm here to fight you." The netizens instantly recognized her. It was the second-year powerhouse Yao Ling. She was only a rank 5 martial master, but she held a record of soloing 3 rank 7 students. A terrifying figure. In the sophomore class, even she was stepping in. Is she actually a match for Yi He? At least, she's stronger than that internet clown, Long Zhao. But one glance told Yi He everything he needed to know. She wasn't on his level. As the spear slashed down, He had already gathered energy into his palm. His eyes widened and his voice was ice cold. "Your blade. The purity is too low." When the spear connected the energy in Yi, his hand detonated, snapping her powerful weapon in half like a twig. The shockwave blew Yao Ling's skirt upward, forcing her to frantically cover herself in a moment of utter humiliation. Yi He's gaze swept across the stands. He didn't have time to process them one by one. He stated bluntly, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Just come at me all at once." That arrogance was the spark that lit the fuse. A massive group of challengers roared in fury and charged the stage simultaneously, determined to humiliate him in front of the whole world. These were famous martial students with high achievements, and their pride was shattered. They screamed in rage, "Freshman brat, don't get too cocky. So what if you have the dragon sparrow?" They underestimated him, a fatal mistake. "Let's teach this brat a lesson," they roared. But the price of their blindness was a brutal beatdown by Yi He's hands. The moment they charged, they were sent flying. One tried to ambush him, but before he could blink, a thunderous kick to the chest sent him sprawling. Even their high-grade weapons were useless. Yi He's nuclear aura surged, shattering their steel blades like fragile glass. A pillar of nuclear energy erupted from the arena, piercing the heavens. This wasn't just a fight. It was the peak of a leveling Manhwa spectacle. The crowd screamed until the very ground shook. In his hospital bed, Chu Kai watched the livestream, his face pale as death. His hands trembled so hard, he could barely hold the phone, terror seizing his soul. Damn it, how is he this powerful? Despair washed over him. At this rate, how can I ever find someone to crush Yi He? Anyone I send will just end up in the ICU next to me. Then, a realization struck him. He remembered the one man who stood at the apex of Hua University. The only person capable of saving his pride was his own brother Chu Yanting, the eldest son and prodigy of the Chu family. But there was a problem. His brother was a rigid man of principle. He would never abuse his power just to soothe his little brother's bruised ego. A twisted idea formed in Chu Kai's mind. A sinister grin stretched across his face. Unless. He laughed maniacally. Back at the arena Yi, he stood amidst a sea of defeated challengers. His opponents couldn't even run. They curled up in agony, painting the floor with their blood. Amidst the rubble Yi He raised a hand that still smoked with residual energy. His voice boomed like thunder. Who is next? The defeated could only glare with envy and hatred, their pride shattered into dust. Doesn't he know when to stop? They hissed. He should have left us a path to retreat, but he chose total humiliation. Damn it, the second and third years have lost all face. We'll be nailed to the pillar of shame in history forever, known as the stepping stones for Yi He. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed. The online forums exploded in frenzy. Yan Ting is making his move. Finally, the secluded 9th Dan Grandmaster has emerged. He was here to end Yi He's streak. But Chu Yanting was no ordinary 9th Dan. He was a monster who had rebuilt his cultivation from scratch. He had honed his martial state to absolute perfection. His power was so immense, he could skip levels and crush even established grandmasters. Inheriting the solar true blood of the Chu clan, his lineage was pure and terrifying. But such power came with a curse. The energy was too vast to control. Since childhood, he suffered from spontaneous combustion. To keep him alive, the Chu family crafted a specialized nano-combat suit. It suppressed his scorching body temperature. He was forced to master calligraphy and music, desperate attempts to cultivate patience and calm his raging spirit. Only by freezing his heart could he live a normal life. But now, that fire would be unleashed. He would pay for his arrogance. The crowd roared in anticipation. Chu Yanting was the shining star of Hua University. Every eye fixed on him, burning with the desperate hope that he would finally crush the unstoppable Yi He. Standing before Yi He, Yanting was different, calm, dignified, a true noble. He didn't attack, he spoke. I must address the matter of my brother Chu Kai. My brother caused trouble for your society. For any damages he inflicted, the Chu family will compensate you double the amount. Yi, he raised an eyebrow. You're the brother of that loudmouth trash. Yanting nodded calmly. I am. Yi. He cracked his neck, his expression shifting. You don't seem like a battle junkie, Yi, he noted. If this isn't revenge for that idiot Chu Kai, then tell me why step onto this stage. Chu Yanting bowed slightly. You are correct. I am not here for that shameful brother of mine. I am here for the honor of the Chu clan. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. His eyes turned into cold daggers, locking onto Yi He. Yi He, my brother, was at fault, but you dared to trample on my family's name. Facing this crushing pressure, he remained unfazed. He instantly realized this was Chu Kai's doing a petty trick to goad his brother into fighting. He threw his hands up in a mocking shrug. Insulting your family, ha? What a cliché script. It seems a certain villain poured oil on the fire with some pathetic lies. It matters not. Chu Yanting stepped forward, his voice cutting like a blade. I demand you kneel and apologize to the Chu family before the entire university. Yi. He stepped into his personal space, eyes blazing. He wasn't going to give an inch to this arrogance. You want me to kneel, Yi? He sneered. Then you better have the strength to force me down. The air crackled with killing intent as their gazes clashed. The playfulness was gone. Yanting's pride had been struck. This wasn't just a sparring match anymore. It was a war for the sanctity of his bloodline. In a flash, they collided. Fist met fist in a cataclysmic impact. A shockwave of raw power exploded from the center, distorting the very air around them. Blinding light flooded the arena. Following the initial clash, they unleashed a barrage of strikes, moving faster than the eye could see in a symphony of destruction. The strength of Zhou Yanting was undeniable, but Yi, he stood his ground with terrifying confidence. In a split second, thousands of fists collided in a blur of violence. The impact forced them apart, but Zhou Yanting wasn't finished. With a roar that shook the arena, he charged back in desperate to crush his opponent. Yi, he remained icy calm, a veteran of countless life and death battles. He casually wound up preparing to gift his enemy a devastating punch filled with brotherly love. Boom! Two tornadoes of raw power crashed into each other. The shockwave was so intense, it pulverized the arena floor beneath their feet. Zhou Yanting refused to kneel before a monster like Yi He. But suddenly, the high-tech nano armor on his arm began to disintegrate into dust. His eyes narrowed. The enemy's defense was crumbling. As the temperature spiked to hellish levels, Zhou Yanting's arm finally buckled under the pressure. His skin turned blood red as veins bulged like worms. The armor was gone. Yet through the smoke and agony, his eyes still burned with the intent to launch one final strike. The online forums exploded. Someone recognized the technique. That's the solar true blood art. This kid, Yi, he is done for. Not a single soul looked away. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. This wasn't just a fight. It was the climax of a legendary action manhwa recap. Make no mistake. Compared to his previous opponents, Long Sao and Yao Ling, this fight was in a league of its own. On the shattered arena floor, two terrifying energies collided. It was nuclear radiation clashing against crimson flames. The online forums were exploding. Zhou Yanting was truly living up to the prestige of a martial arts legacy family. Naturally, who else could possibly last more than a heartbeat against Yi He? He had truly become the great demon king of Hua University. Zhou Yanting unleashed his secret technique, his arm engulfed in deep crimson fire. But as he stared at his opponent, doubt crept in. Was this really Yi He's monster template? Why did it feel more like facing a wild demon beast? Meanwhile, clad in his Godzilla battle armor Yi, he hadn't broken a single sweat. Yay! He let out a maniacal laugh. Don't get distracted now, young Master Zhou. Before the words even landed, Yay! His fist smashed into his face. The impact sent Zhou flying across the arena. Yi, he mocked him coldly. Hesitate and you lose. In the audience, a little boy, clutching an action figure, screamed his lungs out. Go, fire-breathing big brother, defeat the demon king Yi He. The crowd's eyes shifted to the innocent cheerleader. But inside the ring, reality was harsh. After taking that heavy blow from Yi He, Zhou Yanting's stamina was critically low. Touching his wound, he gritted his teeth. Why does Long Qingxue value this guy so much? His fighting style is nothing but pure savagery. Panic began to set in. Was he hallucinating? No. Yi He's muscles were swelling, his body expanding right before his eyes. Zhou stumbled back, muttering in horror. Why? Why does he look like he's growing into a giant? Yi He smirked, his voice calm yet terrifying. Confidence, Senior Zhou. I am growing. This isn't a summon. It's absolute biological control. I'm unleashing the giantization force from within my very cells. In a flash, Yi He completed his transformation. A towering giant clad in the spiked impenetrable armor of a Godzilla-like beast. His colossal fist descended like a meteor, accompanied by a roar that shook the heavens. This form grants me the reflexes of a predator while multiplying my physical stats exponentially every second. Crushing you now is as easy as an adult disciplining a toddler. Zhou Yanting couldn't withstand the sheer weight of the attack. The pressure was immense, the floor disintegrated beneath them. Zhou's mind raced. This monster. No wonder he challenged the whole school. Is this power even humanly possible? He strained every muscle, just to survive, praying he wouldn't be flattened into paste. Panic was taking over. I thought my bloodline was freakish, but compared to Yi He, it's trash. This guy is like the overpowered protagonist of a leveling manhwa, a high-tier demon beast in human skin. His bones groaned under the stress. The martial body he had spent years cultivating was crumbling. Damn it, I'm going to have to rebuild my cultivation from scratch after this. Reaching his limit, Zhou Yanting desperately leaped aside, barely escaping the heaven-shattering impact of Yi He's fist. He soared into the air, changing tactics instantly. If I can't match his brute strength, I'll destroy him with speed. But Yi he wasn't the type to show mercy. He slowly turned his gaze, locking onto Zhou's flight path like a predator. Nuclear energy crackled and gathered in Yi He's gaping maw. You didn't even bother to analyze my combat data. You came here unprepared. Yi he roared, his voice booming. And you call me arrogant? You're the one who's blind. Beams of concentrated nuclear energy erupted. Zhou Yanting danced through the air, weaving through the deadly barrage with desperate grace. Zhou's expression darkened, his killing intent spiking. You think you've won, Yi? He watched closely. This next move might just send you to the grave. In the sky, Zhou Yanting underwent a metamorphosis. Flames erupted from every cell in his body, transforming him into an avatar of pure destructive fire. The temperature skyrocketed. A terrifying aura surged from his hand as he reached toward the heavens, channeling everything he had. Blazing tendrils of fire coalesced, swirling together until a massive sphere of plasma began to take shape. The crowd went wild, witnessing the ultimate art incredible. The heat is distorting the air itself. That's the legendary fire martial arts of the Zhou family. The energy sphere grew massive, hanging in the sky like a second scorching sun. Zhou Yanting hovered beneath it, controlling the star-like mass. The entire arena felt like it was being incinerated. For my family's glory, for my own honor, Zhou screamed, unleashing his full power. Earth-rank martial art demonic hand of the blazing sun. With a guttural roar, he hurled the miniature sun straight at Yi He. Even in his giant form, Yi He looked small beneath the falling star. The sheer heat was enough to melt steel, forcing Yi He to look up. But there was no fear in his eyes, only excitement. He smirked. Finally, a challenge worthy of my time. Energy surged Yi He's hand twisted and morphed, transforming into the gaping jagged maw of the Godzilla beast. Nuclear winds howled around the monstrous limb. Yi, he laughed. Did you really think you were the only one with a finishing move? You'll make the perfect test subject for my new original skill, Yi, he roared with glee. Heaven-suppressing dragon cannon. This was the moment he had been waiting for. As the blazing sun descended, Yi thrust his mutated hand upward, jaws wide open, to devour the sky. A beam of pure destruction erupted. It didn't just meet the fireball, it engulfed it, crushing the flames like a hand squeezing a rubber ball. Zhou Yanting froze. His ultimate attack, poured with his very soul, was being annihilated. Erased from existence by Yi. He's nuclear aura. The realization hit him. His eyes went hollow. I'm dead. The nuclear beam pierced through the fireball and shot straight into the stratosphere. The giant moon above seemed to feed Yi. Endless energy. He hadn't just destroyed the fireball. He had channeled the celestial moonlight to obliterate it. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended. A grandmaster had arrived, his voice boomed like thunder. Yi, you've gone a little too far. Yi. He instantly dropped his battle aura. He scratched his head with a goofy grin, looking totally innocent. Haha, principal, I knew you'd show up eventually. I just wanted to go all out so you'd notice. It turns out the principal had arrived just in time to save Zhou Yanting from certain death. Seeing the big boss Yi, he froze like a statue. He didn't dare move a muscle. The principal just stared at him, a heavy silence filling the air. Finally, the old man sighed, looking slightly worried. I just came to watch this viral arena fight you set up. I didn't expect you to drag me onto the stage. As Yi stood before the supreme authority of the school, the atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense. The principal saw right through him. You did this on purpose, didn't you, cornered Yi. He had no choice but to reveal his true scheme. He laughed awkwardly. I had no choice, principal. Without a big shot like you, here my arena lacks prestige. Please help a poor student out just this once. The principal glanced at Zhou Yanting, then let him drop to the floor. Thud. After facing Yi, the challenger was completely drained and out cold. The principal shook his head. Your master Gongke always says you're clumsy, but it seems you've just been playing the fool to mess with her. Fine. I'll give you face this time. In an instant, Shi Jingwen channeled his qi, projecting his voice across the entire Imperial University campus. Listen up. Does anyone else dare to challenge Yi? If not, I declare him the undisputed ruler of the arena, successful in his defense against the whole school. Down below, plenty of students wanted to reclaim their honor and teach Yi a lesson. But looking at the destruction, fear gripped their hearts. They started pushing each other forward. Hey, you go fight him? Are you crazy? I'll get sliced in half by his atomic breath? No way. Did you see that energy wave? I'd be vaporized instantly. There wouldn't even be dust left of me. What about a wheel battle to tire him out? You go first then. After a long silence, not a single person dared to step into the ring with the monster. Seeing the cowardice of the crowd, the principal made the call. Since no one dares to step up, I declare Yi the ultimate victor. A majestic announcement echoed through the stadium. Hua University, Yi, a freshman warrior who single-handedly crushed the martial masters. A legend is born today. Yi. He stood tall in the center of the ruins, arrogant and unmatched. He was the king of this leveling Manhwa world. He punched the air, a symbol of absolute dominance. With the principal's endorsement, he was effectively the uncrowned champion of the entire university. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone witnessed the birth of a new superstar, a beacon of hope for all of humanity. That's the top scorer from City. I've never been so proud to be from City in my life. The internet was exploding with praise. The trending searches went crazy. Number 1, Yi. He solos the entire school. Number 2, the monster freshman Yi. Number 3, principal declares Yi. He a legend. The entire top 10 was dominated by his name. People were scrambling to claim they knew him. Damn, I knew he was a dragon among men since we were kids. I'm his uncle. Follow me for exclusive Yi. He content. The clout chasing was real. With the Guardian Marshal Saint injured and 12 cities fallen, humanity was desperate. They needed a hero, and Yi. He was the answer. His appearance was truly a blessing from the heavens. Back at his old high school, his homeroom teacher projected the fight on a giant screen. The vibe was electric. Yi. He is amazing. He didn't shame City High School. He's our pride and joy. I knew I didn't misjudge him. The teacher beamed with pride. You all better study hard. Strive to become the next Yi. The auditorium shook with chants, Yi. In the corner, Wang Tong, the girl who used to bully him, sat in silence. She looked bitter. Meanwhile, online forums were buzzing with conspiracy theories. Why did Shi Jingwen personally step in for a student? Why does a simple personal event have the principal's backing? What is the real relationship between Yi, He, and Shi Jingwen? Who is the powerhouse supporting this kid? Because of the principal's intervention, He was now on the radar of every major organization. This student was clearly not just a simple orphan, as his file claimed. Suddenly, the Dragon Sparrow organization released an urgent official statement. His identity is an S-class state secret. All rumors must cease immediately, or Dragon Sparrow will take extreme enforcement measures. The atmosphere at the Dragon Blood Guild was electric like a massive festival. Everyone was screaming until their throats were raw, because he had brought back legendary glory for the guild. Great job. Let those villains at the Shinchen Guild choke on their regret. The Dragon Blood Guild was rising, and the happiest ones were the two elders, Yan Zhengshang and Wu Yangze. After celebrating and roaring their lungs out, the two old men suddenly realized something. Wait, where is our MVP Guildmaster Yi He? Yan Zhengshang replied. He said he had urgent business and bolted. Meanwhile, back at He's dorm room 4-2F-A3, he didn't care about the hype he created. He was in his room contacting the Mad Doctor. On the 3D screen, the doctor reported Master Eye successfully retrieved the golden gene you hid in city. He asked, is there a way to unseal it? The Mad Doctor's expression turned serious. I can open it. After all, I was one of the lead engineers on the Golden Gene project back in the day. However, this vial has a built-in electronic transmitter. The moment the seal is broken, it will broadcast a tracking signal. The Thunderbird headquarters will track the signal and hunt us down. He frowned. Is there a way to jam the transmission? The Mad Doctor nodded. Yes. I've already started acquiring materials to build a shielding room. He asked immediately. What is the ETA? On completion. The mad scientist claimed 15 days was sufficient, but deciphering the complex mathematical codes embedded within would require just as long. He offered his praise and entrusted the task to him. Excellent, then make haste. Above all, prioritize your own safety. Beep. The call ended. He pressed the power button on the remote, cutting the connection. He sat in silence, analyzing the memories he had just extracted from the lunatic doctor. He never imagined that years ago, Prometheus held such a deep collaborative history with the descending gods of the Sky Kingdom. In the past, Prometheus exploited their vast resources to secretly nurture a demonic vessel for the Sky Kingdom's descent. But just as the incubation neared completion, Prometheus drove a treacherous blade into the back of their divine ally. During the long incubation period, those scientific maniacs had secretly injected unauthorized genetic materials into the vessel. Consequently, when the anomaly finally descended, it was pitifully frail. In the end, Prometheus successfully captured the very first living anomaly in human history. Afterward, Prometheus dissected the entity, carving it up organ by organ for experimentation. They possessed a living specimen with a life rank far surpassing any creature on the Blue Star. In the field of biological science, Prometheus was like a Formula One racer slamming down the accelerator. The Eden Project eventually birthed numerous breakthroughs derived from the anomaly's flesh. Take the earth-shattering Eden Project, for instance. Through this initiative, the lunatics at Prometheus intended to handcraft a god for the mortal realm. This artificial deity was not designed merely to protect the Blue Star from secret invasions or descending demon gods. It was meant to abolish the current national systems and unify all of humanity. Because this divine superbrain would transcend every existing organization and collective, its purpose was to distribute all the Blue Star's resources with absolute mathematical fairness, transforming the world into the mythical Garden of Eden. Then there was the Spark Project, aiming to rewrite the genome of the entire human race, triggering a biological leap, the very precursor to the Thunderbird's Golden Gene Project. Still glued to the sofa, he focused intensely on the mystery of the gene locks, sensing a disturbance in the logic. The waters of Prometheus ran too deep. Previously, just mentioning the gene lock keyword had caused a misunderstanding, making others believe he was one of their operatives. His intuition screamed that he was the protagonist of a twisted awakening manhwa, destined to be dragged into the violent vortex of Prometheus, sooner or later. Speaking of destiny, he had been so busy assisting Wu Yangze that he hadn't studied the badge Senior Azure Dragon gave him. Now was the perfect time to cultivate the sleep technique. He tucked the clan badge beneath his pillow and initiated the sleep cultivation method, his consciousness drifting into the martial fate dimension. The moment he opened his eyes, freezing rain slapped against his face, shattering into icy mist. He stood up to find himself clad in battered knight's armor, lying amidst a mountain of corpses. He He muttered in confusion, realizing this place had just witnessed a cataclysmic battle. His sharp eyes quickly detected anomalies in his immediate vicinity. The ground was scarred with scorch marks that even the relentless freezing rain could not extinguish. Examining a soldier's corpse nearby, he noticed claw marks that clearly did not belong to a human. The earth was churned into massive mud pits, but viewed from above, they were unmistakably the footprints of some colossal behemoth. Realizing the rain had ceased, he struggled to strip off the tattered heavy armor and cast it aside. He scoffed. Can Western knights actually fight freely in this heavy scrap metal? Rummaging through the dead, he salvaged the best-preserved greatsword he could find. It would have to suffice. Yi He stood proudly, a lone figure in the desolate arena. In this martial fate space, his true power was suppressed, forcing him to scavenge weapons just to survive. The timing felt right. The owner of this martial fate, effectively the quest-giving NPC, should be arriving any moment now. Just as predicted, the thunder of hooves echoed from the distance. Two towering steeds emerged, pulling an exquisitely crafted carriage. The carriage halted before Yi He. A burly masked driver yanked the reins. The curtain lifted, revealing a stern old man wearing a black hat. With a patch covering his right eye and cropped hair, the elder poked his head out, let out a dismissive hamp, and aggressively snapped the curtain shut. Without a word, the driver whipped the horses, turning the carriage to leave, completely ignoring him. Yi, he shouted after them. Hey, why are you running away? Suddenly, the carriage ground to a halt. The massive horses trembled, their legs buckling as they failed to pull the load. It turned out Yi. He had grabbed the rear of the carriage, refusing to let it flee. No matter how the powerful beast struggled, escape was impossible. Yi, he smirked. My dear lord, why do you run the moment you see me? Aren't you supposed to issue a trial or a quest? The old man inside threw open the curtain, his face now twisted with panic as he screamed. How does this brat possess such monstrous strength to hold back a carriage? I have nothing to say to a bandit like you. Through the tirade he latched onto a key word. His expression darkened as he asked, Bandit, did you just call me a bandit? Since they existed as spiritual bodies, language was no barrier. Even though he spoke modern Xia dialect, the elder understood him perfectly. Seeing Yi's look of feigned innocence, the old man felt his liver ache with rage. Stop playing dumb. That blue-haired martial artist years ago, didn't he break in for our family's inheritance too? My unfilial grandchildren are useless, so I have endured in this martial fate space solely to protect the glory of my clan. Who could have guessed that blue-haired warrior would force his way in after breaking his limits, using brute violence to steal the legacy? You are no different, bandit thief, the old man roared in indignation. He froze, realizing this NPC was blinding himself with a past grudge. Old man, I don't care about the resentment in your heart. But as the NPC in charge of quests, refusal to work is not an option. His mind raced. The old man ignored him, yet he couldn't let this key character escape. Finally, a plan sparked. He raised the heavy greatsword clack-clack and severed the carriage's wheels. The old man inside felt his heart catch fire with anxiety. He shrieked, Hey, you brat! What do you think you're doing? He flashed a mischievous grin worthy of a demon lord. Apologies, my lord. To prevent an unqualified NPC guide from running away, I'm afraid you'll have to walk with me while I explore the map. And so he successfully coerced the NPC into joining his party. The old man trudged ahead, cursing with every step. You damn brat, you actually dismantled my carriage? He said, sorry old-timer. You are the master of this martial fate space, so I have to trouble you to lead the way. They trekked through the ruins, stepping over the scattered remains of monsters. Hearing his polite words, the old spirit felt slightly comforted. At least you understand manners better than that blue-haired brat. Then he got down to business. Follow the trail of this spewed matter, and you will find the trial grounds. After walking a while, the flat plains gave way to a towering white mountain shrouded in mist. He stopped. The traces disappear here. What a headache. But the spectral old man had his own schemes. He snickered internally. Silly kid. Did you really think I'd lead you straight to the trial? You're too naive. You will be lost in this martial fate space forever. But then he looked up at the sky and muttered, Wait. If there are no footprints on the ground, high above he spotted a massive bird circling. Its enormous wingspan blocked out a portion of the light. He realized, did it fly up there? The old man froze in terror. He didn't expect this brat to find the key clue so quickly. This perception, combined with the talent he showed earlier, if he really is a descendant of my clan, that would be miraculous. Unfortunately, he was just using pure logic. Flying creatures are no exception. They always build their nests in high places. We are on a massive plain. If I just search in this direction, the highest peak visible must be the target. He grinned at the spirit. Old sir, I'm going to need to borrow your horse again. The old man jumped, terrified out of his wits, and stammered. Sure. Time blurred as, Yi. He crossed the vast plains and reached the foot of the snow-capped mountain. He rode the warhorse hard, dragging the NPC elder along. He whipped the reins, pushing the horse to its limit. Suddenly, the horse's eyes flashed with fear, and it slammed on the brakes. It reared up, letting out a terrified whinny. The momentum threw both riders backward, slamming them hard onto the frozen ground. The NPC elder face-planted, but Yi. He landed on his feet. He sensed it immediately. The horse smells danger. We have reached the destination. A high-pitched dragon roar shattered the silence of the snowy peaks. Massive wings unfurled, spanning dozens of meters. 3 serpentine necks rose up, topped with majestic white dragon heads. They were diving straight down Yi. He gasped. What is that? Then it clicked. Is this the legendary nemesis of Godzilla, from the myths? The disaster that swallows stars. A dragon head swooped down, unleashing a torrent of scorching breath right at Yi. Facing those golden dragon eyes, he and the old man looked insignificantly small. The energy radiating from the beast was like a solar storm crashing down. In a split second, the red-hot breath engulfed him. A pillar of apocalyptic fire incinerated everything, leaving no trace of their bodies. Moments later, the shockwaves settled. Only the spectral silhouette of the old NPC remained. He hunched over his cane, scorched by the heat. You found the right spot, but you were just a speck of dust consumed by its rage. I am the master of this space. I cannot die. He adjusted his black hat, smirking. That kid was still too young. This trial isn't about killing the multi-headed white dragon. It is about finding the artifact in the snow mountain and offering it as tribute to gain recognition. The elder recalled the previous failure, noting that the blue-haired fool was merely an exception. After breaking through his limits, he relied on sheer, overwhelming power to brutally slaughter the multi-armed white dragon and seize the legacy. Suddenly, the old man shivered. A thought struck him. Wait, but that kid couldn't possibly. Before he could finish, the smoke cleared. He stood there unharmed. His clothes were vaporized, and his sword was ash, but he stood tall. The old man's jaw dropped in disbelief. That brat is alive, but something was wrong. Yi's body was covered in black-green scales, with bioluminescent blue energy flowing between the cracks. He looked up, confidence radiating from him. The first time I entered this martial fate space, I couldn't access the physical boosts from my template, because my compatibility was too low. But now, the synchronization rate has skyrocketed. The template's power is merging with my very soul. This was the moment fans of this awakening manhwa had been waiting for. He could finally manifest the monster's power inside the mental realm. The strength of the template has finally synchronized with Yi's spirit. He roared, that trash sword was useless anyway. Now witness my true power. The NPC elder was paralyzed by the pressure, his voice trembling. How is this possible? This kid. He is a monster to roar. Scorching nuclear breath erupted from his maw. He morphed into a colossal obsidian beast, matching the white dragon's size. With 71% Godzilla cell compatibility, he devoured the giant form energy like a beast from an awakening manhwa, achieving a complete Godzilla transformation. However, this terrifying might came with a price. It was not infinite. Once the giant form energy and nuclear reserves were depleted, this demonic form would vanish. At best, he had 2 minutes and 30 seconds to end this. Atomic breath leaked from his massive jaws as he growled. That is more than enough time. The long-necked monster sensed the shift in the tide. It shrieked in terror, writhing desperately to escape. He lunged his claws, crushing the beast's 3 skinny necks, instantly cutting off its air supply. As the ear-piercing screech died out, he roared like a true system manhwa predator, Godzilla versus the star-devouring disaster. The monster was terrified, but the old observer had not realized that he was far more terrifying than the beast itself. His strength was absolutely abnormal. The old man's teeth chattered as he gasped in horror. Mother of God. Boom. With every step he took, his body seemed to grow larger, shaking the heavens and earth. Debris flew like shrapnel, bouncing the old man around like a rag doll. The 3-headed white dragon was dragged helplessly, letting out pathetic squeals of defeat. He swung the monster's body like a flail, smashing it into the frozen mountain. The impact cracked the earth, sending a massive plume of dust and snow into the sky. Yi's rage hit critical mass. His voice thundered, let's turn this martial dimension into a legendary battlefield. The white dragon's 3 necks were twisted like ragdolls, its lightning and fire breath stifled in its throat before it could even spark. It realized too late that a ground war with this obsidian titan was suicide. It tried to take to the skies, but he wasn't about to let his prey escape. A deafening roar shook the air. You think you can bully me? You think you're the only one who can dominate the heavens? He was already prepared to intercept. Azure energy surged along his dorsal fins, igniting from tail to skull in a blinding sequence. Only this vast martial dimension could contain his full, unbridled power. He inhaled sharply, compressing a catastrophic amount of nuclear energy within his chest, priming the ultimate attack. He'd never unleashed this level of pressure before. Don't forget, he growled, I have long-range artillery too. A beam of pure, visible mana primed itself in his maw, a sovereign declaration of destruction, ready to be unleashed upon the world. The 3 dragon heads fired simultaneously, merging into a spiraling helix of lightning and fire. Boom! The azure atomic breath collided with their combined assault. At the point of impact, space distorted into a crimson sphere of volatile energy before detonating with world-shattering force. However, the mana cost to maintain this Godzilla form was absolutely astronomical. Unleashing that atomic breath drastically reduced the time he could maintain this Titan transformation. He wasn't foolish enough to rely solely on a contest of raw firepower against a beast of this caliber. He possessed multiple forms in his arsenal. Suddenly, massive bone spikes erupted from his obsidian abdomen. Shin Godzilla mode, he roared. Nuclear energy swept out like a gamma-ray storm, impaling the 3-headed white dragon with countless beams. The dragon, fully committed to its breath attack, had zero defense prepared. Scalding dragon blood and shattered white scales exploded into the air. The elemental beam sputtered and died instantly. The only sounds left were the sickening crunch of impact and the doomed beast's pained shrieks. The majestic dragon was reduced to a ragdoll dangling in the air like a worm on a hook. He smirked at the broken creature. 3 heads left. Reminds me of an old enemy. He snapped his jaws shut, conserving every ounce of remaining energy. He charged his footsteps, shaking the earth, and stomped directly onto the dragon's chest with the weight of a mountain. The impact silenced their roars, but before the middle head could recover, Yi's jaws clamped around it. The dragon's eyes widened in sheer terror at the blue glow building within. Say goodbye to your heads, Yi. He rasped his throat, lighting up with atomic fire once more. Boom! Violent, nuclear energy flooded the dragon's orifices, forcing its way down the throat and into the core of its being. The neck expanded like a plasma bomb before detonating from the inside out. Azure lightning tore through flesh, resulting in a gruesome rain of blood. The atomic fire melted bone and scale alike, burning all the way down to the super biological lightning organ in its chest. As the smoke cleared, Yi stood holding the dragon's searing red heart. He raised it high, roaring his dominance to the heavens. Silence returned to the dimension, save for the settling dust of the fallen titan. Amidst the ruins, Yi shone like a god. The NPC elder watched with his jaw on the floor. Is this an illusion? How could a human possess the raw stats of a kaiju and slaughter a boss monster? Suddenly, the old man's face went pale as those predatory eyes turned toward him. Thud! The massive dragon heart landed right in front of him, the ground tremor nearly knocking the elder off his feet. The titanic form of the monster began to rapidly compress and shrink. A naked young man emerged, stretching comfortably. Nothing beats the rush of a kaiju transformation. Old man, I know where the hidden legacy is now. Your services are no longer required. Ignoring the stunned NPC, he strode confidently toward the pulsating red heart. Keep dreaming, brat, the elder spat. He cracked his knuckles, grinning. Hey, I knew you'd say that. I'll take it myself. He plunged both hands deep into the organ. Scalding dragon blood sprayed over him, filling the air with a metallic, iron-heavy stench. Spicy, he muttered, feeling the searing heat. But for a monster like him, it was barely a nuisance. It felt like digging through molten slag. His arms burned, but his fingers brushed against something solid. Gotcha. Damn, it's heavy. Even among Grandmaster-level martial artists, few possessed a physique capable of withstanding this intensity. He leveraged his whole body, blood cascading like a waterfall, and heaved a strange alien object from the depths of the heart. He grit his teeth against the immense weight. The NPC elder watched with bated breath, looking like a cat on a hot tin roof. Suddenly, the artifact uncoiled. Dozens of tentacles shot out, wrapping around his limbs. Even Yi. He was caught off guard. This was the dragon-scale armor, the realm's ultimate legacy. Microscopically, it looked like a network of invasive roots seeking a host. The roots burrowed into his pores, fusing with his capillaries. The armor liquefied, flowing over his skin like living mercury to encase his entire form. It pulsed in rhythm with him syncing perfectly with his breath and heartbeat. Yi, his own blood now powered the bio-armor. The old man stood frozen, witnessing a transformation straight out of an awakening manhwa. The elder's face went pale as a sheet terror, etched into his features, as he stared at the human-turned calamity before him. He recalled the image of the Azure Dragon Warrior. Even when that blue-haired martial artist forced the dragon armor on it, only granted 90% power. Their physiques were too frail. They crumbled under the dragon armor's immense weight and bloodthirst. That meant this brat was the first martial artist in 1,000 years to gain the dragon armor's absolute acknowledgement. Standing atop the massive beating heart Yi, he called down with a frustratingly casual tone. You asked how I did it. As you can see, I just put the armor on, and that was that. Is it supposed to be hard? The NPC elder was so furious, he wished he could find a rock to throw at Yi. His smug face just to vent his spleen. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his face flushing red with rage, but he was powerless to change reality. You brat. The old man finally unclenched his hands, letting out a long defeated sigh. Fine, so be it. He lowered his hat, his voice turning solemn and quiet. Since the ancestors have recognized you, I will not argue anymore. The family bloodline has no heir, so passing this legacy to a suitable outsider might be a blessing in disguise. At least the inheritance will not be disgraced. But Yi, he wasn't satisfied yet. He had to twist the knife. Old man, I feel like this legacy is missing something. There has to be a second part to this manual, right? The old man nearly choked on his own spit. He screamed in outrage. Don't push your luck, you bandit. Are you trying to rob my entire clan blind? Yi. He smirked and explained. The abyssal dragon armor is too extreme. It focuses solely on external hardness. It requires a matching internal cultivation technique of the same tier to allow a martial artist to achieve perfect internal-external balance. Without it, the internal organs of a normal martial artist would collapse under the sheer pressure of the dragon armor. Bones would be crushed to dust, and blood would be squeezed dry by the armor's power. Therefore, combining the internal and external techniques creates the complete body tempering manual. That is a heavenly grade martial art. A chance like this, I cannot let it slip away. 7 days later in Yi's bedroom, he was still dead to the world, sleeping in a pose that defied geometry. When his phone rang, he sat up like a zombie blanket, still draped over his head, and grabbed the device. Hello, he answered groggily. Hey, Chuzhou, what's up? For the past few days, 80% of his time had been spent in a cultivation trance, disguised as sleep. The information contained in the abyssal dragon armor was massive. He needed to slowly digest it within the martial destiny space. On the other end, Chuzhou reported Lin Qingxue and I were discharged yesterday. We were told to go to the University Activity Center today to settle our mission rewards. Then the mission manager told me to inform you that for your reward, you need to go to the principal's office. The principal wants to pay you personally. Hearing this, he asked, in a daze I have to go to the principal's office. His messy morning face looked into the phone with visible annoyance, drool still clinging to his cheek. He muttered, does the principal want a private chat or something? Cut to the central building of the floating city of Huadai, the Sky Square Tower. This skyscraper stood like a monolith in the heart of the bustling metropolis. He arrived quickly. As soon as he appeared, someone was there to welcome him. Student we have been expecting you. A woman in a red dress with a beautiful face and an impressive figure introduced herself. My name is Nuwa. She is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. He glanced at the woman for a second and nodded. All right. But internally, his suspicion grew. This woman, I don't smell any martial aura on her, but she doesn't feel like a normal human either. Could it be that she isn't human at all? Both of them quickly entered the elevator and began their ascent. The atmosphere was a bit stiff since it was their first meeting. He's still suspicious, kept sneaking glances at Nuwa before quickly looking away. Noticing he constantly peeking at her. Nuwa turned and asked directly, is student he curious about my body? He felt like he'd been shot through the heart. He jumped hurriedly, explaining, you misunderstand. I was just analyzing the advanced technology. But Nuwa replied calmly, no, it is not what you think. Then she actively unbuttoned her collar. Seeing such a bold move, his heart dropped to his feet. He flustered his face, turning beet red. What do you mean not what I think? Wait, you really misunderstand. I definitely didn't mean that. But suddenly, Nuwa opened her outer clothing, completely revealing that her torso was an advanced machine. The outer shell was transparent, clearly displaying the complex gears and circuitry within. Nuwa explained, "This mass-produced vessel body has a structure very different from a human female. We only simulate a realistic appearance for the head to be more user-friendly." "Yi," he exhaled loudly. "Oh, so that's what you meant by different. Good lord, you scared the life out of me." The technology at Hua Dai is indeed top tier. Upon reaching floor 667, F. Nuwa bowed respectfully in the elevator. "The principal is waiting for you inside." "Yi." He stepped out quickly. "Right, thanks for your hard work." Strangely, the moment Yi crossed the threshold, his body froze instantly. A violent tremor seized his mind, shaking his very soul. His consciousness was besieged by a chaotic storm of flashing images, like static interference, tearing through a broadcast. It was that familiar, overwhelming sensation. Yi's current power was being ruthlessly suppressed by the system. He stumbled backward, his vision swimming. But just as gravity threatened to claim him, a plush sofa materialized behind him, catching his fall perfectly. A classic convenience only found in a top-tier system manhwa. The moment his eyes snapped open, the chair slid across the floor on its own, stopping right before the headmaster, who was casually enjoying the art of tea. With a voice as calm as still water, the old man asked, "Had a good nap, Yi? Have you mastered the secret manual the Azure Dragon gave you?" Yi. He blinked in confusion. "Why am I here suddenly? Where is this headmaster? Is this your office?" The headmaster remained laid back, sliding a teacup toward Yi. "This tea strain was cultivated in a secret dungeon by the Research Institute. The flavor is unique. Give it a taste." Yi still looked lost. "Headmaster, did the power you just used involve spatial laws?" The old man smiled warmly. "Indeed. I can perform spatial shifts within a certain range." His mind raced, confirming his suspicions. "I knew it. That's the only way he could have saved Chu Yanting. A space attribute technique. It's at least on the same legendary tier as that heaven-defying time-stop ability." The headmaster took a slow sip of tea before informing him, your academic points and resource usage cards have all been transferred to your account. As the MVP of the Level 5 mission, you may choose 2 Earth-rank martial arts skills and receive 1 opportunity to craft a high-grade custom weapon. "I don't need weapons or skills right now," he thought. He looked up, meeting the headmaster's gaze, and spoke his true desire without hesitation. "Headmaster, I need to access the GeneLock files. I want to dig deeper into the Prometheus archives. It's purely for research, I swear. I have no other motives." The old man didn't even need a second to think. He nodded sharply and simply said, "Done." He felt his face heat up, his heart pounding in his chest. Could this old fox actually predict the future? Meanwhile, the headmaster just sat there sipping his tea like a Zen master. Setting down the empty cup, the headmaster stood up from the sofa. "Let's go," he said. "I'll take you to the archives myself." He blinked, completely flustered. "Now, but I haven't even finished my tea." The headmaster turned right, pushing open the heavy doors to a massive chamber. "You can finish your drink after you see the truth," he remarked. He followed close behind, but the moment he peered into the room, his voice failed him. The thing the headmaster wanted to show him. It was terrifying. Hey, what? What is that?" Terror gripped him as he screamed. "What kind of abomination is this?" Is that? A brain looming in the center like a pillar was a massive test tube holding a grotesque pulsating half-brain covered in tentacles. "This specimen is preserved with god-tier technology." The headmaster spoke calmly. "This is Nuwa's central processing unit. This is her physical body." He stood there completely dumbfounded. Nuwa. So that staff member was an AI construct all along. Then the headmaster dropped a bombshell. Decades ago, this half-brain belonged to Prometheus. His jaw locked tight as he thought Prometheus, the otherworld deity project. In other words, this gray matter once belonged to the first otherworld demon ever captured in human history. A supreme godlike existence sliced and diced by Prometheus. At their peak, Prometheus was truly insane and terrifyingly powerful. No wonder they dared to launch the Garden of Eden plan. They killed a god to unify the planet. Distributing humanity was child's play to them. The headmaster began typing on the advanced console. "Nuwa," he commanded. Instantly, a mechanical voice responded, "I am here, sir." Standing before the control panel, he ordered the system to export the data. Affirmative. Click. The machine ejected a USB drive. The headmaster handed it to Yi and said, "I've copied a subroutine of Nuwa onto this. Anything you want to know, just ask her." Cold sweat drenched Yi. He's back. The gears in his mind spun frantically, connecting the terrifying dots. This central computer manages the darkest secrets of Hua University, maybe even the strategic missions of Great Shi. Why would Shi Jingwen hand such a weapon to me? Is this unrealistic trust? Or is there a conspiracy hidden behind it? Seeing his hesitation, the headmaster grabbed Yi's hand and shoved the drive into his palm. He patted his shoulder with a heavy gaze. Stop spacing out. Even for me, bringing a student here breaks the rules. Let's go. Yi. He was stunned. He muttered under his breath, great. The headmaster is leading the charge in breaking school policy again. Not long after, in the training chambers, Xiang Jianzhuang had just finished his session, his body radiating energy like a furnace. Just a little more, and his power would shatter his physical limits. The critical moment arrived. His eyes snapped open, blazing with light. Confidence surged through him. He had broken through to a new realm. Compared to his days as a high school boss, this power was domineering. He let out a ferocious roar. Drunk on his own strength, he strutted out with a smirk. Ha! In just one semester, I've achieved what takes normal students over a year. It's like I'm the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. Indeed, the gap between humans is vast. Even among geniuses there are tiers. He kicked the door open, shouting, "And I, Xiang Jianzhuang, am the apex predator, ha ha ha." His laughter died instantly. Yi stood there like a ghost, asking calmly, "You done yet, classmate?" Recognizing him, Xiang's fists began to itch. He sneered, looking down his nose at Yi. Heh, so you're the Yi that Yangze talks about delivering yourself to my doorstep. Yi. He looked at him with the weary eyes of someone dealing with a delusional child. Classmate, are you with the Dragon Blood Society too? If you have business, go find Yangze. I need this room now. This casual dismissal triggered Xiang. His hair stood on end, his aura exploding as he roared. Hehehe, playing dumb. Don't you know who I am? Listen well. I am Xiang Jianzhuang. That's right, the man who trampled Yangze and nearly turned your Dragon Blood Society into ancient history. He was about to proclaim himself king, but smack Yi. He silenced him with a slap that nearly shattered his jaw. The word king turned into a garbled moan as his face twisted. He hit the floor face first, out cold. Yi. He stepped over him, tossing back a few insulting words. Ugh. I said I wanted the room. Why stand there yapping like a guard dog? So annoying. As for Xiang, he wouldn't know a thing. By the time he woke up from that coma, a whole week had passed in the premium recovery ward. Inside the high-level chamber he rubbed his hands together, his face lighting up with mischievous glee. Finally alone, the monster king within him was starving. Suddenly, thousands of multicolored spirit stones rained down from above. He bathed in the glow. Feast on this. All the monster cores I hunted plus my allowance and purchases. It's time to boost the compatibility of the mother worm. Feeding it this massive amount at once would force his body into a deep slumber, a state of metamorphosis. It would also release a terrifying amount of nuclear radiation. He grinned, calling upon his digital maid. Nuwa, seal this room with maximum density. I'm about to start. Greetings, master. Ever since getting Nuwa, the university felt like his personal playground. No paperwork, just instant access. His voice dripped with excitement. When others have privilege, I rage. But when I have privilege, oh, it smells so sweet. He commanded Nuwa, activate energy shielding. The system chimed, yes, Master Yi. But his hunger was endless. Not enough, I need more. His level had risen, but no matter how much he devoured, the interface still flashed insufficient. He stared blankly. Still not enough. This system manhwa mechanic is brutal. As compatibility increases, leveling becomes a nightmare. The quantity and even quality of monster cores required is increasing exponentially. This is the fatal flaw of the high-tier evolution model. The maturation period is dragging on, and the resource cost is astronomical. The genetic template can't convert into combat power fast enough. It's seriously stalling his growth rhythm. That is exactly why he still has to cultivate the martial Tao. This supernatural system is a real piece of work. Suddenly, a crimson warning flashed on the screen. High energy fluctuation detected. It immediately blocked the signal leakage and adjusted the energy output to maximum overdrive. Even if you cheat, you have to cheat smart. Otherwise, what's the point of being a hacker? The clock on the wall ticked to 3:35 and 44 seconds. At that precise moment, his entire body was encased in a massive pulsating cocoon. It glowed in eerie neon blue, covered in throbbing veins. Though thick, his silhouette was visible inside, floating in a dark void. His eyes burned with terrifying ambition behind the shell. As He let out a silent, soul-shaking roar. When this crystal coffin opens, the king of monsters shall descend. The scene shifts to the skies above Huadu, where the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, unlike any other day. Today was the day Huadu University launched its crusade to reclaim the land stolen by monsters. Massive warships loomed in the sky, looking like nuclear payloads ready to be unleashed. The headmaster had arrived early to lead the oath. Floating amidst the vast heavens, his voice boomed down to the masses below. Today marks the beginning of Operation Great Shio Recovery. 70% of the nation's martial artists have been mobilized. His gaze swept across the army, his tone turning grave as steel. He set the ultimate target. The warriors of Great Jia must take back the 12 fallen cities. The warriors below looked up with burning focus. Beneath the headmaster's feet, the entire student body stood assembled, lines perfectly straight, order absolute. There was no joking today. They existed for this singular mission to shatter the chains the demon beasts had placed upon their country. He roared to the heavens to ignite their spirits. All students of Huadu, ignite your blood chi beacons. SIR, yes sir. The thunderous response shook the ground. Their fighting spirits skyrocketed, filling the air with a suffocatingly powerful aura that matched the headmaster's heroic call. His voice echoed through the vast space, amplified by pure internal energy rather than speakers. Let your blood chi beacons pierce the heavens. Let them converge and fuse through the clash of weapons and vitality. The headmaster continued to drive the young warriors into a frenzy. This is our will to fight, a will that swears to recover our lost soil or die trying. Restore Great Xia. A pillar of crimson light erupted from the floating land, piercing the clouds. The headmaster spread his arms wide, his voice resonating. You all know the mission plans and tactical objectives by heart. I know many of you have prepared yourselves for sacrifice. He paused, letting the silence weigh on them before his voice dropped to a heavy, emphatic command. But you must survive. Only in survival is there hope. Strong warriors are the beacon for the future generations. Everyone hung on his every heroic word. He declared with absolute conviction, Huadu will forever be your home. It will stand right here, waiting for your return. A wave of unity washed over them, a shared desire to reclaim their homeland. The headmaster raised one hand, his aura flaring to its peak. All warriors of Huadu, heed my command. Swear with me. He clenched his fist and roared. Before me, there are no equals. The students echoed him with blood-boiling passion. Before me, there are no equals. The chant rolled across the sky like thunder, over and over again. In stark contrast to the roaring crowd, he remained inside his silent cocoon. But now, the shell was beginning to crack. His eyes were abyssal black. He was waiting for the moment his strength would overflow, allowing him to emerge as a superior being. In this leveling manhwa, he was about to unleash a storm the world wasn't ready for. The scene shifts. Sharp, aggressive footsteps echoed down a corridor belonging to a woman on a mission. This was Yu Yan, former Level 2 researcher at Prometheus, now a high-ranking executive at Thunderbird. As she stormed in, two guards bowed in terrified respect. Director Yu. She ignored them, her face twisted in frustration, brows furrowed as she gritted out her anger through clenched teeth. First, the golden gene was stolen, then a key base was raided, and finally, we lost an entire elite squad. Thunderbird is having a catastrophic year. The board of directors is already suspicious. They think this is the work of a single individual, intending to bring Thunderbird to its knees. But there's no proof. Even though the Black Lion wiped the traces at the Golden Mountain base, the Dragon Sparrow organization has locked onto us. If Dragon Sparrow wasn't so busy with Great Xia's city reclamation project, our plans would have already been exposed. Her voice suddenly softened into a thoughtful murmur. However, with the attention of every martial artist in the country fixated on the besieged Hamlack city, the Thunderbird seized the opportunity. Gasping for breath, it unleashed the ultimate nightmare while humanity's guard was down. This monster was a failed subject from the first generation of the Golden Gene experiments, a living Pandora's box where even the slightest slip could drag humanity into an abyss of eternal damnation, a trope fans of any leveling manhwa would fear. Even as a failed product, the Golden Gene still coursed through its veins. It possessed an innate biological radar capable of tracking the missing Golden Gene no matter the distance. Despite its unstable mental state, she was the only bloodhound capable of sniffing out the prize. At that very moment, Yu Yan stood before a massive, high-tech secret vault. Yu Yan's slender hand dipped into her lab coat, pulling out a heavy ring of keys. With practiced efficiency, she began sliding them into the complex array of locks, one by one. Her movements were a blur of precision, In a heartbeat, the mechanisms clicked, and the colossal reinforced steel door groaned open. From the darkness within a face, emerged a statue cast in solid bronze. It loomed in the dim light, and as the shadows shifted across its surface, it seemed to twist into a sinister, mocking smile. The lights flickered on, revealing the statue's bizarre form. It looked like a containment vessel, locking something terrifying inside. Red cable sprouted from its head, burrowing deep into the bronze skull like parasitic veins. Yu Yan stepped cautiously toward the center. Her hands were shaking as she shoved a handful of pills into her mouth, chewing frantically to calm her nerves. Pills scattered across the floor in a chaotic mess. Just as she had calculated, her expression twisted, morphing into something far more malicious and hideous. She chomped down greedily, laughing with sinister glee. It is time for the world to witness your true horror. Heh. Meanwhile, a stealth fighter jet tore through the atmosphere, moving with terrifying speed and absolute secrecy. Deep inside the combat cockpit, the entity known as -1 remained sealed within a double layer of confinement, a cruel iron maiden encased within a heavy steel coffin. Two elite operatives, a man and a woman, stood watch, charged with the critical task of ensuring -1 never saw the light of day. But the restraint over his mouth had been disengaged. The lower half of -1's face was revealed lipless, with cheeks torn open to expose dry, naked gums in a permanent, grotesque grin. Rows of triangular, razor-sharp shark teeth clicked together as a raspy voice emerged. "Keep flying, straight ahead." Behind the pilot, the two operatives stood at attention behind their captain, a man whose arms had been replaced with high-grade alloy prosthetics. One saluted sharply, "Captain. The location this mongrel pointed to appears to be West City." The captain stared at -1, with a gaze that held no warmth, harboring a secret agenda that his subordinates couldn't possibly fathom. His eyes narrowed and his voice grated like sandpaper. "West City, the occupied zone, the Dragon Sparrow unit is preparing to reclaim." His team responded with absolute faith in their leader. "Rest assured, Captain, unless the thief who stole the Golden Gene is a Grandmaster-level expert, we can handle it. Even against a Black Tortoise martial artist, we'll surround and eliminate them instantly." "That's right, Captain. Under your leadership, we've never tasted defeat. As long as we don't run into the Dragon Sparrow's first division, we'll return in one piece." But then the captain muttered a command in a foreign tongue, speaking directly to his wrist. "Communicator master, access the link." Eva blocked the aircraft signal and hacked the navigation system. "Engage autopilot." The AI voice from his watch responded instantly. "As you wish, Executor." The jet immediately shuttered its movements, becoming sluggish and erratic. The engine's whine turned into a piercing shriek. The pilot screamed in pure terror. The controls aren't responding." Confusion swept over the two operatives as they witnessed their respected captain make his move. Before the pilot could finish his sentence, a bloody hole exploded through his neck. His windpipe was ripped out in a flash. The captain stood over his fallen comrade, his eyes radiating lethal danger. The captain casually flicked the blood off his alloy hand, staring down at his remaining subordinates, whose combat suits had been hacked by Eva, leaving them paralyzed and helpless. The remaining male operative broke into a cold sweat, stuttering in disbelief. "See, Captain. Since when? Since when did you become a traitor?" The captain turned his face, a mask of cruelty. "Traitor. That word is inaccurate. You see, I was never a member of the Thunderbird organization to begin with, so there is no betrayal. My apologies, everyone. I'll wait for you in hell, where you can punish me all you want. But for now, please die." No one had anticipated that the mission would end before it even began. The elite soldiers were now fish on a chopping block. Unable to resist, they could only watch in horror as that alloy hand crushed their throats as easily as aluminum cans. Captain screams echoed. While the captain slaughtered his own team, the prisoner in the iron coffin laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, dead, they're all dead." The captain's attention shifted to the prisoner locked behind the bronze faceplate. -1 was trembling with excitement. "Hey buddy, can you spare some blood? I'm parched." -1 extended a long dark red tongue, licking the dry withered skin of his own face. Drool cascaded from his mouth. He was an abomination, a creature that looked like it walked straight out of a horror manhwa recap, destined to play the role of the ultimate slasher villain. The captain ripped the heart out of a fallen comrade. He looked at the steaming organ and said, "These members were all Grandmaster-level martial artists. Enjoy their hearts." He shoved the visceral offering into -1's mouth. The creature howled. "Hound, you've set me free." The heart was crushed like a juicy peach, swallowed in an instant. -1 smacked his lips, savoring the metallic sweetness of the vital essence. But his hunger was bottomless. He demanded, "Not enough. Give me everything." The captain chuckled, shaking his head. I'm a top-tier agent of the Northern White Shield, yet here I am feeding a dog. You don't sound very loyal for a pet. Looking at the pile of corpses, -1 asked, with a throat full of greed and rasp. What do you want me to do? The captain reached for the hatch release while speaking plainly. I don't need you to follow a plan. Just unleash your rage upon this land of the Great Xia. Great Xia is beginning to reclaim their lost cities. Their renaissance is something the Northern White Shield cannot allow. The cabin door hissed open, and a violent gale rushed in, yet the captain stood immovable as a mountain. He added, I should get going. If I wait for you to fully break out, I'm afraid even I would be torn to shreds. Consider these Grandmaster corpses your first meal after prison. He tossed his unlit cigar into the void and leaped out of the plane without hesitation. Below, another stealth fighter was already waiting to catch him. According to the containment protocols, -1 was strictly forbidden from eating. Once he consumed biomass and gained energy, the iron coffin would no longer be enough to hold him. -1's pale corpse-like complexion began to flush with life. The iron coffin that had bound him for decades let out its first groan of failure. Heh. Before I was a hound, sniffing for treasure. Now I am a rabid dog off the leash. They underestimated me. I want it. I want to bite them all to pieces and swallow them whole. The steel spikes embedded in the cage vibrated violently before blasting outward like bullets coated in brain matter. The spikes ricocheted wildly inside the cabin, striking the weak points of the iron coffin with rhythmic precision. The seamless prison under assault from both the inside and the outside finally cracked. A withered, twisted demon emerged from his steel tomb as the plane hurtled toward West City. His body was massive, his limbs thin and desiccated, yet harder than diamond. His head lacked a skull, leaving his pink pulsating brain completely exposed, the convoluted wrinkles of his mind on full display. The monster roared with ambition. First, I will complete the golden gene. I will achieve true evolution and become a god. Let's see who dares call me a dog in this leveling Manhwa world then. The scene shifts to West City. Countless aircraft carrying various martial arts squads were converging on the fallen city. Among them, a massive carrier-class warship, representing the Imperial University, dominated the sky. At that moment, every squad heading to West City received an urgent transmission from the flagship. Warning: evacuate the bombing radius immediately. Our battleships are priming their cannons for a full-scale purge. We will unleash a wide-area bombardment to draw the beast tide's attention away from the city center. Once the perimeter is clear, a vanguard squad, led by a martial grandmaster, will strike. They will pierce the enemy's defense like a dagger and execute a decapitation strike on the Beast Lord. Countless missiles rained down from the sky like a meteor shower of judgment, sweeping toward the fallen ruins of the city. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a stealth fighter slipping through the clouds, diving straight into the heart of West City. Above the clouds, a massive shadow suddenly eclipsed the fighter jet. A six-eyed monster bird tore through the vapor, its massive talons hooking into the metal fuselage, thinking it had snagged an easy meal. The beast ripped the cockpit roof off like paper, but inside, there was no pilot. Only a pool of blood splattered across the controls. Suddenly, the beast froze. It sensed a terrifying power source, one that was horrifyingly close. It turned its head, startled by the overwhelming pressure. Before the bird could react, Subject -1, no longer a dried husk, but fully restored to his grotesque glory, appeared on top of its head like a ghost. He let out a savage, maniacal cackle. Hehehe. His jagged black and yellow shark teeth ground together behind torn, diseased lips. Heh. Time to change my diet. He pulled his arm back, his fingers fusing together to form a sharp, organic blade. In the next instant, his left hand plunged deep into the back of the bird's neck. Black blood sprayed like a fountain, drenching -1's face. His arm dissolved into countless red and black tentacles, burrowing into the beast's body like invasive roots. The monster bird didn't even have time to scream. Its massive frame was drained in seconds, withering away until only a hollow layer of skin remained. Now, hovering in the sky, was the shriveled corpse of the Thunderbird, completely engulfed by those foul, writhing tentacles. Suddenly, massive black wings, the wings of the demon bird, erupted from -1's back. He burst forth from the dried husk of his prey, radiating an aura of terrifying power that shook the heavens. Sparks of bioelectricity crackled around him as he absorbed the beast's essence. -1 turned his back to the sun, spreading his new wings wide. He had successfully molted, reborn in a nightmare form. His exposed, gelatinous brain was now heavily armored, protected by his evolution. His body was now a perfect, unholy fusion of the Thunderbird and his own withered form, possessing the flight of a beast and the agility of a human. Beneath his skin, it looked like thousands of worms were squirming. He looked down at West City beneath his feet, his 6 newly grown eyes spinning wildly in their sockets. What a magnificent ecological gene bank. My damaged body can be perfectly restored here. This is the ultimate all-you-can-eat buffet. Ha ha ha. Below in West City, the symphony of war played on, with explosions rocking the streets continuously. The situation was critical. A stealth fighter in the sky took a direct hit. Fire and smoke billowed from its belly as it entered an uncontrollable spiraling nosedive. The jet slammed into the earth, triggering a catastrophic explosion. Nearby buildings crumbled like sandcastles, sending a massive shockwave through the district. Dust and debris mushroomed into the sky as the ground cracked open. The commotion immediately caught the attention of a squad of martial artists patrolling the ground. The lead warrior drew his sword from his back, shouting urgently, "Sister Lu, a plane was just taken down by a demon beast over there. We need to rescue the survivors now." The pink-haired female grandmaster sprinted forward, but barked a warning. "Little Zhang, hold your horses. The beast that took down that plane might still be lurking in the area." Little Zhang turned back, looking at his mentor with eyes full of admiration. "But Sister Lu, you're a grandmaster. This is the outskirts of West City. There isn't a beast alive here that can match your strength." Another team member chimed in, hype man style. "That's right. Sister Lu, Little Zhang is spitting facts. If we're too scared to handle the outskirts, how are we ever going to raid the city center?" Hearing her team's confidence, Sister Lu sighed and nodded, her voice softening. "Fine. But stay sharp. Do not let your guard down." With the speed of elite martial artists, they covered a kilometer in seconds, arriving at the crash site. But what they found wasn't a rescue mission. It was a graveyard. The monsters attracted by the crash had already been torn to shreds. Their deaths were so fresh that their monster cores were intact and their shattered remains were still twitching on the ground. Suddenly, the squad froze. They spotted the architect of this massacre. A man was sitting on the ground with his back to them, casually chewing on something wet and fleshy. Little Zhang and his teammates stopped dead, paralyzed by fear. His face turned purple as he stammered, Did he wipe out all these monsters by himself?" Sister Liu, a veteran of countless battles, narrowed her eyes. She knew instantly something was wrong. Is that a rogue cultivator who lost his mind in the chaos? She scanned the carnage. Every monster had been brutally ripped apart, deliberately kept alive until the last moment to maximize pain. This wasn't a fight for survival. It was torture. It was a game. Just then, the figure gnawing on raw meat sensed the new arrivals. He didn't turn his body. Instead, his head snapped around a full 180 degrees. His body was unnaturally large, and his face, 6 eyes were arranged in a horrific circle, his mouth dripping with monster blood and gore. He pulled back his gums, revealing a bloodthirsty grin directed straight at Sister Liu. He laughed a sound like grinding bones. "Finally. Fresh prey has walked right into my trap." One look was all it took to send a shiver down Sister Liu's spine. Despite surviving 1,000 hellish battlefields in this leveling manhwa world, she knew instantly this was an entity she could never hope to defeat. But escape was no longer an option. Countless black and red tentacles erupted from the earth like hellish vines. They wove together in the sky, sealing the area in a terrifying hemispherical prison of despair. Windblade/Little Zhang roared with fury, unleashing a horizontal strike against the inner wall of the dungeon. But instead of stone, his blade sank into the grotesque pulsating purple tentacles of that horror. It felt like hacking into a swamp of sludge. His weapon was swallowed by the crimson-black wall, refusing to budge. Little Zhang froze, panic rising in his chest. Why is it so soft? Suddenly, the crimson flesh writhed and a gigantic distorted human face bulged out from the wall. Before Zhang could even process the nightmare, a massive maw lunged at him. The stench of rotting blood assaulted his senses as sticky strands of saliva trailed from the monstrosity's mouth. Crunch. In a split second, it swallowed him whole. The wall expanded like a gorged python, the sickening sound of grinding bones echoing through the silent prison. It happened so fast that no one could react. The faces of the team members trapped inside the barrier twisted in absolute terror and disbelief. Little Zhang. He was eaten, a warrior stammered, trembling behind Sister Liu. She stood there paralyzed by the sheer brutality of the scene. "You bastard!" Sister Liu screamed, her aura detonating like a bomb. She knew in this awakening manhwa world, if she didn't kill this mastermind now, none of them would leave alive. She prepared to unleash everything she had. But Subject -1 just sat there calmly, watching his next meal struggle with amusement. The monster licked his nose with a long, slender tongue, his excitement palpable. His left arm began to mutate, twisting and hardening into a black and red long blade. Wind blade slash. His face darkened with killing intent, all 6 eyes glowing as they locked onto Sister Liu. She felt the pressure of the incoming attack, a copy of Zhang's move, and her eyes flashed as she read the trajectory. Subject -1 struck. As the copied wind blade slashed forward, Sister Lu ducked just in time, the foul wind of the attack grazing her face. Although her veteran experience saved her life, shock was written all over her face. She backflipped multiple times to create distance from subject -1. Looking up at the horror, a terrifying realization began to form in her mind. That skill. Why was it identical to little Zhang's? She had watched Dang grow up, sparred with him countless times. She knew his form better than anyone. A martial art can be copied, but how can the muscle memory and habits be exactly the same? Suddenly, a voice echoed from all directions. Sister Lu. Little Zhang is still alive. Sister Lu jerked her head up, her pupils shrinking in pure fear. She lost all sense of direction as the weak voice grew louder and clearer. She spun around and gasped. For the first time in her life, true despair hit her. The entire inner wall of the prison had transformed into a sea of black and red tentacles, and every single tentacle ended in the twisted, agonizing face of little Zhang. Countless faces crowded together, staring at Sister Lu with bloodshot, pleading eyes. "Save me, Sister Liu. I'm suffering. It hurts so much. I'm dying. Save me." Sister Liu was drenched in cold sweat, her mouth hanging open in horror. He learns. Sister Liu's voice trembled, barely a whisper. Subject -1 can instantly master a warrior's skills by devouring them. It's like he stitches the warrior into his own body. Squelch. The moment her focus wavered, the monster vanished and reappeared directly behind her back. In a flash of gore, an arm was torn cleanly from Sister Liu's body. Subject -1 looked satisfied. With his triangular teeth, he savagely bit into her severed limb and then burrowed into her body, taking total control of Sister Liu. He wiped blood from his mouth, his voice now mimicking hers perfectly. "A bit tough, but the meat has a nice chew. I can sense a golden gene carrier in the West City," he mused, fitting perfectly into this manhwa recap narrative. As his bones cracked and shifted, his face and body morphed until he was an exact replica of Sister Liu. "I'll head there and infiltrate the other warrior squads. I'll wait until we're all close friends. And then suddenly, I'll start eating them one by one. The looks on their faces will be exquisite. I sense many powerful life forms on this battlefield. Grandmaster tier warriors. Lord tier beasts. If I can devour genes of that level, who under the heavens would dare treat me like a dog again?" Subject -1 stepped toward the ruined city, his shadow writhing like a mass of tentacles. "I have broken my chains. I have ascended into a demon. Heh. With a sinister laugh, he vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, on the front lines, a massive skeletal horse with horns appeared, triggering the alarm. "Captain A, Lord tier beast, has breached the rear." "Don't panic," a booming voice commanded. A streak of white light flashed across the battlefield. The eight-legged skeletal nightmare roared, ignoring the missile bombardment. It tore through the fire net and crushed the tank division, unleashing devastation. But riding through the chaos was a warrior on a white steed, holding a massive spear, high-charging with the fury of a god. Boom! A golden spear tore through the sky like divine punishment. The face of an Earth-tier warrior was illuminated by the domineering light of his power. Everyone was blinded by the brilliance, followed by the shockwave of a massive collapse. The attack hit with the force of a landslide. The skeletal giant was too large to dodge. The golden electromagnetic blast pierced it completely. From head to tail, the beast was obliterated. The dust settled to reveal the majestic figure of the man and his white warhorse. Facing an endless beast-tide, human firepower was as fragile as a candle in a tsunami, liable to be extinguished at any moment. But the man leading the charge, clad in snow-white dragon armor and wielding a dragon-scale spear, was Chen Tianwu, Dean of Hua Dai Academy, and the spearhead of this leveling manhwa operation. His voice was steel. Only by relying on the flexibility and power of individual warriors to assassinate the high-level beasts can we break the tide and lure out the overlord. Our 5-man vanguard squad from Hua Dai carries this heavy burden. Suddenly, he frowned. It's too quiet here. Riding beside him was Di Qiming, student council president and vanguard member. Professor Di Qiming replied, "The route is clear. The Dragon Sparrow scout team confirmed this is the optimal path to the overlord's lair." Chen Tianwu replied solemnly, "The higher a warrior's cultivation, the stronger their spiritual intuition becomes. Some can even see their own death in their dreams. So Kaimin, you must trust a warrior's instinct." Chen Tianwu raised his hand. "All units halt. Assume defensive formation." The entire squad froze instantly, their discipline absolute. This wasn't just a skirmish. It was a scene straight out of a high-stakes leveling manhwa. Chen Tianyu dismounted his Kirin. Steed crossed his legs and sat in meditative silence, gripping his spear. He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, channeling his mental energy. After the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn, his eyes snapped open. It is here. A split second later, a suffocating pressure washed over them all. The air itself grew heavy with the approach of a terrifying power. A golden meteor tore through the clouds. It slammed into the earth with apocalyptic force, sending a mushroom cloud of dust and fire dozens of meters into the sky. As the smoke cleared, the nightmare revealed its face. Standing 5 meters tall was a monstrosity resembling a rhinoceros beetle, clad in indestructible golden armor. Muscles bulged like steel cables, and its limbs were thick pillars of raw power. Above terrifying emerald green eyes sat a single smooth horn sharp as an ivory spear and glistening with lethal intent. It crossed its arms, radiating pure arrogance. A voice like a subwoofer vibrating through their chests boomed out. This king prepared a grand welcome ahead. Why have you insects stopped? The demon beast spoke the human tongue. Chen Tianyu wasted no breath on words. Every second this overlord lived meant thousands more casualties on the front lines. Target confirmed: West City Lord, the Golden Horn Beetle Venerable. All units battle formation. The West City war zone was a living hell. Skyscrapers reduced to rubble, black smoke choking the sky and the earth, scarred by countless explosions. Earth-rank martial art thunder dragon spear thrust. The sonic boom detonated behind Chen Tianyu. He launched like a railgun shell. His silver dragon scale spear crackled with white lightning aiming straight for the heart. But the Beetle Venerable merely sneered with frighteningly human contempt. Heh. Fragile, foolish humans. You think these parlor tricks can scratch me? As the spear charged with devastating momentum, the monster didn't even flinch, keeping its arms crossed. A fist the size of a millstone clenched tight. No technique, no martial arts, just absolute world-ending brute force. The Golden Horn Venerable leaned forward, his aura crashing down like a collapsing mountain. Witness true oppression. He punched the empty air, shattering the sound barrier and sending a shockwave ripping toward them. The punch carried the weight of a natural disaster, causing the very space in front of him to tremble and warp. It was a strike, promising that anything in its path would be reduced to nothing but atomic dust. Suddenly, the Venerable froze. Just as the lightning tip met the golden fist aura, a withered but wiry old man materialized instantly beside the impact point. He roared. Earth-rank secret art. Dripping water pierces stone. Click, clack, click. His hands moved like flowing water, leaving after images as they struck critical pressure points along the Beetle Venerable's arm in a blur of motion. The monster's arm went numb instantly. The punch's devastating power was cut in half. Seizing the opening, the silver lightning spear tore through the weakened golden defense. The Golden Horn Venerable screeched a sound like grinding metal, exploding in the air. Wretched humans. You studied my physiology just for this ambush. Trembling with pure rage, his golden carapace spiked up like 1,000 razor blades. His golden wings snapped open. Moving at maximum velocity, he batted the silver spear aside with terrifying force. Then his other hand descended like a falling meteor, aiming to crush the old man into paste. I'll kill you first, old wretched thing. A 3-meter-tall warrior clad in fortress-like heavy armor roared, raising a colossal shield. He charged, becoming a living iron wall between Death and Elder Mu. Elder Mu instantly flashed backward, creating distance, and letting the tank take the full brunt of the monster's wrath. Boom! The sky shook. The heavy, armored warrior was hammered into the ground, his massive frame embedded deep into the bedrock. Fresh blood sprayed from the seams of his thick armor, staining the metallic engravings red. The giant shield vibrated violently, screaming under the stress. It was a blow meant to pulverize flesh and steel alike. Just as the monster prepared to finish him, a duo blocked the path. Dai Kaiming, a half-step grandmaster, and his partner, Bai Tiantian, a 9th-stage Xuanwu warrior. Masters of dual cultivation arts, their combined strike could briefly rival a grandmaster. Tiantian go, Kaiming shouted. Leave it to me, she replied. Bai Tiantian spread her arms, channeling the yin-yang insect tremor to its limit. Frigid yin and scorching yang energies swirled around her palms, opposing yet united. Dai Kaiming leaped forward, the tiger head gauntlets on his fists, emitting a phantom roar. One hard, one soft. Like Tai Chi yin and yang, their opposing forces spiraled together in a perfect, deadly trajectory. Black and white auras merged and separated, clashing and complementing, forcefully pinning the Golden Horn Venerable's feet to the ground with supernatural pressure. The monster stood firm, barely drained. He scoffed loudly. You think this petty martial art can seal the movements of a king? Domain expansion. Suddenly, The golden-horned venerable felt a shift in reality. His eyes widened in genuine shock. Trapped in the center, the massive beast looked around frantically. Bodies littered the ground beneath him. He roared in confusion. Is this the legendary human magnetic field? Blood sprayed into the heavens. On the other side, Chen Tianyu spurred his Kirin steed, accelerating to phone speeds in a heartbeat. The spear was now fully wreathed in lightning. Man and beast merged into a single streak of destruction, leading the charge. To the monster, it looked like a general commanding an army of thousands forged from pure thunder domain, thousand army thunderwall. The golden-horned venerable looked up, eyes locked on the incoming doom. The human cultivation system truly has merits, worth stealing. With a thunderous roar, his body doubled in size. The golden armor cracked open to reveal magma-red veins. His wings beat with insane power, sending razor-sharp shockwaves sweeping across the battlefield. He launched himself into the sky, manic energy in his voice. The Emperor was right. It is time we learned from you pests. It transformed into a beam of golden light, tearing through the air at supersonic speeds. It crashed straight into the army of thousands, two opposing forces destined to collide in a violent cataclysm. Boom! The impact was apocalyptic. The terrifying clash of energy shattered the very laws of the domain, while thunderous roaring echoed across the entirety of West City. A spear of lightning pierced from the city center all the way to the outskirts, reducing everything in its path to absolute nothingness. As the dust settled and a desolate wind swept through the ruins, the survivors remained frozen in shock. Murmurs filled the air. Did we actually take down the Overlord? Was it really that easy? Even if he's alive, surely he took critical damage, right? But from the smoke, the Golden Horn Sovereign's pierced body began to pulse. Disgusting meat bubbles formed and hardened into a new shell before their very eyes. It spoke, voice dripping with malice. Not bad humans. A lesser lord might have actually perished from that strike. Suddenly, a slender arm tore its way out of the ruined torso. The beast roared with sadistic glee, but alas, there are levels even amongst lords. And I stand at the summit. The squad fell into a panic. Elder Mu narrowed his eyes, realization dawning on him like a cold bucket of water. Impossible. A rare second-stage metamorphosis. Even the mighty Chen Tianwu couldn't hide the terror in his eyes as he stared at the monstrosity. The 5-meter behemoth cracked open like an egg, revealing a condensed dark golden form within smaller, yes, but the aura it radiated was suffocatingly dense. The Golden Horn Sovereign's second awakening humanoid limbs, impenetrable. Armor. A perfect killing machine. In the next heartbeat, the Sovereign prepared to unleash the true terror of its evolved state. It vanished. Its speed was beyond human perception. The only thing lingering was the afterimage of a twisted, nightmare-inducing grin. A gale of killing intent slammed into Elder Mu's face before he could even twitch a muscle. The creature laughed maniacally, right in his ear. I'll start by crushing the old insect first. Dai Kaiming and Bai Tiantian flashed in front of Elder Mu, in a desperate attempt to shield him. Elder Mu instinctively shifted his stance to disperse the force. Crash. A shockwave obliterated the sky. The fist pressure alone tore through the street for thousands of meters, shattering every glass window in the district into dust. 3 bloodied figures were sent flying like ragdolls. Only Dai Kaiming, with his superior cultivation, and Elder Mu, who deflected the impact, managed to stay conscious. But even they were at their limits. But the speed was too overwhelming. Bai Tiantian, possessing weaker cultivation, had her arm snapped instantly. She collapsed, falling into a deep coma from the shock. Seeing their comrade fall in the blink of an eye, the remaining warriors saw red. You bastard, they screamed, charging in for a death or glory strike. Lightning crackled as a steel fist, and a sharp spear struck from the blind spot. But in less than a second, utter despair. The dark golden hand caught the Thunder Dragon spear. As if it were a twig, Chen Tianwu pulled with all his might, aided by his unicorn mount, but the spear wouldn't budge an inch. Simultaneously, a massive warhammer swung by the heavy armor warrior was effortlessly stopped by the Sovereign's other hand. With a sickening crunch, the Sovereign's fingers closed, crumbling the massive steel hammer like wet paper. The backlash force blasted the warrior backward, his chest caving in from the impact. Chen Tianwu screamed in horror as he watched his ally launch away Wu Huang. The power gap was absolute. The monster planted a brutal kick into Chen Tianwu's mount, roaring, "Get lost, livestock." The beast was launched across the city, smashing into a skyscraper with a catastrophic boom. The golden arm holding the spear lifted effortlessly, hoisting the helpless Chen Tianwu into the air like a toy. Suspended by the crushing grip, merely breathing became a torture for him. The creature cackled a sound from the depths of hell. Tisk tisk. Your little squad tried so hard, Yet you can't even scratch a sovereign like me. Its grip tightened, choking the life out of him, as it whispered the final despair. If you can't defeat me, how did you ever plan to handle the other overlords ruling West City? Chen Tianwu's face turned corpse pale, his mind racing through the agony. What? You mean West City has more monsters of your level? Meanwhile, in the Eastern War Zone, humanity was bleeding out. Yet despite the catastrophic losses, they knew one truth: this nightmare was real, and they had to retake West City at any cost. Not just to avenge the hundreds of thousands slaughtered by demon beasts, but to secure the future of the great Xia bloodline. This is the land of our ancestors. How can we kneel and let alien filth trample our dignity? Even if the last drop of warrior blood must be spilled, we will reclaim our home. Suddenly, inside the command airship, a piercing alarm shattered the tension. The tactical officer screamed, "Level 1 emergency." I repeat, Level 1 emergency. Massive biological energy signature detected 1,000 meters underground. It's rising fast. System analysis confirms. It's another Lord-class entity. Ground forces have no Grandmaster to hold the line, requesting immediate strategic retreat. The crew was in disbelief. How is this happening? Didn't the only sovereign engage Din Chen's squad? But the commander slammed his fist down, roaring, "Do not hesitate. Order all ground units to fall back. All airships increase altitude immediately. Prepare the tactical nuclear warheads." As the command dropped, every high-level warrior on the ground felt a chill crawl up their spine. Something was wrong. Rumble. The earth churned as if an earth dragon was rolling beneath the crust. Every veteran soldier knew the sign. A titan was about to breach the surface. Panic erupted on the bridge. Captain Massive Tentacle incoming at 3 o'clock. Fire. The electromagnetic railguns roared, unleashing a barrage of destruction. The colossal limb, thick as a skyscraper, was sliced clean in two by the sheer firepower. Boom. The severed monstrosity plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the earth with the force of a meteor, triggering a massive localized earthquake. Debris shot into the sky like shrapnel. But then, the horror truly began. The severed tentacle didn't die. It burrowed into the concrete like a demonic plant and began to grow instantly. At the cauterized stump, where the railgun hit, bubbling granulation tissue erupted, overriding the damage in seconds. A lookout screamed, voice cracking with fear. "It's regenerating." The flesh burst open, birthing a brand new tentacle, glistening with fresh, slimy skin. Within 3 seconds, the newborn flesh hardened into impenetrable armor. The railgun blast that drained the battleship's reserves hadn't inflicted even a scratch of permanent damage. The commander's voice cracked with urgency. There was no time left. Launch the earth-penetrating nukes. Do it now. The order was given. 3 nuclear torpedoes rigged with rocket boosters screamed out from the airship's belly. Massive mud-colored tentacles tore through the Earth's crust, shattering the ground and destabilizing everything for 100 miles around. The nuclear torpedo's drill roared to life, fueled by the raw horsepower of rocket thrusters, piercing the subterranean depths in the blink of an eye. An apocalypse of light and heat vomited from the abyss like a volcano. A massive mushroom cloud pierced the heavens, and the shockwave was so violent, it nearly knocked the aerial warships out of the sky. The ship groaned like a tiny boat facing a tsunami. The commander-in-chief, consumed by rage and grief, pulled his cap low to hide his eyes. 3 nuclear warheads. He prayed the warriors below had managed to retreat. But then, a female officer's chilling report cut through the silence. "Captain, the Overlord's life signal. It hasn't vanished." Below, amidst the hellfire and a 1,000-meter gorge, the shadow of the tentacle still writhed in the dust. The commander roared in disbelief. "What, that monster ate 3 nukes? And is still breathing?" He slammed his fist down, shattering the table. Damn it, is the West City reclamation plan doomed to fail? A crushing despair filled the command deck. No one dared to breathe, but suddenly the central computer was hijacked by a higher authority override. The mechanical voice of the Imperial Capital's supercomputer Nuwa echoed through the command center. Report. Central System Authority. Overridden. I repeat. Central System Authority. Overridden. The commander-in-chief snapped his head up, shock written all over his face. He muttered in disbelief, "Authority hijacked is that Nuwa?" But the AI's voice wasn't done yet. "Gratitude is expressed to all warriors of the West City War Zone for your bloody sacrifice. Now please relinquish the battlefield." To him. The commander frowned, confusion, warring with hope. Him. Who exactly is him? Suddenly, a technician screamed out a report, panic lacing his voice. "Sir. We've detected an intercontinental ballistic missile incoming on a direct vector." The commander spun around, An ICBM. High above their heads, a hypersonic streak tore through the atmosphere. It was a blinding comet of light, a force of destruction that no one could identify. But then, the commander's eyes widened. Something was off. In a daze, he stammered, "Wait, that's impossible. We're detecting a life signal on the missile." His voice trembled, words failing him as the impossible unfolded before his eyes. His worldview shattered as he whispered, There's a human standing on it." A military-grade Azure ballistic missile cruised through the vast firmament. Its tail flame was a roaring dragon, tearing the sky asunder as it streaked past the imperial capital. Traveling at several Mach, the air resistance alone should have been a solid wall of death. Yet, against the violent atmospheric pressure, a lone figure stood, immovable, anchored to the warhead like a god. It was Yi He. In this manhwa recap, he felt like an ancient cultivator riding a flying sword, though his sword was a bit more explosive. He had returned from his metamorphosis, radiating an aura of domineering, spiky aggression. He wasn't exposed, thankfully. He was clad in a sleek nanosuit, instantly deploying, after his shell broke, saving him from fighting in his birthday suit. Just minutes prior, at Hua University, a pillar of brilliant azure light had erupted, dyeing the clouds above the imperial capital in a majestic shade of blue. Countless citizens opened their windows, gazing skyward in awe. They whispered that this must be the secret weapon the capital developed for the Great Xia Reclamation Plan. But it was no weapon. It was Yi He, the protagonist of this leveling manhwa, greedily absorbing that terrifying torrent of energy. A service droid, controlled by Nuwa, approached holding a wristwatch. Chen Chong's voice projected through it, warm and gentle. "Student Yi. He. Congratulations on your breakthrough." She carefully fastened the device onto his wrist. "This is the special combat nano-armor, prepared specifically for you by the Dragon Sparrow organization." The moment the clasp-plicked liquid black and blue nanite surged forth, enveloping Yi He in a second skin of high-tech battle gear. His expression instantly hardened. "Nuwa, how long has the West City Army been deployed?" Nuwa's reply was crisp. "They departed 5 hours ago." The godlike Yi. He froze, then exploded in a panic. 5 hours, he barked orders rapidly. "Prepare a supersonic fighter jet immediately." "No, wait, even a jet is too slow for this crisis. Use the intercontinental ballistic missile. That's the only thing fast enough," Nuwa responded. "Affirmative." Yi. He had 2 critical objectives in West City. First, find the Mad Doctor to reclaim the Golden Gene. Second, slaughter the Overlord, seize its core, and take the final step in his evolution. His Emperor template compatibility had surpassed 90%. Ordinary cores were now useless trash. Even a Lord-tier core would only bump his stats by a measly few percentage points. He had brute-forced his way to 99%, using a mountain of resources, literally draining the entire Hua University market of Lord-tier cores. But that final 1%? It was an immovable bottleneck in this awakening manhwa. Only a higher-tier gene could bridge that last gap to perfection. Yi He stood atop the missile silo, muscles coiled. Nuwa's voice intoned. "Student Yi He, ICBM launch sequence initiated. May your martial fortune be eternal." With a thunderous roar, the unadorned green missile erupted from the silo, ascending to the heavens. Back in the present, Yi He rode the missile as it began its terminal descent toward the tentacled monstrosity. "Found you," he smirked. 3 nukes couldn't kill you. Good. My final 1% depends on your existence." A cocky grin spread across his face, pure arrogance. "According to the database, you're the so-called Earth Demon, right? That name isn't domineering at all, you know." "Oh, are you angry because I mocked your name?" As the words left his lips, the warhead screamed toward the writhing nest of tentacles. Milliseconds before the ICBM detonated Yi, he leaped into the void. He chuckled nonchalantly, falling through the air. Well, the Emperor's temper isn't exactly small either. Godzilla secret art atomic light sword / azure energy gathered in Yi. His palm's crystalline structures erupting from his knuckles like blue diamonds as he charged his strike. He swung his arms and the light solidified into massive blades. With a clear hum of pure energy, 2 beam sabers stretching hundreds of meters erupted from his fists, carrying the weight of absolute destruction. Yi. He descended like a tiger granted wings. Below, the massive crater left by the previous nuke was spewing dark crimson mist. But suddenly 2 streaks of azure lightning, thousands of meters long, began to flash violently within that mist. The tentacles trying to block the assault were sliced apart, like wet tissue paper. The beast's regeneration couldn't even keep up with the speed of Yi, his light blades. A single sweep of those kilometer-long light swords annihilated every tentacle in sight. Inside the command center, the staff erupted in wild cheers. Is that a Grandmaster sent by Hua University? We can retake West City. It's a miracle. We're saved. The retreating units on the ground received the news a supreme powerhouse had arrived. Battle-hardened soldiers hugged each other, choking back tears of relief. The commander clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. We are going to win this. Godzilla Secret Art Atomic Battle Body. Super. The Godzilla-like shell on Yi-He's body began to crack and crumble, revealing a blinding sun-like azure radiance beneath. He obliterated the remaining defenses. Descending thousands of meters into the crater, he finally laid eyes on the Earth Demon's true form. It was a grotesque, dark brown sphere of fleshy tumors 300 meters wide. Tentacles sprouted from its surface like worms. He grinned. You sure know how to hide. The Earth Demon sensed a fatal threat unlike anything before. The massive meat sphere began to compress violently, condensing its muscles to maximize defense. In this condensed state of this system, Manhwa, even a direct nuclear bombardment, wouldn't scratch it. It was an impregnable fortress of flesh. But the demon's desperate defense didn't make he flinch. To him, this wasn't an invincible monster. It was just a slightly tougher punching bag, a sheep waiting for the slaughter. A scream popped up, revealing a grin that stretched ear to ear. He charged forward, his power surging like a true awakening Manhwa protagonist, and declared, I'll end you in a single breath. Shattering the sound barrier at Mach speeds, he transformed into a brilliant blue meteor, smashing directly into the solidified body of the Earth Demon. Godzilla Secret Art Atomic Sky Kick. Infinite atomic blue light erupted, flooding the massive nuclear scars with blinding energy. In that split second, all color drained from the world, leaving only that radiant azure glow. It was a miracle that etched itself into the soul of every warrior watching. With the annihilation of this overlord-tier beast, Yi officially ascended into the circle of humanity's elite powerhouses on the blue planet. Witnesses miles away gaped at the terrifying display of power. That came from West City. What in the world is happening over there? My eyes. Intelligence said an overlord appeared. Surely not. But in the ruins of West City, kilometers of skyscrapers had been flattened into dust. On the battlefield, Wu Huang lay destroyed. Only half his torso remained. His life force was completely extinguished. Chen Tianwu, battered and exhausted, propped himself up with his spear. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and cried out to his fallen comrade. Cough. Wu Huang, the golden-horned lord, stepped arrogantly over the corpse, sneering. So much for the shield of the strong. He was as fragile as paper, pierced in a single strike. Just 30 minutes ago, Chen Tianwu had burned his life force, teaming up with Dai Kaiming and Old Mu to successfully suppress the golden-horned lord. It had shed its shell, entering its dark gold second form. But just as Chen's spear aimed for its heart, the monster evolved again, a third form. Sinister red energy leaked out, 4 new arms burst from its torso, and it looked down on them with absolute dominance. You are strong, it mocked, forcing this king into his third form. Chen Tianwu despaired. This monster had yet another transformation hidden away. He knew the end was near. The blood-burning secret art was fading. Even if we win, I won't live to see another year. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that I, Grandmaster Chen Tianwu of Great Xia, will drag you to hell with me. Kill. The golden-horned lord nodded slightly. Martial luck lock. Forced engagement. Your idealistic martial arts are mysterious, but they cannot bridge the gap of absolute power. Its eyes flashed with a crimson, oppressive light. Earth-killing art, heavenly thunder. Spear Chen Tianwu transformed into a streak of white lightning. One man charging with the unstoppable momentum of an entire army. The golden-horned lord found his 4 arms trapped in the domain, forcing a grudging admission. The emperor recently perfected the conversion experiments of the old civilization. It charged energy into its fists to meet the lightning head-on. Snarling, it continued, I acknowledge you as a human. Once you die, I will present your corpse for modification. You shall be reborn stronger. Cracks began to fracture across the dragon scale spear. Chen Tianwu gritted his teeth, suppressing the agonizing overload, tearing his body apart. He was draining his very life force, betting everything on this single desperate strike. Even if it costs me my life, I will cripple you. I won't let you interfere with the reclamation of West City. Boom. Lightning and fist collided. A crescent shockwave pulverized everything into ash. The thunder roared, actually pushing the Golden Horn Lord back. Even with its insect wings flaring to stabilize itself against the gale, the monster struggled to hold its ground. Rumble. A terrifying explosion erupted, the blinding blue lightning, searing the eyes of everyone watching through the drone feeds. The Golden Horned Lord looked at its 4 arms. The carapace was shattering. It scoffed. That life-burning technique is annoying. That power could have killed me if I hadn't prepared. Old Mu leapt into the air, catching Chen Tianwu's falling body. He spun to dissipate the force before landing safely. The monster growled arrogantly, "No matter. I held back to preserve your corpse, but you won't get that luxury now. You'll just be dust." But as the words fell, the corpse of Wu Huang, the man who had just died suddenly, stood up, his body eerily intact. He stood right beside the golden horned lord and spoke. "Oh, it's so lively over here. I could feel the vibrations all the way from the city outskirts." Old Mu pointed, trembling in horror. "Wu Huang, didn't you just die in battle?" Wu Huang slapped a hand over his face like a maniac, laughing hysterically. "That's right. That's right." He slowly walked toward where Chen Tianwu's warhorse lay. He turned back, eyes glowing with a sinister light. This wasn't Wu Huang anymore. His face twisted into a demonic expression, his laughter growing wilder. "Old Mu, am I dead? Who knows, eh? Ha 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 ha." Wu Huang's skin began to tear and warp. From the crown of his head down to his tailbone, jagged spikes erupted through the flesh. His body curled inward, trembling violently as a monstrous transformation took hold. Witnessing their teammate twist into such a grotesque state, Old Mu and the rest of the squad could only stare in paralyzed shock. Wu Huang, their faces drained of all color. But the nightmare was just beginning. His abdomen tore open, morphing into a gaping maw. A massive tongue lashed out, coiling around the royal Kirin's corpse and swallowing it whole. His head snapped around 180 degrees. On his skin, countless human faces began to push through the surface, a sight straight out of a horror story. Delicious. Truly exquisite, as expected of a Grandmaster's mount. Ah, but if I could feast on the Grandmaster himself, that would be divine. You all look appetizing as well. Mind if I have a taste? But in the next split second, a dark red fist shadow obliterated the space. The golden horned beetle sovereign smashed his head clean off. What is this filth? It reeks of the dark star demons. Is this the result of your humanity's twisted madness? To think you dabble with those abominations. It would be better if we just took over this planet. After blowing the head away, the golden horn beetle sovereign stared down at the headless corpse with utter disdain. Crack, crack. Countless black and red tentacles burst from the severed neck, writhing and weaving together until they formed a brand new head. Around his neck lay a collar of living black and red matter wrapped in cruel spikes. Below it, a torn, exaggerated grin stretched across his face in a nightmarish display. Hey hey hey. Greetings, prey. I am an alien life form. You may call me Yin One, and I have come to feast upon your flesh. Facing this monstrosity, the golden horn beetle lord showed zero fear. It crossed its arms, scoffing with absolute disdain. Arrogant fool. West City was still drowning in the fires of battle. Thick smoke coiled around every skyscraper like a suffocating serpent. Darkness swallowed the sky, plunging the entire district into the heavy, suffocating atmosphere of total war. The golden horn beetle lord threw a punch with earth-shattering force, but Yin One didn't even flinch. He let the fist smash directly into his face. The beetle lord roared, "You can't even withstand a single blow." Suddenly, the beetle lord's eyes flashed with terror. It saw something far more horrific than itself. Its massive body froze. Its mouth moved, trying to scream, but no sound would come out. What is this? Crack with a supersonic boom. Yin One's skull tore completely open. Brain matter splashed out like a gruesome fountain of gore. Yet, the scattered pieces were instantly caught by razor-thin black and red spiderwebs, refusing to be blown away by the shockwave of the punch. In the blink of an eye, the blood and flesh snapped back together, wrapping around the beetle lord's fist. Like living sludge, the beast panicked. "This is bad. His flesh is corroding my body." Its carapace, hardened by a third-stage evolution, was being consumed in seconds. The golden horn beetle lord didn't hesitate. It severed its own hand, buzzed its wings, and desperately widened the distance. "Oh, alien creature. How far do you think you can run? Standing before you is merely the bait. My true body is the trap." Yin One smiled with demonic glee. "Have you ever heard of the anglerfish?" Boom. The earth collapsed. A mouth as wide as a canyon, hundreds of meters across, roared as it erupted from the ground. The golden horn beetle lord floated helplessly in the air. It realized too late it had walked right into a trap. It could only watch as the world was swallowed by eternal darkness. Seconds later, that colossal maw of razor-sharp teeth snapped shut, engulfing the beetle lord's entire body in one clean, terrifying bite. Debris rained down like meteors. The entire zone shook from the impact. The massive mouth swallowed the distorted beetle lord, spinning in the air, before transforming into a giant veiny stomach that wrapped around Yin Wan. Heaven only knows how he managed to stuff such a gargantuan monster into his human-sized frame. As expected of an overlord-tier creature, even he couldn't digest it instantly. The prey was still thrashing inside that unnatural belly. Yin Wan felt 20% discomfort, but 80% pure adrenaline, worthy of a ruler-class beast. I can't absorb him immediately. He's even struggling inside my gut. This was the golden opportunity. Elder Mu suppressed his aura completely, praying not to draw attention, and whispered in a voice so low, it almost vanished in the wind. Now go, Elder Mu, handed Chen Tianwu, who had fainted from spiritual exhaustion, over to Dai Kaiming. He gave the order, take Director Chen and run. Don't look back. But Dai Kaiming hesitated. But, Elder Mu, what about you? The spark of hope was extinguished instantly. Yin Wan had already spotted their attempt to flee. Yin Wan flashed a scornful grin. He walked slowly toward them, savoring the delicious scent of fear radiating from their trembling bodies. I haven't forgotten about you two little mice. You'll make the perfect dessert to wash down my meal. But suddenly his expression froze. It was as if his very instincts screamed, stop. A choked gasp died in his throat. From the east of West City, a colossal pillar of blue light pierced the heavens. The high-energy reaction was absolutely exaggerated, surpassing the logic of a typical leveling manhwa, and the source of that power was barreling straight toward him. The air exploded with sonic booms. The clouds above were sliced in half by a blue falling star. Dai Kaiming and Elder Mu, running for their lives, felt it too. Elder Mu gasped, that energy is overwhelming. Is it another? Overlord, Dai Kaiming shouted. It's coming right at us. The roar grew deafening. Even with Dai Kaiming's vision as a half-step grandmaster, he could barely see a blur of blue after images crashing down from the sky, slamming directly into Yin Wan. It wasn't until the moment of impact that the shockwave finally caught up, screaming like a banshee. Even Yin Wan's indestructible body buckled under the sheer pressure of that descending energy. Boom! An explosion tore through the city, shaking the very foundations of reality. As the world spun into chaos, Elder Mu threw his arms out to shield them. Gritting his teeth against the crushing pressure, he shouted to Dai Kaiming, protect Director Chen with your life. Dai Kaiming had no idea what monster had arrived. He felt an invisible hand crush his heart. Like a sheep facing a T-Rex, he was suppressed at a genetic level, frozen in place. Wait, did that overlord just target the alien? The ruins where Chen Tianwu and the Beetle Lord had fought were gone, vaporized. Only a blinding dust cloud remained from the collision. Crash, crash. The sound of destruction echoed rhythmically. Skyscrapers collapsed like dominoes. He pinned Yin Wan down, smashing him through 3 kilometers of office buildings. His voice was ice cold. I thought you ate the Overlord because you were on our side. But since you want to eat Director Chen too, I can't let you live. Yin Wan was reeling. Before he could even process what was happening, it felt like he had been hit by a cruise missile, driving him backward. He unleashed a barrage of punches, each one carrying the force of a tactical nuke. His glowing blue eyes locked onto Yin Wan's crumbling body. The black and red ooze spilling from the alien triggered a primal disgust deep within him. He roared, that filthy red and black slime makes me sick. Sensing that aura, he felt a rage unlike anything he had ever known in this awakening manhwa world. He shouted the technique's name, Godzilla Secret Art Atomic Killing Heart. Nuclear Blast Fist. Atomic energy dyed in murderous intent, shone with blinding brilliance. He's right arm became a railgun of electromagnetic power. He drove a fist of absolute destruction into Yin Wan's face, releasing a torrent of unrivaled energy that incinerated everything in its path. Yin Wan's head was obliterated in a fraction of a second, atomized by high-density particles. A mid-air explosion followed, and Yin Wan could only let out a weak gurgle. Arr! With his chest cavity almost entirely missing, Yin Wan's broken body was blasted away by the residual shockwave of the nuclear strike. But reality isn't a turn-based game where the villain gets to recover. Yi Hua pursued him relentlessly like a grim reaper, demanding a soul. He smirked coldly. I won't let you die that easily. Yi Hua refused to let up. With his armor scarred from countless battles, he stomped the ground, launching himself into the air like a cannonball. His hand clamped onto Yin Wan's battered body, holding the monster like it was nothing more than a dirty rag. Yi Hua surged his energy, rocketing straight up past the cloud layer. From a distance, he looked like a human missile, a storm of aura tearing through the sky at terrifying speed. Reaching an altitude where the air grew thin, Yi Hua let out a roar that shook the heavens. Then, with all his might, he hurled the monster back down to earth. 3 rings of sonic booms exploded in the air as Yin Wan plummeted like a fighter jet in a death spiral, screaming toward the ground. The moment Yin Wan's flesh collided with the earth, the kinetic energy detonated like a napalm bomb. A massive shockwave rippled outward, obliterating everything. The ground caved in for hundreds of meters. Yin Wan's upper body shattered first, disintegrating until he was nothing but a puddle of gore. Slowly, the dust began to settle over the crater. Only then did Yi Hua touch down. Suddenly, a blue screen flashed before his eyes, the classic sign of a leveling Manhwa protagonist. Infinite Monster Template. Host Yi Hua. Template Berserk Emperor Damara. Synchronization 100%. Form Flame Monarch unlocked. Warning: use with caution. Yi Hua stood tall in his gleaming new nano armor, looking absolutely god-tier. But then squelch crack pools of black and red liquid began to converge, weaving back into a humanoid shape in seconds. From the ground up, tendrils defied gravity, twisting and turning with a logic that defied all laws of physics. Even after that, he's still alive, persistent as a starving leech. He was regenerating, while simultaneously absorbing the essence of the golden-horned beetle sovereign. Yin Wan's body fully reformed, and his mouth twisted into a mocking sneer. That was quite the impact. You actually made me dizzy for a second. Since my birth, I've never been crushed like that. Yi Hua narrowed his eyes. Yin Wan stood there, a twisted demon, rising from a blood sacrifice, yet somehow, he looked bored. That thunderous strike from Yi Hua had only managed to disorient him. Hey. But I should thank you. That impact accelerated my digestion. Now I have successfully assimilated the genes of that beast lord. His voice dropped an octave, becoming raspy and ear-piercing. As a reward, I'll let you watch while I devour you, piece by piece. The crater where Yi Hua had slammed him created a massive artificial lake. It reminded everyone of the destruction at Swan Lake. Was this going to be like the battle with that immortal gorilla? A monster that simply refuses to die? Seeing Yin Wan rise unscathed, Yi Hua descended with a cold glare. Stop barking. Walk a crisp. Slap echoed, followed instantly by a furious kick to the face. The immense force sent Yin Wan spinning like a top, rotating dozens of times in midair, his body twisting into a grotesque spiral. Yi Hua smirked. Nice curve. Before the monster could hit the ground, Yi Hua delivered a devastating roundhouse kick, launching him into a skyscraper hundreds of meters away. The impact was so severe that a blinding flash of light erupted where Yin Wan slammed into the structure. From the shattered ruins, black and red tentacles exploded outward, tossing aside steel and concrete. Yin Wan rose from the rubble, his laughter growing manic. Hee. More. Hit me more. This time, Yi Hua's attack didn't splatter him, it only shattered his bones. His body was adapting to the kinetic force in real time. You cannot kill me, he hissed. I will become your nightmare. As he spoke, his physical form lost cohesion. His massive bulk detonated into a sprawling mess of black and red slime. The air grew thick with the stench of rot. Yin Wan dissolved, completely transforming into a gargantuan black and red tidal wave that swallowed the entire skyscraper. Yi Hua didn't flinch. Atomic energy surged into his palm, expanding rapidly until it was the size of a house. The stronger the opponent, the more his blood boiled with excitement. I've never met a human crazier than me. But you fool, expanding your size just makes you an easier target to obliterate. Xola Secret Art Emperor's Chi Blast. Yi Hua leaped a massive sphere of destruction trailing behind him. Like a god slamming a basketball, he drove the colossal atomic sun straight into the black tide. Boom. A brilliant blue sphere of annihilation mushroomed over West City. Dai Kaiming watched his eyes wide as saucers. The raw power and speed Yi Hua displayed defied all logic. Who is this Grandmaster? Even Grandmaster Li Zhongshen couldn't hope to match this level of destruction. That monster had held the lives of Dai Kaiming and Old Mu in its claws. But against this apocalyptic power, it was nothing more than a fragile flower facing a hurricane. Old Mu's jaw hit the floor. That blue energy signature. He had never felt anything like it in the history of this awakening Manhwa world. Thank the heavens, this monster is on our side. With a powerhouse like him guarding the West City sector, we can finally breathe easy in this Manhwa recap. Blue atomic energy surged like a tsunami, engulfing the entire building and obliterating every single atom in its path. The demon beasts and martial artists that Yin Wan had devoured. They were instantly vaporized, like moths flying straight into a nuclear inferno. Yin Wan's body dissolved into a grotesque tide of black and red gore. Instead of retreating from the explosive energy, he chose to clash head-on with Yi He. He scoffed, adrenaline spiking through his veins. I told you it is useless. No matter how devastating your attacks are, you cannot kill me. My ability to divide is infinite. Divide. Divide, divide. My biological potential has ignited completely. Your nuclear strikes may tear me apart and destroy my flesh, but that only accelerates my cellular division. My regeneration speed has already surpassed the destruction rate of your atomic energy. Ha ha ha, Yi, he sneered, looking at the creature with pure disgust. What a repulsive freak. However, with the Emperor Sect compatibility maxed out, his sensory perception was sharper than ever. He couldn't see the cells like an electron microscope, but his instincts told him everything. This monster was constantly adapting to his atomic energy. Meanwhile, Yi, his body tensed muscles, locking in a stalemate against Yin 1. From the crimson abyss, Yin Mo's twisted visage surfaced. Countless eyes sprouted like cursed fruit locking onto Yi He, with insatiable gluttony. Ah ha ha. Behold the apex of evolution, his laughter thundered. No matter your strength, you are merely fodder for my ascension. Defeat is impossible. I smell it. Your genetic code reeks of supreme power. That overlord class trash I just devoured is nothing compared to you. Yi, he clicked his tongue, staring at the grotesque display with pure revulsion. This casual disdain ignited a wildfire of envy within the beast. A laugh tore from his throat, half venom, half despair. Why the sound trembled, ripping through the suffocating resentment in his chest. I have feasted on millions. I sculpted the ultimate bloodline yet. Why does your very existence mock my perfection? In a split second, the black and red cells multiplied exponentially. A terrifying fluctuation of energy began to swell, threatening to burst. Why must I be the one to devour you? He shrieked, transforming into a cataclysmic tsunami crashing down on the city streets. The crimson tide morphed into a maw of hell. A skyscraper collapsed, swallowed instantly by the meat grinder fangs within the wave. It was pulverized into ash. Mere inches from Dai Kai Ming and old Mu fear gripped them as they witnessed this world-ending monstrosity. Doubt crept into Kai Ming's heart. The beast was a calamity. Could the mysterious powerhouse actually stand against such a nightmare? With that creature's regeneration and adaptation, even a tactical nuke would be like throwing a pebble at a mountain. While others trembled in despair, Yi He faced the apocalypse with a stoic gaze. Not a single ripple of fear disturbed his composure. In the end, he declared, "You're just a glutton with an eating disorder." Yi, he clenched his fist, knuckles cracking like thunder. Azure arcs of electricity exploded around him. Like the main character of an awakening manhwa, his power surged, scorching the air. Murderous aura coalesced into a crimson gauntlet. Yi, he channeled his energy and roared sea-splitting fist. Boom! A titanic crimson avatar materialized. The pressure was suffocating. It rivaled the tsunami, ready to swallow the heavens themselves. The sky screamed as the fist descended. Space itself twisted and buckled under the sheer weight of absolute destruction. RIIP. The crimson tide was torn asunder. Yi, his punch parted, the sea of corruption, his azure beam piercing straight into the beast's core. The light obliterated every chaotic cell. Agony beyond imagination racked Yenmo's wretched form. Debris blasted outward as chaotic energy shredded the dimension. How? The beast choked, voice trembling. How is this possible? Reality shattered his delusions. The viscous sludge retreated frantically, pulling itself together, no longer daring to spread its filth. The chaos subsided. All eyes fixed on the trembling remains of the self-proclaimed apex predator. Yin Mo reformed, his face twisted in horror. He thought he had adapted to Yi He's level, but that wasn't even a fraction of the hero's true power. AARGHE. Why does your power keep rising? In a blink, Yi, he appeared behind him, whispering like the Grim Reaper. Because my limit will always be above your existence. Cold sweat drenched the beast. The oppression was absolute. Damn you. Yinmo triggered a stolen beast gene. The atmosphere within 100 meters boiled instantly. Air burst gene activate. The earth screamed as gravity reversed. Dust erupted into the sky, torn apart by invisible violent hands. The ground convulsed, then boom vacuum blasts detonated in a dense lethal chain reaction. Rumble. The shockwave decimated everything for 300 miles. A force strong enough to vaporize a prehistoric titan in seconds. Yet within the eye of the storm, a golden sphere of mana cradled Yi He. Not a speck of dust dared to touch his clothes. He stood unbothered amidst the apocalypse. With chilling grace, he simply brushed a speck of dirt from his shoulder. His gaze was colder than zero. It looked at Yinmo not as a threat, but as an insect beneath his boot. A smile crept up his face, one that sent shivers down the spine of a monster. He spoke with terrifying calm. What gave you the illusion that this was my prime state? Amidst the ruins, Yinmo roared in hateful denial genetic art. He lunged, unleashing a death acid palm right at Yi He's face. Yi He sidestepped. The beast followed up magma, Iron Mountain lightning whip, but against the hero of this leveling manhwa, it was useless. Yinmo gasped, his jaw dropping as he wound up for another futile strike. What kind of trash did I devour? I refuse to believe it. I am the ultimate life form. I am perfection. Every cell mutated into a sound amplifier, ultrasonic roar. He unleashed a sonic hurricane capable of shattering eardrums and steel alike. Space rippled like water. The earth was flayed alive. Yet, he stood there treating the sonic death blast like a gentle breeze from a hairdryer. The waves of destruction washed over him, obliterating the landscape, but failing to leave even a scratch on Yi He's skin. Is this chaotic tantrum your grand finale? Yi, he scoffed. Let me return your words. No matter how you struggle, you cannot kill death itself. With his physical stats ascended to a higher dimension, his avatar, the fusion of spirit and body, had evolved beyond the mortal realm. Its parameters and every attribute were now multiplied, dwarfing his base state by astronomical margins. Therefore, whether your base form attacks can even scratch me remains a mystery. Let alone now, when my stats have been multiplied exponentially. The cocky bastard picked his nose, wearing the most punchable expression imaginable. To put it simply, you could stand there hitting me all day, and you still wouldn't break my defense. Facing Yi He's overwhelming arrogance, one's confidence began to crack. No, this cannot be happening. Am I truly unable to defeat him? Even as I evolve every second, deducing the perfect genetic sequence. Yin, one, who had never feared heaven nor earth, finally felt the cold grip of terror. He stood frozen before Yi He, his body trembling against his own will. Yi He stepped closer, radiating the thick stench of death. The gap between our power is simply too vast. Suddenly, Yi He's presence expanded, looming over him like a titanic giant. He stood before Yin One like an immovable mountain. Even though the monster was evolving compared to Yi, he was nothing but an insect. He stammered in fear. If the gap between us is 1,000 meters, then me growing 1 or 2 centimeters is utterly meaningless on this massive scale. Damn it all, if I just had more time, if I devoured more powerhouses and perfected my genes, I would eventually surpass this man. Yin One's maw, full of razor-sharp teeth, twitched, but his voice was fading. It was too late. Regret and fury consumed him. It's all because that golden gene aura was cut off too soon. If I had fully assimilated those genes and reached perfection before fighting this monster, even if I lost, I wouldn't be this pathetic. Desperate to survive, he forced himself to stop and negotiate with the predator before him. Hey, all right, I admit it. Yin One stared at Yi He. You are not inferior to a perfect creature like myself. I cannot kill you, but you cannot kill me either. So let us make a deal. I will not touch this city, no, this entire country, ever again. I will go elsewhere. For example, the Northern White Federation. This aligns with your goal to suppress other nations, does it not? In the end, we can divide the blue star between us. I will rule the northern continent, and you shall rule the rest. Just give me a drop of blood from the world's strongest fighters, and I will synthesize a toxin to eliminate them for you. Yin One rambled on as if the fate of the world was already sealed. But his voice only irritated Yi He further. The hero remained silent. In response, Yi He simply raised a single finger. Yin One flinched. What does that mean? Slowly, he raised a second finger, crossing them to form a symbol. Yin One squinted. 10 minutes. But his thought was brutally cut short. 10 seconds. If you survive that long, I will adopt your family name. It was a declaration from a leveling Manhwa legend. Yin One was a dead man walking. Feeling mocked, Yin One roared in fury. Then why don't you just come and hold my hand? Yi he replied coldly. Count however you like. Yin One leaned back, spreading his arms with a grotesque, gummy smile, mocking Yi He's delusion. Kill me? Are you joking? Even I cannot kill myself. Every cell in my body is screaming for evolution. How can evolution allow for death? But before he could finish his sentence, he vanished. He reappeared instantly, locking Yin One in a deadly embrace. Yin One froze in terror. It looked like a lover's embrace, but it felt like the Reaper's scythe. Yi, he whispered into his ear. Why don't we test that theory? He hooked his arms under Yin One's shoulders and locked his hands together. His grip was unbreakable. Liftoff. The sonic boom hit them an instant later. Blue atomic fire erupted from Yin. He's back. They shot into the sky like a reverse meteor, dragging Yin One's body against the side of the skyscraper. Atomic thrusters roared beneath his feet. He ground Yin One's face against the glass and concrete, carving a trench of destruction all the way up. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Despite the agony and the gore, Yin One laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. You cannot kill me, you will never kill me. This pain is nothing but. He would soon regret those words. Yi. He blasted through the cloud layer, the atomic engines screaming with power. They shattered the sound barrier, climbing higher and higher. You. What are you doing? The air grew thin. The temperature plummeted to freezing. Panic finally set in. Are you trying to throw me off the planet? They crossed the 50,000-meter mark, piercing through the ozone layer. Yet the monster still had the energy to run his mouth. The beast sneered at the void. Space can't kill me. I'll feast on the cosmic radiation, evolve endlessly, and return to slaughter every soul on Blue Star. But at an altitude that defied logic, he clamped his hand around Yin One's skull. Their silhouettes were etched against the vast, indifferent cosmos. Yi's voice was cold iron. This distance is perfect. No prying eyes, and the fallout won't wipe out West City. He pulled Yin One close, whispering like a demon. Up here. You've lost connection to your little minions, haven't you? Cold sweat instantly drenched the monster's skin. Hearing the secret of his derivative creatures, exposed Yin One's immortality complex shattered. How do you know that? The truth was, Yin One wasn't a god. If he were the thunder, Bird wouldn't have captured him so easily before. He was tough, sure. But every time he regenerated, he burned through his very life essence. Like a candle burning at both ends, he was fading. Just fighting Yi. He had cost him a third of his life force. And his reserves were massive, equal to 3 Overlord-class monsters combined. But Yin One's true ace in the hole wasn't healing. It was the swarm of spawn he could detach from his main body. From the moment the Goldhorn Beetle Lord knocked his head off to every single piece of flesh I pulverized later. These separated biological components didn't die. No, they entered a deep state of hibernation, waiting for a signal. Once Yin Mo's main body burns through its life force, the backup consciousness stored in those dormant fragments activates. It's a twisted form of pseudo-resurrection. However, this consciousness-splitting ability hasn't reached the perfection one might expect in a high-tier system Manhwa. It has a fatal flaw range. As he realized, this blue lightning crackled in his eyes. His voice wasn't loud, yet it struck terror into Yin Mo's very soul. You wonder how I know? Do you think it's just because I'm stronger? He scoffed internally. It's the biomagnetic field. I can sense the invisible tether connecting your main body to those scattered fragments. By observing the battlefield, I calculated the signal strength. You have a maximum transmission range. I really am a genius. He delivered the final verdict with a voice like cold steel. In other words, you have no extra lives left. Yin Mo screamed in absolute horror. If he died here, he would never see the sun again. He and Yin Mo were now soaring through the stratosphere, an intimate dance of death. Yin Mo's face turned green with despair. The monster realized. He figured it out. I cannot die. I won't disappear into the void. His bones cracked, and muscles swelled, unleashing the terrifying aura of a cornered beast, trying to break free from its cage. He roared into the vacuum, initiating self-destruct fission. This is my ultimate survival technique. You can't possibly catch every single piece of me. Ha ha ha. If even one drop of blood reaches the ground, I survive. He glared back, his eyes, burning like twin stars against the darkness of space. Are you trembling? Is that the primal fear of death I smell? Boom. Yin Mo looked up in horror. Yi's body was expanding, morphing in the blink of an eye into a 10-meter-tall blue-black titan. And he was still growing. The villain was reduced to a helpless chick in a giant's grip. A dense, invisible aura locked him in place like a prison wall. Yin Mo shrieked. Damn it. You can turn into a giant too. Instinctual terror seized Yin Mo. He screamed at but the titan ignored the ant's pleas and curses. 2 massive hands closed around Yin Mo like he was a mere gnat. The titan's voice boomed. I don't need to catch every piece. I just need to crush you all at once. There is no escape. As Yi's colossus form expanded, Yin Mo became nothing more than a speck in his palm. He gripped him tight, channeling immense force into his arms. He began to grind his palms together, determined to reduce Yin Mo to paste. Every cell in the villain's body screamed in agony from the friction. What are you doing, Yi? He compressed him into a meatball. Yin Mo babbled frantically. What is this? Are you going to eat me? Are you a monster? You'd eat your opponent. Ignoring Yin Mo's barking, he tossed him into his mouth like a snack. The villain kept shouting in his arrogance. Aren't you afraid I'll devour you from the inside out? Gulp. Yi. He swallowed him straight down his massive gullet. Reduced to a tiny speck inside the Titan, the villain laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. You fool. You've given me a path to survival from this dead end. Glug. He slid down the throat. But this wasn't the sanctuary he expected. For Yi, swallowing him was just step 1 of the extermination protocol. Floating in the vastness of space, Yi prepared to turn his own body into a celestial furnace. Boom. Step 2. Flame Lord activation. Yi's blue pupils ignited into a crimson blaze. The azure light of his body shifted to the color of a dying star, becoming a second sun in the sky. The atmosphere for miles around was dyed in the color of blood and fire. His surface temperature hit 5,000 degrees, while his internal core temperature skyrocketed to tens of thousands and climbing. The surface of a literal star is only 6,000 degrees. Roasting in this hell, Yinmo screamed in confusion. Where am I? How can a biological being release stellar-class heat? My gene library. I have no super genes adapted for a forbidden life zone like the Sun Rumble. If Yi were still in West City, the catastrophic heat of this Red Lotus form would have vaporized the metropolis and permanently altered the regional climate. Inside the furnace, Yinmo wailed. Stop it. Damn you, are you refining me like an alchemy pill? I refuse to accept this. Yinmo melted, burned, and thrashed within Yi's stomach. He desperately tried to evolve heat-resistant cells, but the destruction was too fast. I am the perfect organism, just give me time. I just need time to become a god. His voice faded into nothingness. He never imagined he'd be thrown into a living sun. He released the excess energy. A shockwave shaped like a blooming red lotus from his core. The crimson lotus shockwave expanded, covering hundreds of kilometers in a ring of fire. The light of this stellar nuclear fission was visible even from space. And then, silence returned to the void. 10 minutes prior, Dai Kai Ming and Old Mu watched Yi. He rocket into the sky, like a missile vanishing with the villain. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. This is West City Warzone HQ. Vanguard Squad, do you copy? I repeat. Vanguard Squad, respond. This is Dai Kai Ming of the Vanguard Squad. Message received HQ. Dai Kai Ming, the beast tide in West City has disintegrated. Mopping up operations are proceeding smoothly. All overlords are confirmed dead. Report your status. Copy that, Dai Kai Ming replied. I see. HQ understands the situation. The officer's voice turned serious. Without that mysterious powerhouse, our plan to reclaim West City would have failed. HQ, if his identity isn't classified, please tell me. I need to thank him in person. HQ replied, he is right there at your Hua Dai University. Dai Kai Ming blinked in shock. At Hua Dai, is he a dean, a special professor? Why haven't I heard of him? He frowned. As the student council president, I know every teacher and professor, but I've never met anyone who fights with such destructive blue light like a legend from a leveling manhwa. Back at headquarters, the revelation dropped. He's not a professor or a teacher. Our hero is still a student. Dai Kai Ming couldn't believe his ears. A student? Which senior elite class is he from? I've never heard of a student reaching Grandmaster level before me. Confirm that intel. Confirmed. He's 3 years your junior. He's an underclassman. Dai Kai Ming froze, his brain short-circuiting. The sky fell silent, leaving only the terrifying heat of the Red Lotus attack. From the edge of space he plummeted like a meteor aimed at Blue Star. His massive 13-meter form cracked open, shedding like burnt charcoal. As he fell, he grumbled. Not only was he ugly, but he tasted terrible. The Flame Monarch form had incinerated his battlesuit. Time to see what you're made of. As the charred shell peeled away he emerged in his natural form, completely exposed. Normally, Nua's nano watch would cover him up, but the system had other plans. Squelch. Tentacles erupted from his mouth, weaving together. A living black and red biocoat began to crawl over his skin. He grinned. High-level vampire bloodline, plus the Mother Emperor's evolution trait. I can digest Yin 1 and steal his genetic code simultaneously. Responding to his will, the living matter shifted. It tightened, structured itself, and began a biological dye process. Skin became fiber. Flesh became fabric. In a blink, he was decked out in a sleek black-gray leather trench coat. He inspected the gear, inherited that black-red matter. It doesn't just look cool. It's healing the damage from my Flame Monarch transformation. No, not just healing. Optimizing. It felt like using a character creation slider in a video game. His body was being upgraded in real time. Heat resistance, energy storage, lighter bones, supercharged nerves. He was becoming the ultimate weapon. Floating in the sky, he looked unchanged to the naked eye. But on a molecular level, he was a different beast entirely. He only kept his human look out of preference. Appearance, build, even gender, he could shift it all on a whim now. Total biological control. He flexed, feeling the rush. Incredible. Words can't describe this power. I'm basically a high-level mother entity now. Meanwhile, across the ocean at the Northern Federation, inside the military command center, panic set in. Operators trembled as they watched the anomaly in the sky. On the satellite feed, a crimson shockwave tore through the atmosphere. General Dale of the Northern Federation narrowed his eyes. He drilled holes into the main screen with his gaze. What in God's name is that? The supercomputer Y responded instantly. High-energy reaction detected between the stratosphere and thermosphere over Great Xia's West City, radius 600 kilometers. Impact equivalent 10 megatons of TNT. The general slammed his fist down. Damn it, I thought Xia was doing a recovery op. What is that explosion? A technician shouted. General Eva detects a life sign at the epicenter. A life sign? Impossible. A blast that size would vaporize even a special-grade grandmaster. Enhance the image. I want to know what Xia is hiding. The screen zoomed in, resolving into clarity. A young man in a leather jacket floated there. He tilted his head back, staring directly at the sky. It was as if his gaze pierced the void, locking eyes with the satellite itself. The general's face went white. A kid. On the screen, the teenager's lips moved. Y analyzed the movement instantly, translating from Xia language. Message, are you peeping at your daddy? There, on the massive command screen, was Yi He's face, and a very friendly middle finger directed right at them. General Dale looked like he was about to have a stroke. No way. Our satellite is in deep orbit. How did he detect us? Run facial recognition. Does Great Xia have a fourth Grandmaster? Fear gripped the room as He's eyes began to glow. Wait, what is he doing now? The Federation officers were drowning in cold sweat, chaos, erupting in the command center. One shouted, General sensors are picking up a massive energy surge, concentrating at breakneck speed. On the main surveillance screen, a terrifying sight dominated the view. A blazing blue shockwave tore through the atmosphere, announcing its arrival with apocalyptic force. In the blink of an eye, the satellite was reduced to cosmic dust. After obliterating the Northern Federation's eye in the sky, Yihua's voice boomed with mockery. Listen up, you Federation lackeys. I've blinded your surveillance first. Let's see if you still have the guts to spy on us now. The Brood Mother Matrix reached maximum output. The biomagnetic field expanded to its absolute limit, vast enough to shroud the entire globe in its dominion. Moreover, his senses transcended mere biology. He could detect the faint breath of carbon-based life forms and even intercept the invisible frequencies of electronic signals. West City is finally back under our control. A bold thought struck him. With my current power level, could I survive stepping into the 11 S-rank forbidden zones? It's worth a shot, he roared, unleashing his power. Magnetic field. Expansion. His gaze locked onto the heavens, piercing through the atmosphere to connect with a satellite in orbit. An invisible sensory web exploded outward with Yi at the epicenter. In a heartbeat, his domain engulfed the entire province, expanding at breakneck speed. A tsunami of chaotic data flooded directly into his mind. The black and red biomatter instinctively filtered the noise, purging the junk data. Before his eyes, the liquid entity constructed a perfect holographic 3D map of the world. A smirk touched Yi's lips. This was perfection. The fusion of the biomatter and his life magnetic field had created the ultimate radar system. Every city in Great Xia was outlined with terrifying precision. Nothing could hide from his gaze. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. When the scan hit Guangshan City, that S-rank mystery zone, the biomatter glitched, unable to form a stable image. The reason was chillingly simple within Yi's life force magnetic field. Guangshan City appeared as nothing but a devouring void. He shook his head, clicking his tongue in disappointment. A failure as expected. Hardly surprising. After all, even humanity's apex warriors are helpless before the despair of a rank S hidden realm. He wasn't shocked by this outcome. Instead, curiosity sparked within him. If the Guangshan Forbidden Zone had fallen, what of the rest of the world? Make no mistake, he was powerful, but he hadn't yet reached the absolute peak of this high martial leveling Manhwa world. However, possessing the might of the legendary Godzilla, he had undeniably joined the ranks of humanity's supreme combatants. Shifting his focus from Guangshan, he unleashed his magnetic perception. It expanded across all of Great Xia, sweeping over the entire eastern continent of the Blue Star. His sensory field surged like a tide, crossing the great eastern ocean until it reached the shores of the northern White Continent. From the frozen northern sea to the eternal ice of the southern pole, every inch of the Blue Star was scanned and mapped in his mind's eye. At this moment, the entire world lay bare before Yi He's gaze. The scene shifts to a small island nation, the Sakura Imperial Palace, atop Mount Fuji. Inside the Great Sun Imperial Palace, amidst chambers of gold and crystal, a stench of rotting flesh lingered. A putrid odor, so foul not even countless incense burners could mask it. A dragon bed, 20 meters wide, sat veiled behind sheer curtains. One could only wonder what kind of behemoth required a resting place of such colossal proportions. A racking cough echoed from within. Cough, cough. A silhouette appeared behind the veil, emaciated yet terrifyingly massive. 3 attendants bowed low, trembling. "Your Majesty," a hand larger than the servant herself reached out. It was a withered, nightmarish limb, resembling dead wood, rotting with cadaver spots. Cough. "The medicine. Bring me the medicine." Once the servant retreated, a voice raspy as a ghoul's began to mutter in the shadows. To think, a sensory field could reach all the way to the East Sunday. Which powerhouse is this? That old fox Shi Jingwen of Great Xia? Or perhaps Kuei Li of the Western Continent? Has someone seen through the truth? I, this sovereign, have remained hidden for nearly a century. Are they testing me? No matter. I must refine the divine artifact quickly. The day I grasp that legendary realm is the day the East Sun conquers the entire Blue Star. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, in the great Western Continent, at the divine capital of the Godfall Kingdom, a 1,000-meter deity statue towered over the city. Below, believers gasped as the stone god began to change. Look, the god statue is manifesting. The true God has descended. The teachings were real. The prophecy has come to pass. Those ignorant fools who doubted will fall into the abyss. Oh, Divine One, I beg you, save my grandchild from his terminal illness. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air before the Colossus. He spoke, voice calm yet piercing. Did that arrogant gaze finally wake you from your slumber? The stone brow trembled visibly. A strange, sickly fragrance filled the air as fresh, crimson blood began to weep from a crack between the statue's eyes. Then, the statue's mouth tore open, stretching all the way to its ears. It revealed a gargantuan, grotesque smile that reeked of madness. The young man slapped a parchment covered in ancient scriptures onto the statue's vertical slit-like pupil. The eye quivered, and the deity froze, returning to cold, lifeless stone. Dressed in the supreme golden robes of the Godfall Kingdom, a blindfold of white silk covering his eyes, the handsome youth turned and ascended into the sky. His voice was low. This was my negligence. Please, my lord, continue your rest. Far away off the coast of the Akong continent, a colossal luxury liner drifted through the waves. Any ship enthusiast would scream in disbelief. This was the legendary Titanus, the very vessel that sank after striking an iceberg 30 years ago. Yet after decades on the ocean floor, there wasn't a speck of rot. In fact, it gleamed even more brilliantly than the day it left the shipyard. A dreamlike silver glow enveloped the hull. Beneath the water at the stern, the reflection of a full moon seemed to dance eternally. In the captain's cabin, the helmsman sensed a familiar energy ripple. He looked forward, intrigued. This gaze. Could it be Yi He? It was the silver-haired Barrows, the one who had made a pact with Yi He. He opened his eyes, pupils shaped like cold white crescent moons, and peered into the distance. I never expected him to grow to this level in such a short time. Truly, his potential is terrifying. Barrows stared at his own pale hand, marred by spiderweb cracks like broken porcelain. All because of that blue-haired human freak. If he hadn't critically damaged my human vessel, I wouldn't have been stuck here healing for so long. No matter. When I break free from this place, I will come for you, Yi He. The moonlight ship sailed slowly toward a wall of gray mist, swallowing the entire continent of Oceania. The international community called it the Fog of Chaos. Behind that veil lay the territory of the Second Abomination, an entity that had remained eerily silent since its descent. High above Yi, he analyzed his mental map. There are at least 12 other dead zones like Guanshan, black holes swallowing my perception. Some of them even tried to trace the signal back to me. Yi. He smirked coldly. The waters of this blue star are deeper than I thought. He couldn't help but marvel. This world was teeming with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, along with every manner of monster and demon imaginable. Just as he was about to withdraw, a psychic signal forcibly broke through. It originated from the peak of Mount Kunlun in Great Xia. Is that Yi He? The connection was static-filled, But he recognized the voice instantly. Shi Jingwen. The voice on the other end sounded desperate amidst the interference. Beware of Fu Hongsheng. I leave Great Sha in your hands for now. The signal cut from Mount Kunlun. He narrowed his eyes. The principal warned him to be wary of the national guardian Fu Hongsheng. But isn't Fu Hongsheng in seclusion healing from severe injuries? What the hell happened at Kunlun Yi? He shouted Nuwa. The AI system responded instantly. I am here, sir. He commanded trace the principal's signal location immediately, Nuwa replied. Scanning. Target not found. His expression darkened. What about the Azure Dragon of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow? Nuwa's cold voice returned. Initiating search. Apologies, sir. Target not found, the system reported. However, records show Section Chief Azure Dragon's last known location was the Death Valley of Kunlun. His objective remains classified. His expression darkened, a rare look of gravity on his face. Are the two of them really together in that hellhole? This couldn't happen at a worse time. We just started the Great Xia Reclamation Plan. He counted the losses. 1 national guardian lost in Guanshan, 2 in Kunlun, all 3 pillars of our nation gone. A chilling thought crept in. Has Fu Hongsheng betrayed us too? If Fu Hongsheng has turned traitor, then Great Xia's highest combat power is completely hollowed out. He ignited his atomic blue aura, shattering the sound barrier as he launched himself forward. If Headmaster Shi and Azure Dragon are truly missing, and if Fu Hongsheng is an enemy continuing, the reclamation plan is suicide. Taking back cities means nothing if we destroy our own foundation. Great Xia's elite forces would be wiped out. The giant would finally collapse. Countless oppressed nations would rise up in rebellion. The hungry wolves would tear the flesh from the fallen giant and grow stronger on our blood. Without our top fighters, Great Xia has entered its darkest hour. One wrong move and we'll be besieged from all sides. Kunlun, Death Valley. A cursed forbidden zone that suppresses martial artists and weakens beasts alike. He analyzed the data. No signs of battle detected. Impossible. A clash between grandmasters would split mountains and drain oceans. If Headmaster Shi and Azure Dragon fought Fu Hongsheng, the Kunlun Peak wouldn't exist anymore. It would be a crater. Anxiety tightened He's chest. I have to find Fu Hongsheng. But if he's a traitor, walking in, there is just handing him my head. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I hate these mind games. I'm built for crushing enemies, not solving puzzles. As he soared over the eerie rift gates below, he steeled his resolve. Whatever happens, absolute strength is the only answer. All 3 of my templates are maxed out. Being the top freshman and reclaiming West City earned me 2 more slots. It was the ultimate progression of a leveling Manhwa. And I still have the golden gene the Mad Doctor decoded. A rare gene holding infinite potential. Capable of breaking the laws of physics and evolving beyond humanity. If Great Xia really has no guardians left. He closed his eyes, inhaling sharply to suppress the dread rising in his gut. His aura flared as he accelerated, a roar tearing from his throat. Then, I will become the supreme sovereign myself. Meanwhile, at a ruined commercial center in West City, the building was punched full of holes, teetering on collapse. He touched down, walking calmly into the wreckage. The writhing black and red tentacles retracted into his skin. He spoke to the empty air, his voice dripping with authority. He scanned the area. My bloodline sensors are reacting. That blood manipulator is here, hiding like a rat. But from what? Boom. The ceiling exploded. Cracks spiderwebbed across the structure as a blinding beam of light pierced the building from above. It struck like a meteor, obliterating everything in its path. It was He shifted momentum in midair and slammed into the ground, the shockwave shaking reality itself. As the dust settled, a massive shadow loomed. A grotesque worm-like abomination appeared. Its mouth was a nightmare of jagged teeth surrounded by bloated, twitching human hands. But to the current this S-rank monster was nothing more than a bug to be squashed. He raised a hand, blue energy crackling around his palm. Intent slash. He unleashed the strike without hesitation. A vortex of pure killing intent screamed through the air, carrying the chill of death. It sliced straight through the beast. One hit. Game over. The monster split cleanly in 2. Massive slabs of flesh hit the floor, followed by a geyser of disgusting green blood. As the silence returned, something stirred within the pile of slime and viscera. A figure was clawing its way out. He stepped closer, unimpressed. No wonder I couldn't find you. You were hiding inside the monster's stomach, Mad Doctor. The old man was coated in foul-smelling slime, trembling with exhaustion. Yet seeing Yi, his eyes lit up. "Master, you finally come for me." Then the doctor shrieked in panic. "Wait, don't come closer, I'm filthy." Yi instinctively took a step back, nose wrinkling. You look revolting." The doctor scrambled away to protect his master's nose. Yi glared coldly. "Talk. What happened here? Who exactly are you hiding from?" Terror warped the mad doctor's face as he recounted the horror. "My Lie. I had to conceal myself within this insectoid husk. It was the only way to mask my presence and the aura of the Golden Gene. The Thunderbird faction didn't just send a soldier. They unleashed a true abomination to seize the Golden Gene by force. That thing is an apex predator. I fear every living soul in West City will be devoured by its gluttony. We must escape this place immediately." The description struck a familiar chord with Yihua. He extended his hand, the black-red matter shifting to mimic the form of Shadow One. "Tell me, is this the creature you speak of?" The mad doctor gazed upon the simulation of his former master, his face draining of all color. That is him. It is truly him. Wait, my liege. Does this mean you have already?" Yihua nodded, his expression terrifyingly calm. "Indeed, I have already refined him into pure power." Yihua paused carefully, choosing his words for the terrified scientist. Saying I ate him sounds a bit too barbaric. Let's say I refined his essence. That sounds much more civilized. "Congratulations on your ascension, my liege." The mad doctor instantly dropped to his knees in sycophantic worship. He revered Yihua like an ancient god, a display so intense it even gave Yihua the creeps. "Stop, knock it off. Where did you learn such outdated feudal groveling? Just hand over the Golden Gene." Honestly, I never had much interest in the thing to begin with. Obeying the command, the mad doctor presented a preservation box, forged from pure silver. Yihua summoned his jaguar avatar to pry it open. The energy within felt like a refreshing spring to a traveler dying of thirst in a desert. The substance was a chaotic mess of slime, so he had to rely on Jaguar Rudo's ability to extract it without causing damage. Just one look, and a primal hunger exploded within Yi. He swallowed hard, his instincts screaming a classic moment in any leveling manhwa, where the protagonist craves power. Is this the extracted Golden Gene? My body is craving this like crazy. But he forced himself to seal the box. This wasn't the time for absorption. The mad doctor asked, confused. "My lord, are you not going to consume the Golden Gene?" "He explained calmly. "Now is not the right moment. After devouring such massive energy, I usually undergo a metamorphosis and fall into a deep slumber. The West City is still a war zone, hardly a place for quiet cultivation." Suddenly, Yi's aura shifted. He looked at the old man. "Mad doctor, you've done well." In a flash, his hand pierced straight into the mad doctor's heart. But this wasn't murder. He was injecting the mysterious black-red matter directly into this SSS rank talent to protect him. This substance, combined with the doctor's genius brain, would birth a miracle. The mad doctor, still in shock, bowed respectfully. "My lord, this is my duty." Agony seized the doctor as the black-red matter surged through him. He explained coldly. "Your current strength is pathetic. You spend too much time running from enemies. This is the black-red biological matter from Yin 1. It will evolve your brain and grant you eerie powers that ordinary mortals can't even comprehend." As he withdrew his hand, he didn't stop there. He flexed his aura, erupting violently as a terrifying black and blue dorsal fin tore its way out of his back. Azure patterns glowed on its surface, radiating an oppressive demonic pressure. Without blinking, he reached back, gripping his own glowing spine. With a sickening crunch, he snapped the fin connected to his vertebrae and brutally ripped it out of his own body. His expression remained frozen in ice, showing zero pain throughout the bloody process. He tossed it to the mad doctor. The old man stared, trembling. "My lord, what is the meaning of this?" "It contains my spinal crystallization, he stated flatly. "Take it. How much power you can draw from it depends entirely on your own potential." Cold sweat drenched the mad doctor's forehead. His pale face twisted with a mix of exhaustion and overwhelming tension. Overcome with emotion, snot, and tears streamed down his face in a slurry that even made he recoil in disgust. The mad doctor swore solemnly. "My lord, you give me a drop of blood today, and I shall return you an empire tomorrow." He muttered, feeling a sudden pang of regret. "I didn't realize you were this delusional before, he sighed, turning away. "Enough. Go do your job." The doctor instantly wiped his face, his expression shifting from weeping to absolute obedience. "Yes, sir." That trademark sly grin returned, signaling the start of a legendary battle. He smirked, looking at the ruins. "The beasts in West City. They still have too much of that urban stench. Time for a total citywide purge. Meanwhile, on the eastern front of West City, the human warriors realized a shocking truth. The Beast Lords were dead. The massive monster tide lost its command structure instantly. With their alpha leaders gone, the horde descended into chaos. They began tearing each other apart in a frenzy of blood. The human army seized the moment, charging from all sides with deafening war cries. Brothers wiped these animals off the face of the earth. Kill panic spread among the beasts, and the smarter ones tried to scatter into the dark alleyways. Just as the humans prepared to rush the city for close-quarters combat, the cold voice of the super AI Manhwa echoed through the sky. Leave the inner city sector entirely to him. The crowd froze. A female warrior gasped. That's AI. Manhwa. Does she mean the one who single-handedly slaughtered the West City Lords? The young commander didn't hesitate. All units obey the order. Emergency retreat. Clear the area immediately. Under the pale crescent moon, a streak of emerald fire tore through the night sky, like a falling star aiming straight for the earth. The beast horde looked up at the descending death, letting out collective roars that shook the foundations of the city. That power condensed into a volatile mass of black and red energy slamming into the ground with the force of a tactical nuke. The shockwave pulverized everything in its path. In the center of the crater, he unleashed his life force magnetic field. An invisible, overwhelming pressure crushed the entire West City, locking onto every single beast. Escape was no longer an option. Then the black-red matter shot out from his body. Tentacles snatched up thousands of abandoned guns from the battlefield at lightning speed. He fused them into a floating sphere of flesh and steel. Countless barrels extended from the surface, writhing like snakes in a display of grotesque biomechanical horror. The fuel source. A controlled nuclear reaction inside his own body. Veins on the sphere glowed with atomic energy pulsing like the heartbeat of a mechanical god. Atomic power surged through the conduits, charging every single barrel with devastating potential. Everything was locked and loaded. A towering fortress of flesh and artillery now loomed over the ruins. Wrapped in hundreds of heavy weapons, the construct stood ready for the final act of this massacre. The objective: total eradication. His eyes flashed with a cold, merciless light. He roared, his voice dominating the battlefield. I'll let you trash experience my new toy. Witness the true power of the angelic deity cannon. Instantly, tens of thousands of hardened blood bullets, propelled by atomic kinetic energy, erupted at once. Azure tracers painted the night sky in a blinding storm of destruction. Guided by his absolute magnetic field, the bullets curved through the air, seeking their targets with zero margin for error, piercing straight into the beast cores. In the first volley alone, thousands of monsters dropped dead, their vital cores shattered. While the slaughter raged, he stood there completely unfazed, ready to unleash wave after wave of this apocalyptic rain. The battlefield drowned in the agonizing screams of the horde. They writhed in despair, erased from existence by a power they could never hope to understand. Manhwa alone possessed firepower that rivaled an entire heavy artillery division. Furthermore, every single projectile possessed homing capabilities with terrifying precision. It was the kind of overpowered ability you'd only see in a top-tier leveling Manhwa. His efficiency in slaughter had clearly transcended all standards of a conventional military force. Watching the battlefield unfold, the operation commander stood frozen in shock. His mind could only process one singular thought. This guy, he's a monster that has abandoned his humanity. If Manhwa claimed to be an alien right now, the commander would simply nod in agreement. He wouldn't have a single argument against it. Inside the observation deck, he had lost all interest in questioning logic. How could a mere freshman string up these overlords and beat them like piñatas? Manhwa was a one-man army of heavy destruction. Every shot found its mark, and his kill count soared past the entire army's efforts. The commander couldn't help but marvel in fear, wondering just what kind of hell Headmaster Shi had trained this kid in. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in with an urgent report. Sir Manhwa's bombardment has temporarily ceased. High in the sky, the biological fortress billowed thick white steam after its first volley. It was the cooling system kicking in, venting heat through the pores of the newly created black-red matter. The crew in the observation deck gasped in realization. It looks like the biological weapon has entered an overheat state. The atomic energy raging inside Manhwa was simply too explosive. Even the most adaptive biological matter needed a few precious seconds to cool down from such intensity. The commander roared his orders. We must buy time for Manhwa while his weapon cools down. All units, prepare the 360-degree mobile energy cannons. Open fire. At the command, the warship's bays opened, unleashing a torrent of destruction toward the ground. The earth was swallowed by dust and chaos as the military joined the fray. A relentless barrage rained down, causing the remaining beast lords in the city to tremble in fear. Normally, human weaponry was nothing but a joke to them. But now they gnashed their teeth in frustration. Damn it. Has human technology evolved again? This is hateful. That fortress in the sky is coordinating with the cannon sphere on the ground. We have to destroy that sphere. If we don't, we won't even have time to flee back to the domain of sin. A winged beast lord tried to push the responsibility onto others. You take the vanguard, we will follow right behind you. A heavy silence fell over the gathered monsters. They all knew the fortress had to fall, but none wanted to be the first sacrifice. While they cowardly pushed each other forward, Yi Hua's second volley was already locked and loaded. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous explosions shook the heavens. The sky over West City was painted with brilliant trails of blue fire. It was like the sword of Damocles hanging over the monsters' heads. They screamed in terror. That cannon sphere is starting its second bombardment. The low-level beasts stood no chance. It was a massacre straight out of an awakening manhwa. Yi Hua couldn't care less about post-war reconstruction costs. As a warrior, he knew only one truth. Without this suppressing fire, countless martial artists would perish in the treacherous street battles below. The strongholds of the beast lords were receiving his special explosive attention. The monsters were in a frenzy. We have to take that thing out. The entire beast tide is being wiped off the map. Even our underground nests are being uprooted. Even deep underground, there was no sanctuary. Yi Hua's earth-penetrating missiles hunted them down with ruthless efficiency. Then, suddenly, the barrage ceased once more. After 2 rounds of cleansing, the streets of West City were a graveyard of mangled flesh. The remains quickly turned to ash as their cores were destroyed. Thick white steam poured from the biological sphere. This was the moment the beast lords had been waiting for. Kill him. That damn thing is cooling down again. Charge now and destroy it. If that thing survives, no beast returns home alive. Reports say West City has already fallen to the humans. We are running out of time. A technician screamed a warning in the command center. Alert. Detecting massive high-level energy signatures appearing in the city. The screen turned red with signals. Over 20 beast lords had gathered roaring as they launched a suicidal charge toward the sky fortress. On the ground, the martial arts army watched in horror as the lords swarmed. The squad captain immediately barked orders. This is bad. We need to cover that cannon sphere. Do not let those lords get near it. Brothers, even if we die, we must hold the line until the fortress can fire again. You'll have to step over our corpses first. The captain led the charge, his men underpowered, but overflowing with grit. They rushed to intercept the beast lords, moving at terrifying speeds. But in that split second, a sharp sound pierced the air as Yi Hua's flesh fortress suddenly split open. Before anyone could react, a blinding azure light tore through the beast lord's hide. A massive atomic light soared hundreds of meters long and thick as a skyscraper crashed down from the fortress peak. The vanguard lords were vaporized into nothingness in an instant. The human martial artists stood frozen, their weapons raised but useless. Is it over already? The squad captain stood, frozen, his will shattered. Pack it up, he muttered. Those lord-tier beasts just ascended to heaven. Damn it, all our burning passion was for nothing. In this leveling manhwa, we're nothing but background NPCs. High above the chaos, Yi, he looked down with eyes as cold as absolute zero. Did you really think I'd just stand here and shoot from a distance? The reclamation of West City is already written in stone. Yi. His hands erupted with black and red matter, coalescing into colossal wings that blotted out the sky. A rare look of absolute seriousness hardened his features. He gazed down at the final nest of demonic beasts and delivered a sentence cold enough to freeze hell. After tonight, West City belongs to humanity. The first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, signaling a new era. The aerial fortress dissolved, turning into a river of liquid black and red that flowed back into Yi's body. Scan complete. 0 life signs detected. From this second forward, West City is officially reclaimed for Great Xia. A satisfied smirk tugged at the corner of Yi's mouth. Heh. The system interface dormant for so long finally decided to ping him with a notification. Achievement unlocked. Savior of West City. Reward 1 template draw. This system, Manhwa mechanic, even offered a hint a massive event was underway. If his contribution exceeded 50%, he would secure a guaranteed grade A template. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he read the prompt. This script felt all too familiar. Wasn't this the exact same pay-to-win gacha mechanic from the domestic games in his past life? But swapping cash for monster templates, that is a sweet deal. Anything below grade B is trash now. It is logical to hoard his points for one massive draw. He needed something catastrophic, a grade A monster, on the same level as Godzilla. The news of West City's miraculous victory spread across the nation like wildfire. The counteroffensive war of Great Xia kicked off with a bang, reclaiming 3 major cities in a single day. The first Lian city was taken back by the elite 1st Division of Dragon Sparrow. The second Lan city fell to the martial artists of the evil capital. And the third West city was publicly credited to the team led by Ding Chen of Hua University. The warriors of Great Xia vowed to continue reclaiming every inch of land lost to the demon beasts. However, Yi He's identity remained top secret. Command only released the name of Grandmaster Chen. The reason was simple. Yi He's power was too earth-shattering. A freshman with the cultivation of a peak Grandmaster, completely crushing a titled Grandmaster. That kind of broken power scaling is exactly what makes a leveling manhwa go viral globally. In a quiet corner, Lin Qingxue stared at the news report. Skepticism written all over her face. Was the one who retook West City really Ding Chen? Everyone in the military had signed confidentiality agreements, but 2 people had guessed the truth. Lin Qingxue and Chu Zhou. Are you kidding me? That radioactive blue beam couldn't belong to anyone else. Scene shift to the Great Xia Reclamation Command headquarters. The commander was tightening the screws on his staff, ensuring Yi He's intel remained locked down while setting his security clearance to the absolute maximum. After all, this event was too shocking. It would attract attention from every faction in the shadows. The subordinates responded with a sharp, "Yes, sir." "Excuse me, Minister." He walked back into the command center, looking dead serious. "Boss, I have a favor to ask." The moment the commander heard Yi He's voice, he jumped like he'd seen a ghost, goosebumps exploding over his skin. This majestic commander-in-chief instantly bowed his head like a humble servant before the student. He stammered, No, please, you are the real boss here." "Yi?" he casually replied. "Then I'll give it to you straight. That title of Hua University's freshman valedictorian. When exactly are you going to officially certify it for me?" The commander broke out in a cold sweat. He was speechless. "Sir, you are already stronger than the dean. Why are you still obsessed with a student title? Won't your classmates die of shame?" Certifying a valedictorian requires confirmation from the Hua University Student Council. Usually, it takes a month-long process. But seeing Yi, his face darkened. The commander quickly scrambled to fix it. "But your case is special. I don't think a single freshman would dare challenge your position as valedictorian anyway. Furthermore, the student council president of Hua University just happens to be here. He can certify you right on the spot." The commander was sweating buckets as he spoke, looking like he had just sprinted 10 kilometers. He smirked and asked the student council president, "Where is he?" Right at that moment, the door creaked open. A familiar figure walked in. It was none other than Dai Qingming. When he entered and saw Yi He's youthful face, he took a sharp, deep breath. He turned and asked, "You're the student council president?" "That's me." Suddenly, this high-ranking student marched toward Yi He with alarming speed. He rushed in dangerously close, his face almost pressing against Yi. He's making the protagonist awkward. He was trying to introduce himself, but how could he speak with this guy in his personal space? A few seconds later, Dai Qingming revealed a face of absolute fanboy worship, looking even more thrilled than if he had slain a boss monster. "Senior, thank you for saving all our lives. On behalf of my master, I sincerely thank you." Faced with Dai Qingming's overwhelming enthusiasm, he was a bit flustered. It was just what I had to do. No need to be so polite. Besides, you look a few years older than me. Don't call me senior." Dai Qingming immediately rejected that logic. "No. On the path of martial arts, the strong come first. You are the senior." He nodded with a humble smile. "All right then." The interface chimed. "Congratulations, host, on achieving the Hua University valedictorian title. Reward 1 template draw." Finally, the moment every system manhwa fan waits for had arrived. Next was the moment to witness a miracle. He nervously pressed the draw button. A pitch-black vortex instantly materialized. Roars echoed from the void, and then a mysterious purple light flashed. He stood there, stunned, staring into the abyss. The vortex swirled like a massive eye, with a deep black hole in the center, surrounded by currents of dark purple energy, moving constantly. It emitted a blinding radiance. He had to shield his eyes from the intensity of the light. He thought to himself, "I'm done for." Appearing before Yi, he was a colossal template, a giant eyeball floating in the room with tentacles erupting from a mass of dark flesh. The system announced, "Template Hellstar, rank B+." On that massive chunk of flesh, a slit appeared right in the center. It slowly opened like two eyelids, revealing a hazy pink-white light inside, with tiny tentacles wriggling like eyelashes. The giant eye opened wide, its crimson pupil staring down at Yi Hei. Information flooded from the Bloodline ability system, Solar Madness Star. Able to sense cosmic radiation and light energy. Freedom to alter particle density. Photonic attraction. Manipulation of energy flow, changing its trajectory and efficiency. Great Dark Heaven Devourer. Consumption of all things. Compatibility rate, 1%. He looked at it with delight and muttered, "Not bad. It's a skill-based template, not some trash D or C rank fodder that just increases body size. I wonder if the Hellstar's light and energy manipulation can stack with the Emperor's nuclear energy. If they can combine perfectly, the growth potential will be infinite. I can't wait to max out this template and start researching the fusion." Scene shift to an occupied city. Qin City. An alliance of top-tier martial arts guilds had joined forces for a crusade. But after a full day of fighting with massive casualties and their ammunition depots running dry, a sense of utter helplessness suffocated the army. They weren't afraid of dying. They were afraid of dying without even seeing the enemy. The cause lay with the beheading squad. Despite gathering the strongest guild masters, they were completely powerless to locate the overlord of Qin City. One guildmaster leaned against a ruined wall, his voice dripping with frustration. "Damn it. It's been a whole day and we've barely managed to scrape back 2 neighboring districts." Another spoke with a voice full of grievance. "The assassination squad is made up of guild masters like us, yet we can't even pinpoint the boss's location. It's all because of those damn rats. The beast tide in Qin City is primarily made up of rat-type demon beasts. Even though there are hardly any giant monsters on the battlefield, they are incredibly annoying. They've built a complex transportation network under the occupied city, forcing the Martial Alliance into a brutal tunnel war. Originally, we applied the same strategy as the West City Alliance, bombard the outskirts with firepower to lure the beast tide out, then send the vanguard to assassinate the leader. But these rats are highly organized. Almost none of the demon beasts were baited by the explosions. The city was deathly silent, its defensive lines abandoned. A hulking guildmaster gritted his teeth, his voice low. It is like they are opening the gates and inviting the Martial Alliance to walk right into their graves. A younger leader stepped up. "They are forcing us into close-quarters alley combat. That is our fatal weakness. It is exactly why we suffered such devastating losses just retaking 2 districts." Just then, a female guildmaster checked her phone, her face pale. Breaking news. Lian City, Lam City, and West City. They have all been successfully reclaimed. Damn it all. The Silver Wolf guildmaster smashed his fist into the wall. Spiderweb cracks, spreading through the entire building structure. He ground his teeth in pure fury. That coward of a beast lord refuses to show its face. That filth is definitely hiding deep beneath the underground foundations of Qin City. To reach the lord, one would have to wade through billions of rats in narrow labyrinthine tunnels. It was a suicide mission. Physically impossible. Possessing strength with nowhere to unleash it. It was the ultimate despair. Meanwhile, deep within a suffocating pitch-black alley in Qin City, the air grew heavy with dread. Through the silence, familiar footsteps echoed against the stone. The god of destruction himself, our main character, Yi. He was slowly making his entrance. For this invasion, he had completely discarded his old identity. He wore a form-fitting dark purple cloak, his face obscured by a crystalline mask, swirling with a hypnotic, demonic vortex. He whispered into the shadows, "This reclamation of Qin City. Absolutely no one can know I am the one behind it." Activating his biofield scan, he analyzed the situation. "Right now, on the entire blue planet, I am the only one who knows the truth. The 3 Guardian Grandmasters of Great Xia are gone, and the Puppet Master is likely the #1 martial artist Fu Hongsheng." The question burned in his mind. Why would Fu Hongsheng slaughter the pillars of his own nation? Whether in power, reputation, or status, that man already stands at the absolute apex of Xia country and the world. He should have been a hero, immortalized in history. But by hunting the nation's elite, he proved one thing. His goal is to cripple Great Xia from the inside. And with my terrifying growth rate, it is only a matter of time before I end up on his hit list. A clash between me and Fu Hongsheng is inevitable. He calculated the odds. The probability of this death match occurring was 98%. He was powerful, but not arrogant. He knew Fu Hongsheng was a monster among monsters. To crush a martial saint like him, I need to stockpile insane amounts of power. I must remain a ghost, accumulating strength in the shadows and strike the killing blow before he even knows I exist. My greatest weapon right now is information asymmetry. Fu Hongsheng has no idea I received Shi's message, nor does he comprehend the infinite evolution potential of my monster templates. He's mind raced as his biofield pulsed. Give me enough time and I will fear no god or devil. This leveling Manhwa scenario in Qin City is the perfect feeding ground for my evolution. Speaking of which, his scan had already painted a horrifying picture. Standing in the city center, he felt the earth vibrating with billions of biological signals beneath his boots. He gasped. It is suffocating. The sheer density. We are talking about billions of vermin. The interference was blinding. He couldn't pinpoint the Beast Lord's location at all. He lowered his gaze, his eyes seemingly piercing through the concrete. No wonder the Martial Alliance failed to conquer this hellhole. Even I am blind to the leader's position. This creature is cunning. It reminded him of the blood-eye black ape in City. That was a battle etched into his memory against a similarly treacherous high-tier beast. But their cowardice only fueled the bloodlust raging in his heart. A cold predatory smile sliced across his face. Boom Yi. He stomped the pavement, blurring into motion. He let out a dry chuckle. Too bad for you. My arsenal is infinite. I always have the perfect tool for an extermination. Beneath his feet, black and red biological matter erupted like a volcanic pyroclastic flow. In a heartbeat, it consumed the entire city block and seeped into the cracks of the earth. It spread like a plague, navigating the complex labyrinth of the underworld. The living liquid flooded every tiny fissure, drowning the deepest shadows. Chit, chit, chit. The invasion triggered an instant panic, waking the rat horde from their hellish slumber. Thousands of noses twitched, catching the scent of the alien predator, invading their sanctuary. Driven by curiosity and hunger, the swarm converged. They bared teeth sharp enough to shear through tank armor, ready to tear the strange red sludge apart. But before their fangs could make contact, the biomass detonated. Millions of spider silk threads exploded outward, filling the void. The tendrils ensnared the rodents instantly. Before they could squeak, they were crushed into paste and devoured. The only sound was the wet tearing of flesh and muffled whimpers. The underground kingdom became an echo chamber of desperate dying screams. The more the beast struggled, the tighter the nightmare tendrils constricted. There was no mercy here, only crushing despair. The rat tide's greatest weapons, their endless numbers and shadow-stepping stealth, were rendered useless. Against the crimson black matter, their advantages meant nothing. It took less than a tenth of a second. A rat was consumed whole, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. The absorbed energy fueled the black matter, causing it to multiply exponentially. An endless army of rats. No. To him, it was simply an all-you-can-eat buffet. He remained seated, legs crossed in relaxed arrogance, whistling a tune as if watching a harmless magic show. But beneath the surface, a purge of catastrophic proportions was silently tearing the earth apart. The horde didn't even get the chance to breach the surface. The entire city, from the highest tower to the deepest sewer, was already engulfed in his domain. He hadn't just surrounded them. He was a one-man legion. He herded the beasts like sheep to the slaughter, forcing them to cluster together for their execution. These wretched rodents had terrorized the region for ages, leaving even powerful martial masters helpless against their plague. But for he clearing them out was as simple as tossing dirty laundry into a washing machine and casually hitting start. Moments later, he strolled casually through the wreckage. The trash mobs in the city have been purged. My dark matter has penetrated hundreds of meters deep. Stop hiding. When the corruption reached the 100-meter mark, the underground king could no longer sit idle, reacting like a final boss in an awakening manhwa. In a ruined corner of the city, the eerie black and red matter began to boil, violently churning like a cauldron pushed to its absolute limit. Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave blasted outward, clearing away the debris and flattening everything within a radius of several hundred meters. Boom! With a deafening roar, a colossal mutated foot slammed down, cracking the earth and creating deep fissures in the pavement. A massive white rat, the size of a heavy-duty truck, tore its way out from the depths of the earth. But what truly sent shivers down the spine was its body covered in hundreds of writhing parasitic rat heads. They screamed in unison, emitting a high-frequency sonic wave that pulverized the surrounding skyscrapers into dust. Behind the beast he materialized in his signature purple cloak and spiral mask. The Rat King turned growling. "Human, did you come to die alone? I expected a full raid party for a king of my stature." The parasitic heads chattered, a chaotic mix of men, women, and children, launching a psychic assault meant to shatter sanity. "Kakeki, your dark matter is strong, but my sonic domain counters it perfectly. You have chosen your own grave." Facing this death threat, he simply yawned, his voice dripping with boredom. "Who told you I only had one skill in my loadout?" He slowly raised his hand, pushing against the heavens, as if summoning the apocalypse itself. Instantly, the clouds turned a majestic, terrifying purple. The atmosphere grew heavy with oppressive intent, suffocating the city in violet gloom. Crushed by the overwhelming pressure, the Rat King trembled, roaring in fear as it felt the weight of impending doom. What kind of energy is this? It was the question of a dying creature, and Yi. He granted its final wish. Yi. He looked up and roared heavenly punishment. Violet clouds swirled into a galaxy-sized vortex, dwarfing the moon itself. The storm was ready to purge the filth from Qin City. At the edge of the atmosphere, invisible solar radiation bent to his will, focusing into a spectrum of deadly light. The sun's warmth vanished, replaced by the cold violet judgment of a god descending from the heavens. Responding to the mental command of the Awakener, the cosmic beam locked onto its target. The sky tore open like wet paper, unable to withstand the sheer power gathering above. A pillar of purple devastation slammed into Qin City, shaking the very foundations of the world. What the hell is that? The Rat King's survival instinct kicked in. Screw fighting, he had to run immediately. Using its humanoid limbs, it launched itself forward, desperate to escape the blast zone in the blink of an eye. But a cold sneer echoed in its ears. Yi. He glared, his eyes sharp as daggers. Trying to run? You think a beast like you can outpace the speed of light? The cosmic beam erased the distance instantly, giving the Rat King zero chance to react before hammering into its back. A shriek of pure agony echoed through the ruins, freezing the blood of every living thing nearby. The high-energy laser sliced the behemoth in half, vaporizing flesh and bone instantly. Screaming in pain and rage, the severed beast howled. You think this is enough to kill me? Yi. He didn't even blink. He pointed a finger down like an emperor sentencing a peasant. Fall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A relentless rain of light spears bombarded the target without mercy. Against light-speed attacks, evasion was impossible. The Rat King wailed as its health points hit zero. It was the sound of absolute despair. Under the rain of destruction, the giant monster was reduced to nothing but dust and purple sparks. When the smoke cleared, a glowing red sphere pulsed in the center of the crater. Yi. He approached. The body is mush, but the monster core is intact. I'll take that loot. But as he reached out, the core behaved strangely. This wasn't a normal drop. Screeching noises erupted from inside the orb, like thousands of trapped souls screaming to get out. The light flickered violently. It was unstable, on the verge of going critical. Yi? He froze. His danger sense flared. Boom! The core detonated without warning. From the explosion, a tidal wave of tiny white rats erupted, scattering in every direction to ensure the species' survival. A cacophony of panicked squeals erupted, layering into a deafening wall of sound. Yi. He raised an eyebrow, a flicker of mild surprise crossing his face, but it wasn't enough to shake his composure. He watched the rats scatter in desperation, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, so even beasts learn the shameless art of running away. The very next second, the earth trembled. From the abyssal darkness below, crimson-black tentacles erupted like ancient demons waking from a slumber. The shadows lashed out with violent precision, pulverizing the fleeing clusters of rats into oblivion. But a bizarre transformation occurred. The moment a rat was struck, it didn't die. Instead, its body split apart, multiplying instantly as if programmed for survival. The fragments morphed into tinier versions of themselves, using their diminished size to slip through the gaps of the onslaught. As they shrank, their speed defied the laws of physics, accelerating to a blur that the naked eye couldn't follow. Even the crimson-black matter began to lag behind their impossible agility. Yi. He clicked his tongue, his tone filled with utter contempt. Tisk, tisk, he sneered. For a beast lord, you certainly rely on cowardly tricks to cling to your miserable life. His gaze turned glacial. A rat will always be a rat. You will never possess the dignity of a true ruler. Jawarudo Yi. He commanded, his voice slicing through the air. Instantly, a spectral figure materialized behind him, a guardian of destiny. Jawarudo spread its arms, unleashing a terrifying aura. A colorless domain expanded, swallowing reality. In that frozen heartbeat, the flow of time itself ground to a complete halt. Yi. He nodded in approval. Jawarudo's time freeze has evolved. Now, it can pinpoint the very nuclei of these creatures. Smash the cores, and they can't split anymore. But if this creature is just a decoy, then where is the true body of the Qin City Lord hiding? That dirty, little rodent. Does it have another cheat code to lock its HP? It might be the weakest Lord-tier beast I've ever seen, but its talent for running away is honestly impressive. A genius among vermin. Too bad. You still have to die. Light gathered in his palm, brighter than a star. You slaughtered this city. I won't even grant you the honor of becoming my shadow soldier. Go reflect on your sins in the next life." Meanwhile, deep in the subterranean palace, millions of rats writhed like maggots. They clustered together in a grotesque ritual, shielding a massive translucent cocoon. Pulsing inside that membrane was a beast core, twisted into the fetal shape of a rat. The eyes of the creature snapped open, the core vibrated violently, and the cocoon expanded, devouring the swarm, clinging to it, turning its own kin into pure nutrients. It formed a colossal womb, gestating deep within the warmth of the earth. The final rat was digested. The sac tore open, and a giant hairless monstrosity clawed its way out, shivering in purple skin. Ah, that was too close. This king almost perished. White fur sprouted rapidly across its body. It mumbled in frantic desperation. Qin City is lost. The stronghold has fallen. Run, I must retreat to the Sin domain. It bolted with every ounce of strength it had, nursing a grudge as it fled. Damn it all. If not for the Emperor's command, no beast with half a brain would fight these humans to the death. I thought I could hold out for a month. As long as the human Grandmaster didn't show up hiding in this rat palace, should have stalled the war in Qin City indefinitely. But who could have predicted a freak like him? That masked human. This power feels like a broken character from an awakening manhwa, consuming matter and controlling starlight. I don't even know how he wiped out all my clones in a single instant. It defies logic. Thank the heavens I used the golden cicada escape technique. That stupid human surely thinks he killed the real me. Approaching the rift, the Rat King paused before the swirling vortex of light. A grotesque grin stretched across its face. Kekeki. Just through here, and I'm safe back in the Sin domain. With a final burst of energy, it launched itself toward freedom. The human world is too dangerous. Time to skedaddle. But the moment it ascended, its pristine white fur was bathed in a terrifying violet glow, crashing down from the heavens. What? How? How did he find me? The dust from the first cosmic blast had barely settled when a second and third struck with cataclysmic force. Violent flashes of purple energy illuminated the city, casting long, eerie shadows over the crumbling ruins. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, the elite guildmasters stood frozen, staring in absolute shock at the devastation. "Look," one cried out. "Those pillars of violet light are launching another assault." "What in the world is that?" The Silver Wolf Guildmaster looked up, his eyes trembling with shock. "Is that an orbital energy weapon? Who could possibly have the power to summon such a thing? That is too absurd. Even if it really is a heavenly strategic weapon, why was our Qin City spiritual army kept in the dark?" With the command given, the squad rushed into the heart of the chaos to investigate. But as the guildmasters breached, the city limits, a bone-chilling silence greeted them. Not a single breath of the rat scourge remained. Scarring the ruins, they found only a colossal crater filled with cooling lava and crystallized glass where the city once stood. Guildmaster Silverwolf frowned, his senses straining against the void. "I can't feel them anymore." The entire swarm just vanished into thin air. The senior guildmaster broke the heavy silence. 0 life signatures remaining. Did they retreat back into the dungeon? Or were they obliterated by those pillars of purple light? Silver Wolf gazed up at the abyss of the sky. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of entity possessed a weapon capable of such apocalyptic destruction. Meanwhile, in Qin City, the air crackled with the electric joy of victory. Following Lian City, Land City, and West City, Qin City was the 4th stronghold reclaimed. The cheers were deafening. Long live, great Xia, glory to the Empire. In just 1 week, 4 occupied cities had been liberated. Even the news anchor couldn't hide the thrill of freedom in her voice. We will continue our live coverage of the Great Xia Reclamation Plan. Elsewhere, a group of shadowy figures watched the broadcast with predatory intent. These weren't ordinary citizens, but the high-ranking brass of the Great Xia Alliance. Unlike the cheering crowds, their faces were masked in shadow and heavy suspicion. Since no one could identify the mysterious benefactor of Qin City, the command center was in chaos. A high-ranking official spoke up, his voice trembling with a cocktail of anxiety and suspicion. "Who on earth is this? Who is behind this unauthorized intervention?" The room erupted into noise, mirroring the confusion in this manhwa recap of West City. "We face catastrophe after catastrophe, and every time a shadow figure cleans up our mess." It happened in Qin City too, though the energy signature shifted to violet. "At the very least, we can confirm this unknown powerhouse is aiding our Great Xia Spirit Army." "But what are they? Some kind of shape-shifting brothers?" one officer snapped. "We contacted Dragon Sparrow, and even they claimed it was classified information. Logically speaking, if a powerhouse capable of turning the tides appeared within our borders, they would definitely attract the scrutiny of the Dragon Sparrow organization, which proves even the top brass have no clue. Regardless of their identity, we must take the initiative to reclaim the other cities. Otherwise, we'll look completely incompetent compared to this vigilante. Meanwhile, after using the black-red matter to devour the remaining vermin in Qin City Yi, he vanished from the scene, leaving no trace for them to follow. Yi analyzed his options like a pro player in a leveling manhwa. Excluding Guanshan and S-rank Forbidden Zone, there are 3 occupied cities left. 2 are being handled by Dragon Sparrow and the University forces. Rumor has it, the front lines are racking up victories. Liberation is imminent. That leaves only one final destination for me to handle personally. Ba City. That place is far too quiet. The Spirit Army in Ba City sends reports like clockwork. No major defeats, no great victories. It's stagnant, almost as if it doesn't exist on the news cycle. With that, he surged toward Ba City, a streak of light across the sky. He checked his phone and muttered, "I've been using the hell planet powers too much. That violet heavenly light is a dead giveaway. I need a new persona." In the next second, a visceral transformation began. Black and red tentacles erupted from Yi's throat, crowding out into the open air. The substance stretched and writhed, wrapping around his entire frame. His appearance shifted drastically. His hair grew out instantly, cascading down to his waist in a flowing river of white. His head morphed into a grotesque visage as the matter sculpted his features. Finally, his new skin was complete, his face concealed behind a terrifying iron-red Asura mask. In an instant, he looked like a white-haired demon king tearing through the heavens. He pulled a blade from a tear in space. "I haven't used the nebula blade in ages," he mused. "Better give this a disguise too." He raised the massive blade toward the sky. The black-red matter crawled up the steel, like living ivy tightening its grip around the weapon. With a flex of his will, he decomposed and reconstructed the weapon into a slender, deadly Miao Dao curving with lethal grace. His voice dropped to a dry, raspy croak, his aura becoming heavy and silent. Oppressive, yet hiding sharp blades ready to claim lives. Cough. For this identity, I'll focus on the martial Dao of killing intent. Only Miss Gong K and Senior Azure Dragon know I possess this killing intent. My cover is secure. He accelerated to a terrifying speed, barking a command to his AI assistant. "Nua, play some background music." "Cue up, Still Missing You." Nua's robotic voice chimed in. "Sir, the sun is setting. We should disappear quietly, not start a concert." The scene shifts to Ba City, a place drowning in a fog so thick it choked out all sunlight. Using the light refraction skills of the dark sun star Yi, he turned invisible, silently infiltrating the allied camp. He ghosted past the soldiers, observing them as they ate and chatted. "Liu, hurry up. We're heading to the battlefield soon." All right, let me finish my meal. Man, these army rations are tough to swallow." The soldier made a chewing motion, but his hands held absolutely nothing. "Still complaining. Nothing beats your wife's cooking, huh?" The other soldier laughed. "Obviously, the battlefield ain't home." The mimicking soldier stood up. "Clean up," the captain called for assembly. Liu replied calmly, "Wait, I need to take a leak." His comrade cursed. "Damn it, are you scared or something? We're about to move out and you're stalling." But Liu didn't go to the bathroom. He mimed lighting a cigarette, cursing under his breath. "I wonder if I'll make it back alive this time. My son was just born. Damn it." It was bizarre. The actions were perfect, but the cigarette didn't exist. He squatted there, smoking invisible fumes, not actually relieving himself. When the imaginary cigarette burned down, he crushed nothing under his heel, still muttering, "I'm a warrior. Why am I trembling like this before battle? Damn it." Whoosh. He materialized right where Liu stood, his eyes cold enough to freeze marrow. Watching this pantomime, he couldn't help but scoff. Impressive. Oscar-winning acting without a single prop. I knew something felt wrong. The Lord of Ba City is plotting something massive. The entire Ba City Alliance army was performing a play for an empty audience. Liu hadn't eaten rations. He was shoveling air into his mouth. He hadn't smoked tobacco. He was holding a dry twig between his fingers. He was stunned. Was everyone in Ba City caught in a massive illusion? No, he realized dread pooling in his stomach. It's far more horrifying than a simple trick. He sent a thread of killing intent into the back of a female soldier's neck. The inside was completely necrotic, rotting. He realized the truth. The Ba City Spirit Army had been wiped out long ago. They were all corpses. The most terrifying part wasn't death itself. It was that the victims had no idea they had died. Their internal organs had liquefied, yet their exteriors maintained the facade of life. They were trapped in a loop, endlessly repeating the final day before their slaughter. The Ba City army was deceiving themselves, and deceiving the entire Great Sha nation. Behind the Asura mask Yi, his face twisted in pity and rage. To mock the dead and toy with their souls like this. Whoever did this must die. A black-red tentacle shot out. Yi, he grabbed a soldier. Before she could scream, the tendril clamped over her mouth. The tentacle forced its way down her throat, silencing her. Who are you? She struggled, but he recognized the technique controlling them. Blood nightmare art, a psychological hypnosis. You are already dead, Yi, he rasped, his voice sounding like gravel, grinding on bone. He retracted the tentacle, and she collapsed to the ground trembling. The soldier looked at him like he was insane, until a mist of blood energy transferred from Yi He into her senses, breaking the spell. She touched her face. I'm dead. Right. Yes. I died on the battlefield. The illusion shattered. The Lord of Ba City is that monster. It killed all the captains and turned us into living corpses. The soldier clutched her head, screaming in agony. Her skin began to rot and weather away, rapidly visible to the naked eye. Grandmaster. Only a grandmaster can fight that monster. As she fully accepted the reality of her death, a spike of killing intent pierced her temple. Yi. He granted her the only mercy left, ending her suffering permanently. The female martial artist collapsed her body, hitting the cold ground. Looking down at the tragic scene, his voice dropped to a grave whisper. It seems once you realized you were already dead, the will sustaining your corpse finally shattered. Yi. He gently closed her staring eyes. Rest now, comrade. Your vengeance is mine. A storm of fury ignited within Yi He. Mocking life and death like this was an unforgivable sin. He stared into the distance, rage rolling off him in waves. Let's move. It's time to exterminate some demons. Over at Ba City, a suffocating gloom still choked the atmosphere. Monsters occupied every street corner. There wasn't a trace of humanity, left only the nauseating stench of rotting flesh, hanging heavy in the air. Yi, he unleashed his life magnetic field, blanketing the entirety of Ba City in an instant. Yet he sensed no dominant energy signature from a dungeon boss. It was bizarre, and his suspicions spiked. Even stranger, the life intensity of every single demon beast fluctuated in perfect synchronization. This uniformity was completely unnatural. It mirrored the eerie state of the Ba City Alliance army, as if every living thing here was a mass-produced puppet. A realization struck Yi. He and his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. This might actually be interesting. In a heartbeat, Yi, his black robe elongated, expanding, and latching onto the earth, before surging outward like a tidal wave of darkness. From the sky, it looked like a single drop of ink corrupting a bowl of clear water. He scoffed. Is that how you want to play? Then I'll just force you into the light. In this moment, Yi, he looked more demonic than any demon king. In the blink of an eye, the inky abyss swallowed the entire city. Ba City was drowned in darkness. With a single technique, Yi, he annihilated Ba City. Guttural roars echoed as the shadows feasted. Without hesitation, Yi, he devoured the remaining demon beasts in the gloom. But his anticipation withered instantly. There was no rush of power, not a single drop of nutritional energy entered his system. They were all hollow shells, useless, empty corpses. For a specific leveling manhwa protagonist like him who thrives on energy absorption, a wave of crushing boredom washed over him. He stood in the silence for a long time, but the mastermind refused to reveal themselves. Yi, he silently expanded his life magnetic field to the horizon, his thoughts turning cold. Still refusing to come out. Fine. Very well. He nodded slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk of chaotic intent. Suddenly, Yi, his eyes darted sideways, sharp as a wind-severing blade. In that split second, he caught a faint, anomalous ripple, vibrating through space. The killing intent in Yi. His eyes detonated, erupting like a volcano that had been dormant for centuries. He spun around, his gaze slicing through the air before snapping directly above his head, analyzing every microfluctuation in the atmosphere. The source of that strange aura wasn't a monster, it was coming from the gathering point of the Ba City Alliance army. Realizing the truth, he burst into laughter, his voice dripping with terrifying amusement. Found you. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Ba City, where the Alliance army stood in formation. At the vanguard stood a man with a physique as immovable as a mountain fortress. This was the Alliance's strongest powerhouse, Grandmaster Li Zhongshen, master of the Hongwu sect. Li Zhongshen. In the martial world, Li Zhongshen's physical cultivation was second only to the Azure Dragon, ranking him in the top 10 of Great Shia's 36 grandmasters. All warriors heed my command, Li Zhongshen's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. Veins bulged on his face as his aura surged like an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Tens of thousands of warriors roared in response, their combined battle cry creating a sonic wave that made the ground tremble violently. The air itself vibrated with their unified will. Li Zhongshen's eyes glowed blood red as he screamed, his voice rasping with pure murderous intent. The Lord of Ba City is directly ahead, and he stands alone. Kill him, and we liberate this city once and for all. Instantly, thousands of warriors charged like madmen. Dust billowed into the sky, blotting out the sun as the chant, "Liberate Ba City," rose like a tsunami. Witnessing the fanatical devotion of the soldiers under his command, Li Zhongshen couldn't hide his twisted satisfaction. A grotesque grin split his face, stretching to his ears, followed by a low, sinister chuckle. Above Ba City, the tranquil clouds suddenly warped, bleeding into a brilliant, blinding shade of violet. The clouds churned into a colossal purple vortex, massive enough to swallow the horizon, hanging over the world like a judgment. The sudden anomaly threw the charging masses into confusion. Millions of eyes looked up at the violet abyss, questions racing through their minds. What is that thing? Is it enemy reinforcements? Then, from the eye of the purple storm, a solitary male figure slowly descended. Yi. He, draped in purple robes that whipped in the wind, wore a grotesque vortex mask. He peered down at the chaotic sea of humanity below, with eyes devoid of mercy. Rest in peace. Behind the thorny Asura mask, Yi, his eyes narrowed. A cold, absolute resolve flashed within them. The verdict had been delivered. High above Yi, he slowly lowered a single finger. It was a gentle motion, yet it carried a terrifying, oppressive weight. Instantly, brilliant purple light exploded, tearing the firmament apart. It crashed down on the Alliance army like a relentless carpet bombing, obliterating everything in its path. Before most of them could even comprehend what was happening, the catastrophe had already arrived. Agonizing screams filled the air. Ah, is that a human up there? Why is he attacking us? Is he a traitor, colluding with the demon beasts? Damn it, ground units, fall back. We are just sitting ducks here. Air Force, get up there and stop him. A soldier rushed over, panic written all over his face. Commander, our fighter jets, and the entire reserve of missiles. They've all mysteriously vanished. The commander whipped around, his expression twisting in disbelief. That's impossible. We just launched this campaign. We haven't fired a single shot. Shouldn't logistics have checked the inventory before we left? A horrifying question surfaced in his mind, sending a chill down his spine. When exactly did we use up all our ammo? Down in the chaos, Li Zhongshen cowered behind a massive boulder, unable to tear his eyes away from the purple figure hovering in the sky. Staring intensely for a long moment, he muttered in a low, dangerous tone. How unexpected. Li Zhongshen ground his teeth together, the sound grating like a wild beast, provoked into a blind rage. Has this human actually seen through my grand design? What a pity. I had planned to use this chance to infiltrate their ranks and rot them from the inside. Suddenly, a massive pillar of purple light crashed down from the heavens, engulfing Li Zhongshen. Recognizing the familiar energy signature, he looked up, his expression twisting in shock as he cried out, "The Hong Wu sect's secret art. The Earth Fiend martial skill." His voice trembled with a mix of astonishment and sudden caution. Yet facing power that defied logic, the kind you only see in a broken system, Manhwa, he showed zero fear. Clenching his fist until it was hard as steel, he launched himself upward to meet the attack head-on. The ground detonated beneath his feet with a dull boom. In a blink, he shot hundreds of meters into the sky, carrying an oppressive aura as he charged straight for Yi He. His fist, massive as a windmill, swung with devastating force. The impact shattered the incoming energy beams, scattering them into millions of glowing sparks that danced in the air. Boom! Two colossal forces collided in an apocalyptic clash, creating a shockwave that made the very heavens tremble. Using the recoil of the blast, Li Zhongshen skillfully maneuvered in midair, darting away to escape the danger zone. Below him, he clearly saw Yi He, standing tall and unmovable. That stoic figure was like a thorn piercing his eye, an annoyance he had to remove. Rage boiled over as he let out a maniacal shriek, yet his eyes burned with twisted excitement. For a monster like him, clashing with such a tough opponent brought pure, unadulterated ecstasy. He laughed uproariously, shouting, "The body of a human powerhouse is truly impressive. And this transcendent technique you call martial arts. It is truly magical." Ha ha ha, Yi. He didn't waste his breath on a reply. He stood there cold and indifferent, facing the tidal wave of killing intent crashing toward him. Behind him, blinding spheres of light materialized one by one, rapidly expanding and pulsing with destructive energy. The radiance illuminated the entire sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of cosmic beams tore through the wind, locking onto their target with deadly precision. A massive explosion erupted in midair, sending shockwaves in every direction, but Li Zhongshen, relying on his monstrous physical durability, kicked off the empty air to explode forward with terrifying speed. He shot out of the epicenter, completely unscathed. His voice boomed with arrogance. "Your attacks can't even leave a scratch on my invincible physique." Without pausing, Li Zhongshen accelerated, his silhouette blurring, like a predator closing in on its prey. A twisted, mocking grin spread across his face. As he unleashed his attack, he roared, "But let's see if you can handle a single punch of mine." In that split second, even he felt a jolt of surprise. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Is he really this strong? The colossal fist hammered down, stopping mere inches from Yi. He's Asura mask with soul-crushing force. He was forced back, but Li Zhongshen stayed glued to him, that savage familiar grin widening on his face. "Ha ha ha, bullseye.